1. LA. I'm here to see Mr. Adamov. The man behind the desk gives me a once-over from beneath square glasses and scowls. He must see the truth. I'm not here to see Mr. Adamov. I'm here to beg Mr. Adamov. Even beg might not be a strong enough word. In truth, I'm here to plead with Mr. Arson Adamov to take pity on the less fortunate and throw me a frickin' bone, because Lord knows no one else has in a long, long time. And you are. Layla Barnes, I have an appointment. He gestures to the waiting room, his shiny cufflinks catching the tastefully recessed lighting. Take a seat with the rest of the hopefuls. I take one look at the crowded waiting area and almost turn back to ask if there's another room I could wait in instead. If these are the hopefuls, I'm looking for the hopeless, please and thanks. This crew looks like central casting for a movie about Ivy League admissions. It's brimming with dozens of men and women in smart suits and crisp blouses, the kind of people who know which fork to use first in white tablecloth restaurants and what the difference is between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Needless to say, I do not belong. But the man behind the desk has gone back to the tireless work of forgetting I exist. With a sigh, I claim the last remaining seat between a woman in a perfectly tailored blue pantsuit and a potted plant that still probably has a better shot at getting this job than I do. In case this is an undercover boss situation, I turn to the woman with a smile. I'm Layla. One thin eyebrow arches. Okay. Job interviews, am I right? I cringe as soon as the words are out of my mouth. I sound like a terrible 80s comedian. How about that airplane food, eh? Yuck, yuck, yuck. She is unimpressed. Her gaze slides from my face all the way down to my unmanicured toenails, doubling back to take in my outfit, as if it was too odious to catalog the first time through. I felt pretty okay standing in the bathroom mirror an hour ago. Now, I stick out like a sore thumb in my red blazer. In a world of professional blacks, whites, and beiges, I look like the emergency button I wish I could pull to get the hell out of here. I wouldn't know, this is my first job interview. She cracks a smile, but it's predatory. Hopefully, it'll be my last. Confidence, that's good. You have to manifest what you want. For instance, right now, I'm manifesting being sucked into the tractor beam of an alien spacecraft. The curl of her upper lip tells me that, if that happened, the only helping hand she'd offer would be a wave before I disappeared into the ether. I have a bachelor's in business analytics from Princeton and an MBA from Oxford. That's a little more useful than manifestation. I gulp. Wow, maybe I should head down the street and hand in my resume at Dairy Queen. Instead of laughing, she nods like I hit the nail on the head. Best of luck with that. With my face on fire, I pick up my purse and flee to the water cooler in the far corner of the room. I grab a paper cup and fill it with cold water, barely resisting the urge to dunk my head under the spout. Instead, I take small, dainty sips and remind myself why I'm here. First and foremost, the shoulder-padded monstrosity I'm wearing. The fact I couldn't run out and buy a skirt and jacket from this century, and instead had to dig this one out of the back of my mother's closet, is reason numero uno why I need this job. Followed very closely by reason number 2, which maybe should be reason number 1, but denial is my medicine of choice. Mom. I'm not qualified for this job. I'm not even qualified to look at the qualifications for this job. But the benefits are amazing, and landing this gig, as impossible as it may seem, would change everything for us. Get it together, Layla, I scold under my breath, just as someone clears their throat behind me. A man wearing a bespoke suit and a worried frown is waiting for his turn at the water cooler. I step out of his way with an awkward apology. Once he's poured his drink and quickly put as much distance as possible between himself and the crazy woman in the corner. I facepalm hard enough to knock myself out. Unfortunately, I remain conscious. I'm not cut out for this. I'm an embarrassment. I heap shame upon my family name, which is already buried under mountains of the stuff. Dairy Queen is starting to look real good when my phone buzzes in my purse. Because no illness could ever dampen my mother's unending ability to know exactly when I need her, I'm not even surprised to read her message. "Mom, you just concentrate on that job interview. Don't worry about me." Fat chance of that. I text back, reminding her I left a casserole in the fridge, along with instructions for warming it up. She hasn't had much of an appetite lately. I swear she gets thinner every day. As soon as I've sent the text, my phone buzzes again, this time with a call. Deadbeat Dad flashes across the lock screen. Not a chance in hell am I taking that right now. Resisting the urge to fling my phone across the room and cause even more of a scene than I already have, I decline the call and slink back to the waiting room. The room has thinned out. Only 3 of the prim and proper Ivy Leaguers await now, including little Miss Oxford-upon-Asshole. As I take a seat, the brass double doors of Mr. Adamov's office open and one of the hopefuls exits. Except she doesn't look very hopeful anymore. Her face is pale and she's on the verge of tears. Miss Oxford sits up. "How was it?" The woman shakes her head miserably. "Apparently, I'm not Adamov liquor material." Her lip quivers. "He told me to come back once I've grown a personality." The poor woman flees the waiting room, and it's Miss Oxford's turn now. She stands, her skin somewhere between green and chalky white. "He sounds like an asshole," I declare. "You don't want to work for someone like that." She whips around, eyes narrowed. "You don't become the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company at 28 without being an asshole. It comes with the territory." I wince, shiver, gulp, and crumble all at the same time. I heard he was young, but there's young and then there's young. I try to imagine myself as a CEO in 4 years' time, and I have to disguise my bitter laugh with a cough. She glares at me again, and I pretend to be looking for something in my purse just so I can look away. Maybe if I dig deep enough, I'll find the higher education and internships I should have been pursuing instead of a half-finished yoga certification. But as she leaves, I actually find something I've been looking for. Behind my bottle of pain pills is something sleek and purple. "There you are," I exclaim, partly in horror but mostly in relief. Just in time, I stop myself from pulling it out in full view of Mr. Cufflinks. He would certainly not approve of me waving around a purple vibrator in the middle of his pristine waiting room. Then again, if he knew how long I spent on my hands and knees searching for this thing, he might understand. Last week, Mom came home unexpectedly, interrupting my middle-of-the-day, alone time, and I'd tossed it over my shoulder without thinking. When I went back to finish the deed later, I couldn't find it. I squeeze the handle like I'm hugging an old friend. Hell, these days, this purple vibrator is the closest I've come to having any kind of romantic relationship. My vibrator identifies as male, and his name is Seth. We've been happily involved for the last 1.5 years. Admittedly, it was more of a friends with benefits type situation until 11 months ago when Mom's routine health checkup came back with a stage 2 cancer diagnosis that knocked the air right out of both of us. From that moment on, Seth became my primary source of comfort and stress relief. The last week has been hell without him. The office door opens and Miss Oxford breezes past me with a cool smile on her face that I interpret as a job interview gone right. "Miss Barnes," the receptionist calls, "you're next." Dropping Seth back into the depths of my purse like a hot potato, I slide my bag onto my shoulder and walk through the double doors. "Do it for Mom," says the voice in my head. "Do it to not humiliate yourself," says another. Close enough. Good evening. I greet the tall, broad-shouldered man standing by the windows with his back to me. Truth be told, I don't mind. This whole interview might go better for me if he never turns around. I'm Layla Barnes. He turns, somewhat lazily, towards me and, whoa. It's disgusting how some people have it all. Arsen Adamov is 28, obscenely famous, filthy rich, and also, apparently, has bone structure designed by the gods. Olive green eyes, bright and perceptive, pass over me in a single, smooth sweep, and I'm positive he knows all of my sins. He raises a hand, a calloused hand, a huge hand, and drags it through his tousled auburn hair in what must be slow motion. When he purses his lips, I just know that somewhere out there, maybe in several somewheres, there are romance novels dedicated to mouths like his. Even if this interview is a bust, at least I have a new imaginary face for Seth. His eyes narrow. Damn it, I knew he should have stayed facing the windows. How can he hate me already? You're buzzing. His voice is deep, rich, chocolatey. It scrambles my thoughts. Excuse me. His lip curls. Silence your phone. Oh, I'm already digging into my bag for my phone when I realize that the incessant vibration is accompanied by a soft but distinctive whirring sound. A sound I've become intimately familiar with over the last 18 months. Shit. Sorry, I stutter, fumbling around in my bag for my noisy mechanical boyfriend. Let me just. The aged shoulder pads of my jacket are no match for my heavy purse, and the strap slips right down my arm. The contents of my bag spill across the carpet like lava racing down the sides of the volcano. My phone, tampons, a dusty breath mint. But the star of the show is Seth, who is rolling, and still vibrating, I might add, straight towards Arsen Adamov's feet. I reach for it, but it's too late. As Seth settles against Mr. Adamov's wingtips, the man himself bends down and picks my vibrator up off the floor. His sleek gold wedding band flashes at me as he switches the vibrator off, plunging the room into a painful silence. His green-eyed gaze shifts slowly to me. Well, that is certainly one way to make an impression. 2. ARCN. I place the toy in the center of my desk and point to the leather chair opposite mine. Sit. Her eyes shift from the toy to the door and back again, like she's running calculations, trying to figure out how quickly she could snag her belongings and make a daring escape. Security would catch you on the way out. I don't think you want to be frisked with that in your pocket. I'm mortified. She drops into the chair, her hands fluttering to her knees and then folding in her lap, only to end up on her knees again. That was never, ever meant to happen. She has no idea. I'd been this close to ordering Malcolm to cancel her interview altogether. I don't know how she made it here in the first place. Her resume leaves a lot to be desired. The woman has an outdated undergrad degree in marketing and virtually no relevant work experience. What she does have are sultry eyes, legs for days, and a sex toy in her bag. That earns her 5 minutes of my time. She's also a dead ringer for my wife. That earns her 5 more. So, Ms. Barnes, tell me why you're here. She attempts to pull her focus from the vibrator to my face, but can't quite manage to make the leap. Are you just going to leave it sitting there? Yes, answer the question. She pushes back a lock of feathery blonde hair. If leaving her hair loose was an attempt to hide those shoulder pads in her jacket, it failed. But if wearing the shoulder pads was an attempt to hide her body from my gaze, well, that failed too. Mr. Adamov? She takes a deep breath and launches into what's obviously a rehearsed speech. I know my resume must seem pretty weak compared to all the other applicants that has walked in your door, but I am a hard worker and a fast learner. You and every other person I've met with today. She edges to the corner of her seat. A little farther and she could drop to her knees. Truth be told, I wouldn't mind seeing her beg. Well, unlike all of them, I don't have a life. That means I can devote every last second of my time to this job. I could have guessed that. Despite myself, the corners of my mouth turn up. Your purple friend here doesn't exactly scream, thriving social butterfly. Her blush goes radioactively red. It's cute, endearing, even if I were the sort of man who fell for the blushing innocence act. I would really, really appreciate it if you didn't hold that against me. Now I'm the one distracted. Hold it against which part of her? I watch her for a moment, her lips slightly parted, nervous breath trickling in and out. She smells faintly sweet. Vanilla, I think it suits her. With a sigh, I open her paltry resume. You haven't worked at all in the last year. I've been working at a temp agency called Fresh Start. I needed a flexible schedule. And you're no longer in need of a flexible schedule. She hesitates, her fingers digging into her knees as she leans forward. Well, not exactly. It's just, you say you have no life, and yet you require a flexible schedule. You say you have time to devote to this job, and yet you seem reluctant to commit to it. Which is it? It comes down to what I need more. Right now, I need money more than I need flexibility. She cringes. God, this is coming out all wrong. I had this all planned out, but I dropped Seth and it got me all turned aroo. Who? She freezes, a deer in the headlights if I've ever seen one. I can pick out flecks of indigo hidden amongst the blue of her wide eyes. No one. You said, Seth. She shakes her head. No. You said I dropped Seth. Her mouth opens to lie again, and then she drops her face into her hands. Can you pretend you didn't hear that? No, I can't. Not only will I not forget this, I'm going to think about it often. I've been in soul-sucking interviews all day. This has been an amusing bright spot. This is an interview, Ms. Barnes, I remind her. Answer my questions or leave. Her chest is rising and falling rapidly like she might take flight at any second. Through the door if possible, through the window if not. But if she leaves now, my fun will be over. Fortunately for me, Ms. Barnes isn't a quitter. She lifts her head and meets my eyes. Seth is someone who meant a lot to me, she admits, her cheeks flushing in a way that tells me he was more than a friend. You don't name your vibrator after a friend, after all. My fingers twitch as I imagine wrapping my hand around the throat of this Seth, who seems to have made such a deep impression on Ms. Barnes. It's unlike me to have such a strong reaction to a man I've never met, especially over a woman I barely know. The vanilla is messing with my head. He was my middle school crush, she continues, and the first boy who ever kissed me. Grudgingly, I decide to let the man live. Must have been some kiss. It wasn't about the kiss. He was a sweet guy. He made me feel special. She winces, then clears her throat. Anyway, you were asking me why there is a gap in my work history. It's because I quit my previous job when my mother was diagnosed with cancer. When was this? Almost a year ago. Judging from the catch in her throat, she's not making it up. Pancreatic cancer. They claimed they caught it early, but we're 2 rounds of chemo deep and things aren't looking any better. I'm sorry to hear that. She lifts her chin even higher. I'm not playing the sympathy card, I'm just answering your question. Mom needed someone to drive her to chemo every day, and we couldn't afford full-time help. Her voice softens. That's why there's a gap in my work history. She is why you need money so badly. I'm not asking for a handout. I'll work hard for it. I'll do anything if it means I can give my mother a comfortable life. I'll do anything. And with those 3 magic words, I sense opportunity. All the possibilities that shrank and withered the day I was forced to slide this cursed wedding band on my finger start to expand and bloom again. This pretty little Rosa may be the solution that I didn't know I was searching for. I'm not getting this job, am I? She asks suddenly. No, Miss Barnes, you're not. She nods stiffly, like she expected no less, and rises to her feet. There's a proud defiance in her posture that I find myself admiring. Thank you, Mr. Adamov. I won't waste any more of your time. She steps forward, and just when I think she's about to offer me her hand, she reaches for the vibrator instead. I snatch it off the desk before she can. Our interview is not over yet. She pauses, head tilted to the side in confusion. Her cheeks are red like roses. You just said I didn't get the job. You didn't get this job, but there is another position available. One I think you might be uniquely qualified for. A hopeful smile flickers across her face before she controls it. There is. Fuck knows I've never seen Natasha smile, but if she did, she and this woman could be twins. It pays well. Better, actually. It includes an expense account, a personal chauffeur, and medical insurance for you and immediate family members. Her eyes almost pop out of their sockets. What, where, how am I uniquely qualified for it? Because from what I can see, my gaze slides down the curves of her body, shoulder pads and all. You have the hips for it. She recoils. What the hell does that have to do with a job? Everything, if you choose to accept the position. What position? My wife and I have been married a little over a year, Ms. Barnes, and we're unable to have children. I walk around the desk, turning the wedding band around and around on my ring finger and wishing, like always, that I could tear it off and melt it away. I'd like you to be our surrogate. 3. Lila. You're kidding. He's kidding, he has to be. He's kidding, and this isn't real, and I'm just part of some weird reality prank show. It would explain many things, including why Arsen Adamov is Hollywood hunk handsome. And honestly, it wouldn't be so bad, actually. If I let them air this footage, maybe I'll see a cut of the money. A national audience watching my vibrator gleaming on the desk of my potential employer might make me unemployable to every other real job, but the money could tide Mom and I over for the next month. Lord knows, we need all the help we can get in that department. I look around the office, hoping to spot a few hidden cameras stashed away behind a crystal paperweight or the leather-bound books on the shelves, but it's just Arsen's unflinching green eyes watching me. Not a smile to be found on his chiseled face. You're kidding, I repeat. Right. Out of all of the theories swirling around in my head for why Arsen Adamov would look me in my eyes and ask me to carry his baby, him being serious is not an option. Frankly, it's not even in the top 10. He stares back at me and shakes his head. He's really not kidding. As reality melts down around me, what I want to do is turn around and get as far away from this man, this building, and this situation as possible. I want to run screaming for the hills and alert the major news networks. Gaping crack in the matrix right over that way. Just look for the hottie holding the vibrator. You can't miss it. What I do instead is drop back down on the chair, so I don't swoon like a Victorian maiden. You want me to carry your child? So you were listening? Good. He leans against the edge of his desk. He's more than an arm's distance away and still, it's too close for comfort. Especially when he's looking at me like that, too amused, too appraising. I understand this is a lot to take in. I bark out a bitter laugh. This can't be happening. I'll make it worth your while. My voice is rising into auto-tuned Alvin and the Chipmunks ranges, but when Arsen speaks, it's a cool rumble like distant thunder. I understand pregnancy can be a precarious experience, but rest assured, you will be compensated, generously. What's the going rate for having a stranger's baby? And what does it say about me that the number he gives might actually make a difference? In the last year alone, I've pawned jewelry and sold some of my nicer clothes to a consignment shop, hence today's borrowed duds. On my darkest days, I even poked around on a few foot fetish sites just to see what the landscape was like. I'm not above selling a few pictures of my piggies to keep a roof over Mom's head. But this, even I might not be this desperate. I can have a contract drawn up, he continues, giving me no room to think and even less to breathe. It will be more than fair to you. But I would be pregnant. You should have highlighted your listening comprehension skills on your resume, Ms. Barnes. I know it's obvious, but I think it bears repeating. Just in case this guy's ultra-bougie private school skipped sex education class. I would give you a monthly salary for the 9 months of pregnancy. I would also continue to give you a stipend for, let's say, 10 years beyond that. I think that's fair. 10 years? Forget the foot fetish sites. I should have started renting out my uterus years ago. Making babies is where the money's at. I would also cover your household expenses, including medical bills attached to both you and your mother, he says. If you'd like, I can even recommend an excellent oncologist. Stop, I fling both arms in the air like a wacky inflatable tube guy outside a car dealership. Please, for the love of all that is pure and holy, stop. You're making this sound like some great opportunity. It is. I'd be pregnant, I croak. I'd have to push a real, live human being out of my body and then what? Hand it over to you. I don't even know you. He straightens up, fixes his cuffs, and saunters back around his desk to his chair. You're more than welcome to decline my offer, but the fact that you're still sitting here tells me you don't want to. I wince as a bolt of pain races through my hip, scything down the same old branching patterns that the familiar pain always runs. If you really break it down, the pain is the only reason why I'm still sitting here, right? It's not his offer. It can't be his offer. It's just that walking back down the flight of stairs I summited to get here would be daunting, and I need a break. I need to sit in this soft chair and breathe. It has nothing to do with arson. I root around inside my bag for my pain pills. Can I have some water, please? He looks at me for a moment, a long, long moment. Whatever he's looking for, he must find it, because he nods and turns to fulfill my request. While he meanders off to the bar cart in the corner, I try to unscrew the lid of the bottle. I get stymied by the childproof lid even on my good days, and today is not a good day. As he approaches with a glass of sparkling water in hand, I manage to twist the lid off. Victory, only for my pills to fly everywhere. Got him it. I drop to all fours, frantically scooping pills into a pile like my life depends on it. First, Seth, now this. My dignity is in tatters on this floor along with the rest of my deep, dark secrets. Suddenly, Arson is on one knee in front of me. Layla, he says my name so softly that I think I've imagined it. But then his hand lands, featherlight, on my knee. Leave it, I'll get them. I look up and I'm caught between the pain in my hip and those devastating green eyes. All the motor control leaves my body. My limbs, my face, my words, all of it is stunned, slack, and silent. I can only watch as he gathers up the pills in his huge hands and cups them back in the bottle. All except for one, which he hands to me. Painkillers. Long story, I mumble. Thankfully, he doesn't push me. Instead, he offers me the glass of sparkling water. As I accept it, our fingertips brush together, and, like the overflowing fount of grace and poise that I am, I yank my hand back so fast that water sloshes down the front of my borrowed suit. This whole clumsy goof act is getting really old really fast. I'd like off this ride, please and thank you. Blushing, I down the pill and take a long draw of water. When I finish, he takes the glass from my hand and stands up. If you need to leave, I won't stop you. I should leave. It's what any woman in her right mind would do. But years of scraping by, stressing about bills and treatment plans, and whether my slightly crooked pinky toe would make my feet pictures exotic or unsellable, has left me a woman very much in her wrong mind. Which is why I stand tall and face arson. I have some questions. Ask me anything. Did you buy that jawline, or are you God's favorite? I shelf that question and snatch at one of the many more relevant ones circulating in my head. How would it work? Some fancy doctor would put your sperm and your wife's egg together, and then they'd put the whole thing in me. That's a little off-putting, but it might be for the best. I'd be nothing more than a suitcase filled with someone else's belongings. This doesn't need to be personal. It can be cold and clinical. Business. For Mom. Arson reclaims his throne and leans back, hands folded in front of him. I'm a busy man, Rosa. I don't have the time or the patience to spend in labs and hospitals. Rosa, he doesn't even know my name, and he wants me to carry his baby. There's nothing less personal than that. Business. For Mom. But you want to have a baby. The old-fashioned way. It's simple, straightforward. We're both young and... He eyes the pill bottle that I'm still clutching between my sweaty fingers. Healthy. It shouldn't take more than a couple of tries to get the job done. I shake my head, convinced that the lingering pain the pill hasn't squashed out yet is tampering with my understanding. I'm sorry. When you say, the old-fashioned way. There'd be no further need for intercourse, once you're pregnant, of course. My jaw drops. The pill container slides right out of my hand. It hits the floor and rolls under Arson's desk, but I make no attempt to go after it. There are bigger fish to fry at the moment. This time, I know you have to be kidding. Let me explain. No, I grit out, taking both Arson and myself by surprise. Let me explain. Just because I accidentally walked in here with a vibrator does not mean I'll drop my underwear for some rich schmuck who thinks he can have whatever he wants just by throwing money at it. I may be desperate, but I'm not that desperate. I swing my bag into my shoulder and glare furiously at him. And I'm no homewrecker, either. My wife and I don't have a traditional marriage, Layla. I wouldn't be cheating on her. Almost to himself, he adds, even if I was, she wouldn't care. Yeah, well, I do care. I storm to the door, stopping for one last look back at Arson Adamov. He's watching me patiently, like he expects my temper to flare out. Like he's waiting for me to close the door and come crawling back to the desk. I meet his eyes so he understands exactly how serious I am. Thank you for the offer, Mr. Adamov, but this is me saying, hell no. 4. LA. I've spent the last week, since I left Arson Adamov's office, feeling pretty damn good about myself. He thought he could flash some money, and those pretty green eyes of his, and I'd give him whatever he asked. F that. Arson may have all the money in the world, but I have self-respect, and that is priceless. As it turns out, however, self-respect does come at a price. That price includes health care, rent, and a monthly stipend that would cover my cost of living well into my 30s. I've thought about Arson's proposition repeatedly over the last few days, but never so hard as last night when I sat with my mom on the linoleum floor of our shared bathroom while she threw up yet another dinner. Business. For Mom. It's why, when Cufflinks McAsshole behind the reception desk stands up and waves an arm to stop me on my crusade across the lobby of Adamov Liquor, I ignore him and pound on Arson's office door. I hear the receptionist calling for security, but I also hear heavy footsteps on the other side of the door. A second later, it opens, and Arson Adamov is standing in front of me. Somehow, my memory didn't do him justice. He's so broad he fills the doorway, and his chiseled cheekbones chip away at some of the resolve I gathered on my trek up the stairs. I thought you'd be back. The deep rumble of his voice makes me shiver. I disguise it with a scowl. Don't make me regret coming. Mr. Adamov, the receptionist, appears, breathless, at my side. She pushed her way through. I have security on the way. I'm so sorry about. Cancel my 9 o'clock, Malcolm. Arson steps aside, leaving just enough space for me to squeeze past him without touching his body. I feel the heat radiating off of him anyway. Ms. Barnes and I are not to be disturbed. I give Malcolm a friendly wave under Arson's arm. Might as well enjoy my petty victories now. Something tells me the next 9 months are going to be pretty light on those. Then Arson shuts the door. Suddenly, nothing is funny at all. My hip tingles from the hike up the stairs. Thankfully, I had the forethought to pop a pain pill before coming down here today. Ms. Barnes. Arson gestures towards the chair opposite his desk, the same chair I sat in less than a week ago when I told him I had too much dignity to ever accept his offer. I feel the last scraps of that dignity shrivel to nothing as I drop down into the chair. To what do I owe the pleasure? I want $10,000 a month, I blurt. Jumping right into negotiations. He angles his chin like he's impressed. I like your style. That's probably why I don't like this style at all. I take a deep breath to steady my racing heart and start over. If I agree to accept your job offer, it's going to be a huge undertaking, and I just want to. Done. He hasn't so much as blinked since we sat down. Excuse me. $10,000 a month, he repeats. Done. Done just like that. Would you prefer for me to counter? I narrow my eyes. I'm not finished. He waves me on. By all means, go ahead. I want health insurance for me and my mom, and you have to take care of all of her medical expenses, too. He cocks his head to the side. That was my idea. We might even need a full-time nurse. That idea came to me last night while I was rubbing my mom's shoulders and trying to help her back to bed. You should be a normal 24-year-old, Layla, she said. You shouldn't have to take care of me. I don't mind taking care of my mom. It's the least I can do after everything my father did to her. To us. But some help would be nice. I told you, whatever you need, it's done. I'm tempted to ask for all of my heart's desires. A fully functioning yoga studio, a live-in chef, a pony, no, a unicorn. The weight of his full attention is crushing. But as he runs a hand down the sharp edge of his jaw, his golden wedding band catches my eye. We need to talk about your wife. His mouth tightens, and any spark of amusement in his eyes goes up in a puff of smoke. If you insist. What's the deal with you two? I can't imagine she'd be okay with you, fucking another woman, having a baby with someone else. For the first time, he looks somewhat less than utterly in control. It's equal parts anger and anguish, with a dash of how the fuck did this happen to me? Thrown in for good measure. If you must know, it was an arranged marriage. People still do that. My kind of people do. He straightens a stack of papers on his desk. It was a match between two parties for the purpose of business. Money, I summarize. You did it for money. Not that I have much room to talk. I'm here offering up my womb and the next year of my life for $10,000 a month. Pot, meat kettle, both black as hell. I continue before he can point out as much. Didn't you want to hold out for? For what, Rosa? He fixes me with an amused smirk. For love, is that what you were going to ask? Well, yes, why not? My parents' marriage was exactly a shining example of holy, star-crossed matrimony. But not every marriage is such a dumpster fire. Somewhere in the world, there are husbands who dote on their wives, fathers who show up for their children even when there isn't insurance money dangling over their former spouse's cancer-riddled body. My mother is a saint and can do no wrong in my eyes. But I'm still pissed she told my dad about her cancer when he called last week, demanding to know about her will and estate planning. The last thing that greedy shark needs is chum in the water. Because I'm the kind of man who leads with his head, not his heart, Arson says icily. I'm not interested in romantic entanglements. I don't want the complications or the responsibilities of what a real relationship would require. I want freedom, even if I have to find it within the confines of marriage. So, when you said you and your wife are not able to have children, I have time to reconsider the question, but all other rules of propriety have gone out the window. What lines are left to cross? Did you even try? His answer is immediate and shameless. I have no interest in being in the same room with the woman, much less doing what would be required to get her pregnant. For some inexplicable reason, my entire body erupts with goosebumps. Does she know you feel that way about her? She is very much aware, and I assure you the feeling is very much mutual. I frown and chew at the inside of my cheek. It's going to be bloody ribbons by the time I make it out of here. If I make it out of here, that is. I clear my throat. She might be okay with you sleeping with someone else, but does that mean she's going to be okay with raising a child that's not her own? Arson's laughter is deep and cutting. In the animal world, Natasha would be one of those mothers who ate their young. She doesn't have a single maternal bone in her body. Okay, so you don't. I take a deep breath. If your wife doesn't want to be involved, are you expecting me to be the mother? The words get caught in my throat. Seth is the only serious relationship I've ever had. I've barely thought about marriage, let alone children. No time like the present to contemplate life's biggest questions, I guess. To my surprise, it's easy to answer. What kind of mother do I want to be? I love my mom. On rainy Sundays, she used to let me climb in bed with her, and we'd watch age-inappropriate movies all day. On payday, she'd take me out for ice cream. But that was only when she wasn't working. My father sent a few paltry child support payments at the beginning, but those dried up fast. She spent most of her time trying to earn enough to keep up the bills. That left me at friends' houses, or, when I was old enough, by myself. I want to be there for my kids. You would be the egg donor, he corrects, cutting through my thoughts. As the surrogate, once the baby is in my arms, your job will be done. I see. Something churns in the pit of my stomach. I lift my eyes to his. You know, it's insane what you're asking me to do. Aren't you going to ask me why I came back? He shakes his head. No need, you came back for your mother. Tears spring to the corners of my eyes without any warning. I look down, hoping he won't notice. I hear only the scrape of his chair before I'm presented with a tissue. If you have any doubts, Ms. Barnes, you should leave now. I almost laugh. I have a whole head teeming with doubts. But those doubts don't erase the reason I'm here. I snatch the tissue out of his hand. My mother raised me alone. She worked 2 jobs to keep us afloat, and she never once complained. And how did the universe repay her? My jaw clenches. It gave her cancer. The least I can do now is make sure the remainder of her life is as comfortable as possible. I lift my gaze to his, no longer ashamed of the tears hanging from my eyelashes. They're proof of love. Draw up the contract, I'm ready. 5. LA. That was fast. I stare down at the manila envelope that Arson just handed me. It has my name scrawled in black ink in the corner. LA Barnes. I don't know why, but seeing it there, stark and permanent, makes this all feel 100 times more real. I had it drawn up last week after our meeting, Arson explains. I told you, I knew you'd come back. I have no idea how he was so sure when I wasn't sure at all. Even as I got dressed and made my way downtown this morning, even as I was lifting my hand to knock on his office door, I wasn't sure I'd really go through with it. But he knew. Somehow he knew. You'll find that I've covered everything. All you have to do is sign. I gently pry the contract out of the envelope and start reading. He's right. He's been plenty thorough and more than fair. Ridiculously generous, in fact. The contract allocates $20,000 per month for the length of my pregnancy, then $10,000 monthly for 10 years after. What is the wardrobe allowance? I point to a clause at the bottom of the page. So you can update your closet, he answers dryly. Red is definitely your color, Rosa, but I can't say the shoulder pads do you quite as much justice. Instantaneous blush. I bury my face back in the contract, flipping the page until I stop at another clause. Security and personal safety detail. Just a precaution to protect my child, meaning I'll have bodyguards. I think back on the entourage of suit-clad men I saw standing watch in the lobby this morning. I'll make sure their presence is non-invasive. We're talking about me carrying your baby, I mutter. The SS non-invasive has pretty much sailed. I read through the non-disclosure agreement, which is pretty straightforward. It more or less boils down to open your mouth about anything to anyone and you'll die. Before I turn to the final page of the contract, I was waiting, maybe even praying, for some sneaky little insert about selling my soul to the devil. A waiver indicating that I would have to survive on a diet of baby seals and puppy blood. Something that would guarantee I couldn't take this job. But it's all perfect. Crosses in every T and dots in every I. My chest is tight and jittery, like pure espresso is running through my veins. I point to the 7 bolded words on the final page, sexual history to be discussed in person, and almost swallow my tongue as I say, not applicable. But just reading those words in the presence of Arsen Adamov makes it clear that it's very, very applicable. Our time together has been admittedly brief, but I've never been more aware of him than I am right now. Of his smell minty, a hint of spice. Of his size towering over me, broader and bigger and harder and denser in every way. Of his eyes most of all, green, observant, bright with intelligence, and that ever-present smirk. Are you on birth control? He asks in a way that makes it the filthiest thing I've ever heard. Birth control is something a woman having sex would take. Like I just said, I am not having sex. I laugh, but he doesn't seem half as amused as I am. You remember Seth, I'm sure. He's the extent of my relationship history, has been for a while now. What about casual flings? I squint at him. Is that really relevant? Considering you'll be carrying my child soon, I need to know where you've been. And with how many men? What kind of orgy does he think I just came from? How many men? I've been with exactly 3 men my entire life, all of whom I was in serious relationships with, and the last of which was over 2 years ago. I push back my irritation and square my jaw. Satisfied. No, he says, his eyes falling momentarily to my chest. But I hope to be soon. Before I can dwell on that, which is surely the second filthiest thing I've ever heard, he pulls out a Mont Blanc pen and hands it over. You can do the honors. My trembling hand grows, surprisingly steady the closer. I get to the dotted line. I touch the pen to the paper, a single black dot. Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. Then I sign. When I look up, his eyes aren't trained on the contract like I expect. He's staring right at me, his green eyes unfathomable. I feel like someone sculpted me out of jello. Now what? Now, he growls, you take off your clothes and I fuck a baby into you. Welp. The rankings have been adjusted. That is the filthiest thing I've ever heard. 6. LA. My first instinct is to cower against my seat and figure out how to buy myself more time. But the look in Arsen's eyes says he's been generous enough already. More time isn't something he's inclined to give. He crooks a finger at me without saying a word. Like he's pulling on my puppet strings, I rise. The muscles in my legs tremble, the butterflies in my stomach are butterflying, and heinous things are happening between my thighs. But Arson's crooked finger says, stand up. So I obey. We're doing this here? His office is nice, free of the moldy water stains and tap dancing upstairs neighbors I'm used to at home, but it's not exactly romantic. I'm tempted to ask if he has a candle. Or maybe a tranquilizer. I mean, I've already consented. Do I really have to remember it too? My office is where I conduct all of my business. He undoes his top button, giving me my first peek of what I'm sure is a marvelously sculpted chest. And this is business. Right, I tug at the silk tie of my blouse. If he's getting undressed, I should get undressed too, I think. Like he said, this is business. Just your standard, run-of-the-mill sex for business purposes. Nothing to be nervous about here. Just business. Arson catches my hand before I can pull the silk free and brushes my fingers aside. Let me. I can do it, I squeak. There are a lot of snaps and zippers. It's complicated. It'll be faster if... I don't need it to be fast. He tugs on the tie and flicks open the first few buttons with practiced ease. His green eyes watch my shirt spill open like he's actually transfixed. I need this to work, and besides, I like doing the undressing. I'm not sure what he means until his eyes flick down to his own body, to the bulge pressing against the front of his tailored pants. Oh. My face is on fire as I bite my lower lip and cast my gaze to the ceiling. This may be a business transaction, but his erection is his business. Soon enough, it'll be in my business, but I don't need to gawk. That makes sense. Can't make a baby without that. I point in the general direction of his pants and my hand brushes something hard and long. I yank my hand back like his penis might bite. Oh God, I'm sorry. Have some class, Layla. What is this? Your first time having sex with your boss for business-oriented procreation? Geez, get a grip. Arson continues unbuttoning my shirt. Don't be. His hand slips around my waist, pulling me against his body so I feel every inch of him hard against my stomach. It's a preview of how we'll fit together, and as heat surges through me, I decide maybe I don't want to be unconscious for this part of the business meeting after all. Arson runs his hand down my neck, peeling my blouse open until my ratty cotton bra is visible. Novels could be written on why, on today of all days, I chose to wear my least flattering undergarments. If he needed a sign that I didn't think this would actually happen, this bra is it. It's lumpy and misshapen, and I had to remove the underwire last week when it tried to shiv me between the ribs during one of Mom's doctor's appointments, so there's no support to speak of. But Arson trails his fingers over my collarbones and lower, curving over the slope of my breasts until his palm is pressed over my racing heart. I glance down to make sure my heart isn't really breaking through my chest, and I see a flash of gold. His wedding band. Immediate guilt crawls up my throat, and words I don't mean to say shoot out of my mouth. Your wife. I don't know why I say it. Maybe just to remind him he has one in case he forgot. I certainly did there for a second. But Arson yanks his hand back like I electrocuted him. If you're looking for the fastest way to kill my erection, Rosa, you found it. Won't she be upset that we're... I gesture to the minuscule space between our bodies. I mean, we have to do this, but we don't have to do it like this. It doesn't have to be. Sexually charged, erotic as hell, panty-meltingly hot. I can't even finish the sentence. The fear that this isn't any of those things for him is far too real. He bends low, his deep voice a rumble in my ear. It'll be more successful if we both enjoy it. I lick my lips. Successful, sure, business. If I keep saying it, maybe my body will get on board. Maybe my legs will stop shaking and my heart can stop overreacting. Arson isn't doing this because he wants to, it's a transaction. I'm here for the money, not him. For Mom. Suddenly, Arson spins me around so my hips are pressed against his desk. I can see the city below, people so tiny they look like ants, cars zipping by with no idea what's happening 30 floors above them. Strong hands bunch my skirt above my waist, and I stare at the traffic as cool air hits the back of my thighs. This is normal. I signed a contract. We're being professional. Arson's hand strokes over my ass. What my bra lacks, I made up for with a pair of black lace panties. I was annoyed they were the last clean pair in my drawer, but maybe Lady Luck was finally shining down on me after all. "I'll take these," Arson remarks. Before I can understand what he means, there's a sharp tug and a rip. I look over my shoulder just as Arson is sliding something black into his front pocket. "Did you just—" "Something to remember our deal by," he explains with a smirk. Who would have a hard time remembering this? As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize I might not be the first woman he's bent over this desk. Like his brain is on the same wavelength as mine, he strokes a hand over my ass. "Has it really been 2 years since a man last touched you?" "That's what I told you when I signed the contract. I wouldn't lie. No matter how badly I wanted to." "Then we need to make sure you're ready." Even as he presses me down onto the desk and drops to his knees behind me, I don't know what he means. I'm naked from the waist down and bent over a desk. How much more ready could a girl be? Then Arson presses a kiss between my legs. I jolt, too surprised to even make a noise. That quickly changes when his kiss becomes a long, stroking lick, and I let out a pitiful cry. "WHWH, fuck, what are you doing?" "I told you," he growls, his breath hot against my skin. "We have a higher chance of success if you're enjoying yourself." Before I can tell him that I might not be enjoying myself. I mean, between the racing heart, the shakes, and the foggy head, I might actually be dying, for all we know. He presses his tongue inside of me. And I moan. Like moan. I've never been very vocal during sex, and the sad state of my living situation means I'd sooner hurl myself from the fire escape than have my mom know what is happening behind closed doors. But you couldn't muzzle me with a steel freaking cage right now. I grip the edge of Arson's desk and cry out again and again as he eats me out like I'm his last meal. Several of his files flutter to the floor as he tastes and teases me. Our contract might even be amongst them. Not that it matters now. What he's doing between my legs feels far more official than scribbling my name at the bottom of a page. The pressure building at my core releases all at once, and I melt with it. I go limp against his desk while wave after wave rocks through me. I come back to consciousness an eternity later, panting with my tongue lolling between my lips as feeling slowly returns to my lower half. I almost forget Arson is here at all until I hear a zipper. "I'll go slowly," he assures me, stroking himself along my skin in a way that has me trembling all over again. He did all of that without even being inside of me. How am I going to survive the next part? There isn't time to consider my options before he grips my hips and lines himself up with my opening. Slowly, so slowly, he fills me, and I can't see, can't breathe. A gasp is caught in my throat as I stretch around him. And stretch. And stretch. It's too much, but then why am I pushing back against him? Why am I moving into him, craving more intimacy, more heat, more of him? Business, this is business. Then Arson pushes into me to the very hilt, and holy hell, this is something. They haven't invented the right word for it yet. I don't even realize I'm screaming until his hand clamps down over my mouth. "Quiet down, Rosa. We don't want the whole company knowing what we're doing, do we?" The appropriate answer would be no, of course we don't. The accurate answer is, I don't give a damn right now. He takes me in long, smooth strokes. He's being gentle like he promised, but the foundations of my world are still shattered. Why is it this good? It's been a long time since I've had sex, but it couldn't have changed this much. It's not like sex gets some annual update. Version 69.1, now with the ability to make her self-combust in raw lust with only one touch. Oh my, I bite down on my tongue to keep something embarrassing from slipping out. I shift my hips against the desk, which is a mistake. Every thrust has me writhing, applying pressure right where I need it. His fingers bite into my skin so hard I'm sure I'll have bruises later, but I don't care. Am I hurting you? His voice is ragged, torn between pleasure and pain. Is there any possible way this is half as good for him as it is for me? I shake my head. No, I'm fine. I'm glorious, transcendent, actually. The highlight reel of my year would be this moment on repeat again and again. Which is too embarrassing for words. Paid sex shouldn't be a highlight. But then arson presses into me harder, faster, and I decide, fuck shame. This is unbelievable. I press onto my elbows, arching my back to take more of him. Arson groans. All at once, he wraps a hand around my neck and pulls me back against his chest. He palms my breasts as he fills me again and again. Oh my God, I moan, dropping my head back against his shoulder, because I think my bones have liquefied. The only reason I'm still standing is because of his hold on me. Tell me you're close. The words are hot against my neck. I think I feel his lips whisper a kiss over my pulse point, but I'm so far gone I can't be sure. I flutter around him, the beginnings of yet another orgasm building inside of me, and he growls. Fuck, I can feel you, Layla. Those words, that deep, sexy voice. It's all it takes to send me over the edge. Arson, I gasp, wanting him to know for business purposes that I'm coming, but I can't get the rest of the words out. My back bows with the force of my release. I press my head against his broad shoulder, and his hand forms a warm collar around my neck, pinning me in place as he slams into me again and again. Got him it, he grits out. It's almost over. Efficiency is usually a pro in business, but Arson sounds disappointed. Is that even possible? Before I can dwell on it, his hand tightens on my throat and I feel him spasm. He pumps hard, spilling every bit of himself into the deepest parts of me. It all felt so good that, for a second, I forgot what we were doing here. I forgot this was all so we could make a baby. That's why he wanted to make sure I enjoyed myself, because it would increase our odds. It's why he ate me out and ruined me for any other man, because, contractually, he was obligated. Arson releases my neck, and I catch myself on the surface of his desk as he slides out of me. Because we're done. This is over. Business. I quickly pull my skirt down, ignoring the warmth leaking down my thighs, and find my shirt. The moment I've got my blouse back on again, I turn to him. Thanks for that, and the opportunity. I bite my bottom lip, too mortified to meet his eyes. I'll go then. Go crawl in a hole and question my life choices, perhaps. Or maybe go write down every detail of this, so I can revisit it nightly for the rest of my life. I don't think so. My gaze snaps to his, and Arson's green eyes are black. Predatory, he's breathing heavily. You want me to stay? I whisper in half-hopeful, half-terrified confusion. I hate that some part of me wants him to tell me how special this was for him. Not business, but something more. That I'm something more. Arson doesn't do any of that. He just grabs his keys from the drawer of his desk and gestures for me to follow him. I'm not done with you yet, Rosa. 7. ARCN. Where are we going? Layla has kept herself chained to one corner of the car, as far from me as she can possibly get. She won't meet my eyes, instead focusing on the city rolling past the window of my Mercedes. You'd think the sex would have broken the ice a bit, but you'd be wrong. She's just as nervous as when she first walked in my office. Before I can answer her question, Dominic pulls along the curb. "Here we are, Mr. Adamov. Welcome home." Layla leaps from the car like it's on fire and stares up at the luxury apartment building. "This is where you live." I reach over and touch her chin, ignoring the way she flinches, and tilt her eyes to the topmost floor. "That is where I live." She's still blinking up at the penthouse when I hear the window roll down. Dom tips his head towards Layla. "She's pretty." "It's not what it looks like," I mutter. Dominic just arches his brow at me. I lean through the window and snarl. "I am this close to punching you in the face, my friend." He couldn't be less concerned. "You've never brought a woman here before," he remarks, as if I wasn't painfully aware of that. Then he starts singing in a terribly off-pitched tenor. Times they are a-changin'. He doesn't even know about what we just did in my office. Though Layla's lack of bra and tousled hair might be a bit of a giveaway. My scowl is deep and violent. The scouts said that the Calcagnos will be at Midnight Divas tonight. I'm not sure Alessandro will show up, but Enzo most definitely will. I want eyes on him. He snaps to attention, suddenly all business. I'm on it. Then his eyes flick towards Layla. "Though I take it I'll be going alone since you'll be otherwise engaged this fine evening." "Take the car back to the house and be back here tomorrow morning at 8, I order, indirectly answering his question. "Preferably without that smug look on your face." This, he points to his grin. "This is just me, enjoying my role as second to a Paquin who, oh, how to phrase it, is so quick to take matters into his own hands." I dismiss him with an irritated, one-fingered wave. Dominic cruises away, still grinning. Layla is now staring at the doorman where he's stationed by the entrance. You're gonna think this is pathetic, but I've never been in a building with a doorman before. It's been a day of firsts, I drawl under my breath. Add that to the list. She stiffens when my hand finds the small of her back, but she doesn't pull away as I lead her inside. Layla gapes and gasps at the meaningless frill that has become the background to my life. The fresh flowers filling every vase, the private elevator gleaming in polished brass, the thick Persian rug in the foyer. Once the elevator deposits us upstairs, she tiptoes across the blood-red carpet of my entryway. Should I take off my shoes first? This looks nice. It is nice. I nudge her deeper into the house, but you might as well take off your shoes in the bedroom. It's where she'll take off everything else. She seems to hear the unspoken part of that sentence and stiffens, but then she steps down into the sunken living room and gets too busy fawning over the deep, plush couch. Part of me is tempted to take her over the arm of the sofa. Maybe we'll double back and hit the bearskin rug, too. Perhaps the kitchen counters. Fucking hell. It hasn't even been an hour since I was last inside of her, and I'm aching for more. At the risk of losing all semblance of control, I stick with the initial plan and lead her to the master bedroom. Layla steps through the door and inhales sharply. I know I sound like a broken record, but this is where you sleep. Among other activities. God, I love the way her cheeks flush. It's like a game, seeing how easily I can make her blood pump. Rosa, this innocent little rose, blooming anew again and again, every time I push her outside of her comfort zone. Would you like something to drink? I help myself to a shot of whiskey from the bar cart. She takes one step deeper into the room. Should I be drinking at all? It was a good fuck, but even I can't get you pregnant that fast. The blush rushes down her neck. Another petal on her pale skin, another point for me. She swallows, I'll have whatever you're having. Instead of pouring another glass, I just hand her mine. She eyes the auburn liquid before giving it a tentative sniff. This is exactly what you smell like. You smell like whiskey. As soon as the words are out of her mouth, she flushes an even deeper shade of pink. I find myself reaching for her face, grazing the backs of my fingers over her cheek. Rosa has never been more appropriate. What? I ignore her. Whiskey is for drinking, give it a taste. At the risk of once again repeating myself, I've never actually tried whiskey before, she admits suddenly, glancing at me through her eyelashes. I must seem pretty uncultured. My wife is practically a whiskey sommelier. She plays 3 instruments, speaks 4 languages, and has traveled half the world. I drop my chin, meeting her eyes. None of that stops me from wanting to fling her off the top of the Empire State Building. Layla's mouth turns down at the corners as she tries to fight back a laugh. Where does she live? Far away from me, I answer with a grateful shudder. She sticks to her side of the city, and I stick to mine apart from those unfortunate instances when we're forced to parade around as husband and wife. She lifts the glass towards her lips, but still doesn't drink. Sounds awful. It is what it is, freedom more or less. But not really, she argues. You'll always be bound to each other, unable to pursue anything real with anyone else. Ah, but that's my secret, Rosa, I whisper. I don't want anything real with anyone. Her eyes meet mine for a fleeting second. Then she raises the whiskey and takes a long drink. I know what's coming before she's even swallowed. Oh God, she gasps, coughing until her eyes water. Whiskey is meant to be savored, I chuckle. I remove the glass from her hands and run my hand down her spine. You're meant to sip it, not chug it like a pint of beer. Well, it's clear I'm no whiskey, she coughs. Sommelier, can I get some water, please? After she's finished a glass of water, she backs away from the row of liquor bottles like they might force their way down her throat again if she lingers too close. I'm not sure whiskey and I are gonna be good friends. I laugh again and step toward the bed, shedding my jacket and tie as I go. As always, it feels like sloughing off a mask I never wanted to wear. There are no chains of behavioral expectations in here. We're in my kingdom now. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Layla's eyes follow me every step of the way. Her throat bobs. Her hands flutter together and apart, like a bird twittering around, unsure where to land or where it is safe to fly. She sees me watching and clamps her fingers together. I fidget when I'm nervous. What's left to be nervous about? She flings her arms around to gesture at the general situation. You, me, the contract, all of it. Are you having second thoughts? The contract allows me to keep her in this room and do every single thing I can't stop thinking about. But if she didn't want it, I could let her leave. Well, I could try to let her leave. The devil only knows if I'm man enough to watch her walk away. I'm fine. She takes a deep breath and straightens her posture. I know why I'm doing this. I watch her for a moment, her body stills, she stills. Only then do I open the top drawer of my bedside table and pull out a roll of condoms. Then we can get rid of these. Layla blinks and blinks and blinks some more. Suddenly, she's not so defiant and certain. She chews at the inside of her lip again. I wonder if she notices that I can see that. Well, we wouldn't wanna, that seems wasteful, you know? Like you paid good money for those. You might want them again. Later, with someone else. I turn to start a fire in the fireplace, and also to keep her from seeing the twist of disgust rippling across my face. So I don't have to explain just how foul I suddenly find the idea of touching anyone else. She's just a woman. An innocent woman who wandered into the wrong office at the wrong time. But now that I've tasted her, there's an animal lurking somewhere deep in my chest that gets violent at the thought of her laying a hand on another living soul. I feel Layla's eyes on me as I kindle the flames. Heat rises in waves until it's crackling. When it's hot enough, I turn back and her skin is ethereal in the firelight. There'll be no going back after this, Rosa. Are you prepared? Another pause, breath withheld. The fire bakes my back, but the heat has nothing on the inferno raging in my chest. Layla fidgets again, nervous flickers in the firelight. Then she takes me by surprise. She charges forward, rips the condoms out of my hand, and nudges me aside so she can take my place in front of the roaring fire. She tears off the first packet, looks me dead in the eyes, and chucks it into the heart of the flames. She does it again with the second, and the third. The flames dance in her purple-blue eyes. On the last one, she hesitates. Then she steels herself. There's no going back. She doesn't wait for me to respond before she tosses it in. Her hands finally empty, she pirouettes slowly until she's facing me. "Now what?" she whispers. "I think you know." She nods and then nods once more, like she needs the double confirmation. I keep my hands tucked at my sides, even though I want to put them to use right fucking now. Carefully, she undoes the buttons of her blouse and peels it off her shoulders. She folds it neatly and drapes it on the mantel. I wish I knew why I find the attention to detail, the care, so fucking attractive. Maybe it's because it's so different from how I operate. Layla folds. I shred. I burn. I destroy. But this innocent creature is tender, even when the situation is so far beyond decorum as to be laughable. She follows with her skirt, unzipping, folding, and placing it on top of the blouse. I watch each careful movement. Every ounce of blood in my body is concentrated below my belt. It's agony not to touch her. The whole thing is beyond ridiculous. I met her a week ago, and now her bra is in a tattered heap in my office trash can, and I've been inside of her with nothing at all between us. She looks good like this. Red as a rose, not with nervousness, but with fire dancing over the pale skin of her bare breasts. For one perfect moment, she's tall and beautiful. And then, for some reason I can't explain, I see the confidence start to leak out of her like a punctured balloon. She twists to one side as if to hide half of herself from me. That's why Q. Finally, I allow myself to touch her. I reach out, taking her by the hips, and force her square to me. I relish the softness of her beneath my touch. I drink in the sight of her sharp collarbones, her beautiful full breasts, the flat tautness of her stomach. And then, a scar. It starts at her hip and ends in the middle of her left thigh. Thick, knotted tissue meanders here and there like a flatland river. I touch a fingertip to it and frown. She sees all the wrong things in that frown, though. "I know it's ugly," she mumbles, putting a hand on my wrist to try and keep me from it, to hide it from me in the shadows. "No," a growl rumbles through my chest. "It's fucking glorious." "Yeah, right." Her eyes are suddenly misty. "If you had a scar like this, you wouldn't be proud." In answer, I pull my shirt over my head. Layla claps a hand over her mouth. "Oh, God, arson." Her eyes travel up and down the length of my chest, taking in the tangle of scars across my torso. The product of years, worth of hard-won lessons. She raises a hand as if to touch me the way I touched her, but she stops halfway there, her fingers dangling helplessly in the air between us. It's like someone wanted to split you in half. He certainly tried. Worried eyes flash to mine. Finally, she presses her hand flat against my chest like she's trying to hold me together. "What is your life like that this can? Someone tried to kill you. How can you be so cavalier about that?" "Because they didn't succeed." I cup my hand over hers. My heart still beats, stronger than before. These scars aren't ugly, they're proof that I was strong enough to heal, to survive. A single tear runs down her cheek. "Don't cry for me, Rosa," I tell her. "Each of these scars are lessons." Some lessons can be learned without scars, Arson. Things don't always have to hurt to be important. I'm not sure if she's talking to me or to herself. But either way, that old, familiar feeling comes surging up my throat. Bury it all deep. Keep that shit in the shadows. Don't think about the past or the future, about grandfather or about that cold, concrete cell that stole the best years of your life. Think about this. Think about her. Think about business. I grab her without warning, and we go tumbling into the bed, a tangle of limbs. I swallow her cry with my mouth, because if she says another fucking word, I might rebel against that prison warden voice in my head and do things I've never done before. I can't afford that. No matter how tempting it is, the right thing to do is to dive into her and wipe my mind blank. So I do exactly that. Her silky blonde locks fan out across my sheets. I drag her to the edge of the bed and sink into her with one brutal thrust. I groan and remember something. This is why we're here. Not to memorize each other's bodies or dive into our pasts. We're here to make a baby. Business. If anything, though, it's even harder to remember that purpose as I fuck into her again and again. I'm a blur of sensation, losing myself in her, the one unforgivable sin for a man like me. The moment I've come inside her, I pull out and stumble away from the bed. Layla's eyes are half-lidded. Her hair is tossed around her like a crown, her chest heaving as sweat shimmers across her breasts. "Where are you going?" she whispers as I make for the door. "The room down the hall," I answer, allowing myself one last glance at the scar on her hip before I stride away from her. "You can have this one to yourself." 8. ARCN. I follow the trail of her honeysuckle, sent down the hallway to the kitchen. Scrubbing my skin raw in the shower to get her smell off of me was clearly for nothing. One night here, and she's somehow already embedded herself in every fiber of my penthouse. When I walk into the kitchen, she's standing in front of my state-of-the-art coffee maker with a scrunched nose. "De broy utro." She whips around when I speak, a hand pressed to her chest. "Jesus, you're quiet." "All predators are." She gives me a nervous chuckle. Apparently, she thinks I'm joking. Silence settles between us. I can feel last night creeping into the room. It was a mistake. I stood in the mirror this morning and told myself what had to be true in order for this to succeed. Her life, her scars, her past, none of it is my business. Her womb is my business, that is all. I let myself get carried away in the heat of the moment. That won't happen again. Layla clears her throat. "Arson, about last night, your scars." "Are you hungry?" I interrupt. "Oh, no. No, I'm fine, but I was trying to work this thing out. I'm used to coffee makers with, 3 buttons." I head to the cabinet next to the sink and pull out an assortment of tea bags. "Take your pick." "I don't drink tea." "You do now, and you will until my baby is born," I inform her. "You signed the deal, remember." She stares at me across the kitchen island. "You made it a rule that I have to drink tea." "I made it a rule that you will conduct yourself in a manner that will not endanger the baby. Caffeine isn't good for my child, so it's out." Her eyebrows pull together. "You're different this morning." I have no idea what you mean. I push the tea towards her. She squints at me for a second before she sighs and points to the Earl Grey. "That one, I guess." Nodding, I drop a tea bag in some hot water for her to steep. Meanwhile, I make myself a steaming shot of espresso. You know, a gentleman would forgo coffee in solidarity with the mother of his child. I take a very deliberate sip of my espresso. "I'm not a gentleman, and you're not the mother of my child. You're my surrogate, nothing more." "Right," she mumbles. Her eyes fall to the floor, and she reaches for her cup of tea. But when she picks it up, her hand is shaking so badly that I can hear the rattle of the china tap dancing together. I ignore the instinct to steady her hand, to take back what I said. It was all true. There's no reason to take it back. Her fingers spell out a haphazard rhythm against the marble counter. So, what now? The weight of that question makes my skin prickle. I fucked her. In every way that matters, my job with her is done. Her womb is my business, that is all. I'll have my assistant contact you. I make a show of checking the time. I have an early meeting this morning. Oh, yeah, okay. She clears her throat and stares at the coffee machine like it's the only safe place for her eyes to land. When you're done with your tea, Dominic is waiting for us downstairs. She barely takes 2 sips before she puts the cup down. I'm done, we can go. I walk away, but as I go, I swear I hear her mutter, nothing here worth staying for anyway. As we step out of the building, Layla is still dressed in the clothes I fucked her in, not once, but twice. We reek of yesterday's mistakes. She stops a few feet shy of the car. I can get myself a cab, it's not a problem. It's a good idea. I should take it, clear my head. But I find myself opening the door and ushering her into the backseat instead. No, I'll take you. She obeys without a fuss and slides inside. But the only time she speaks to me during the drive is when I ask her for her address. 20 minutes later, Dominic pulls up outside a brown, crumbling building. I peer through the window at the shit heap my surrogate calls home. I'm experiencing the same shock Layla felt at the sight of my apartment building yesterday, only in reverse. It's an ugly brick facade with squat, iron-barred windows set at sloppy angles. Trash pools along the cracked sidewalk. I see rats skittering in and out of the yawning, mold-encrusted mouth of a sewer. This is where you live, I bark, echoing her words exactly. Yes, is that a problem? I point to the rusted fire escape that's barely clinging to the side of the building. If a fire doesn't kill you, tetanus will. Her lips flatten. My mother and I have gotten along fine in this apartment for the last few years. We'll be fine for the next few, too. Before I can say another word, she jumps out of the car, slams the door in my face, and speedwalks towards her hideous tenement. Damn, one night with you and she's already fed up, Dominic teases from the driver's seat. That has to be an all-time record. Fuck off, Dom. I continue glaring at the building, picking out all the safety hazards my child will have to overcome in order to be born. Dominic twists around, an arm resting on the back of the passenger seat. Testy, what happened with you two? Nothing good, I admit. I crossed a line with her last night. Did you try something freaky with her? Is she not into kinky shit? She's mad because I reminded her of the nature of our relationship this morning. Reite the whole baby-making business, as romantic as it gets. Dominic shakes his head. Still can't believe you got her to agree to it. More and more, I'm wondering if I shouldn't have. Layla Barnes might be more complicated than I gave her credit for. I get out of the back and climb into the passenger seat next to Dominic. What happened at the club last night? Did Enzo show up? Sure did, he nods. Alessandro did too, actually, but he only stayed half an hour. Did they meet with anyone? I crack my knuckles as the familiar coldness and comfort of my duties settles back in place. The mask is on, and the lingering glow in my chest fades. I no longer smell honeysuckle. Just the standard characters, Alessandro's lieutenants, a couple of Enzo's cronies. Looked pretty normal. They're not likely to be conducting business in a shithole like Midnight Divas, anyway, I say. Especially if they're discussing the Pobeda launch. Ah, come on. All the details of the launch have been kept hush-hush since the inception. Surely. I'm not going to take the risk of underestimating anyone, I interrupt. Those Italian scum have a way of siphoning information they should never be able to get their greasy paws on. I crack my knuckles again. Dom's brow drifts higher. You okay, bud? You're doing that thing you do when you're all worked up. He nods at my knuckles, just in case I miss the point. Just drive, man. He pulls away from the curb while I stew in silence. I'm so keyed up from yesterday that my daily shot of espresso, which normally doesn't affect me in the slightest, has me feeling jittery. Now, I can't even crack my knuckles in peace. When we get to HQ, call Miguel for me, I order gruffly. Miguel, you in the market for new real estate. A 3-bedroom with en-suite bathrooms. Somewhere quiet, preferably with a yard. I didn't know you were into landscaping. It's not for me, asshole. Dominic glances at me out of the corner of his eye. Ah, this is for the baby mama. Surrogate, I snap. I want the house purchased in her name. Right, of course. Forgive me for asking, Dominic says in a way that lets me know he isn't even close to asking for forgiveness. But I read the contract you drafted last week. There was no mention of giving her a house of her own. You saw that shithole just now, I growl. I won't have my heir anywhere near that pox of a home. Sighing, I lean back in my seat and start working on getting my heart rate back to its normal icy crawl. Make sure the new house is outfitted with security cameras, too. But I want them hidden. It's best if she doesn't know about them. Dominic gives me a knowing smile. Of course, boss, whatever you say. 9. ARCN. You fucking asshole, Natasha shrieks, lobbing a crystal vase at my head. I dodge the projectile with a sigh and pick my way across the minefield of debris from all her earlier attempts at decapitating me. Is this your idea of a mature conversation? Her eyes narrow into slits. You hired a goddamn surrogate without consulting me. How mature do you expect me to be, Zasranets? You know I need an heir, I growl back, quickly reaching the limits of my patience. And since the mere idea of fucking you makes me want to gouge my eyes out with a hot poker, I decided this was the best method. You should be thanking me. She storms over to me, her pearls clattering against her bony neck. I don't want a baby with you. The feeling couldn't be more mutual. This baby will be yours in name only. I don't actually want you anywhere near my child. Her nostrils flare, a surefire sign that another vase is about to go flying. My father won't approve of this. We're still married, Arson. He'll expect me to raise the baby. Everyone will. I don't care what you or your father think. In fact, Rollin should be here shortly for a business meeting. Fill him in for all I care. She peels her lips back over her teeth, her blue eyes sizzling. It's a shame, really, all that beauty wasted on a woman like Natasha. She slams her hand down on my desk. My father. Your father is the one who came to me, I remind her. Your father wanted this alliance more than I did. Your father is the one who stood to gain from our marriage. And your father is the one who will lose if I decide I don't need you anymore. She goes as pale as a corpse. She backs away from me, hands clenching and unclenching. What do you want from me? The same thing I've always wanted from you, absolutely nothing. I walk to my desk and sit down. Time for you to go back to your side of town. She offers me one last hiss, par for the fucking course, before she storms to the exit, blonde hair rippling in her wake. Of course, she wouldn't be the nightmare she is if she didn't need to have the last word. She turns around, fuming in the doorway. I should be thanking this surrogate woman, whoever the hell she is. You're her problem now. When the door slams, the crystal shards scattered across the floor titter like they're all laughing at me. I swivel my chair towards the window, hating how much I wish my wife was right. It's been 2 weeks since the contract was signed. 2 weeks since I last saw my surrogate. It wasn't a conscious choice at first. I needed a little space, some time to get my head on straight. The night we spent together was more than I bargained for. Truth be told, all I'd bargained for was a hasty fuck in my office and a pat on the ass as I sent her on her way. But it wasn't enough. I wasn't finished with her yet. I needed more. So I took her back to my place. I figured one night together would ease my curiosity. Early morning light has a way of revealing how inconvenient a relationship would be in my life. But in the morning, Layla was barefoot in my kitchen, smelling like vanilla and honeysuckle, doing nothing but making me want her again. I drove her home and decided that the moment I stopped being curious about her, the moment I stopped craving her presence, I would schedule another meeting between us. I'm still waiting for that moment to come. The door bursts open and Dominic saunters in. His gaze passes over what remains of the shattered vase on the floor. Ah, so it was Natasha. I thought I smelled sulfur in the hallway. What was that vengeance demon doing here? I had to tell her about Layla sooner or later. And the building is still standing, Dominic says in surprise. She took her impending motherhood well then. My phone buzzes, an alert from security to tell me that Rollin is here. And then, right on its heels, a follow-up message to inform me that he's been held up in a conversation with his daughter. Fucking perfect, I mutter. Dominic reads the message over my shoulder and snorts. Scared they're gonna compare notes about your pretty little surrogate. Natasha doesn't know shit about Layla. I plan on keeping it that way. Protective, he muses. Practical, I fire back. Once that baby is born, Layla will be out of my life. The travesty is, Natasha won't be. Is she already pregnant? No, we only fucked that one night. He frowns, but not since. His confusion is warranted. I'm paying her to be my surrogate. Fucking her is quite literally in the job description. I've been busy. You haven't been that busy, he says. It's okay to like her, you know. I'm not a teenager, Dom. I don't have a fucking crush. My second-in-command shrugs. I'd understand if you did. She's your type. Smart, funny, just quirky enough to be interesting. Since when do you know so much about Layla? You're the one who put me on Layla duty. I notice things. Then notice less, I order irritably. Your job does not involve getting to know her. Your job is about observing her. From a distance. Far enough away that personal details are too fuzzy to make out. Someone is getting awfully territorial, he mutters under his breath. I whip my chair around. So help me, Dominic. Okay. He holds up his hands in surrender, backing towards the door, shutting up now. He's almost into the hallway, the door halfway closed behind him when I bark out. Bring her to my apartment tonight. The asshole bites back a grin that dies a fast death. The second Rollin pushes past him to sweep into my office, never once glancing at Dominic. Arson, booms Rollin. I just heard the good news. Dominic raises a brow, and I nod, confirming it's fine for him to leave. Then I turn my attention to Natasha's father. Good news. The secret is out. He takes the seat Dominic just vacated. Natasha just informed me that you two will be parents soon. I lean back in my seat. She did she? She wasn't quite so pleased, but she'll come around, he assures me, as if I give a shit. I must say, I wish I had your ingenuity. How so? A surrogate? He claps a hand on his meaty knee. Genius. Not only will Natasha avoid the ordeal of pregnancy and labor, but you'll secure your legacy and keep your hands clean. There's no reason to be more emotionally involved than you need to be. A lot of people would disagree with you. A lot of people don't have empires to run, he says. Children are necessary for men like us. They carry on the family name, and yet they serve no other purpose for a long, long time. My eyebrows rise, but Rollin likes the sound of his own voice too much to notice. He prattles on, children are weak spots. They make for nothing but easy pressure points. Best to distance yourself from the process, make yourself immune to it. You did things the traditional way, I say acidly, and yet you seem to have avoided any kind of paternal sentiment. Rollin gives me an appreciative smile, clearly missing the sarcastic bite in my words. There was no reason for me to be involved. I had nannies, boarding schools, personal tutors. I'm sure you've already thought of that. Of course you've thought of it. he crows before I can respond. You're a busy man with a whole kingdom to rule. You won't have time to play daddy. I grimace. Maybe if Rollin had played daddy, his daughter wouldn't be the most insufferable bitch I've ever met. As much as I don't give a shit what Rollin thinks of my plan, I don't want to go to blows with the man. So I grit my teeth and change the subject. We should probably discuss Pobeda, Rollin. That is why you're here, after all. Ah, yes, the launch. Before he can dive into it, my phone rings. For the first time in 2 weeks, Layla's name flashes across my screen. I've got no picture of her to accompany it, but it's amazing how detailed my memory of her is. I can see her, taste her, smell her. I forget Rollin is here at all. Arson, Rollin knocks lightly against the surface of my desk. You still with me? I push myself to standing. You'll have to excuse me for a few minutes, Rollin. His smile rinses out. Is something wrong? Yes, everything. Loath as I am to admit it, Rollin has managed to get in my head. What the fuck was I thinking, even considering a child at this point in my life? I don't have the time to be a parent. Hearing Rollin wax poetic about all the ways to avoid fatherhood has made it glaringly clear that I want more for my future heir than a drive-by father. I might never be father of the year, but I want to be better than Rollin fucking Kislev. Especially considering the heinous viper his particular brand of parenting brought forth. I dismiss him with a wave, already halfway out of the office. I'll be back shortly. The call drops and Layla's name disappears from my screen. As I find a quiet room to cloister myself in, I take stock of the situation. All I have to do is rip up the contract and chuck it in the fire. I'm sure Layla would be relieved, too, especially after the way we left things. No harm, no foul. This could be just another one of those life lessons. Don't pick a surrogate I'm attracted to. Next time, the woman I choose is going to have buck teeth, a unibrow, and as much personality as a pencil sharpener. With a plan in place, I call Layla back. She answers on the first ring. Arson? She's breathless, and I flash back to being inside of her, to hearing her whimper my name while she clenched around me. It was a high I've never felt before, one I feel ghosting through my veins even now. Layla, I respond coldly. I'm guessing Dominic already informed you about tonight, but my plans changed last minute and Dominic hasn't told me anything. I pause. He hasn't called you? No, what was he supposed to tell me? Running a hand through my hair, I turn to the city view. Then, why are you calling? She stays silent so long that I assume the call has dropped. Layla. Sorry, she takes a deep breath. I should have planned this out, maybe written it down or something. I'm not good at serious conversations like this, so I'll just say it. She wants to end the contract. She's backing out. It was my plan, but now I find myself oddly disappointed. My mind is already veering towards the fine print I can employ to keep her tethered to our deal. I'm not accustomed to rejection, and I won't take it lying down. I'll just say it, spit it out, you know, she stammers. Arson, I'm pregnant. I close my eyes. Pregnant after 2 fucking tries. A new wave of disappointment washes over me. That one night was the first and last attempt. We won't be seeing each other again. Arson, are you still there? I clutch the phone tightly to keep from hurling it through a window or jackhammering it straight into my skull. I'm here. Congratulations, she squeaks. You're going to be a dad. 10. LALFAR months later. Are you sure you're okay? I glare at Dominic in the rearview mirror as he turns the corner, though I don't know why. It's not his fault he isn't someone else. Of course I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be? You cried in the doctor's office. If a few tears have Dom this worried, he'd be horrified if he could see what I've been doing in my bedroom every night for the last 4 months. It's a miracle the floors aren't warped from all the salt water spilled in there. We've already established I'm a big all-crybaby. I try my best to laugh, but the most I can manage right now is a strained smile. It's just the hormones. And the fact that my baby daddy/employer wants absolutely nothing to do with me. That might have a teensy bit to do with it. It was a big appointment. Dominic wags his brows. That's exciting. My heart clenches. Is it? You'd have to ask Arson. It's his baby, not mine. Not that he seems to care one way or the other. He cares. Is not making it to a single doctor's appointment how he expresses his concern. He's a busy man. I roll my eyes. Defending him to the death must be in your job description. As a matter of fact, it is, but I would do it anyway. I let my hair form a curtain between Dominic and me. Sometimes, I get the feeling that he watches me. Not in an I'm concerned about you kind of way, more like an I have to report back kind of way. I loathe that. If Arson won't come see me himself, he doesn't deserve to know what's going on inside my head. Wanna stop for ice cream somewhere? Dominic asks. Are you still craving that? I shove down another stupid pang that it should be Arson who knows my cravings. Arson driving me home after an appointment. Mom will be back from chemo soon. I want to be there when she gets home. Evelyn will be with her. So, I snap. Just because she has a full-time nurse now, I can stop giving a damn. Dominic leans back with raised eyebrows. That's not what I meant. I bite my tongue. Sorry, I'm just a little. I leave it there. The truth is, I don't know what I'm feeling right now. The last 4 months have been a roller coaster. Every time I think I've got my head wrapped around the situation, something flies out of left field and smacks me between the eyes. It started with Arson dropping his little, I don't need to see you again now that you're knocked up bomb. Like all I was good for was sex. Which is what I agreed to, yes, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Then Dominic showed up on my doorstep the next day. Consider me your personal chauffeur for the next 9 months. And the biggest curveball of all. The gorgeous 3-bedroom house that still steals my breath every time Dominic pulls into the driveway. It's a mindfuck, really. He gave me a house, Arson cares. He hasn't shown his face in months, Arson doesn't care. Back and forth, again and again. I don't know what to believe. Now that I'm a human incubator, I barely even know who I am. Layla, the car has stopped, and Dominic is standing outside the car, my door open. But I can't make myself move. Just give me a minute. Looks like your mom and Evelyn are home. He gestures to the open front window. Mom likes the fresh air. Our windows in the apartment got the landlord special and were nailed shut. I want to be inside with my mom. Scratch that. I want to be inside with my mom, but it's hard to be around anyone these days. The only person who understands exactly what is going on doesn't want to acknowledge I exist. If you need to talk. You're my chauffeur, not my therapist, I interrupt. Or is Arson paying you for that too now? Dominic shrugs. I can try to be, if that's what you need. I drop my face in my hands. Your wife must hate me. Why on earth would Kira hate you? Because you spend more time with me these days than you spend with her. Yes, but she gets it, you're the job. Immediately, Dominic winces. Shit, sorry, that came out wrong. I wave him off. Don't be sorry, it's the truth. Dominic leans forward, his arm resting on the top of the door frame. I'm lucky, really. Not all the jobs I'm assigned to are this fun. Don't lie on my account, I warn him with a scowl. I know this probably sounds like a line, but I'm serious, Layla. It's been nice spending time with you these last few months. I'd like to think we're friends. It's a pretty lopsided friendship. You know everything about me, but I don't know anything about you. You know my wife. I know you have a wife. I know her name is Kira. That's about the extent of it. You want to know something personal? He bites his bottom lip to hide a smile. Kira's pregnant. No way, congratulations, Dom. He runs a hand through his hair, grinning now. Yeah, it was unexpected. I mean, we both want kids, we just didn't plan on trying for another couple of years. But life comes at you fast sometimes. Don't I fucking know it? So, Dom urges, you ready to turn that frown upside down and head inside? My feet hurt. His eyes narrow. Why are you stalling? Because if I go in there, Mom is going to ask about the gender. Then she's going to ask me, again, if I'm sure about wanting to give this baby up for adoption. And I'm going to have to explain, again, why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's all lies, top to bottom lies. Dominic's mouth softens at the corners. I like your mother, she's a good woman. She's the best. My chest hitches uncomfortably. Which is why I did what I did. Her life is better now. We have a nurse and health care. She's happier. But you are. I don't miss that it isn't a question. Dominic may want to be my friend, but he's still Arson's employee. And I don't need him reporting this back to his boss. You're right, I'm stalling. I push open the door and duck out. Time to be a big girl and head in there. Layla. Thanks for driving me, Dom, and pass my congratulations on to Kira. Before I walk inside, I whip around, eyebrow arched. If he asks, I'm fine. I'm handling things like a pro. I am the picture of emotional and psychological stability. Got it. He sighs and gives me a half-hearted salute. Got it. I shuffle to the front door and consider shuffling right back out when the smell of steak and potatoes wallops me. My lack of appetite has rivaled Mom's lately. I think Evelyn is starting to take it personally. Honey, is that you? Mom calls from the kitchen. She's at the center island while Evelyn busies herself at the stove. I drop into the stool next to her and kiss her cheek. How was chemo? A regular chuckle fest, Mom says. Wish I could go every day. That bad? She pats my hand. I'm just being a baby. It was fine. I've even made a few chemo friends. Evelyn pops the lid on her pan and turns to us. She's Miss Popularity at the hospital. She's even got herself a new nickname. Come on now, don't leave me in suspense. What is it? Mom looks a little embarrassed. Oh, it's no big deal. Scarface, Evelyn announces. My mouth drops, my eyes veering to the scarred side of Mom's face. I'm so used to it now that I hardly even notice. Until some asshole has the audacity to bring it up. Who the hell calls you that? I demand, jumping off my stool. This hospital is supposed to be the best. It's why I agreed to have your treatment transferred. Oh, honey, you're blowing this out of proportion. Mom glares at Evelyn. There's a little boy in chemo with me. He's 12 years old and he likes gangster movies. It's sweet. As sweet. Being a big, bad gangster beats being a sick, old woman. He meant it as a compliment. For a long time, I didn't think anyone could look at my scars or Mom's with anything but horror. Until Arson. I hear his voice in the back of my head. These scars aren't ugly, they're proof that I was strong enough to heal. To survive. Mom has survived a lot in her life. The irony isn't lost on me that the one battle that didn't give her a single scar is the one she might lose. Scarface, I mutter, shaking my head. Ridiculous. She chuckles and pats me on the hand. How was your doctor's appointment? Fine. There's a beat of silence before she elbows me in the side. That's it. That's all you're gonna give me? You're 20 weeks now. Didn't you find out the gender? Gritting my teeth, I rip off the Band-Aid. It's a girl. She gasps, oh honey. Mom, please. There's no sense getting all excited. I'm not keeping the baby. She folds her hands in her lap. Her mouth twists, and I know she's trying to keep herself from speaking. I decide to make it easier on her. So, what's for din? Are you sure? She blurts. Mom. She stares at me with wide, pained eyes. We're talking about a baby, sweetheart, your baby. We've been over this. I'm not ready to be a mother. No one ever is. We've got enough on our plates right now. A baby would brighten up our lives, give me something to look forward to, give you someone to love after. There is no after, I insist. There's only now. And right now you're here, end of story. Sweetheart. Evelyn, I call, cutting Mom off. I think your soup is burning. As Evelyn races back into the kitchen to check on her soup, which is perfectly fine, the doorbell rings. I'll get it, I announce, avoiding Mom's gaze on my way out. When I open the door, though, there's no one there. Just a small package sitting in the center of the welcome mat. I pick it up and pull at the silk ribbon holding the box together. The wrapping unfolds like a flower. Appropriate, considering what's lying on the plush cushion inside. A tiny gold pendant. In the shape of a rose. 11. ARCN. So beautiful. I'm amazed you can stand with those diamonds around your neck, Natasha. I recognize the source of the sniveling compliment without even needing to look over. Replace drugs with diamonds, and Lorraine Henley is the human equivalent of a top-tier sniffer dog. Lorraine herself is dripping in gaudy champagne diamonds that only marginally distract from her horse-like features and fence-post physique. Were they a gift from your husband? The woman presses, running a finger along Natasha's necklace as though she just can't keep her hands to herself. Natasha smiles coyly. Arson does love to lavish me with surprises. The grilled quail we just consumed for dinner is in danger of coming back up again. There's only one woman I've lavished with presents in the last 4 months, and she isn't in this ballroom. I turn my back on the two witches and find a quiet corner where I can pull out my phone and disappear behind it before anyone dares approach me. Arson, there you are. I must not quite manage to keep my feelings buried because Dominic shrinks back like I just spat fire at him. Socially drained already, are we? I was drained before I even put on my tux tonight. What's left doesn't even count as running on fumes. I want to be anywhere else but here. Kira hates these things, so I left her at home. It doesn't look like you're going to be any better company. Dom joins me in the shadows. Where's your better half? My lesser half, I correct. She's out there peddling what little she has to offer and lying to anyone who will listen about how madly in love we are. Dominic clocks her standing by the garish ice sculpture loaded with fresh shrimp. She's surrounded by a mob of older men, all of whom are either staring at her diamonds or her breasts. The sight stirs nothing in me. If they want her, they can have her. When I can't watch anymore, I turn to Dominic. Well, are you going to make me ask? Dominic's jaw tightens. Would it have killed you to come today? My second has made his feelings on my arrangement with Layla more than clear. But that doesn't stop him from refreshing my memory. You know the terms of our arrangement. She's been to every single doctor's appointment alone. You've been with her. He's one of the only people I'd trust with the responsibility. But I'm not the one she wants there. Has she said that, I wonder? Which is precisely why I'm keeping my distance. Going would send the wrong message. That you care about your daughter. Gee, how horrible. That I break off mid-sentence, eyes fixed on him. Daughter. Dominic nods. You're having a girl, congratulations. Well, I'll be damned. For some reason, the possibility of having a girl has never even crossed my mind. I could imagine a little boy who looked like me, but a little girl with Layla's blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm fucked. The scan went perfectly, he adds. She's a healthy baby. I watched Dominic, waiting for him to offer up some information about Layla. What was her reaction to the news? Was she emotional? Did she ask about me? It's clear Dom isn't going to breathe a word, though, so I nod. Good, that's all I need to know. Dominic sighs, arson. Excuse me, Dom. I cut him off as Lucio Galati makes a beeline towards Natasha. I better go rein in the hellion before she shoots her mouth off to the wrong person. I dodge Dominic and snake my way through the crowd towards Natasha and Lucio. The last time I saw the man, he jeered at me as I walked past the metal bars of his cell. Send your grandfather my regards, Molodoi Volk. What a difference a fresh shave and a well-made suit can make. Lucio, I greet. If he's surprised to see me, he doesn't show it. Arson Adamov, as I live and breathe, how long has it been? 5 years and 4 days. Have you really been out for 5 years already? He smiles like he doesn't wish I was still trapped in a cage. Amazing. I was under the impression you wouldn't be out for another 4, at least. He runs a hand over his bald, tattooed head. I was released early. Good behavior. I doubt that. Lucio laughs. Now, Arson, you can't still be holding a grudge. That was a lifetime ago. I was simply following orders. Natasha clears her throat and peers between the two of us. I take it the two of you know each other. We were acquaintances, I explain reluctantly, in prison. Her bedazzled chest flushes a deep mauve. I can't say that I blame her. I never talk about what happened there. Perhaps, now that we are both out, we can be friends, Lucio suggests with a charming smile. After all, your grandfather and I were very close. That's reason aplenty to keep our distance. Natasha looks thoroughly confused now. Yeremy Adamov was a great man. My father speaks very highly of him. Did you ever meet him personally? I ask. Well, no, but... Then count yourself lucky. Come on, Natasha. It's late and I've had enough of this circus. I give Lucio the smallest of nods. Lucio. He folds neatly to the side with a slight bow. How the tables have turned. Then again, it's much easier to intimidate a 17-year-old prison inmate than it is to go toe-to-toe with the billionaire packhen of the Adamov Bratva. We're actually leaving, Natasha hisses. Now. Stop whining and keep up. She does stop whining and she does keep up, but she fumes silently as I lead her out of the ballroom, walking fast enough that we can't be lassoed into unnecessary conversation. The moment we're in the elevator, she smacks her hand against the gold railing. I was having a good time. I thought you hated coming to these things with me, or so you keep saying. I bought this necklace special for the occasion, she protests, and the dress is new, too. Glad to know my hard-earned money is going to good use. Please, your money comes from the grandfather you seem to hate so much. I turn my glare on her, even though this is my fault. I revealed a sore spot by admitting my dislike of Yeremy. The more information Natasha has, the worse she is to be around. I swallow down a retort and grit out. I'll be passing Riviera Heights. I'll drop you off. Jedian is waiting downstairs for us in the Bugatti. Apart from Dominic, Jed is the only other Vor in my inner circle that I trust completely. Which is why he's frequently on Natasha duty. It's also the reason he receives a special monthly bonus ever since I married her. The moment we're in the car, I disappear into my phone, pointedly ignoring how Natasha is staring daggers at me. The woman won't win any awards for subtlety, that's for fucking sure. Aren't you going to ask me how my night was? She snaps at last. Without looking up, I drawl, do I ever? 3 people asked me if we were going to have a baby. The news is circulating. I expected as much. You could have prepared me. I barely knew what to say. Say we're having a baby through a surrogate because the fiery, sulfurous environment of your womb makes it inhospitable for human life. Everyone will believe it. She gasps, you. Asshole, I supply generously. Bastard, Mudek, take your pick. I invite them all, probably deserve them all too. She answers by snatching my phone out of my hand. What the hell are you reading so damn intent? She breaks off mid-sentence, the fury growing as she reads. I'm not about to grab the phone back. I learned a long time ago that partaking in juvenile antics with Natasha is a losing battle. She'll always win. Dominic has a saying about it, never wrestle with a pig. You both get covered in shit, but only the pig enjoys it. He's never been more on point. You're reading about her, she spits with a disgusted sneer. The edge of possessiveness in her voice and the pained curl of her lip is surprising. I'm doing research. She's my surrogate. Our surrogate, honey, she snipes. She's carrying our future baby, girl, huh? Figures the little whore couldn't even give you a boy. My hand twitches, tempted to wrap around her throat just to give myself a moment's peace. Let's get one thing straight, I grit. This baby is my child. You think I want anything to do with this test tube brat? She cackles. I'm happy to have the thing taken care of by nannies and maids, and the moment it's old enough, I plan to ship it off to boarding school somewhere extremely far away. You will not be involved in the decision-making. If my daughter goes to boarding school, I will decide when and where. What's the alternative? Keep the kid here. If we're going to parade around like a proper family, that would mean I'd be forced to spend some time with the little beast. That is the way you've designed this model family of ours. I glare at her, trying not to let her words get to me. She reaches up to fondle her diamonds again, undeterred. You may have been able to convince the whole damn world, including my father, that this surrogacy shit is smart. You may even be able to force me into claiming this kid is mine. But that's where it ends. I will not be a mother to her. She flings my phone at me and flips her blonde locks over her shoulder as she turns to the window. Oh, and if I'm expected to field questions about this child to appease society and keep up the charade, I'm going to need an increase in my monthly allowance. She peers at me over her shoulder, her eyes sparkling triumphantly. It's only fair. Pocketing my phone, I seethe in silence, a decision starting to take shape in my head. Loath as I am to admit it, Natasha is right. Our facade of a marriage will extend to include my daughter when she's born, which means, like it or not, I will have to subject the child to my nightmarish wife. Which in turn means one more thing. Natasha has overstayed her welcome in my world. 12. Months later. I walk into my office, just as Jedian lights another cigarette, and Dominic pours himself a glass of gin. If you're doing this in my office, you boys better have good news for me, I warn. Dominic spins around with a grin. We have great news, actually, which is why this, he holds up his glass, is a celebratory drink. Jedian doesn't look so sure. He's a nervous smoker. He's been trying to quit, but when his mind is spinning, a cigarette is the only thing that calms him down. I set my eyes on him. What the fuck is going on, Jedian? He takes a puff. Alessandro wants a meeting. Our sources claim he's thinking of offering a truce. Good news, Dominic repeats, raising his glass. It's a fucking trap, arson, Jedian exclaims, ignoring Dominic. You can't get in bed with the Italians. You can't trust them. Dominic scoffs. It's one damn meeting. It won't hurt to hear what the man has to say. Pobeta's launch has been on hold for almost a year now. Don't you think the timing is a little suspicious? Even if it is, Dominic is right. It's a tempting offer. Peace could be nice now that I'll be bringing new life into the world soon. The Italians haven't made any obvious moves. Maybe because they've got a bigger move up their sleeves, Jedian interrupts. One that involves Layla. My stomach drops. What does Layla have to do with any of this? Dominic shoots Jedian a warning glare. Jed glares right back, their scowls deepening in sync as the seconds tick by. One of you better start talking. I growl when the silence stretches on too long. Jedian is the first to cave. There are rumors circulating about your heir. Exactly, rumors, Dominic says. Bullshit fucking rumors. Gee, we can't make decisions based on every piece of shit the rumor mill churns out. I hold up my hand, and both men fall silent. Has Layla's name been mentioned? No, Jedian assures me, and I finally take a full breath. But there's talk about who the mother of your child is, whether it's Natasha, a surrogate, or you've taken a mistress. I walk over to the window and stare out at the skyline. Somewhere over the bridge and the labyrinth of buildings, Layla is nestled in a cocoon of my own making. Has it really been 8 whole months since I set eyes on her? I can hardly believe it. It's been the fastest, slowest 8 months of my life. Natasha's name has also come up. The fact that she's your wife makes her vulnerable. At my indifferent shrug, Jedian continues, which means if Layla's name gets out, she'll be a target too. Increase security around the house immediately. Already done, Dominic says. I may not believe the rumors Jedian does, but Layla is a good person. She deserves to be protected. He and Layla have gotten close over the last 8 months. It's why I can't talk to Dominic about her anymore. He knows things about her that I wish I did, and he never lets me forget it. What about Natasha? Jedian asks. Shouldn't we up her security? Natasha isn't going to be my problem for very much longer. I walk around my desk and pull out the first-class plane tickets I purchased for her and her staff last week. She agreed, Jedian gasps, his eyes bulging. Dominic whistles softly. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead, finally. Not dead, just out of the country. Layla's due next month, I say. I want Natasha as far away as possible before my daughter is born. Jedian keeps ogling the tickets. I can't believe I missed that tantrum. How'd you get her to agree to it? I gather up the tickets and head for the door to finally have the conversation I've been pushing off. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Can we come? Dominic pleads. Pretty plea. I close the door in their faces. Some things are meant to be savored alone. Natasha's smug smile wilts as she studies the tickets. These are one way. Once you leave, you won't be coming back, I inform her. From now on, Paris is your home. Her jaw falls open. My entire life is here. Shopping and whoring yourself out isn't a life, Natasha. Even if it was, you can do all that in Paris. She tosses the ticket at my feet. Go to hell. I could always have you shipped off to Russia instead. Her eyes flicker to the ticket she's just discarded. My father. I roll my eyes. Your father doesn't give a shit where you are or what you do as long as he benefits from our marriage. Or did you think he actually cared about you? Natasha bites her lower lip, the wheels in her head spinning so fast I expect to see smoke. Is this about her? Yes, it's in my daughter's best interests to put as much distance between the two of you as. I'm not talking about the brat. I'm talking about her, the woman. Layla, her name is almost out of my mouth before I stop myself. I'm not about to send Natasha off to France with Layla's name on her tongue. She's not fit to utter it. She is not your concern. Natasha flinches at the ice in my tone. Are you still fucking her? I hear the rumors floating around, but I thought. What rumors? My chest tightens. If even Natasha has heard the rumors, who else has? Natasha waves away the question and bends to snatch the ticket off the floor. It doesn't matter. I'd much rather live in Paris than share the same airspace as you and your little skank anyway. She turns towards the door, but stops, flipping her blonde hair over her shoulder. What about my allowance? God, she's shameless. If she wasn't being uncharacteristically cooperative, I'd have a lot to say to her. As it is, I bite my tongue. Your allowance will stay the same. Unless you keep talking, I add. Then I won't be so generous. Fine, she lifts her chin. Walk me out, Arson, one last time. She's worried about appearances until the bitter end, it seems. But walking her down to the car is easy enough to stomach when I know it's the last time. I open my office door and usher her into the hallway. Together, Natasha and I make our way to the elevators. Somewhere between floors 30 and 1, she starts peppering me with the important questions. How big is the Paris apartment? Will she still have a private chef? Can she set up lines of credit under the Adamov name? I want a 2-bedroom penthouse, she tells me as we reach the car, with high ceilings and a view of the Champs-Élysées. I hold the door open for her. I've arranged for. But my voice is drowned out by the screech of a gunshot, so loud and so close that my ears ring. I duck down, shielding myself behind the car as screams ring out and people scatter. There's another round of gunshots. But when I turn to pull Natasha behind the car with me, I find her clutching at her gold chains that are now a slick blood red. Her eyes are wide, her skin pale. For once, she doesn't look pissed or annoyed. She looks terrified. Her body sways, and suddenly, she's on the ground. My team closes around us, allowing me to belly crawl towards Natasha. She tries to speak, but she's choking on blood, gurgling sounds coming from where the bullet buried itself in her neck. As her hand claws at my shirt, I grab it and squeeze. It's okay, you're going to be okay. Lying is the only thing I can do for her now. 13. Allez. I thought I threw those away already. The admittedly beautiful bouquet is in a gorgeous crystal vase Arson gifted me sometime during the 2nd trimester. Before I can put the gift where it belongs, Mom thrusts a thin arm out to stop me. You did, but I saved them from the trash. I like them. You like bribes? I arch a brow. You like looking at meaningless gifts from a man who can't be bothered to show up unless he wants something from you. It's not lost on me that the crystal vase was also a kind of bribe, but at least Arson's bribes have a high resale value. The flowers my father sent are worthless and therefore goners. Mom sighs, but she doesn't argue as I rip the lilies out of the vase a 2nd time and fling the dripping bouquet through the open window. You're being dramatic, she says once my breathing has evened out. Being 8 months pregnant means just looking at my toes leaves me winded. He's trying to make amends. You know what's dramatic? Leaving your wife and daughter because you couldn't deal with their hideous disfigurements. Now, that is dramatic. And that, I say, jabbing a finger towards the window, was a lazy attempt to get back in our good graces so he can steal what little money we have to our names. They're just flowers. There is no such thing as just anything with him, Mom. Dad can't be trusted. Pain shoots down my leg. Wincing, I plop down on the edge of her bed. He left us high and dry after the accident, all because he couldn't deal with it. The rehabilitation, the doctor's appointments, the therapy sessions, it was all too much for him. But he wasn't even in that car with us. I understand why you're angry. What I don't understand is why you are. I work my thumb into my hip and thigh, trying to push out some of the pain that has only gotten worse the more I resemble a watermelon on stilts. How can you defend him? I'm not defending him, I'm defending the version of me that chose him, that loved him. Do you still have feelings for him? I'm almost afraid to ask, but I have to. Her answer will determine if I have to ask Dominic to direct all future flower deliveries straight to the garbage. We can't afford for my dad to weasel his way back into our lives now. She screws up her face and swats at my arm. For the first time in weeks, months, even Mom looks like herself. Of course not. That part is over and done with. But I think he's looking for some closure and, well, maybe I wouldn't mind some as well. Divorcing him was closure enough, I mutter. She smiles, but it's tight. Maybe I should have left the damned flowers alone. Before I can apologize, Mom proves she will always be the bigger person. Emotionally, that is because, again, I'm watermelon-shaped. I'm sorry about putting the flowers out, Layla. I've just always loved lilies. I hear what she isn't saying. He remembers how much I love lilies. For 1 second, I understand perfectly. Once upon a time, my mom had someone who knew her favorite flowers and her favorite color. Someone who knew her order when they went out to eat. Someone who could guess what she was going to say before she even said it. I've never had that, but I'm sure it's a hard thing to give up. Hell, just the promise of it can be hard to let go of. I know firsthand. Then I'll buy you lilies. I stand up, shaking off the sudden storm cloud forming over my head. We don't need anything from him. Mom opens her mouth to say something, but then I grab my stomach and gasp. Mom's eyes flicker to my stomach where my daughter is busy kicking up a storm. No, his daughter, his baby. The baby that I will give up in a month and never see again. Not mine. Mom frowns, and she looks older than I've ever seen her. How are you doing? I'm great, I claim with fake cheer. Couldn't be better. It would be normal if you were having some doubts. Doubts about what? I shrug. I picked a wonderful couple for this baby. She's going to have a great life. That's what I've been telling myself, at least. At night, when the doubts creep in and I consider running like mad and starting over, just me and the little jumping bean in my belly, I tell myself that she'll be happier with Arson and his wife. In his world. Mom reaches for my hand. Layla, I'm worried Your hands are cold. I drop her hand and pull her blanket up to her shoulders. Why don't you nap for a bit? I can tell she wants to argue, but she really is tired. If I didn't know the cause, I'd be grateful for the quick eject from this conversation. As it is, she naps more than she's awake these days, and I know our time is running out. I settle her in bed. By the time I turn off the lights, her eyes are already slipping closed. I make my way through the quiet house and straight out the back door. There's a tree along the back fence with branches that stretch across most of the lawn. It's quickly become my favorite part of my new home. I used to settle cross-legged against the trunk, but that's out of the question these days. If I get all the way to the ground, there's zero chance I'm getting back up. Instead, I sit on a bench Dominic had brought in for me and stare at the house I earned at the cost of my child. I told my mom I was putting the baby up for adoption because it felt like a half-truth. But the closer I get to my due date, the more I have to reckon with the rest of it. I'm not giving my baby up for adoption. I'm selling my child. Maybe I've been too hard on my dad all these years. Sure, he abandoned me and Mom when shit got hard, but I'm not exactly in the running for any parenting trophies, either. Penny for your thoughts? Dominic appears out of nowhere, the way he always does. I swear he lurks in the lower branches of the trees, waiting to drop silently down next to me. You're gonna have to cough up more than a penny if you want to hear my thoughts. He reaches behind his back. How about If it's another present from him, don't bother, I snap. I'm not interested. It's a cupcake, and it's not from Arson, it's from Nina's Deli. He waves the strawberry cupcake under my nose. I also happen to know it's your favorite flavor. I snatch it out of his hand. Thanks, Dom. He lets me enjoy one singular bite before diving into my sad state of affairs. How was your mom's appointment today? There's nothing more the doctors can do for her. I practiced saying it in the mirror earlier, but tears still fill my eyes. I rub them away angrily. They really said that. According to the fancy doctors Arson claimed were the best in the country, the most anyone can do now is keep her comfortable. The cupcake, so sweet at first, now tastes like sand in my mouth, and I drop it into my lap. It's only a matter of time. Dominic exhales softly. I'm so damn sorry, Layla. It's a weird feeling, knowing I'll be all alone soon. I thread my fingers together, and my hands are cold now just like Mom's were. My dad is a waste of space. My mom will be gone in 6 to 8 months, and even my baby will. I clear my throat and rephrase. He'll take his baby, and it'll just be me. Dominic opens his mouth, but I stop him. Don't, lying makes it worse. We lapse into a long, easy silence. I was resistant at first, but Dominic really has become a friend. I don't say it, but I'll miss him too. Dom, I ask. He turns to me, his glassy eyes suggesting that he's somewhere else. I place a hand on my belly. Do you think he'll be a good father? I don't have to lie about that at all, he says, laying a hand over mine and patting gently. She'll want for nothing, Layla. He'll protect her with his life. We don't say much after that. Once it's dark, Dom walks me back to the house, though he doesn't come in. All I did today was go to my mom's appointment, but I roll into bed feeling more exhausted than I can remember. I reach for the pregnancy pillow that appeared in my bed a few months ago without so much as a note to explain where it came from and tuck it close. When things get bleak, as they so often do these days, I may or may not wrap the pillow around me and pretend I'm being held by a man. A man who doesn't lie or leave or ask for anything except to hold me. What can I say? My most successful relationships have been with inanimate objects. I consider it a sign of personal growth that I didn't name this one. Even if I had the energy to pull Seth out of the drawer and rekindle things, everything about the cheap little vibrator reminds me of arson. I can't touch myself without imagining Arson's hand on my skin, his lips between my legs, his voice in my ear. I hook a leg over my pregnancy pillow, another thing that reminds me of Arson, since he's the one who gave me the damn thing. I would have thrown it out the window, too, if it wasn't so comfortable. Now that I'm a human-shaped planet, comfort is something I can't afford to throw away. It's not even the pillow's fault, really. I can't be alone without thinking about Arson, seeing his face in my mind. I roll over to look out the window. The curtains are still open, and I can see the dim reflection of my new room against the dark glass. Tears fill my eyes, the loneliness of the day finally too much to keep at bay. And as my vision blurs, I swear I see his green gaze in the glass. I squeeze my eyes shut, but then there's a knock. A soft tap 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 against the glass. I open my eyes, and he's still there. But this time, he's looking back. Arson. 14. Lila. I must be dreaming. My dreams of Arson usually involve him already in my bed, not climbing through my window. But I guess I don't mind a burglar fantasy every now and then. I scramble to the window, my heart lodged in my throat. Even as I lift it, I expect him to disappear. I expect to wake up. Instead, Arson throws a leg over the sill and pulls himself inside. We have a pretty nice front door, you know. You should know you paid for it. The first time I've seen him in 8 months, and that's my opening line. The first time he's seeing me in 8 months, and he crawls through my window. What a pair we make. Witty as my opener is, Arson doesn't smile. He's too busy staring down at my stomach like he's never seen anything like it. I'm still not used to my new shape, that shape being spherical. So I cross my arms over my abdomen like I might be able to hide myself. Arson, what are you doing here? His eyes lift, finding mine like a heat-seeking missile, which is apt, because my cheeks are burning with warmth. I'm glad the lights are off. I'm glad he can't see how much his presence affects me. I had to come, he breathes, and maybe I'm still dreaming after all. He's actually here to see me. He wants to see me. Then he looks over my shoulders, scanning the room like he expects someone else to be lurking. You have to come with me. Scratch that, he wants to kidnap me. This particular fantasy played itself out more quickly than I would have thought. What are you talking about? He walks to my closet and tears it open. Pack a bag. My hands tighten over my stomach protectively. It's been months, literally months of silence, and now you show up in the middle of the night and expect me to pack and leave with you. We don't have time to argue, trust me. I bark out a bitter laugh. That's the last thing on earth I plan on doing. How many times have I sat under the tree in the backyard and planned what I'd say to Arson if I had the chance? I've rehearsed ranting and sobbing about how he used and discarded me, or hitting him with an I'm not mad just disappointed frown. On dark days, there was begging for the contract to be void, for the two of us to work out some kind of shared custody. But now he's here in front of me, and I can't drum up a single word. The worst part is that he's not here because he's overcome with missing me, or because he regrets not being there for his own daughter. He's here because he expects to snap his fingers and get his way. Well, fuck that. I flick on the lamp next to my bed, blinking against the sudden brightness. I'm your surrogate, but that doesn't mean you get to waltz into my life, and I turn to face him and gasp. Oh my God, you're bleeding. Everything I was going to say drains away as I rush towards him. You're covered in blood. You're hurt. It's fine, he says. Fine, I grab his arm, twisting it towards the light. Blood streaks across his forearms and is soaked through his sleeves. This is not fine. There's blood everywhere. You need to get to a hospital. Is this why he's here? He got hurt and he wanted to see me. It's fine because it's not mine. I go cold. His green eyes are hooded but clear. He's not weak from blood loss or fading towards unconsciousness. It's not his blood, which means it belongs to someone else. And if Arson is here and needs me to leave, it must mean the house is no longer secure. Which means... I stumble back, shaking my head. Not Dominic. His eyes narrow. That would upset you, would it? What kind of question is that? Of course it would upset me. Dominic is my friend. Is that all the two of you are? Friends? He says it like it's a dirty word, like he's never had a friend. Hell, maybe he hasn't. What do you care? You're married. Not anymore. Too much is happening too fast. I can't keep up. Where is she? He holds out his bloody arms like that's all the evidence needed. Dead. The possibility that Arson is responsible doesn't even cross my mind. Nor does the possibility that he's lying. Instinctively, I reach for him. I'm so sorry, Arson. He pulls back. I don't need you to be sorry. I need you to pack a bag. How did she die? She was assassinated for no other reason than she was my wife, which means you, his voice breaks, and he wheezes out a harsh breath before starting over. You could be a target, and I need to get you out of this fucking house, Layla. Now. Assassination, target, I feel lightheaded. I probably should have asked this question a long time ago, but who the hell are you? That's an explanation for another time, right now. He makes a move towards me, but I jerk away. I'm not going anywhere with you until I know exactly who you are and why we have to leave. His green eyes sizzle and crack. His hands clench like he's planning to scoop me up and squeeze my pregnant ass through the window with or without my cooperation. Fine, you want an explanation? I'm Arson Adamov, CEO of Adamov Liquor. I know that, Als. And Pakhin of the Adamov Bratva, the biggest cartel in the city, he finishes. It feels like something is closing in around my throat. You run a gang. My enemies took out my wife tonight. There's a good chance they're going to come after you next. But I'm not your wife, I squeak. I haven't even seen you since we. I don't finish. What we did is large and obvious between us. Arson looks down at my stomach. You're carrying my air. I must be dreaming, I whisper, a burst of manic laughter exploding out of me. This is just a very realistic dream, and soon I'll wake up and ouch. I cry as he grabs my arm and twists me towards him. You're not dreaming, Rosa, but this could turn into a goddamn nightmare if you don't listen to me. You're in danger, and so is my child. Now, he pulls me closer, his eyes boring into mine. Pack a fucking bag before I pack it for you. I manage to stuff exactly 3 things into a duffel before my hands are shaking too much to continue. Arson zips it up and flings it over his shoulder. Fuck it, I'll send someone for the rest of your stuff later. We don't have time. I can't just leave. Did you not just hear me? I heard you, I say, but my mother is here. If I'm in danger, then she. Your mother will be fine. No one will be concerned with her. In any case, I have security watching the house for her. I can't just disappear in the dead of night without an explanation. She'll worry. She'll feel worse if you're dead, Layla. He grabs my arm and pulls me towards him. I will not watch you die like Natasha. My heart aches for him, for everything he's been through. But I've been through a lot too. I'm going to speak to my mother before I leave with you, I insist. Again, his hand tightens around my arm, and I'm sure he's about to bundle me up in my comforter and drag me out of the room. Instead, he releases me. Make it fast. He scrapes a bloody hand through his hair, and a gold watch flashes on his wrist. A priceless gold watch, streaked with blood. Subtlety in symbolism is for the fucking birds, apparently. The proof has been there all along, but I only saw what I wanted to see. Arson, I hesitate in the doorway. I know the answer before I even ask, but I have to hear him say it. You're a dangerous man, aren't you? Not to you, Rosa. His green eyes are shrouded in shadow. Never to you. 15. ARCN. Brother, Dominic is panting as he answers the phone. Valentin said there was he said Natasha. She's dead. The words are a fact, an objective truth. I hated Natasha, but her death should bring up something in me, shouldn't it? I should care that she's gone. I should give a fuck. Her body is being transported to Adamov place as we speak. Okay, then where the hell are you? I glance towards the door. It's only been a handful of minutes since Layla went to talk to her mother, but it feels like it's been hours. Maybe I should have dragged her through the window like I wanted. It would have been faster. I'm with Layla. Jesus, Arson, I could have done that. Roland is going to expect to see you at the house. He's going to expect you to be with his daughters, your wife's body. I cringe. Natasha was still taking her dying breaths when I was planning how to get to Layla. This is more important. Brother, Dominic's voice lowers. I get that Layla needs to be moved, but we have shit to handle here first. That's what you and Jedian are for. Go to Adamov place and wait for me there. We're on our way. Oh, wait. I'm bringing her with me. The silence is rife with all the things that Dominic isn't saying. Thankfully, he bites his tongue. I'll see you soon. As I hang up, Layla finally appears on the porch. Her eyes are puffy, though a knitted scarf hides most of her face. We walk wordlessly to the car. She doesn't fight as I pull the seatbelt over her belly and fasten it in place. It's the first time I've let myself truly look at her. I don't know if I'm surprised or pleased to see that, despite the pregnancy, she looks exactly the same as I remember. Same gorgeous blue eyes, hiding hints of purple. Same pouty pink lips that are currently curved into a very distinct frown. It's like no time has passed at all. I remember every detail of her. Sitting next to her now feels like a deep breath after hours underwater. Then there's a sniffle, a stifled sob. Eli. Don't, she explodes, whipping her attention toward me. You had no right to show up like this without warning. I didn't exactly get a warning, either. Natasha certainly didn't. Her jaw tightens. You had 8 months to tell me who you really were. It wasn't relevant until now. Actually, it was relevant the moment you offered me the job. Her hands clench around the edges of her seat. I'm giving you my child. I deserve to know who I'm giving her to. I open my mouth to say something, but I have nothing to say in my defense. She's right. I wanted to keep you separate from that part of my life. I admit instead. My mother is a cancer patient with no chance of recovery. Arson. She doesn't deserve to be woken up in the middle of the night to hear that her only daughter is in danger because she decided to adopt her child out to the wrong kind of people. One wrong word snags my attention. Adopt. Layla's cheeks redden. I had to tell her something. It's not like I can hide what's going on when I'm ginormous. She tucks her hair behind her ears. It looks silver in the moonlight. And then I had to come up with some story tonight to explain whatever the hell is going on now, but she's confused. She's scared. And she's already so sick. You can explain everything to her tomorrow when I have her moved to my house. We're moving into where? It's the safest place for you right now. I need to keep you close. Because of the baby. I expect her to argue. She didn't even like the idea of Dominic acting as her security at first, though she clearly changed her mind about that. Instead, she starts making demands. Evelyn has to be moved, too. Who? Mom's live-in nurse. I would have thought you'd know her name, considering you're the one paying her salary. My hands squeeze around the steering wheel. Is there anyone else I need to move into my house? Some friends of yours? A couple of alley cats and a pet rock. I had no idea I was running a fucking orphanage. I wait for her to snap at me for being cruel and heartless and a liar, but she doesn't say a word. When I look over, her eyes are trained on the mansion looming large in the distance. Adamov Place is silhouetted in moonlight. It's eerily beautiful in the dark, and Layla takes in every detail as I navigate up the long drive. Gables rising high into the night, copses of trees dotted around the property like watchtowers. Fountains trickling black water. When we pass the additional security guards stationed along the perimeter, she shields her hands protectively over her belly like they would hurt her if I gave them the word. We don't speak as I park, step out, and lead her up the front steps and through the house. Our footsteps tap against the marble staircase. Layla is gripping the railing, panting by the time we're only halfway up the stairs, but when I press a hand to her lower back, she recoils away from my touch. Stubborn woman. At the end of the hall, I push open a door and usher her inside. Your room. I refrain from telling her that my bedroom just so happens to be located right next door. I also leave out that there's a hidden entrance that adjoins the two rooms, giving me direct access to her if I ever need it. I figure she's had enough new information dumped on her for one night. If you need anything, just call the housekeeper, Polina. She'll make sure you have whatever you need. Can she give me some reassurance? A promise that I haven't irreversibly fucked up my daughter's life would be good, too, Layla mutters. Because right now, I'm fresh out of both. Layla. The harsh ring of my phone interrupts whatever I was about to say. I want to ignore it and stay here with her. I want to make sure she's okay, though I have no idea why. But it's Rolland's name flashing across my lock screen, and I can't avoid my responsibilities forever. I have to go. Bodies to bury, she bites out. I ignore her because she's not entirely wrong. Try to get some sleep tonight. We'll talk in the morning. I'm halfway out the door when I hear her gasp. I turn around, and she's doubled over, clutching the arm of a chair so she doesn't crumple to her knees. Layla, I rush to her, slipping one arm around her waist so I can brace her against my body. It's okay, she winces. It's nothing, false labor. The doctor said it might happen closer to my due date. Are you sure? She nods, squinting through the pain. It should pass, I just need to breathe. I count her breaths as she labors through them, sweat forming across her brow. Little by little, her grip on my arm eases. Are you okay? I ask when her breathing is back to normal. My own heart is racing. I told you I would be, she mumbles, looking up at me. She has some of her color back. She's beautiful, glowing actually. Her lips part and her blue eyes widen. We're a lot closer than I realized, but I'm in no hurry to back away. Suddenly, she pushes away from me. Ow. Did I hurt you? I don't know how. I was barely even touching her. It's the baby. She's a kicker. She's kicking right now. Layla studies me through lowered lashes. Something unspoken passes between us. Then, slowly, she takes my still bloody hand and places it against her belly. A second later, I feel it. A soft nudge against the palm of my hand. My daughter. Jesus Christ, she's real, I breathe. She was always real, Arson. Layla gives me a melancholy smile. You just weren't around to see it. 16. ARCN. What is my daughter doing here? Rollin spits the moment I walk through the door. Natasha's body looks strange under the artificial glow of the shed's light. Someone cleaned the blood away, but the gold chains are stained red and nothing can hide the gaping hole in her throat where the bullet tore through. This isn't fit for her. This is where you bring criminals and rats to shake them down before you kill them. His face is puffy, his jowls hanging low. But it's not grief that has him out of sorts. It's that he was woken from a deep sleep to the unpleasant news that his get-out-of-jail-free card was dead. Ah, Tets, Felix places a calming hand on his father's shoulder. Despite the fact that he and Natasha were twins, he's always been the exact opposite of his sister in terms of temperament. Calm and quiet, content to linger on the periphery, which is why it's been so easy to forget him. Ah, Tets, we should take her body home. Rollin shakes his son off and rounds back on me with a snarl. She is your wife, Arson. She should be inside your house in a place of honor. He's doing a good job of playing the grieving father, but I know him too well to buy the act. His sorrow isn't for Natasha. It's for everything he'll lose now that she is no longer Arson Adamov's wife. You should have protected her, he accuses when I stand still and silent in the face of his wrath. What kind of man, what kind of packhin, can't protect his own woman? Before I can respond, Dominic beats me to it. Careful, old man, you're treading into dangerous waters. Rollin's wide eyes teeter from Dominic to me. This is a conspiracy, isn't it? You planned this. You've always wanted to get rid of her. This is a ploy to get her out of the way so you can fuck the whore you got pregnant. This time, I move before Dominic does. In an instant, I have Rollin pinned to the wall by his fat neck. I can feel his pulse thundering against my palm. He wasn't wrong about the purpose of this shed. It's seen many interrogations, and the soundproofing is excellent. No one would hear him scream. Felix takes a half step forward, more out of obligation than any real desire to insert himself in the fray. He has the good sense to shrink back a moment later when I scowl in his direction. Rollin's eyes bug out as I squeeze his neck. Too far, Dominic warns behind me. He's talking to Rollin, but I hear it like he's saying it to me instead. I know how it looks. I'm defending my surrogate's honor. There are already rumors about my relationship with Layla, and shit like this will only validate them. Regretfully, I release him before I choke the life from his lungs. He collapses against the wall, gasping. You're reeling from Natasha's death, Rollin, so I won't hold this outburst against you. I swallow down the rage still swirling just under the surface. But believe me when I tell you that I take my duties as packhin very seriously. She was under my protection, and the men responsible for Natasha's death will be held accountable. Rollin massages his throat, casting Dominic a dirty glare before peering back at me. If you were protecting her, how did the bastards who did this get away? If you'd bothered to stop long enough to ask the important questions instead of spewing accusations, I could have told you that one of the shooters is sitting a few feet away in one of my cells. Rollin and Felix both stiffen like dogs on the scent. One of them is here. Wordlessly, I gesture for Dom to bring the man out. Within seconds, A wiry man with a stringy, blood-crusted beard is kneeling in front of us. Dominic keeps hold of him by the scruff of his neck. Rollin spits at the man's feet. Why target my daughter? We have reason to believe this Mudec works for Alessandro Calcagno, I inform him. The man doesn't even look at Rollin. His eyes are narrowed at me as he vomits a stream of Italian at us. I don't have to speak the language to know he isn't exactly singing our praises. Rollin backhands the bastard. The crack of flesh on flesh resounds throughout the stifled air of the shed. Italian scum, speak English so we can hear what you have to say. Cogliani. That translates easily enough. Rollin whips out his gun and presses it against the man's forehead. Say that to me again, and I'll blow your fucking brains out. Ah, tets. Rollin whips around, turning the gun on his own son. Your sister lies dead before you and you just stand there. What kind of man are you? Fucking useless. Rollin. I barely raise my voice, and yet it carries in a way that Rollin's didn't even when he was screaming. Put the gun away before you hurt yourself. I want answers, he protests. My men spent hours questioning him. He won't break. Then why is he still alive? I thought you should have the honor of killing him. Rollin doesn't hesitate. He spins around and pulls the trigger before the Italian can even flinch. The man's body has barely hit the floor before Rollin has rounded on me again. It will take more than the killing of some low-level grunt to appease me. This is just the beginning, I promise him. The Italians will pay for this attack. Rollin glares at me. There are two choices in front of him. I watch as rage twists his face, and he makes the wrong one. Why should I trust you? You never wanted to marry Natasha, he snarls. Why would you care about avenging a woman you hated? Behind him, Felix closes his eyes. He knows what's coming, even if his father is too revenge-drunk to realize it. Your daughter was a nightmare that I didn't wish to subject myself to. But I agreed because the benefits of an alliance with you outweighed the drawbacks of a marriage to her, I explain icily. But despite that, Natasha was my wife, and she was targeted for that reason alone. An attack on her is an attack on me, and I won't stand for it. I will always protect the people who are loyal to me. It's a code I chose to live and die by during my 5 years in prison. From the moment I set foot in there, I was a target. Men thought they'd make a name for themselves by cutting me down. Few got far. But no matter how tight the walls I built around myself were, a storm that batters long enough will find a way through. I was showering when they came for me. Naked, alone, defenseless. The noose was around my neck and the shiv pressed to my jugular before I could even turn to see who was wielding it. I would have died on that filthy linoleum had it not been for a stranger who decided to help. Had it not be for Jasper intervening. Why did you do it? I coughed to him afterwards, their bodies littering the floor around us, blood sluicing away down the drains, foamy with soap. Jasper spat at them. 4 against 1 ain't right. The only thing they proved is that they're too weak to fight you like men. They came at you like dogs, so we slaughtered them like dogs. I expected him to make his own play at me now that we were alone, now that I was weak and in his debt. The shiv he took from my would-be murderers was still in his grasp. It would have been easy. Instead, Jasper extended a hand. Relax, I'd rather have you as an ally, brother. In the present, Rollin swallows. I blink away the prison memories and focus on him. I'm a man of my word, Rollin Kaislev. If you remain loyal to me, I'll remain loyal to you, on my honor. His chest heaves, but he takes a wary step back. Then I'll go. I'll have Natasha's body moved to your home. I don't intend to deny a grieving mother's request to have her daughter's body back. Rollin scowls, but Felix speaks before his father can. We appreciate that, Arson. My mother will be grateful. The moment the door closes behind the two of them, Dominic turns to me. We need to watch him now. We always needed to watch him. Yeah, and that was when he had skin in the game. The alliance stands, but he's lost his bartering chip now that Natasha is dead. You know as well as Roland does that if he becomes more trouble than he's worth, which the old bastard definitely will, you'll find a new partner in an instant. Or a new wife. Jedian enters the room, leaning against the doorway. He sighs down at the dead Italian currently cooling in the center of the room. There's always another mess to clean up. Arson has an heir, he doesn't need a wife. Dom turns to me. Do you? I turn my back on both of them, intangible thoughts running through my head. Natasha's death changes things. The shackles that once bound me have been stripped away. Now, I get to decide what happens next. 17. LA. I wake up to my phone vibrating. Actually, it's impossible to wake up when you never fell asleep in the first place. So it's more accurate to say that the phone is interrupting my busy pastime of staring blankly at the ceiling and trying to understand how the hell I got here. Pregnant with a criminal's baby. A criminal's heir if Arson has his way. Which, if history is any indication, he probably will. Proof is in the pudding. I'm in his house, miles away from my mother, with God knows how many evil people after me, and achy because I didn't think to grab my pregnancy pillow before he yanked me out of my house. Arson Adamov always gets his way. I roll over with a groan and grab my phone. When I see Dominic's name, I'm tempted to yeet it out the window. But, liar though he may be, he's the closest thing I have to a friend right now, so I answer. If you're calling to apologize, you're 8 months too late. Good morning to you too, Dom sighs. Arson warned me you'd be in a mood. Goosebumps bloom across my skin at the mere mention of his name. Dominic has avoided saying it the last 8 months. It just upset me. Guess there's no point avoiding that elephant now that I'm in Arson's house. The real irony is that I went 8 months hoping to see him, and now I'm utterly terrified he'll barge through my door again. Did he warn you that he was going to kidnap me from my bed last night? Because you didn't warn me. You also failed to mention that my baby daddy is a criminal mastermind. Must have slipped my mind, he hums, annoyingly unbothered. But I am calling to warn you that I'm on my way to get your mom and her nurse. I'm torn between making Dominic explain himself and the panic clawing its way up my chest now that I'm really going to live with Arson. He's going to bring my mom and Evelyn here, and we're going to live here until I don't know when. What is his plan, Dom? Why is he doing this? There's a beat of hesitation, and I know immediately where Dominic's loyalties lie. I don't know why I'm surprised. Dom has always been honest about how he feels about Arson. He trusts him. Implicitly. Me, slightly less than that. I'm not going to get between the two of you. Of course not, I snort. That would be impossible, since you're so far up Arson's but you probably can't even see daylight. He laughs. Charming as always, Princess Layla. You remind me every day what Arson must have seen in you. I know what Arson saw in me. He saw a woman desperate enough to sell her womb. And, based on nothing but the fact that I didn't even bother asking for a background check before he bent me over his desk, he read me like a book. At least tell me what he's planning to do with my mom. Once we get her to the house, we're going to give her a funny hat, hang bells from her feet, and turn her into our own personal court jester. Dom. Well, he laughs, what kind of question is that? Arson is bringing her to the house because you want her around. He's bringing her because she's sick and he wants to make her comfortable. I know I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, but I want to rip this horse's jaws apart and do a full dental inspection. But why? I press. Because his wife died, that has nothing to do with me. You can keep an eye on me and Mom back at home. We don't have to move here. It's too late for that. The closer you are to Arson, the safer you are. Now, he says, clearly changing the subject, I was calling to give you a chance to warn your mom and Evelyn that I'm on my way. So, the longer you spend prodding me for answers you're not gonna get, the less time you have to explain to them that a very handsome man is about to bust down their door and load em into an unmarked van. The conversation Mom and I had last night went badly enough. She was groggy from sleep medications and could barely focus on me. She hasn't been calling me nonstop all morning, which means she probably thought she was hallucinating the whole thing. Fine, but this isn't over. With you, it never is. And grab my pregnancy pillow, I order, and my yellow cardigan, also my yoga mat. He laughs. Like I said, it's never over. Dom hangs up, and I don't even have a few minutes to collect my thoughts before I call my mom. He may have been laughing, but I know he wasn't kidding. If I don't make this fast, he'll kick down the front door and chuck her into the back of the van, whether she wants to go or not. The phone rings, and I worry Dom beat me and he's already there. But finally, Mom answers. Layla, sweetheart, why are you calling? The confusion in her voice lets me know she still thinks I'm in the room next to her. Okay, I breathe. This is going to sound crazy, but let me finish, and then. What's going on? I sigh. I'm not at home. I'm at Arsen Adamov's house. He is the adoptive father, she blurts. Why are you there? When did you leave? You were here last night. I never would have told her Arsen's name if I'd known he was a criminal. Thank God my mom is technologically illiterate and still thinks Google is a cute word babies say. Then again, if she had looked him up, maybe we would have figured out who he was associated with enough time to run for the hills and save my baby. I squeeze my eyes closed and focus on the here and now. I can save the what-ifs for the many hours I'll probably spend alone in this room, contemplating my future. It's a really long story, and I'll explain it to you when you get here, but... Get where? Mom, I'm so sorry, but there isn't any time for questions. Is this how Arsen felt trying to get me out of my room last night? I hate that I'm sympathizing with him at all. The new house is, full of mold, I blurt suddenly. Black mold, tons of it, really nasty stuff. And Arsen is worried about the health of the baby, so he's moving me here. He's also offered to let you and Evelyn move in as well, while the house is demolded. She gasps, where is the mold? Who did the tests? No time for questions, remember. Someone is coming to pick you and Evelyn up right now. His name is Dominic. I vaguely hear her and Evelyn talking in the background before her voice comes through the line again. Is that the handsome man standing in the driveway? I suppress a groan. Dominic would die of smugness if he could hear that. That's him, I tell her. You can trust him, and we'll talk more when you get here, okay? A couple years ago, Mom would have barricaded the front door against Dominic and demanded answers. She wouldn't have let me off the phone without a full explanation and several amendments of her own to the living arrangement. I suspect a hot tub would have been high on her list. As it is, she doesn't have the energy. In some ways, I'm grateful for that. It makes things easier. In other ways, it breaks my heart. All right, she relents, the weariness in her voice catching. I'll see you soon, Layla. As soon as I get off the phone, pain rockets up my leg. I don't usually lie in bed this long, and my hip doesn't like it one bit. Gingerly, I massage the angry joint until it's appeased and I'm safe to stand. Then I pad into the bathroom, which I'm horrified to realize is immaculate and gorgeous. I almost cry when I find the recessed keypad in the shower that changes the shower setting from rainfall to jet, working knots out of my neck and shoulders I didn't even know I had. Once I've showered and dressed, in one of the 3 outfit changes Arsen allowed me last night, I feel ready to explore beyond my room. The house is huge, vaulted ceilings, broad hallways, double doors leading to every room. And yet, it's cozy. Warm woods, lush fabrics. It feels like a storybook castle, if storybooks involved organized crime rings and unconventional job interview processes. I make it all the way to the bottom of the staircase before I hear footsteps coming from the opposite direction. A tall woman emerges through an arched doorway. She's wearing round glasses, and her snow-white hair is fastened in a severe knot at the base of her head. I'm half worried she's going to crack me on the knuckles with a ruler and send me back to my room to pray the rosary as punishment for wandering. Then she smiles and transforms. "You must be Miss Layla." "Polina," I hazard a guess. "My reputation precedes me, as does yours." She grins down at my belly. "It's going to be wonderful having a baby in the house. May I?" She reaches towards my belly, and I'm too surprised to even think about refusing her. The second her hand grazes my stomach, she jolts. "Oh my," she's saying hello. Polina leans down, speaking to my belly now. "Hello to you, too, little princess. You know I'm having a girl." "Well, of course," Polina says, a tiny crease appearing between her brows. "Arson told me the moment he found out. He was so excited." I do my best not to laugh in her face. "Arson, as in Arson Adamov, we're talking about the same man, aren't we?" I'll admit he's not the easiest man to read, but I've known him since he was in diapers. I've learned all his tells. Polina seems so nice. Does she know he's a criminal? She gestures for me to follow her down the hall. His mother, God rest her soul, hired me and designed this house. This house and arson were her singular passions in life. I take it she passed away when Arson was only 13. Polina presses a hand to her chest like the thought of it still breaks her heart. Cancer, horrible stuff. Arson was very close to her. Goosebumps race down my arms. Arson lost his mother to cancer, and he didn't mention it to me. It's not like he bothered mentioning anything else either, but this feels like a pretty glaring omission. I know I'm just a womb to him, but he can relate to what I'm going through better than almost anyone, and he decided it wasn't worth mentioning. Or he didn't care to relate to me. That's probably more likely. Polina leads me through the house, talking about additions and renovations over the years. A basketball court when Arson was 10, a sunroom in the back when his mother was at her sickest. Then she forces me into a stool at the kitchen island and fills my plate with eggs, fruit, and toast. "I'll keep all of this warm for when your mother and her nurse arrive," Polina tells me. Selfishly, I'm thrilled to have a couple more old ladies around to talk to. Arson works so much, and Natasha wasn't good company even when she did stop by the house. Natasha was Arson's wife. Unfortunately, she shudders. I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but I never liked the woman. I know it was all for business purposes, but I still couldn't understand why Arson was with her. But you, that makes perfect sense. Her eyes sparkle as she looks at me. Arson told me about you, but he didn't mention what a beauty you are. I choke on my tea. It's been 8 months since I had coffee, and I still haven't quite gotten used to this watered-down garbage replacement. Arson and I aren't together. It's just, it's complicated. She waves me off. "I know all about your arrangement, Layla. You don't have to keep any secrets from me." I do a confused double take. She knows all about our deal, but she's still looking at me like I'm in a gown and veil already. One of us is confused, and I don't think it's me. "Speaking of secrets," I say, changing the subject, "my mom does not know all about mine and Arson's arrangement. She thinks that Arson is going to be the adoptive father of my baby. She doesn't know he's the biological father." Polina frowns. "When are you planning to tell her the truth?" "Never, if I can help it." Guilt twists in my stomach and hot tears sting in the corners of my eyes. I don't want to tell her that I'm selling my daughter. Polina doesn't miss a thing. She grabs my hand. "That's not what you're doing, Layla." "It is exactly what I'm doing," I say. I knew what I was doing when I signed that contract, but my mom needs the money. I want her to be comfortable, and I don't want her to know what I had to do to make that happen. Polina pats my shoulder. You're a wonderful daughter, Layla. Just not a very good mother, I mutter back. 18. LA. When Polina told me to make myself at home, I'm not sure this is what she meant. But what's the point of being borderline kidnapped and forced to live in Arsen Adamov's house if I can't snoop a little? I deserve to poke at some of the skeletons in his closet. Or, well, maybe not deserve, but more like. Look, I'm just gonna, that's all. Now that I'm here, though, eyeing the locked cabinet in front of me, I'm a little less gung-ho about that decision. I don't know how comfortable I am with the idea of actual blood and gore, and the bones of his enemies stashed out of sight. If I'm traumatized by uncovering real, literal skeletons, I have no one to blame but myself. So far, though, most of Arsen's office has been surprisingly innocuous. Leather-bound books, an old-world hand-stitched globe, a bar cart loaded with a vast collection of whiskey bottles, just in case there were any doubts about exactly whose space I'm in. If he didn't want people in his office, he'd keep it locked. I mumble to myself, inching closer towards the cabinet. My fingers wrap around the handle, just as my phone buzzes. I leap back like the skeletons inside are coming for me and grab my phone. As soon as I do, I think the Bone Army might have been the safer choice. Deadbeat Dad, hey kiddo, how's it going? You HVNT been returning my calls? I've never returned his calls, but this is the first time he's cared. My fingers twitch with the desire to tell him exactly where he can shove his money-grubbing, fake-ass concern for me, but I control myself. For my mother's sake, if nothing else. He texts some more while I weigh out which of the polite iterations of fuck off forever, please, to go with. Deadbeat Dad. I was in the neighbor zero odd and thought it'd do a drive-by, see how Marie was doing, but no one seemed to be in. Deadbeat Dad, RLY wanna see her. You too. J Ust let me know good time. I bring those cream puffs you love. I sigh. Reading Dad's pigeon, just discovered texting but never heard of grammar or capitalization messages, gives me a headache without fail every single time. And beyond that, only Charles Barnes would think that making amends was as simple as showing up with cream puffs. There's never a good time to get swindled out of our money over some sweet treats. Then there's a little nudge against my ribs. I press a hand to my stomach and sigh some more, like I haven't been doing enough of that lately. The difference between Dad and me, even now, is astounding. I haven't even met this little girl yet, and I want to take care of her. I want what's best for her. Was there ever a point where my father felt that way about me? For the first time, I let myself consider that Mom was right. Maybe he just wants closure, to make amends. My phone buzzes again. Deadbeat Dad, don't be difficult, Layla. I know Mom wants to see me. Be an adult about this. Deadbeat Dad, I'm not going anywhere. On second thought, maybe he really is a good-for-nothing deadbeat, whose talents include manipulating, and then disappointing every person he meets. I'm not going anywhere. Is that a threat? It feels like one. Figures he'd save punctuation for when he's trying to act like a hard-ass. I pocket my phone and try to focus on the task at hand, invading Arsen's privacy. Part of me expects the cabinet to be locked, but it opens right up. Instead of dusty bones and severed body parts falling out, I'm met with an avalanche of toiletries. There's no other word for it. I find at least 20 plastic bags, each one neatly filled with toothbrushes, toothpaste, razors, deodorant, shaving cream. The back of the cabinet is wallpapered with teetering stacks of toilet paper, and a bin overflowing with miniature shampoos and conditioners, like Arsen has been raiding hotel bathrooms. So he's a hoarder, I mutter. There had to be a catch somewhere. Because being the violently inclined head of a criminal organization wasn't enough of a catch. I pick up one of the bags and examine the contents. Arson lives in a mansion with a housekeeper and devoted cronies like Dominic roaming around, all of whom would love nothing more than to make a midnight run to the drugstore to buy him lavender-scented body wash. Why on earth would he need something like this? Voices ring out in the hall, and I panic. The package slips out of my hand and crushes my big toe. What did he fill these bottles with? Liquid steel? I hiss in pain, but quickly shove everything back into the cabinet to make sure I leave no trace. Then I rush into the hall as innocently as a person can rush, pulling the office door closed behind me. It's only then that I recognize who is talking. Mom! I fly around the corner into the foyer to find Evelyn pushing my mother's wheelchair, Dom stumping along behind them like a pack mule. I gesture for Mom to stay in her chair, but she stubbornly pushes to standing and wraps an arm around me. Hi, sweetheart. Dominic and Polina were just giving us the house tour. Isn't it amazing? Amazing, I echo, feigning enthusiasm. Yeah, practically paradise. Mr. Adamov wants you all to be comfortable. This is your home for as long as you'd like. Dominic tosses me a wink. As long as he'd like is more like it. It's so generous of him, but Mom frowns. I didn't see any signs of mold in our house. Evelyn and I looked everywhere. Who did Mr. Adamov have do the testing? Dominic's eyes widen and he glances to me for help. I bite back a smile. I've lied to my mom more than enough the last 8 months. It's his turn. Good question. Who did do the testing? Dominic. The mold is a symptom, he fumbles. It's a symptom of a larger problem, which is the foundation. It's cracked. Mom's brows pinch together. He must think we're all cracked if we're supposed to buy that. Dominic carries on. So, yep, we need to shore the foundation and fill the cracks, then dry out the house. And also, probably, fumigate. It's complicated, is what I'm trying to say, but rest assured, we have our best people working on it. In the meantime, Arson wants you all to be safe and comfortable here. He wants whatever is best for the baby. Right now, that means having all of you out of that house. Those are the magic words, apparently. All at once, my mom relaxes. She gives me a firm smile. Absolutely, we have to do what's right for the baby. I should be grateful she isn't asking more questions and poking holes in this flimsy lie. But it's only because Dominic found the magic solution. My mom will do anything to protect the baby I'm selling. It's more than I can say for myself. Are you sure we won't be imposing, though? Mom peers past Dominic, squinting deeper into the house. What does Mrs. Adamov think about all of this? I file through possible lies at rapid speed. Mrs. Adamov is out of the country on business. Mrs. Adamov lives overseas, and Mr. Adamov will join her there once the baby is born. Mrs. Adamov is nocturnal, a vampire, actually. She only comes out to wander the halls once everyone else is asleep, and she feeds on the blood of orphan children. That's actually why they're adopting. Gotta secure the food chain. Mrs. Adamov has recently passed away. Dominic answers before I can. Then, as an afterthought, he adds, sadly. Mom and Evelyn spin towards me, twin looks of horror on their faces. Layla, did you know about this? Did I know Dominic was dumb enough to drop bombshells like this during the freaking introductory house tour? No, I did not. I just found out last night. When all else fails, go with the truth. Mom is still squinting like she can see straight through me, while Evelyn reaches for Dominic's bicep. Please accept our deepest sympathies. Dominic gives her a formal half-bow. I'll convey the message to Mr. Adamov. Mom is still focused on me, tracking every flicker of emotion on my face. When Polina walks into the room with exquisite timing like the guardian angel she is. Ladies, please allow me to show you both to your rooms. Mom and Evelyn are so stunned by the appearance of even more household staff that they follow Polina without any hesitation. The moment they disappear around the corner, I turn on Dominic. What the hell? He shrugs. They had to find out at some point. That point didn't need to be right now. They literally just walked through the door. He's not meeting my eye. The tile grout at our feet is suddenly much more interesting. Yeah, well, circumstances being what they are, best to rip the bandage off, you know. No, I don't know. Truth be told, I don't know anything. What to do or how to do it, or where I'm supposed to store this mounting pile of unprocessed thoughts and emotions about all the insanity raining down on me relentlessly. I don't have a single idea how to navigate my baby daddy's wife being murdered the day before me and my mother move into his house. No one alive knows how to handle that, except maybe Arson. Where is he? I ask. Dominic knows who I'm talking about. Planning the funeral, that's why I'm here instead. He wanted your mother to receive a warm welcome. I roll my eyes at the obviously rehearsed line. Don't be ridiculous. He doesn't care about meeting my mother. Stop trying to make it seem like he gives a damn about me, either. Layla, he does care. Of course he cares. Dom looks offended on his boss's behalf, but I'm not buying that load of BS. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me dozens and dozens of times repeatedly for 8 months straight. Well, I want to speak to him, Dom. Where is he? He's not in right now. Dominic, I shout. He flinches but stands his ground. My mom is going to have more questions, and I need to figure out what to say. Are we saying Natasha was murdered? Are the police involved? Why on earth would the police be involved? Spoken like a true criminal. For God's sake, Dom, Arson's wife, was murdered. The police need to be involved. This is Bratva business, Layla. We handle things in-house. Except Arson is in-house. He's busy doing dangerous, cryptic mafia bullshit, and I'm stranded here, 8 months pregnant with his child, trying to keep his secrets, which are really stacking up, by the way. I massage away the headache forming in my temples. I should have never agreed to any of this. The time to change your mind has passed, Layla. His voice is gentle but firm. He lied, yes, but he was trying to protect you. Do you always speak for him? I scowl. Or does he ever show up to speak for himself? Nope, it's just the two of us. Jedian strolls into the room and takes up a stance at Dom's side. Dominic speaks for Arson half of the time, and I pick up the other 50%. Eyes narrowing, I converge on Arson's 2 henchmen. That's not going to work for me. None of this is. Go tell your boss that he may be a dangerous man, and you clowns may run around on his behalf like chickens with your heads cut off, but I'm not scared of him. Tell him that he can't avoid me forever. I will talk to him, or else. Or else what? I have no idea. Sure sounds good, though. But before Dominic can laugh at me, or either of them, can grab me by the arms and toss me in whatever dungeon Arson no doubt has hidden beneath his mansion, I storm out of the room. I'm only halfway down the hallway when I hear their hushed voices behind me. This is gonna be a disaster, Dominic sighs. There's nothing we can do, Jedian replies. His mind is made up. Yeah, I think to myself sadly, that's what I'm worried about. Rosa. I can't be dreaming. I just managed to find a comfortable position, and I've only barely started drifting off. Which apparently was the cue for this deep, sensual voice to start murmuring in my ear. I hug the pillow tighter, praying like hell Arson will think I'm sleeping and go away. Earlier today, I wanted to talk to him. Now, all I can think about is him climbing into bed next to me, curling his strong, warm frame around me better than any pregnancy pillow ever could. Which means I need him to leave. Now, before my hormone-addled body makes the crucial mistake of letting Arson too close. Wake up, Rosa, you're needed downstairs. I squeeze my eyes tighter. Go away, Go ah. Hey, I croak, blinking my eyes open as the comforter is ripped off, and the pillow under my head goes with it. Arson is standing beside my bed, blanket in his fist, his eyes raking up and down my body. Cheeks flaming, I try to snatch back the sheets so I can hide the fact that I'm currently wearing a billowy white t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants, clothes I'm fairly certain belong to Arson. Yesterday evening's snooping led me to another room and another cabinet stuffed to the brim with neatly folded, unworn clothes. Sweatpants and sweaters and t-shirts and socks. It's like he found one outfit he liked and bought enough for a lifetime. I can't even blame him. These sweats are buttery soft. It's why I couldn't resist taking one set for myself. Do you have some weird fetish for waking women up in the middle of the night or something? He doesn't crack a smile. Get dressed. I'd ask why, I grumble, rolling to the edge of the bed and heaving myself upright. But I'm having déjà vu over here, which means you're probably going to be your usual charming self and answer exactly 0 of my questions. He turns towards the door, but as he does, I catch a glimpse of his face. It's gaunt and pale. He looks like he hasn't slept in years. I'll explain when you're dressed and downstairs. An explanation? Huzzah, I crack sarcastically. All it will cost me is a good night's sleep. Could this really not wait until the morning? He ignores me and points to a garment bag hanging over the back of a chair. I brought you something to wear, if you want. With that very vague statement, he disappears. I frown, then waddle over to the chair and unzip the cover. What the? I'm staring at a white dress, a gorgeous white dress. The top is lace and the skirt is layered tulle. The empire waist is high enough to accommodate my baby bump. I consider wearing it, if only because a dress this pretty deserves to be worn, but that would be playing right into his hands. And I'm done jumping just because he tells me to. I do brush my teeth and run a comb through my hair, but then I stomp downstairs in his sweats with a scowl on my face, only to find myself standing in front of 3 men, none of whom are Arson. Dominic and Jedian are off to the side, refusing to look at me. I don't know the third man, but it's easy enough to figure out the general gist. Mom and I were never much into religion, but that doesn't mean I don't recognize a priest when I see one. What's going on? Dominic peeks over at me and then does a double take. That's what you're wearing. I was sleeping 5 minutes ago, which is maybe why it's taken me until this moment to realize they're all wearing matching suits. What is going on? Dominic pales. He didn't tell you yet. Tell me what? When no one answers, the priest gives me an apologetic smile. I'm Father Orlov, my dear. I'm here too. His gaze flickers past me. I know before Arson says a word that he's in the room now. I feel it like an electric bolt down my spine. His hand presses to the small of my back as he leads me towards the assembled men. He's here to marry us, Layla. Time to say, I do. 19. Lay. Who's getting married? I heard Arson, but I must have misunderstood. There's no way he woke me up in the middle of the night to get married. But he's pushing me towards what I'm now realizing is a makeshift altar in the middle of the living room. White sheets draped over a hastily constructed wooden frame. Someone even took the time to place vases of white roses on the dais. How thoughtful. Us, Arson rumbles, you and me. I glance at Dominic, who is once again utterly fascinated by tile grout. Then I burst out laughing. Okay, right, haha, very funny. What are we really doing here? Repeating ourselves, apparently. I take in the room, the decor, and the suits again, and it hits me like a blow to the chest. I can barely breathe. He's serious. I tear myself away from him. You're out of your damn mind. This is about your safety, Layla. I'm trying to protect you. That didn't turn out so well for your first wife. Is her body even cold yet? She was born cold. My eyes feel like they're going to pop out of their sockets. You're making jokes. She's dead, literally not even in the ground yet, and you're insulting her. Is anything sacred to this man? Take a breath. No, you take a breath. You'll have plenty of time for deep breathing starting right this very second, because I'm not marrying you. I turn to run out of the room, but as I pivot, searing hot pain shoots down my leg. I wince and clutch my thigh as I fall to my knees, cracking hard against the stone floor. Of all the times my broken body has betrayed me, this has to be one of the worst. Instantly, Arson is there, grabbing my elbow to keep me from face planting as a fresh wave of muscle cramps tear through me. What's wrong? Everything. I shake him off and grip my teeth against the pain. I know I won't make it all the way back up the stairs, not without a good stretch and a roughly 8-hour nap. So I struggle to my feet and limp as fast as I can for the patio doors. As soon as I breathe in the fresh air, it feels like the right decision. I need air, space, distance. On instinct, I cut across the lawn and make my way to the willow tree along the fence, dragging my all but useless leg behind me. I drop into a chair, but even once my breathing has evened out, the wind through the trees and the owl calling from the highest branches do nothing to help me relax. Layla. And there's the source of all of my problems now. Go away. No. Are you insane? I whirl on him. He opens his mouth to answer, but I keep going. I already know the answer. You must be, because your wife just died and you're already taking another one. Literally taking another one, against her will. That is textbook insane behavior. Scientists ought to study you. I'll make note of your concerns. I snort. If there was a human resources department for Arson Adamov, they'd get an earful and a half from me. Binders couldn't contain my complaints. Also, I add, if you want to get married, you're supposed to propose first. He slides his hands into the pockets of his suit. Even in the dark, I can see how well it fits him. He cuts a clean line against the midnight blue sky, darkness layered on top of darkness. You wouldn't have agreed. Correct, which brings me to another vital part of a wedding, mutual consent. The problem is, he growls, that you don't like to give your consent even when your life is on the line. Am I supposed to sit back and let you get hurt because you're too stubborn to let me help you? I'm not stubborn, I just don't like being kidnapped and forcibly married. Guess I'm just quirky like that. He lets out a weary breath. You know who I am now, Layla? I'm a powerful man with a powerful empire. That comes with complications. Complications for you, I clarify. I want fuck all to do with any of this. Then you never should have signed that contract. He runs a hand through his hair, and I realize it can't be the first time. As polished as his suit is, his hair is tousled, and his eyes are dark. I don't think Arson has slept in days. His jaw works back and forth as he meets my eyes. You're pregnant with my child. It puts you at unique risk. A marriage would legitimize our connection and give you added protection. Far be it from me to keep hammering this point, but it didn't do a damn thing for Natasha. Something like pain flashes across his face before he schools it away. I was lax with her security, more than I should have been. Her death, he pauses for a second. The blame is on me. Damn all the soft parts of me, but I find myself sympathizing with him. Some of my fight, not all of it, but some crucial amount, seeps away. I slump down on the bench. It must have been hard for you to watch her die. He lifts his chin, as proud and defiant as I've ever seen him. Death is inevitable for all of us. There's no sense wasting time being sad for what was always going to come. What about your mother? I blurt. You were sad when she died, weren't you? He freezes. Polina shouldn't have told you about her. Now isn't the right time for this conversation. But then again, it's hard to find any time at all to talk with Arson. It's now or never. You've been through the same thing I'm going through now, I say quietly. You could have told me. It would have been nice to know. Arson gazes out over the garden. The doctors I referred you and your mother to were the same ones who treated my mother. They said there's nothing they can do for her. They said it's just a matter of time. He rocks on his heels, his hands stay firmly in his pockets. Then I'm sorry. Oh, don't pretend you have feelings now, I snap, suddenly irritable again. This heartfelt little moment we just shared doesn't change anything. I lurch up, ignoring the pain in my hip. I'm still not marrying you. He cuts in front of me before I can take so much as a single step down the gravel path back to the mansion. The moonlight draws harsh lines on every chiseled plane of his face. I don't care who the hell you are, you're not forcing me into this, Arson Adamov. I brace myself for what must be coming next. His wrath, his cruelty, his ice cold "you will do as I command." Then his hand presses to my stomach, soft as a kiss on the cheek. I don't intend to force you into anything, Layla Barnes. In 5 minutes, you're going to walk in there with me and willingly agree to marry me. Unless you plan to perform a record-fast lobotomy on the lawn, there is no way in hell that is going to happen. It is going to happen, no surgery required. He smiles, and the stupid butterflies in my stomach take flight. Those fickle, unfaithful little bitches. Tell me, why would I ever choose to marry you? Because he takes another step closer, his scent swirling around me, heat pouring off of his skin. It's the only way you'll get to be a part of this baby's life. My stomach drops, my heart flips. There's a ringing in my ears that wasn't there a second ago. I think it's wedding bells. Because it looks like we're getting married after all. 20. ARCN. Layla is trembling like a leaf in my borrowed sweats. She keeps peeking over at Dominic like he might whisk her off the altar and away from all of this. If Father Orlov doesn't pick up the pace, I might decide to call the whole thing off. Father, I interrupt when he starts in with yet another Bible verse. Let's cut to the chase here. Father Orlov blanches, but he closes his Bible. His lips move silently, probably offering up a prayer for my poor, ruined soul. I won't tell him that it's been a lost cause for a long time. Truth be told, I'm not sure why I asked him to be here at all. My mother always hoped I'd be married in a church, but I'm not one of those people who believe the dead are watching over us. Even if my mother is up there somewhere, she'd be too ashamed to show up to this fucking charade. Father Orlov lays the legal documents in front of Layla. It's time to sign, my dear. She's chewing on her lip, staring down at the paper like it might bite her if she gets too close. I guess this makes it official. Only in the eyes of the law, Father Orlov says helpfully. The vows you're about to repeat, though, those will make it official in the eyes of the Lord. I'm not sure the Lord is watching this one, she mutters, bending over to sign her name at the bottom of the page. Father Orlov sweeps the papers away from Layla the moment she's signed and presents them to me. Arson. I sign without hesitation, my scrawl sweeping across the page. I think we can do without the vows. Father Orlov looks horrified. You have to. The promises you two make to each other before the Lord are their everything marriage is. I can't sign this paper without. Say your vows and put the poor man out of his misery. Dominic grumbles from behind me. Didn't you get the memo, Father? Layla quips miserably, rubbing her baby bump. Arson isn't the traditional type. Up until now, Father Orlov has done a remarkable job of ignoring the evidence of our premarital intercourse, but his face flushes crimson as his eyes shift from Layla's stomach to my face. If I push him too hard, I might turn this wedding into a funeral. Make it fast, I sigh. It's late. Whose fault is that? Layla says under her breath. Someone who despises both of us, apparently. I turn my eyes to the pale-faced priest as he clears his throat. Do you, Arsen Adamov, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? Father Orlov asks. In sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, for as long as you both shall live. Layla is staring down at the ground, hiding behind her curtain of sunshine gold hair. On a sudden, stupid spurt of impulse, I reach out and grab her hands. She wants me to be traditional. Fine, I can be traditional. Her wide eyes snap to mine, and would you look at that? I have my very own blushing bride. I meet her gaze. I do. She arches a brow in challenge. Is it possible to object at your own wedding? Knowing what I know about her, I wouldn't be surprised. But when Father Orlov asks the same question of Layla, she just shrugs and nods. Sure, why not? Oh, this little she-devil. I can't get mad, not here, not now, not like this. I'm making it too obvious where my buttons lie and how easily she can push them. Father Orlov clears his throat once again and takes a step back. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Arsen, you may kiss your bride. There's a disbelieving snort behind me. Dominic, I'm sure, as Layla starts to shake her head. I don't have to play along. I could end this now without doing further damage to my morose little bride. But the monster in me is greedy. So I growl, sure, why not? And then I claim her. I close the distance between us before Layla can refuse. With one arm banded around her lower back and a hand cradling her cheek, I lower my mouth to hers. The regret is instantaneous. The second she gasps against my lip, her full mouth parting to give me better access, the beast I thought I tamed is wild again. One night with her wasn't enough. 1,000,000 nights with her might not be enough. This poor priest is witnessing the most unholy union ever made. I drag Layla's body against mine, the child we created protected between us, and dip her low. I sweep my tongue into her mouth, tasting her for the first time in way too fucking long. I'm waiting for her to claw my face or send a knee between my legs. To hiss, to scream, to fight. Instead, her hand fists in the collar of my shirt, and she pulls me closer. I do, her touch says. I take this man. I'm seconds away from absolutely ravaging her right on this rickety excuse for an altar when someone coughs. Layla's tongue dances across my bottom lip, and her fingers are snaking up my neck, but I force myself to break the kiss. I grip her hips and gently ease her back, making sure she's on steady footing before I release her and step away. Her eyes are glassy, her lips swollen. I was right to stay away for so long. This thing between us is too messy, too dangerous to touch. It would be so much easier if I could hate Layla the way I hated Natasha. She presses a hand to her lips. Her voice trails off, and she lets the sentence slip away unfinished. Then she turns, finally making a run for it. Too late for that, though. The damage is done. Dominic steps into her path and puts his hand on her shoulder. You okay? If she responds, I don't hear it. She hurries out of the room without a backward glance. Father Orlov is beyond ready to leave this chaos behind. He's white-knuckling his Bible like he's never seen such devil-minded heathens before. He might be right. I show him to the door. Thank you for being here on such short notice, Father. Thank you for giving me the honor. He takes one last look around the house. The last time I was in this house, your mother was still with us. It's nice to see that you've left it as she intended. Father, it goes without saying that what happened here tonight is confidential, he finishes. I understand that. You don't have to worry about me. He's halfway out the door when he turns back. Your mother was a fine woman, Arsen. She would have been happy to know that you were married by a priest. It was always so important to her. I incline my head and watch him leave. If my mother was right, and there is an afterlife where she can look after me, I hope she was looking the other way. When I walk back inside, I hear low voices in the living room. Jedian and Dominic are close together, speaking softly. Their voices cut off when I enter the room. Don't stop on my account, I drawl. In fact, head on up and wake Layla. I'm sure she'd love to get in on this too, since you are all so close. Dominic's hands clench into fists. Where do you get off being pissed at me? All right now. Jedian steps between us. It's late. None of us have slept in a long time. Maybe we should table this conversation until... You gave her no freaking warning. Dominic explodes. You dragged her out of bed without an explanation and coerced her into marriage. My wife is none of your business. You might be right there, he spits, but my friend is my business. Now my hands are balled into fists too. What are you trying to say? That I know Layla a little better than you do, and you didn't need to do this. He leans in, hissing between his teeth. She would have agreed to marry you if you'd given her some time. You know we don't have that luxury. He snorts. What I know is that you did it like this so you can pretend this was all part of the plan and she means nothing to you. But good fucking luck with that now. That woman is your wife, and you're going to have to face your feelings sooner or later. Later. I choose later. Leave, I snarl. Your job is done for tonight. Go home and get some sleep. For your sake, I'll forget this conversation happened. Dominic scowls, ready to keep arguing, but Jedian gets between us again. I'm sure Kira's wondering where you are, Dom. Yeah, I'm going. He turns to leave and is almost to the door before he twists around. Layla is not Natasha, Arson. She won't be distracted by money and pretty things. She doesn't care about that shit. She cares about people. If you let her, she'll care about you too. I hear what Dom isn't saying. Caring about me is a dangerous game. Most people who play end up losing. I wait for the door to slam in the distance before I turn to Jedian. How much did you all drink while Layla and I were outside? Jedian chuckles. Not enough to justify that parting speech, if that's what you're wondering. I think it was heartfelt. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. They're friends, Jed sighs. You're used to doing things a certain way, and we know that. The trouble is, we've been watching Layla for 8 months. She's nice. I didn't hogtie her on the altar. There wasn't a gun to her head. She was here because she wanted to be. Because she wants to be in our daughter's life. Which means she'll be in my life. Oh, fuck me. I drag a hand down my face. Maybe I could have handled things differently, but Layla knows who I am. But do you know who she is? He lays a heavy palm on my shoulder. I think it's time you stopped using Dom and me as your go-betweens and got to know your wife. I don't usually want to punch you, and Dom on the same night. He tosses his hands up like he doesn't mind either way. It's your wedding night, brother. You should be upstairs with your new wife, not down here arguing with me. This marriage isn't for the long haul, Jedian. It's just a temporary measure to ensure her safety. It's not for real. Jedian shrugs. That doesn't mean you can spend the whole marriage avoiding her. In fact, this thing might work a lot better if you don't. I glance towards the staircase that leads to Layla's room. I hate it when they're right. 21. ARCN. The door is closed, but a steady stream of insults pours out from the gap underneath. I'm half concerned that she's too busy calling me a pompous, disagreeable motherfucker to remember to breathe. Knocking seems pointless. No way in hell she'd hear me, so I push the door open instead. Layla's blonde hair flies wildly as she twists around to face me. Her phone is ringing in her hand. She's rolled up the sleeves of my oversized shirt so they're folded over her elbows. What are you doing here? It's our wedding night. The phone goes quiet and she scowls. Is that supposed to mean something? Last I checked, it was a fake wedding. I shut the door behind me. The wedding wasn't fake. We're legally bound to one another now. She opens her mouth, another retort all teed up and ready to be launched, but her phone starts ringing again. She looks down at it, her lips curling with disgust. Pig-headed fucking bastard. All at once, it hits me that Layla might have been cursing someone else. What's wrong? What isn't wrong with my life right now? She barks out a humorless laugh. It's my father. He keeps calling and texting. I block him, but then he just finds another way to reach out. So we keep playing this stupid fucking game, and I keep thinking about jumping off a bridge. I take it you're not on good terms. There are no terms. Not since he walked out on us when I was a little girl. That was it for me. I would have happily cut him off. The phone is white-knuckled in her hand, and she's back to pacing across the room. But my mom and her bleeding heart. Frowning, I try to keep up, but I'm distracted by the way Layla has started limping midway through her rant. I can't believe she told him she has cancer, she growls. What was she thinking? He'll never leave us alone now. She winces, stopping long enough to massage a fist down her leg, directly over the scar I've seen up close and personal. I'm not even sure she realizes she's doing it. Now he's sending flowers and cards. She wrinkles her nose. It's disgusting. Maybe he's trying to apologize. How can a man in your line of work be naive? She seethes. He's not coming around because he's concerned about her. He's coming around because he wants his damn house back. She drops down heavily on the fainting couch in front of her bed and stretches out the scarred leg. Mom got the house in the divorce, she explains as she digs knuckles into her hip. Charles fought for it, but even a soulless motherfucker like him couldn't come up with a convincing argument for why his ex-wife and daughter should be homeless. So he lost the house, but he never lost hope of getting it back someday. She winces again and presses both palms to her thigh. Is your leg giving you trouble? She peels her hands away immediately. It's nothing. It flares up when I get stressed. Between you and my father, I'm amazed my leg's not literally on fire. She glares at her phone sitting next to her, and my jaw tightens. Give me your phone. Excuse me. I want to read his texts. No. I'll take care of him for you. I can take care of myself just fine, thanks. I've been doing it all my life. And yet you're here, I remind her. In my house, in my bed. Are you trying to pat yourself on the back for kidnapping and extortion? Because I wouldn't if I were you. It's a bad look. Jedion's words float back into my consciousness. She's nice. To whom, though, it sure as fuck is not me. Don't be stubborn. Asking you was a courtesy. I drop down on one knee in front of her. She stiffens, leaning away from me as though I've just pulled out a weapon. What are you doing? You're going to hurt yourself the way you're jabbing at your muscles. Pushing her hands out of the way, I stroke my fingers up her thigh to her hip, wishing I could see her naked scar while I do it. A breath whistles out of her slightly parted lips. You don't have to do that. I ignore her as I work a tender touch into her skin. I can feel the tension draining away beneath my fingertips. I'll see those texts one way or the other. It'll be easier if you just hand the phone over now. Appeasement never works. The more I give oof. Her breath catches when I hit a particularly tender spot on her leg. The more you'll want to take. You're right about that, Rosa. You have no fucking idea how right you are. I keep massaging her leg. Or maybe I want to help you, and it would be easier if you didn't fight me every step of the way. Her blue eyes turn steely as she tugs her leg out of my grip and stands up. Bullshit. This is just another way you can control me, another thing you can hold over my head. I nod and rise. You're upset about the marriage. Ding, ding, ding. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have a genius in our midst. I gave you a choice. But you didn't give me any time to make it, which isn't fair because I was half asleep. And I'm pregnant. Pregnancy means I'm constantly emotional. And you kept staring at me with those green eyes, and it's not freaking fair. How devious of me to marry you while my eyes are so green. She spins away from me with a grimace, limping as she moves to the bedside table. She angrily opens a pill bottle and then tosses a pill back equally as angrily, which I didn't know was possible until now. It's strange how sensual it is to watch her throat bob. The moment doesn't last long, though. Once she's medicated, she whirls around to face me, all fire again. How the hell am I supposed to explain this to my mother? If I tell her, are you going to have to kill her? Is this a secret? I don't kill anyone if I can avoid it. Gee, isn't that comforting? She's still pacing. I'm exhausted just watching her. I start to unbutton my shirt and she freezes. What are you doing? It's late and I'm tired. I'm getting ready for bed. Here, she gawks. Where else should I sleep? Literally anywhere else would be fabulous. You and Natasha didn't even live on the same side of town. Why should we be any different? It's a good question. I have no intention of answering it. I discard my shirt on one of the chairs. Her gaze keeps slipping from my face, venturing lower with each dip before she rakes it back to my eyes. It was a mistake to keep Natasha so separate from me. She was an easy target because our lives were completely disconnected. The idea comes to me as the words are tumbling out of my mouth. The more I say, the more I like it. It's not going to be just social functions and prearranged photo shoots like it was with her. For as long as we're married, we're going to have to present as a real married couple. And it starts right here, in this bedroom. I am not having sex with you, she snarls. Not with that attitude. I unbutton my pants. I want you to beg first. She flings a pillow at me. You know, most people want sex to mean something. It's not just threats and power games. Oh, tell me then, what did it mean to you when we had sex? Her face pales. She swallows hard, her shoulders hunching around her ears. That was different. We had a contract. Should I draw up a new one? I advance toward her, and she realizes far too late that she's hemmed in between the bed, the wall, and the nightstand. There's nowhere for her to run. I can be very specific if you like. Clause 1, in which we, the undersigned, designate the positions we prefer. Layla somehow pulls off a simultaneous angry scowl and nervous swallow. The juxtaposition makes my cock jump in my boxer briefs. Is this your version of flirting with me? I shrug. It beats fighting with you. Although, at this point, I don't see much of a difference. One inevitably leads to the other. Bleck, she makes a fake retching sound, but her eyes fall to my chest again. You have some nerve. And you seem to be having trouble concentrating, I lob back. My eyes are up here, Rosa. Put a damn shirt on then. You're wearing my clothes. Care to hand them over? She folds her arms protectively over herself. You have plenty. I saw shelves and shelves full. I stiffen. 2 days in my house, and she's already uncovering my secrets. I hide my discomfort behind a hand raking through my hair. I like to be prepared. You never know when someone is going to come along and steal from you. You're the criminal, not me. Good point. Which crime should I commit tonight? I take a step towards her, and she wards me off like an evil spirit. Back off, arson. Why? Scared of what you might do if I get too close. I just don't feel like vomiting on anyone right now, she says, but her voice shakes. I chuckle. You're not a very good liar. I prefer the truth. Here's one. You're an arrogant prick. Her hair is frizzed around her head in a blonde halo. I could never make you believe that I don't want you, because your fragile ego would probably implode at a realization like that. I brush my fingertips against the blush high on her cheekbones. Her eyes dilate as the color from her face spreads beneath the loose collar of my sweatshirt. Rosa, my rose, blooming petals on her cheeks. It floors me every fucking time. I stayed away for 8 months because I had to, you know, I admit in a husky rasp, unsure why I'm telling her this at all. Not because I wanted to. Because of Natasha. Because you were better off without me around. My fingers leave her face and settle on her belly. Her breath catches. I was worried. I thought you didn't care about her, about the baby. Of course I care, I growl. She's mine. She's not just your heir, Arson. She's your child. And a child needs a father. Her voice breaks, and I want to smash her phone into a million tiny pieces. I want to bury her father in the dirt for no other reason than that he didn't realize what he had. I know that. I press in closer. This time, Layla doesn't push me back. I know what you need too. The flecks of light blue in her eyes turn dark. You don't know me. Not yet, not fully, but maybe I want to. Our fight blurs at the edges, bleeding into something else until our lips meet somewhere in the middle. Her stomach is only a mild inconvenience as I grab her hands and pin them against the wall beside her head. I part her legs with my knee, and she moans. As I peel the clothes off of her, every warm brush of her skin against mine feels like a new vow. I vow to cherish her, to ravish her, to treasure her, to give her everything she needs, whether or not she knows she needs it. When she's naked, I press my hand between her legs, stroking her gently as she bucks her hips against my fingers. I have proof of your lie right here, Rosa, I growl into her ear. It's dripping all over my hand. In response, she slams her lips against mine. I taste blood. Did you just bite me? I ask her in amazement. She arches a brow without a hint of shame. Sure did, and you're still here. What's that proof of? That marrying you wasn't enough. I slide my hand down her side towards her scar. I still need to show you that you're mine. Her chest shudders as my fingers trace the intricate line of her scar. All at once, she grabs my hand and lifts it to her chest. Does that make you mine, too? In answer, I grip her waist and spin her around. Layla catches herself on the wall, understanding what's happening enough to arch her back just as I drive my cock inside her. This was supposed to douse the flames burning in my chest. It was supposed to make things easier. But with every stroke inside my wife, fuck, that word is tantalizing. The fire rages hotter, brighter. I don't belong to anyone. I never have. But as I bury myself in Layla again and again, it doesn't sound like the worst idea. She stretches her arms above her head, her palms flat against the wall, and sinks back onto me. I slide deeper with a growl. The license was for the law, she gasps. The vows were for the Lord. She looks back over her shoulder, her periwinkle blue eyes gone glassy. Who is this for? I ignore the answer that slips to the very tip of my tongue and bury myself in her again and again. I should have gone to my room. I should have stayed downstairs. Fuck, I should have locked my office door 8 months ago and never let this woman walk into my life. But it's way too fucking late for any of that now. My hand slips around her hip, and I circle 2 fingers against her, thrusting to the pace of her moans. When she leans her head back and clenches around me, I drive into her, spilling into her until we're both breathless and limp against the wall. Only when the last tremors have faded do I dare to breathe again. It was for me, I say silently. Not the law, not the Lord. This was for me. 22. ARCN. Where is she? My voice is still thick with sleep, and the rich scent of espresso wafting from the kitchen is like a siren call. Still, there's only one thing on my mind. Has been since the moment I opened my eyes and found Layla's side of the bed cold. Jedian salutes me with his mug. Good morning to you, too. I slept fine, thanks for asking. No one gives a shit how you slept, Mudek. Dominic turns to me with a sheepish smile, clearly trying to make amends for yesterday's spat. How was your night, Arson? Tired? Sore, perhaps? Just annoyed. I'm too tired to play along, and too proud to admit it. Where is my wife? I can't remember the last time I shared a bed with a woman. I sure as hell can't remember the last time I woke up and wished there was a woman in my bed. But I rolled over this morning, still half asleep, and reached for Layla. It wasn't even a conscious thought, it was an instinct. Some primal urge to find what's mine and hold her close. She wasn't there when I woke up this morning. I explain when my Vori continues staring at me blankly. I snap my fingers. Where the fuck is she? Dominic shakes his head like he must be imagining things. She walked past with her yoga mat half an hour ago. She didn't look very rested, either, Jedian adds under his breath. I should have known. Layla does yoga every morning. It's her routine. Then again, there was nothing routine about what we did last night. But if she's sticking to the status quo, I can too. I snatch the mug from Jedian's hand and drop down into one of the patio chairs. Give me an update. Update, that was my coffee, Jedian grumbles. About the Italians, I grit out. Or Natasha's funeral, has Rollin reached out again? Dominic waves me off. We've got everything handled. You're supposed to be in the honeymoon phase. We aren't taking a honeymoon. I've never taken one, actually. Natasha and I skipped it in favor of never being in the same room longer than necessary. And Layla would rather wake up early and do yoga, apparently. Update, I snarl again. Now. Dominic sighs. I found out where Layla's father lives. Who asked you to do that? Was it Layla? Because it wasn't me, though I was thinking it loudly last night. She didn't need to ask. He's been bothering her. Dominic's hand tightens around his mug. I took the liberty. He's a real piece of work, this guy, Jedian agrees. Has she told you about him? It's a simple question, but it sets off a domino effect of insecurity inside of me. Layla wouldn't even let me see her phone last night, but she's talked to other people about her father. I'm her husband. I should be the one she talks to. I should be the one she wakes up next to. I want to know what you know, I respond, dodging the question. Not a ton as of yet, Dom says. I saw her fighting with a bouquet of flowers months ago and wanted to know why. Apparently, they were a gift from the bastard. He's been in and out of prison since his divorce from Marie. For what? Petty theft, embezzlement, fraud, all stupid, white-collar bullshit, Dominic rattles off. He likes the high life, but he sure as hell hates working for it. Which is why he's sniffing around Marie and Layla. I fill in. He's angling for the house, Dominic confirms. Layla has been good at keeping him at bay. I asked her if she needed help handling him, a few times, actually, but she always turned me down. I think it's why she stopped telling us about Charles, Jedian says. She didn't want us getting involved. Unfortunately for her, I don't care what she wants. I shove to my feet and stride for the door, the words of that lie buzzing on my lips. Dominic calls after me. What are you planning? I have a father-in-law to introduce myself to. Charles Barnes lives less than an hour from me. For a man desperate for cash, he lives well enough. His address brings me to a tidy little townhouse in a neighborhood with ornate iron cages around the trees and commercial-worthy families pushing strollers, sipping coffee, laughing. Pretty nice digs, Jedian observes, peering up at the house from his window. Cheap doors, though. I could kick that in first try. I park on the opposite side of the street and turn back to them. I'm going to go the old-fashioned route and knock, and I want you two to wait here. What are you planning? Dominic asks again. There's still a thread of tension in his voice. One day, I'll be grateful for the way he safeguards my wife's feelings. Right now, it's just a reminder that he knows her better than I do. I'm planning to talk to him, I say flatly. The two of you stay here and run interference if he tries to flee. I walk through the low metal gate and follow the sidewalk to the porch. The closer I get, the more the cracks, both literal and figurative, begin to show. The porch is fractured and sagging. Mail overflows from the rusted mailbox, some of it spewing off the porch and piling under the overgrown box hedge to the right. I push a doorbell that's yellowed with age, but there's no distant chime, no motion inside. So I knock twice with a tarnished knocker. Finally, I hear a shuffle of life on the other side of the door. A muffled, wheezy cough, more shuffling. Stepping away from the door, I glance through the arched window to the left, just in time to see an eye peeking out at me from behind the drawn velvet curtains. The curtains instantly snap closed. Fuck it. Plan B. I step away, cock back my foot, and deliver one solid kick in the center of the door. Just like Jedian said, it caves like a paper banner at a football game. I push my way through the wreckage and into the house. The interior matches the exterior. Nice in theory, but crumbling in reality. Thick layers of dust blanket every inch of the house, disturbed here and there by dragging footstep trails. I follow sounds of grunting into what must be the living room. The daylight seeping in through cracks in the heavy curtains paints the room in shards of bloody red amongst the pockets of black shadow. It's out of one of these shadows that Charles Barnes lunges towards me, rusty fireplace poker extended like a sword. You're breaking and entering. I resist the urge to laugh at his choice of weapon. If he kills me with that pathetic thing, I deserve to die. And you're going to need something better than that to stop me. He flinches, but doesn't lower the poker. Are you Hamlin's man? I can work with that. I shrug non-committally. Sweat is collecting over his eyebrows. Listen, I told your boss the other night I'll get him his money. I swear, I just need more time. Hamlin's not a patient man, Charles. Fuck if I know a thing about whoever Hamlin is, but the panic in Layla's father's eyes tells me enough. He swallows. He told me he'd give me a week. I have 4 days left. 4 days. How much is this place worth? I look around like I haven't already taken stock of the house. A property in this neighborhood, it has to be worth something. This place isn't exactly mine. My eyes narrow. You're squatting. I'm resourceful, he says in lieu of admitting the truth. Pig-headed bastard is the way I remember Layla describing him. Resourceful must have slipped her mind when compiling adjectives. I gesture to the nearest chair. Sit, Charles. Let's have a little chat, man to man. He tightens his grip on the poker, and I sigh. Bring the scrap metal with you if it makes you feel better. He dabs the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and joins me near the window. The chair creaks when I lower myself into it, but Charles stays standing, the poker dangling loosely at his side. Why are you here? He croaks. I have more time. I've already told you, I just want to have a little chat. Now, sit down, I won't ask again. Reluctantly, he lowers himself into the chair opposite me, the poker settling between his knees. A part of me actually hopes he'll try to use it. It would give me the excuse I need to beat him to a fucking pulp. A beam of light catches his face and illuminates it. I take a good look at the man. His eyes are deep and wide-set. Rough stubble coats his loose jaw, and his scalp is bare in patches, though gray has only just begun to creep in at what's left of his roots. He doesn't share much in common with his daughter. You say you have 4 more days, I repeat, to which he nods aggressively. But you must have a plan. Tell me how you're going to pay Hamlin. He runs his fingers along the edge of the table, his eyes darting around as he talks. It involves some family assets. My fingers curl into a fist. Not yet, I urge myself. Rein it in. I can't imagine a man who squats in someone else's home has property of his own somewhere. You're damn right I do. Charles draws himself up indignantly. And it's a nice place. Big. Soon as I get some of this paperwork bullshit out of the way, you know the city permits, that sort of thing, Hamlin will get his money. It's gonna take no time at all. It's fine. And it's yours. That makes him hesitate. It will be, ex-wife still has. It's your ex-wife, S. For now, but she's sick. He grips the table with one hand, his teeth gnashing, literally chomping at the bit. Real sick. She won't be around for long. When she kicks it, that house is mine. My jaw clenches tight, just a little bit longer. Keep him talking. He'll dig his own grave if you let him. You didn't have any children. He releases the table, leans away as though he's been stung. No, we have one kid, a girl. Actually, she's the problem. I raise my eyebrows. Charles seems to interpret that as encouragement because he blusters on, oblivious to the fact that I have two clenched fists in my lap. Marie spoiled her. Layla has no respect for me. She's selfish and entitled. I've been trying to reach out for months now, and the little bitch won't let me see her mom. He scowls. I deserve better than that. I did everything I could for Layla. Abandoning her was for her benefit. I interrupt. He recoils, frowning. I didn't exactly abandon her. I had to. Circumstances changed after the accident. It was complicated. I suppose being a deadbeat dad always is. Listen, he stammers, the girl is fine. According to Marie, she's got herself knocked up and has some rich new sugar daddy to take care of her. She doesn't need the house like I do. Sides, I'm her father. I deserve it. My lip curls with contempt. You're no father, Charles Barnes. You're a fucking rat. I shove the table hard, and it crunches into his stomach before he can even react. He flops off his chair and onto the rug, wheezing like a landed fish. What the listen, man, he splutters. I swear I can handle this. I can handle her. Hey, maybe if you help me, I can get the house faster. Yeah, I'll bet that we can get them too. My foot hurtles into his ribs. Shit cracks that isn't meant to crack. It's best you stop talking now, Charles, I inform him icily. It's my turn. Charles gazes up at me with raw animal fear. You will not go anywhere near Marie or Layla, and you will certainly not go anywhere near our child. Charles's eyes go wide as he finally puts two and two together. Better late than never, I suppose. That's right, I confirm. And I will be back here to ram that fucking poker through your asshole if I so much as get a whiff of your putrid scent anywhere near my woman. Is that understood? He nods so fast that his cheeks tremble from the force. Good, I walk to the ruined door, but stop at the threshold. Charles is still lying on the floor, sweat and snot dribbling down his face and pooling on the carpet. Oh, and I'm not Layla's sugar daddy. I'm her husband. 23. LA. Evelyn, can we give her more pain medication? I dab Mom's forehead with the wet towel, but she just moans. No matter how many pillows I wedge around her or how many times I wet this stupid towel, she just writhes. She needs something. Evelyn looks as helpless as I feel. I can't give her any more today. She's already had the max dosage. Has she been like this all day? She nods, that detached professionalism taking over as she dims the lights. The doctors said this would happen, Layla. She'll have good days and bad. Hopefully, tomorrow will be better. I take her hand, her palm is clammy. Mom, can you hear me? Her eyes flutter behind closed lids, but they've been doing that for hours. There's no sign she even knows I'm here. She needs rest right now, Evelyn advises gently. It's not a bad idea for you either, honey. Go eat something. You've been here all day. The sad part is that I'm not sure I've been here all day, just for Mom. Really, I've been hiding. Had to, ever since I woke up from the best night of sleep I've had in years, only to find myself curled against Arson's side. I told him I didn't want him in my room or in my bed, and yet I woke up stuck to him like a horny barnacle. I couldn't face him, couldn't face that, so I slipped out of bed and skulked around the far corners of the house until he left. I'm not hungry. When are you ever? Evelyn gives me a sad smile. I'm paid to take care of your mother, but I'll give you some advice free of charge. That baby wants you to eat, even if you don't. But Go, darling, she insists, waving me with both hands towards the door. I'll take care of your mama, you take care of yourself. I sigh and slump to the kitchen because there's nothing else to do. I pick lifelessly at a plate of cheese, crackers, and fruit until the door opens and Jedian strolls in. Hey you, what you're up to? Trying to find a way to feel less useless. He glances down the hallway towards Mom's room. How's she doing? Not good, it's been a bad day. Maybe we can get Dr. Gray or Dr. Daniel. I called them both already. They told me to make her as comfortable as possible. He falls silent, and I know he's trying to come up with a solution. Arson, Dominic, Jedian, they're all the same, men of action. They've never met a problem they can't solve. Until now. Good luck beating up cancer, gentlemen. I wish you well in your efforts to intimidate her pancreas into proper working order. Have you told Arson? Asks Jedian. What is he gonna be able to do that the best doctors in the country have? He could be there for you, he says softly. You need someone to talk to. Out of all the things I thought he'd say, that never crossed my mind. Mostly because it's patently absurd. Arson doesn't want to talk to me about my dying mom. He barely wanted me to move her here. She's my consolation prize for agreeing to be imprisoned in this house. Hurt flashes across Jedian's face, and I feel bad. I don't really feel like the house is a prison. Not all the time, anyway. But before I can apologize, he clears his throat. Arson wants to see you. He asked me to send you to his room. He's home. I whip around the kitchen like Arson might be lurking behind me. Why didn't he just come see me himself? He's been busy. Jedian won't meet my eyes, and I'm positive there's more to that statement than he's letting on. Isn't there always? I think he wants to give you something, if that helps, he adds. I narrow my eyes. Yeah, Jedian, I was blackmailed into a loveless marriage, but at least he calls for me like a dog and gives me little treats. Jedian blows out a weary breath, like he's as sick of my shit as I am. It's not like that. He's just not used to this, Layla. Not used to what? Having an adult conversation, treating people with basic respect. Marriage. You'd think he'd have picked up some skills from his first rodeo. He never wanted to be married to Natasha. He never wanted to be married to me, either. At least he's consistent. Jedian works his jaw from side to side, debating something. Finally, he sighs. I know he comes across as a brute, but I've known Arson for over a decade now. Since before he went too, he cuts himself off and clears his throat. The point is, there's more to him than most people can see. Unless Arson is hiding like a circus clown under his many shades and layers of douchebag, I'm not interested. Where is his room? You don't know where, he shakes his head. It's right next door to yours. I can only sigh, of course it is. I head upstairs, debating all the while whether to go to his room or not. I want to ignore his request just to prove a point, but I also want to see how he lives. I've been snooping all around the house, but his room is the jackpot. The holy grail of who is Arson Adamov, really. Deciding to be rebellious on another day, I slip through the door. Arson's room is huge, twice as big as mine, at least. It has to be, to house the many dressers and shelves and cabinets lining the walls. It looks like a flea market in here. I walk around, snooping through drawers of neatly arranged deodorant, shelves lined with toothbrushes and toothpaste, and enough fresh linens to stock a hotel. I'm counting how many rolls of floss he has, nearing 50, when I hear clipped footsteps out in the hall. I close the cabinet and turn to the door as he enters, his deep green eyes finding me immediately. It's the first time I've seen him all day. I realize all at once how soft he looked in sleep this morning, how relaxed. Now his jaw is sharp as he shoves an envelope at me. Here. What is this? The answer becomes obvious when I tear it open in half. A dozen credit cards go clattering to the ground at my feet. Okay, it's a collection of credit cards. Next question, why are you giving them to me? He tugs his shirt over his head. Because you're my wife, and you'll need access to our accounts. Our accounts, I balk. Since when? Since I added your name to them this morning. Appearances are important, Layla. People have to think I'm taking care of you. I don't point out that very few people will ever see the details of our bank accounts. Mostly because he unbuttons his pants, and I lose my train of thought. I turn to face the window, my gaze well and truly averted. People will think this is a sham anyway. Why would they? Gee, I dunno. Because you found another wife the day after you lost your first one. It doesn't exactly speak volumes about our romantic connection. There was no love lost between Natasha and me. That was common knowledge. So you want to convince people that this is, I bite my lip, trying to choose my words carefully, a love match. I expect him to laugh, but he answers seriously. That's the idea. Against my better instincts, I turn towards him again, doing my best to keep my eyes north of his neck. Why? Because if they think I love you, they'll assume I'd burn the city down to avenge you. It'll make them think twice before they attack you. Ah, I get it. It's a shield. Emotions will forever and always be a tool Arson wields, not something he actually feels. God, that must be nice. Okay, well, thanks for this gift, I guess, I shrug. Or whatever it is, I'm gonna go to my room. I thought I made myself clear last night, he growls. You're my wife, you will sleep with me. Funny thing about that is, it turns out we've been sleeping almost on top of each other since I got here. Did you know my room is right next door? I sure didn't. He was keeping me close, toying with me before I even knew it. I can't let my guard down. Next thing I know, there will be locks on the outside of the doors, and he'll have the only key. From now on, this is your room. He's standing in front of me in his boxer briefs and nothing else, but he might as well be in a board meeting wearing a three-piece suit. He's in total control. It's the tattoos, I tell myself, the tattoos and the scars. There's an aura to that kind of thing. I know what you're playing at, Arson. I step closer, eyes narrowed. This isn't about keeping up appearances or protecting me. You just need to feel like you can control me. The big, strong boss telling his wife what to do, where to go. The vein in his jaw twitches, but he doesn't say anything in his defense. Well, I've got news for you. I will not be controlled. I was going for a Hollywood-esque dramatic act of defiance, but my acting must need some work, because the words sound weak even to my ears. The truth is, Arson has been in control every moment since the one we met, and we both know it. I told him I'd never accept his deal, yet here I am, 8 months pregnant with his baby. I told him I'd never move into his house, and yet my stuff is unpacked in the room next door, and my mom is dying downstairs. I told him that I would never share a bed with him, and yet I woke up with my head on his chest and my hand pressed to his abs. Abs that looked good enough to eat off of in the moment. And in this moment, too. I'm fighting a losing battle. He sighs and runs fingers through his thick hair. It's time to get ready for bed, Rosa. I narrow my eyes. Oh, I will, the moment I get back to my own room. Here, he offers, moving closer, let me help. I put one arm out to stop him coming too close. Stop, drop, and roll away from me, please and thank you. Just back up so I can think. Is it overwhelming when I'm this close to you? His green eyes are vibrant, almost hypnotic. I swear his pupils swirl, coaxing me in closer even as I try to back away. Yes, I answer silently, devastatingly so. I don't say it out loud, because I don't have the energy for a lie. Arson can tell, he sees everything. You're obviously exhausted. If you insist on being stubborn, you're leaving me no choice. What does that? He doesn't give me time to answer before he's plucking one of his pristine white t-shirts from a nearby shelf with one hand and plucking me off the ground with the other. He's warm and solid, and my body melts against him even as I shriek, "Let me go." I struggle pathetically as he rips the zipper of my dress down. I try to kick at him, but I'm too clumsy and slow and, like he said, exhausted. And he's much too strong. Cold air engulfs my body as my dress shimmies to the floor. Only then does he let me go. I leap out of reach, shivering in my underwear, and grab the closest pillow I can find to hold up over myself like battle armor. If my hands weren't occupied right now, I'd flip you off. He thrusts out the t-shirt. "You want to put something on? Here you go." "No," I snarl sarcastically. "I want to walk around with a pillow in front of my chest for the rest of my life." His hand stays extended. "You don't have to fight everything, Layla. Some things don't come with strings attached. Most don't, in fact." "What is this?" I demand, not buying his bullshit for a second. "Some weird power move? Is this all a part of some diabolical plan? First, you knock me up. Then, you lure me into your house and coerce me into marriage. And now, you want to dress me in your clothes? Am I like a Barbie doll to you?" He has the audacity to look bored. "Do you want the shirt or not?" I ignore his question and meet his eyes. "Tell me the truth. Did signing on that dotted line mean I sold my soul to the devil?" Sighing, he drops the shirt on the floor and drifts to the window. I take the opportunity to admire the musculature of his back. He really is a work of art. I assume I'm the devil in this scenario. I'm willing to bet you're the devil in most scenarios. Now you're just trying to flatter me. A little shiver runs down my back. It's not entirely unpleasant. Arson. "It's been a long day, Layla. Sleep in your clothes, my clothes in the nude, for all I care." He turns halfway and his eyes trail down my body, leaving heat everywhere they graze. I get the idea he can see straight through the pillow I'm still clutching as cover. "It doesn't matter to me, but you will sleep in this room." I look around the room for some kind of escape. The sofa in the corner will do. I'll take the couch. I expect him to argue, but Arson just shrugs. "So be it, more room for me." Then he tugs the blinds closed, slips into bed, and shuts his eyes. I stand there, uncertain, unthinking, weary to the bone in ways I didn't know I could even be weary. The pillow in my hands is lukewarm with my body heat, and I've never felt more vulnerable. A flash of amused green, Arson's eyes shining in the dark. "Would you like me to move over, or are you still throwing a fit?" I stomp away from him, snatching his shirt off the floor as I go. The moment I sink into the couch cushions, the lamp on Arson's bedside table goes off. I lie in the dark for a long time before I finally give in to the exhaustion. This sleep isn't as good as last night's, though. It's too lonely for that. 24. LA. When the delivery truck pulls down the drive, I nearly crash into Dominic trying to get to the door. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" he asks. I lean around him, squealing when I see the trunk at the base of the steps. "I'm expecting a package." "That is yours," he whistles long and low. "It's huge. What is it?" It's me finally doing what Arson wants. I smirk. He told me to spend his money, so, like the dutiful, obedient wife I am, that's exactly what I did. Dominic sighs miserably. "Peace. All I want in this house is a little peace. Is that so much to ask?" "Probably," I clap him on the back. "Mind grabbing that for me?" Carting your packages around seems like a husband's job. Since yours is pulling in the drive now, maybe he can do it. I look past Dominic again, and sure enough, Arson's car is pulling up to the garage. "Shit. Hurry, Dom, grab the trunk. Move. What am I, your pack mule?" He grumbles even as he bends down and heaves the chest into his arms. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, this stupid thing is heavy. Where am I taking it?" Our room, I correct with an eye roll. And hurry, I don't want Arson to see it yet. He stops at the base of the stairs, eyebrow arched. If there's a bomb in here, I'm going to get fired. You do know that, right? Nothing in that trunk will get you fired, I assure him. Then I snap my fingers. But I will if you don't put some pep in that step. He mumbles something about disrespect under his breath, but I'm too focused on that chest being out of sight before Arson gets inside to care. I'll apologize to Dom later. One olive branch offering of a red velvet cupcake, and he'll be good as new. The man is easy in that regard. Arson, not so much. I wait at the base of the stairs, an ear cocked in the direction of the garage, until I hear the telltale signs of Arson punching in his security code and his keys dropping into the bowl in the kitchen. Only then do I scurry upstairs. I'm at the top landing when I hear Arson's voice calling up to me from below. Where are you going? Dom is bringing up a package for me. Arson sighs, and when I peer down around the banister, he looks exhausted. More tired than I've ever seen him. A small part of me wonders if I shouldn't call this whole thing off. You didn't tell me you were going to order anything. And just like that, that small part of me sheds its empathy and starts chanting with the rest. Do it. Make him pay. There's plenty you don't tell me. I mount the rest of the stairs, but as I turn the corner, I see Arson following after me. I resist the urge to rub my hands together and cackle. I've got him exactly where I want him. Dominic, however, is nowhere near where I want him. As soon as I walk through the door, I shriek. What in the hell are you doing? He is kneeling down next to the trunk, slowly removing the wrappings keeping it closed. You can't bring a giant trunk into this house without security looking it over. He huffs out a breath like I'm the dumbest woman alive. Given what's happening right now, he might not be wrong. Dom, I breathe, you do not want to open that. Believe me when I tell you, you do not want to see. But it's too late. Dom pops the lid of the trunk and literally falls back on his ass like there are live crocodiles inside. What in the actual fuck, Layla? It's private. You weren't supposed to see anything. I run across the room, or walk briskly, since running is out of the question at this point in the pregnancy, and try to slam the lid closed. But Dominic, stubborn ass that he is, holds it open. What is going on? Are you hiding something under this, under all of those? He scans the contents of the trunk like he might have X-ray vision, which he doesn't. If he did, he'd know this package is exactly what it looks like. The only Trojan horse here is a foot long and comes with a built-in vibrator. What are you doing with a trunk full of sex toys? Dominic looks like he wants to melt into the floor. That makes two of us. Or is it actually a bomb? He takes a deep breath before he thrusts one hand into the trunk and stirs the contents like he's making the world's most awkward soup. Get out of there. I grab his elbow and pull, but it's like the sword in the stone. Only the one who can retrieve Dominic's arm from the trunk can save him from death by embarrassment. Arson is in the hallway. He'll be herein. Arson is coming. Finally, Dominic rips his arm back. The problem is, I'm still holding onto his wrist, and his hand is clamped around an obsidian black dildo with silver veining details. It was from some special edition, monster romance line. Great reviews. Great price. The rest happens in slow motion. Dominic and I turn towards the door together. Arson steps into the threshold. His tired green eyes take in the whole sordid scene. Arson, I just carried up. Dominic points at me with the hand still holding the dildo. The silicone penis flops accusingly in my direction. He turns deathly pale. All I did was carry up the trunk. I thought it might be a bomb. The look on Arson's face could scare the thunder from the skies. Dominic, he spits, out. Dominic instantly drops the dildo on the floor and flees for the door. Nothing could make me happier. He lunges into the hallway like the walls are closing in around him. Unfortunately, he doesn't take me with him. Nothing about this has gone right. The plan was for Arson to find me examining my purchases. I'd say something coy about how I'm in need of some company for my lonely nights on the couch, and Arson would get pissed that I spent his money on a box of sex toys. It was childish and petty, and now that I think about it, beyond stupid, but that was kinda the whole point. But there's nothing teasing or playful in the air between us now. He looks pissed. Arson is a roiling storm cloud looming over me, and I'm waiting for the lightning to come. For him to unleash on me so that I have an excuse to unleash right back. But he just stares at me. Not at the dildo, not at the trunk, just me. Why was Dominic in here with you and that? His eyes shift to the trunk. I swore to Dominic that nothing in the trunk would get him killed, but that's because even I couldn't have dreamed up what's happening. Even I, in my pettiest of moments, couldn't have imagined the violent jealousy currently coursing through Arson. I wanted Arson annoyed, but this might be even better. Still, I can't let Dom take the fall. It was a misunderstanding. Dominic thought I might have smuggled in a bomb to try to assassinate you. Arson eyes the box with renewed curiosity. Did you? Not unless it's shaped like a penis, or comes with 5 different licking speeds. His jaw tightens. Something indecipherable flickers across his face. Then, just when I think the storm in him is finally about to break, he turns away and shrugs out of his shirt. Whatever makes you happy. Seriously, that's it. I gaze down at the dildo lying limp on the floor. I did not spend $2,000 on high-end sex toys for that lame response. More than annoying Arson, I just wanted him to react. I wanted to crack through his stony, aloof exterior and get a peek at his ooey-gooey center. For once, I wanted Arson Adamov to feel real. If you really want my happiness, I slide the strap of my dress down my shoulder until the material shimmies down my body to the floor. Then you won't mind if I test out my new purchases, will you? Arson doesn't turn around. He just hangs his shirt in the closet and gives me a tight nod. If you must. My heart is racing as I climb back onto the bed. This was a terrible idea. He was supposed to stop me. We are supposed to be fighting right now. If I was lucky, we'd fight enough that he'd get sick of my nonsense and send me back to my own room. But Arson won't even look at me. He doesn't care. He's going to let me masturbate on his bed without even looking at me. As much as I want to laugh this off and call it a joke, excitement is building low in my stomach. Beyond that, I refuse to let him see me flinch. So I lie back on the bed and kick my panties to the floor. I'm aware that I probably look more like a beached whale than anything else, but when Arson finally turns around, his eyes are dark and hooded. He unbuckles his belt. That was a waste of money. It's not going to satisfy you. I buck my hips, letting the very tip of the dildo tease over my skin. What would you know about satisfying me? He could write the book on the subject, but there's no way in hell I'm going to tell him that. Because I know you're used to bigger. Such a man, I sigh. You always think it's about who's bigger. It's not. It's about what you do with what you've got. My eyes are still closed, but I hear Arson move closer. My skin prickles with the awareness of his gaze, and the awareness that I want his hands on me. I push the dildo deeper inside me and let out a very intentional moan. Porn stars, eat your heart out. Layla Barnes is here to steal the show. When I crack an eye open, Arson is breathing heavily. Are you just gonna stand there and watch? I pant. He nods. I want to see what you spent my money on. Give me a show, wife. I narrow my eyes, caught between the desire to plunge the dildo back inside me or fling it at his stupid head. I sink down the shaft and try to lose myself in the sensation, try to forget arson, is standing 2 feet away watching every second. But it's impossible. Because even with my eyes closed, it's his face I see in my mind. I spread my legs wider and thrust in deeper. I imagine him sliding between my legs, his tongue on my skin. Right now, if he ripped this dildo out of me and fucked me himself, I'd let him burn the entire trunk. The closer I get to an orgasm, the more I want to see him. When I can't resist it another second, I open my eyes, only to find Arson standing next to me, his cock clenched in his fist. "Keep going," he growls. "Don't stop." "Or what?" "What do you want from me, Rosa?" He says it like I'm a plague sent to destroy his house, like he would do anything to make me disappear. But when I look back at his face, his gaze is hungry. Fucking ravenous, actually. His hand moves faster and faster, pumping himself to the sight of me. He takes a step closer to the bed. "Do you want me to touch you?" "Yes, more than anything. Please, for the love of all that is good and right, and just touch me." But I shake my head weakly. That's what the toy is for. His jaw clenches, and my petty little jab hit its mark, but I realize too late that my target has shifted. I don't want to push Arson away anymore. I want to drag him closer. "That's the way you want to play it, little Rosa." His lips curl into a dark smile. He pulls off his boxer briefs, and I kind of hate that he wasn't kidding. I am used to bigger. My monster dildo has nothing on the beast between his legs. But instead of touching me, Arson only touches himself. It's not all bad though, right? I mean, he could have left the room. He could have walked away and abandoned me to finish or not finish on my own. But he didn't. He stayed. Maybe I can even convince myself that it's because he couldn't bear to leave. I'm taking the dildo in deep, long strokes now, working it in and out at the speed of Arson's pumping. We're defiantly far apart, but fully in sync, our eyes locked on each other as we move towards a mutual climax. "So close," I gasp, arching my back. "I'm so damn close." At the moment of truth, my gaze slides up to his face. His intense green eyes, the square of his jaw, the sharp cheekbones. That's all well and good. But it's what I see deep in his eyes that pushes me over the edge. Just for a moment, the faintest hint of it, the tiniest perceptible glint. Of a man who's about to lose control. That's what I wanted. That's the humanity I was so desperate for. When I see it, I orgasm hard. Full body spasming, sparks ricocheting down every nerve ending. I feel like I'm going to set the bedsheets on fire. This whole damn building could go up in flames around me, and I'm honestly not sure I'd notice. But when I do finally open my eyes, I find that my surroundings remain largely unchanged. The room is intact. Arson is standing over me. He's fully clothed, perfectly groomed. And any sign that he might have been about to crack is long since gone. "You can try my patience all you want, wife. Toy with me, test me, it doesn't matter," he says coldly. "I will always remind you exactly who you belong to." He leaves, and I collapse back on the mattress, confused and spent. When I do wake up a few hours later, Arson is not there. Neither is the trunk. 25. ARCN. "Wait, Atets." Felix Kaislev's voice trails down the hallway to my office. "This will go wrong. Stop." "Looks like you have visitors," Jedian observes as my office door flies open. Rollin storms in with Felix hot on his tail. They're followed by a disgruntled Malcolm. He makes one last feeble swipe at Rollin's arm, only to be elbowed off by the old man. "Sir, you can't just..." Malcolm's eyes shift helplessly towards me. "Mr. Adamov, I tried to stop them. They just barged in. No appointment, no." "Is it true?" Rollin roars, opening his jacket so everyone catches the flash of a gun on his hip. Jedian's hand twitches towards his own weapon, but I give him a warning glance. "That won't be necessary." Yet, Malcolm, you're dismissed for the day. My assistant scowls at the Kaislevs before he backs out of the room. The moment the door clicks shut, Roland's lips curl contemptuously. Is it true? He repeats. Jedian steps closer. Watch your tone, Kaislev. Felix puts a hand on his father's shoulder. Atets, this is not the right way to. Off, he bellows, swiping off his son's hand. Touch me again, and I'll bury you next to your sister. How dare you reprimand me? Felix falters, but Roland only has narrowed eyes for me. I'll ask one more time, Adamov, is it fucking true? Have you taken another wife? I don't need to answer. I simply meet his eyes. The man combusts. Natasha hasn't even been dead a week. Why you dare? Dare? I laugh in his face. I don't dare, Roland. I do. I am the Packhin. As you reminded me once, taking a wife is my duty as the leader of the Adamov Bratva. That's the logic you presented to me before offering up your daughter. This woman was supposed to be your surrogate, but you were cheating on my daughter with this whore all along. You're the one who killed her, aren't you? Atets, Felix warns. It's okay, Felix. I calmly walk around my desk as the sky reddens behind us. I had no personal interest in your daughter, Roland. We came to an arrangement. I lived my life, and she was free to live hers. I had no reason to want her dead. But the baby, he blurts, that baby is part Kaislev. He's losing his foothold. These are his last desperate attempts to stop his family's freefall. It would be repulsive if it wasn't so pitiful. My baby has nothing to do with your daughter. The child will be a bastard then, he spits. If I remember correctly, you yourself were the bastard born from your father's favorite mistress. Isn't that right, Roland? He cringes as if I slapped him. But I haven't even begun to inflict pain yet. I always do my research. I like to know my enemies, and I definitely know my allies, real or imagined. I crack my neck lazily. In any case, my daughter will not be a bastard, especially since I married her mother. So you're admitting it, Roland presses. You slaughtered my daughter to get her out of the way so that you could marry your slut. I've been very patient with you up until now, Roland. But call my wife a whore one more time, and I'll make sure you join your daughter in hell. He pales, fists pulsing. You killed her. Atets, Felix cries, raising his voice for the first time since I've known him. That's enough. Roland whips out his gun and aims it at his son. I told you to shut the fuck up. I have to commend Felix. The man doesn't so much as flinch. We're not doing this here, he says coolly. You're gonna stand there while I have a gun to your face and order me around? Roland seethes. 1 second. That's all it would take to end your miserable life. 1 fucking second. But then who would clean up your messes, father? Roland goes beet red, but his son has more to say. You know better than to blame arson for Natasha's death. You could have prevented Natasha's death. Maybe that's why you're so angry. Be silent, boy. I step into the fray. Roland, put the damn gun down. You're making a fool of yourself. This is between me and my son. Except you're standing in my office on my turf. I stare him down until, with a strangled moan, he lowers the weapon. Good. Now tell me, how could Natasha's death have been prevented? That's not your... I wasn't talking to you, I interrupt, cutting Roland off mid-sentence and turning my attention to Felix. It might be the first time I've ever addressed him. It's also the first time he's made himself seem even moderately useful. He gulps, then clears his throat and stands tall and proud. Alessandro Calcagno has been trying to make contact with us for months now. Roland glowers in Felix's direction. That information is not for you to share, you fucking mudak. You will be silent, or he shuts up the moment the cool mouth of my gun presses to his temple. You are the one who's going to have to be silent, Roland, I command. One more word out of you, and I will pull the trigger. He swallows, but holds his tongue. After a beat, Felix continues, my father turned down the request for a meeting with Calcagno. So then, about a month ago, Alessandro promised that if we didn't hear him out, he would have no choice but to hit our family. He mentioned Natasha by name. That's news to me, important news. You were warned about the hit on Natasha. You miserable bastard, Rollin screams at his son. I'm going too. But whatever Rollin was going to do is lost in the deafening sound of a gunshot. My gunshot. Rollin drops instantly, painting my carpet with his brains. I did warn him. I holster my gun with a sigh, turning to Felix. At least you won't be interrupted anymore. Felix is staring down at his father's body. You killed him. Do you have a problem with that? He inhales. Exhales. Then, no, not at all. Good, now you were saying. My father thought, Felix swallows. He thought that Calcagno was just bluffing, trying to scare him. He was sure that Natasha would be protected by virtue of the fact that she was your wife. I told him more than once that he needed to inform you of the threat. Everyone knew that you and Natasha lived separately, that she was vulnerable. But he was more interested in focusing on Pobeda and the launch. He didn't think the threat against Natasha was worth losing sleep over. Fool, I grimace. This could have been prevented. The Calcagnos have had it out for you since Pobeda was first announced. Felix's voice is even, but his eyes dart to his father's body every few seconds. They want to stop the launch. They think it'll give you too much power. Ah, so that's why they approached you. They're trying to break down my alliances. I pluck a tissue from my desk and dab away a fleck of blood from the back of my knuckles. You've surprised me today, Felix. Still waters do run deep. I didn't think I'd ever see you stand up to your father. He was never a father to me. The venom in his voice surprises me yet again. Well, now you have a chance to be the man in charge, I say. You're officially the head of the Kislevs, with my blessing. His shoulders square with purpose. I suppose I am. The alliance between the Kislevs and the Adamov Bratva doesn't have to end with Rollin. Just as long as you can be loyal. I can do that. I smile, extending a hand out. Then I look forward to our next meeting, Felix. His handshake is confident, firm. With a bow, he backs out of the room. Jedian waits until Felix's footsteps have faded away before he turns to me. Well, fuck me. Only you can dole out murder and get loyalty in return. Smirking, I walk around Rollin's body. Once you've handled the body, meet me out front. We're going out on the town tonight. Anywhere specific? La Passion. It's Alessandro Calcagno's most successful downtown club. I figure we're long past due to pay him a visit. His face breaks into a hungry smile. Excellent. 26. ARCN. What do you mean, you're going to La Passion now? Dominic's voice booms through the Escalade speakers. Alessandro is there tonight. Jedian covers his ears. Another octave higher, and only dogs will be able to hear you, Dom. You have the Barnaby Gala tonight, Dom reminds me. Blyett, I forgot about that. I called you 3 times today, Dominic complains, all of which you ignored. I was busy. Busy avoiding me, you mean. I had nothing to do with that damn trunk arson. Jedian perks up like a meerkat. What trunk? I was trying to make sure it was secure. If I'd known it was full of giant dildos, I never would have. What did I miss? Jedian cries. Enough. I know Dominic had nothing to do with Layla's stunt, but I can't think about any of it right now. I have too much on my plate to spend any energy imagining Layla lying in my bed, her legs spread, her lips parted. I clear my throat. How many seats do I have at this damn gala? Can I skip it? 2 whole tables. And no, not unless you want to offend all of society's finest and brightest, not to mention some significant business contacts. Shit, fine, I'll be there. I'll be late, but I'll be there. Are you planning to take? Who? I growled. I know exactly whose name is about to leave his lips, and I can't hear it. I can't remember the way she looked underneath me, squirming, moaning. If I do, I'll ignore every responsibility in front of me and go to her instead. Nothing, never mind, Dominic mumbles. I'll see you at the gala. The line goes dead, and Jedian looks over. Am I ever going to hear the story, or? No. He sighs, but is wise enough to know not to argue. Fine, what's the game plan? I park along the curb half a block from La Passion. You stay in the car and have Valentin and Matvey deliver my little gift to the back of the club when they arrive. You're going in there alone. Jedian is starting to sound like Dominic. This is Alessandro's most successful business. Starting shit with me in full view of his patrons would definitely hurt his profit margins. He won't run the risk. Jedian chews on his lip. Still, it's important that Alessandro knows I'm not intimidated by him. Text me when Valentin and Matvey get here. I leave him in the Escalade and stride towards the club. There's a long line of people outside, chomping at the bit to be let in by the surly bouncer. I cut in front of all of them, earning a few complaints and some smiles from the women at the front of the line, no doubt hoping to catch up with me inside. At one point in my life, I might have entertained them. Now I couldn't care less. The bouncer thrusts out an arm as I approach. Are you on the list? I'm always on the list, I reply. Arsen Adamov, I advise you not to make me wait. The bouncer looks like he's seen a ghost. He leaps aside and waves me through, muttering something about informing Mr. Calcagno of my arrival. I breeze through the doors and into the club, bypassing the sweat, sex, and chaos of the main floor in favor of the VIP section. When I make it to the top of the velvet-clad stairs, a gorgeous brunette with short, spiky hair materializes in front of me. Mr. Adamov, I'm Annabelle, the hostess for the evening. Don Calcagno. I take it he knows I'm here. Of course, Don Calcagno knows everything. Her sequined dress catches the flashing lights from the dance floor. She looks like a silver fish. He asks that you wait for him at his private table. He'll be just a few moments. In other words, it'll be at least half an hour. He can't move against me in a public place like this, but he can force me to wait on him. The joke is on him. I've been to fucking prison. I have no problem waiting. I order myself a whiskey and pull out my phone. Now that I have a few minutes to myself, my mind wanders to the one place I haven't let it go all day. ARSCN, I have an event tonight. I expect you to be ready in an hour. I'll have a dress sent to the house for you. Not even a minute later, my phone vibrates. I feel like a horny teenager as I swipe back into my text messages. LAILA, yes, master. Right away, master. Is there anything else your highness desires? ARSCN, you know, I don't hate the sound of that. LAILA, of course you don't, because you're an ass. ARSCN, you can count the ways at the event tonight. Don't wear any underwear. I don't realize I'm smiling down at the phone until a leather coaster slides in front of me. I look up and now find myself smiling inadvertently at the hostess. She places my drink in front of me, bending over far enough to offer me an unrequested view of her cleavage. Your drink, Mr. Adamov. Compliments of Don Calcagno. Thank you, my smile withers. That will be all. Her poise falters, like she was hoping I'd take her up on the invitation she's obviously extending. Let me know if there's anything else you need. I don't need anything from her. I turn back to my phone as it buzzes. LAILA, what event are you dragging me to anyway? A public flogging? Open heart surgery on your enemies, sans anesthesia. ARSCN, a charity gala. Not as gory as your suggestions, but every bit as painful. LAILA, is it a charity for rich men with fragile egos? That must be a cause close to your heart. ARSEN, a charity gala to fund a wing of St. Francis Memorial, actually. LAILA, the hospital. ARSEN, no, the strip club. It's also close to my heart. LAILA, you're hilarious. ARSEN, this event is important, so I expect you to be on your best behavior tonight. The three dots appear and disappear and reappear. It's cute to imagine her scowling down at the phone, debating what to say to me. LAILA, tell me where the trunk is and I'll come. ARSEN, you'll come tonight regardless, Rosa. I take a sip of my drink, enjoying this far too much. LAILA, you're so clever. Is that what you want to hear? ARSEN, you're so clever, master, would be better, but we can workshop that tonight. At the gala. LAILA, what makes you so sure I'll obey? ARSEN, because I believe you're a smart woman, Layla. One who knows when to pick her battles. My thumbs are poised over the keypad, waiting for her reply, when Alessandro Calcagno arrives with his entourage in tow. Arson, Alessandro's arms are raised like we might embrace. How wonderful, too. I hold up a single finger, keeping my eyes fixed on my text thread with Layla. ARSEN, if I don't make it on time, go in without me, but stay close to Dominic. I press send, only then do I stand and offer him my hand. Apologies about that, my friend. Had some business to attend to, you understand. Alessandro tries to rearrange his scowl, but doesn't quite manage to hide his irritation. Of course. He gestures to the younger man at his shoulder, yet another heir happy to hide behind his father. My enemies breed like rabbits. Someone ought to teach them the value of a condom. You remember my son, Enzo. Nice to see you again, Enzo. We all know I'm lying, so I skip to the main event. It's been so long since we've seen one another that I came with a gift for the two of you. What's the occasion? My wife's death. Enzo steps forward immediately. I don't know what you've heard. I don't listen to idle gossip, Enzo, I interrupt. But facts are stubborn things. Alessandro feigns surprise. Coming to my club and accusing me of murdering your lovely wife is bold even for you, Arson. I tilt my head to the side. Have you always been such a bad liar, or are you losing practice in your old age? All at once, the pretense falls away. His face twists into a hideous sneer. What was my tell? No one who knew her would ever describe her as lovely. He laughs viciously. You're not wrong. As far as I can see, I did you a favor. You tried to make me look weak. Enzo bends over to whisper something, his voice low in his father's ear, but not low enough that I don't hear almost every word. Don't think this is the appropriate place to have this conversation, Papa. What are you afraid of, Enzo? Alessandro scoffs. Arson is here to thank me, aren't you, my friend? That's exactly what I'm here to do, hence the gift. It's right outside the club, in the body bags. Alessandro's eyebrows arch in surprise. Did you really think there would be no retribution for the men who killed my wife? He lurches toward me, but Enzo holds him back. A few of them were killed today, I continue, so they'll be fresh. I can't say the same for all 7, though. You'll have to move fast if you don't want the stench bothering your patrons. I suppose you think this makes us even. I don't miss the flash of hope in his eyes. Hardly. You don't want to start an all-out war with me, he grumbles. Not so close to the Pobeda launch. There's a way for us to coexist. Says the man who ordered a hit on my wife. I've heard through the grapevine that your wife is alive and well. Pregnant, too. Didn't take you long to replace the corpse, did it? It's a win-win, wouldn't you say? Enzo shuffles awkwardly from one foot to the other. Their dynamic seems slightly more functional than Roland's relationship with Felix. But not by much. What do you really want, Alessandro? I ask. Why, a long-lasting friendship, of course. His eyes glitter like a bird of prey, and dominion over the Temple District. The Temple District is where I do the most business. He shrugs. You do business everywhere, Arson, and you're pretty damn good at it. Relinquishing control of the Temple District won't really hurt you. No, but it might hurt you. I drop my fake smile. Come near my family again, Calcagno, and I will demolish yours. And if you stick so much as a pinky toe in the Temple District, I'll sever it and shove the bloody stump down your fucking throat. Then I sweep around him and saunter out of the VIP section. I'm almost to the doors when Enzo catches up to me. You forgot your wallet, Mr. Adamov. The leather wallet in his hand isn't mine, and I'm about to tell him as much when he whispers, It was my father who ordered the hit on your wife. I advised him against it. Clearly, he's not listening to you. Enzo sighs. The older he gets, the more resistant he becomes to my input. If you don't take charge, then someone else will. I'm taking steps, he admits vaguely, but I'm waiting for the right time. Interesting. Alessandro may be a write-off, but there might be hope yet for the son. Just don't wait too long, I warn. Once things are set in motion, it's difficult to change their trajectory. 27. LA. Responding to Arson's texts was my first mistake. Turns out, my unbelievably handsome husband might also be funny, which just goes to show that God really does have favorites. Save some charisma for the rest of us, jerk. My second and third mistakes were putting on the dress, and heels he sent for me to wear and squeezing my pregnant ass in a car. Just to come prance around in front of a bunch of rich people I have no desire to know. I want to go home. I peek through the double doors that lead into the ballroom, but I don't see Arson anywhere. Maybe he hasn't seen me yet. Maybe, by the time he realizes I'm not coming, it'll be too late to fetch me, and I can hide at home. Take that, master. Too bad. Dominic pries my nails out of his sleeve. Arson is already in there. He's expecting you. I'm deep enough on his shit list as it is. I don't give a rat's ass what he's expecting. I don't want to go in there, Dom. I don't know how to do. I wave an arm around to capture the general finery. This, the fancy clothes, the fancy people. If it makes you feel any better, you look sensational. I catch a glimpse of myself in the floor-length mirrors that panel the lobby. The lilac fabric flows gracefully over my bump. The off-the-shoulder neckline is just low enough to display some subtle cleavage and show off the new diamonds draped around my neck. Fine, I will concede that I look passable, but I don't feel like myself. I kick a foot out from beneath my dress, sending a barb of pain straight into my hip. I also can't feel my toes. The 3-inch Ferragamo stilettos are gorgeous, but they come at a price, and I'm paying it with interest. Dominic extends an elbow. That's why you've got me. There's no way out of this, is there? Not unless you think you can run in those heels. With that option wildly out of reach, I loop my arm through Dom's and let him lead me to the wolves. The moment we walk in, gazes swivel in our direction. We meander through the room, smiling all the while looking for Arson. When I see your boss, I mumble, I'm gonna kick his ass. Dominic chuckles. I'd pay good money to see that, especially in front of this crowd. Who are all these people? To put it simply, nothing gets done in this city without the say-so from one of the people in this room. So just a bunch of nobodies. When I see a huge sign highlighting tonight's cause, kill cancer, I jerk to a stop, my arm slipping from Dominic's. I thought this gala was to fund another wing of St. Francis Memorial. That's what Arson said. No mention of cancer. I'd remember that. It is a specialty wing dedicated to cancer patients. My jaw drops. Did he know that? Considering they wanted to name the whole damn wing after him, I'm going to assume so. Why would they name the wing after him? I ask, fearing I already know the answer. Handsome, funny, and curing cancer. Your classic triple threat. He's footing most of the bill, but don't tell anyone, Dominic whispers. He hates giving speeches, does his best work in the shadows, our friend Arson does. He also prefers to work in the shadows when it comes to his personal history, apparently. Do the people here know about his mom? I can't imagine we'd be standing here right now if they did. The last thing he'd want is to talk about his mother all evening. Dominic tenses. He told you about her. Paulina did, a little bit anyway. Did you get to meet her? No, she died before we met. He clears his throat and looks past me. Ah, there he is, and not a moment too soon. Off we go, pip pip, put a little hustle in your bustle. Distracted, I follow Dominic through the crowd. Then I spot Arson, too, and... oh, wow. My knees nearly buckle at the sight of him. The man could make Adonis look like a pimple-infested teenager. He's in a midnight blue suit with an ivory t-shirt, no tie. Everyone else is in black tuxedos, but somehow they look underdressed compared to him. He's tan, tattooed, gleaming, flawless. He rises head and shoulders above the crowd. Every eye that passes over him comes back for seconds, thirds, and fourths. He doesn't seem to notice us. He's too busy charming the pants off the small throng of people clustered at his feet. There's a gorgeous blonde on his right, hanging on his every word. She's wearing a dress that would make Jessica Rabbit look conservative. Her flat stomach makes me all the more aware of my very large belly as I bobble over to join a crowd I clearly don't belong in. Arson's eyes sweep over me. Layla, you're here. He holds out his arm. Apparently, I'm expected to walk into it. I'm nothing if not a people pleaser, so I do as Master implies and scooch in. His hand flattens against the small of my back, pulling me against his chest as he presses a chaste kiss to my cheek. Everyone, may I introduce Layla Adamov, my wife. A murmur of interest runs through the group of people. Wife, Jessica Rabbit gives me a scathing once-over. Well, that's a surprise. Arson doesn't offer any explanations apart from my introduction, and Jessica Rabbit aside, this group is far too polite to ask. Within a few minutes, they splinter off, but I feel their eyes on me as they defray around the room. You sure know how to drop a bomb, I tell him. He smirks. I like to make an impression. Who's she? I ask, unable to stop myself from gesturing over to Jessica Rabbit. Eleanor Martinson. Her father owns a chain of casinos. When she's not being a trust fund baby, she's a model. Of course she is. Arson hooks a finger underneath my chin and forces my gaze from Eleanor Martin whatever to him. You look beautiful, Rosa. Diamonds suit you. Blushing, I lean away from his touch. People are staring at us. They're staring at you, Layla, and honestly, I can't blame them. I narrow my eyes. Is this the kind of song and dance I should expect with these functions? Are you going to be sweet to me all night, or do your friends know it's a total ruse? He snorts with laughter. Don't ruin the illusion, it's our little secret. I'm about to ask if I'm actually seeing Mick Jagger at the bar when Arson growls under his breath. He should know better than to show up to one of my charity events. The Rolling Stones? Then I follow his gaze and see him staring at a blonde man with impeccable bone structure and silver spikes on his loafers. Not a friend of yours, I take it. Arson scowls. That's Matthew Cole. He's been trying to get Adamov liquor into his bars in the industrial district. That sounds like a good thing. More drinks sold, more money, right? Arson draws me in a little closer. Ordinarily, you'd be right, but the alcohol I offer is as popular as it is because of its inherent exclusivity. You can't find it everywhere. Only certain bars and hotels in the city offer Adamov liquor. The name carries a certain cash. And Matthew Cole's bars don't pass muster. I have standards to maintain. Just because something is popular doesn't mean it's good. High school Layla would have loved that advice, I mutter. Someone pops up just then and steals Arson's attention. I squeak out something about the bathroom and break off from him in search of a quiet corner to hide out in for a little while. I do take a detour to inhale a shrimp cocktail, but just when I'm resuming my quest for a sanctuary, a tuxedoed body blocks my path. Well, hello there. Matthew Cole looks me up and down shamelessly. I don't believe we've met. I swallow the last of the shrimp in my mouth and take his offered hand. Layla Barnes. Instead of shaking my hand, he brings it to his lips. It's hard to miss a new face in these tired old circles. I'm Matthew Cole. I feel the moment Arson spots us like a shift in the magnetic field, but I force myself to keep my eyes on the man in front of me. Do you come to a lot of these events? All of them, unfortunately. They're quite boring. Unless, of course, you meet someone who'd also rather be anywhere else. Then it can be fun. He winks at me like we didn't just meet 15 seconds ago. We might just be kindred spirits, Layla. What makes you think I don't want to be here? Because I've been watching you for the last hour. You didn't laugh hysterically over Mayor Klein's dim-witted joke about election rigging. You didn't compliment his wife on her pearls. And you didn't seem at all impressed when Jerry Hunnam was boasting about his new mansion in the valley. Oh, well, you're right that I don't really give a shit about the guest list, I admit. But I do give a shit about the cause. You might be the only person here who does. Me and Arson. His smile grows a little cold. Arson Adamov isn't here to cure cancer. I shrug and reach for another shrimp cocktail. I won't waste my breath trying to convince you otherwise. Are you here with him? What do you think, Cole? Arson interrupts, putting himself between Matthew and me. Adamov, Matthew grimaces. How on earth did you manage to score the prettiest date here? Arson makes a show of wrapping his arm around me. Marrying her helped. Matthew's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Since when? Recently. We wanted to do it before our daughter was born. Arson grazes a kiss along my neck. I try to wriggle away from him, but he just grips me tighter. Well then, Matthew raises his glass. Congratulations are in order. Arson takes a small drink, his eyes never leaving the other man's. How's business? Matthew pulls himself up to his full height. Booming, you really missed out. I'll try to survive the disappointment. Now, if you'll excuse us, I need to introduce my wife to Stuart. Matthew's polite smile turns into a full-on scowl as Arson leads me away. Stuart Roundhouse is his direct competitor, he explains in an amused whisper. Arson, you're poking his buttons on purpose. Serves the bastard right for trying to schmooze my woman. I ignore the satisfaction that buzzes through me at his words. So should we pull out a ruler and start measuring dicks now, or do we save that for later? Maybe after the arm wrestling. He ignores my jab and spins around, stopping in front of me. You're doing very well. You look like you belong. I take a bite of my shrimp, but I can barely enjoy it because Arson seems fixated on my mouth as I chew. Yeah, well, once I got over the initial nerves, I realized something. I don't care what these people think of me. Arson reaches out and tucks a loose curl of hair behind my ear. You really don't, do you? It's not really a question. He says it softly, almost like he's talking to himself. I can't quite explain why it feels like the greatest compliment he's ever given me. 28. LA. You know, it takes a brave woman to eat at one of these events. I could never. I really admire your independence. Jessica Rabbit is beside me again, armed with a bright smile and a fresh coat of lipstick. I, meanwhile, have a shrimp tail hanging out of my mouth. Not that it matters. I ate my lipstick off within 10 minutes of walking through the doors. I swallow a barely chewed bite of food as she claims the seat next to me without invitation. Yeah, well, when I'm hungry, I eat. Call me a feminist icon. Clearly. Her eyes take in the carnage of empty plates and glasses in front of me. The only edible thing remaining is a wilted lettuce leaf. I admire that you're not worried about unnecessary weight gain, too. Pregnancy is the perfect excuse to let loose. Just like that, my appetite shrivels. This bitch is very good at what she does. I slide my plate away. Eleanor, right? Eleanor Martinson, she says, hiking up her bustier as if her insane cleavage is a suffix. Eleanor Martinson, her royal chestiness. I would have introduced myself earlier, but the vultures were circling. Everyone wants to meet you. I fake a laugh, glancing around for Arson or Dominic or anyone who can save me from this conversation. No white knights in sight, though. I could pull the pregnancy card and excuse myself to use the bathroom, but just the thought of getting on my feet again makes me feel faint. My hip has been screaming bloody murder at me for the last hour. It makes sense. I mean, Arson Adamov married not once but twice, and so soon after the tragic death of his wife, no less. She sighs forlornly, but the momentary sympathy disappears almost as soon as it started, and she gets this calculating look in her eye. I'd bet dollars to donuts that the next thing that comes out of her mouth is gonna be some premeditated murder type shit. Well, his first wife, anyway. Nailed the guess, Sly. Nice work. I don't even try to hide my eye roll. Yes, I'm his second wife. Oh, the shame. Oh, the horror. I dismiss her with a wave. If you're here to make me feel bad about that, you severely overestimate how much I care about your opinion. Her thin eyebrows arch in surprise. What do you mean? You are either here to make me feel bad that Arson had a life before I met him, or, best case scenario, you're just another vulture looking for the inside scoop. But with bigger boobs and a better nose job. I came over here to be nice, she hisses. I came over because you're eating shrimp alone. You looked pathetic. I smile sweetly. Don't feel bad for me. The shrimp was better company. She shoves her chair back and stands up. Fine, you can spend the rest of the night alone for all I care. Don't threaten me with a good time. She huffs away, swinging her white blonde hair over her shoulder as she goes. I almost feel bad, but when I notice her heels are 2 inches taller than mine, yet her ankles are svelte and unswollen, that feeling burns away. There's a dark chuckle from just behind me. What a show! Arson's eyes are bright with amusement. How long have you been lurking there? Since Eleanor sat down. Just perfect. He takes the seat the witch just vacated, and I cast him a gloomy look. That wasn't one of my finer moments. On the contrary, I thought you were extraordinary. I narrow my eyes at him, waiting for the catch, but he just smiles. You held your own. It's tough to do with Eleanor. Spend a lot of quality time with Jessica Rabbit, do you? Would it bother you if I said yes? Would it bother you if I said I didn't care either way? We stare at each other, locked in a stalemate of sorts, though I couldn't for the life of me tell you what the stakes in this little skirmish are all about. Finally, I look away, picking nervously at the tablecloth. I would have thought you'd pick someone a little more intellectually stimulating to spend time with. Talking to that woman is probably like playing tennis with a brick wall. I'm here with you, not her or I. I poke at a smear of food on my plate. She's going to tell everyone that your new wife is a colossal bitch. Well, you did tell her you'd rather talk to a dead shrimp. She might not be wrong. Taché, I take a sip of water. I shouldn't have let her get to me. I'm blaming it on the heels. What's wrong with your heels? I lift the hem of my dress and show him my hideously swollen ankles. I can even see the dagger-like red marks, courtesy of whichever genius at Ferragamo decided to make straps out of what is apparently barbed wire. It's no big deal, I insist when I see his face curdle into that stormy, Arson is about to do something rash look I've come to know so well. Nothing a long soak tomorrow can't fix. You should have said something. He makes a grab for my foot under the table. What are you doing? I'm fine. You're not fine, you're in pain. Let me see your feet. Not unless you pay me cold, hard cash, buddy. I try to smile, but Arson isn't in a joking mood. He makes another swipe under the table. No, really, it's okay. It's not even my feet. Heels can aggravate my hip. His eyes darken, and I realize I've somehow made things worse. That's chronic pain for you, I joke weakly. Always flaring up at the most inconvenient times, but I'm used to it, so. He grabs my right leg suddenly and hauls it onto his lap. Despite the thunderous set of his mouth, his hands are gentle on my ankle as he releases my foot from its designer bear trap. Is that better? God, yes, much. I can't be barefoot in here, I whimper. I offer a shaky smile in the direction of a few curious passersby before turning back to Arson. I'll take my shoes off when we're on the way home, okay? Now is not the appropriate time. I try to pull my leg back, but pain shoots up my hip. I can't stop the wince in time. You're still in pain, he accuses. Nope, I'm peachy. Never better, actually. Set me loose on the dance floor and I'll prove it. I try to pry my leg out of his grip. Instead, his hand slips under the high slit of my dress and up my thigh. Arson, we're in public. How does that feel? Like a misdemeanor. But my indignation is overrun by the urge to sigh in relief. Arson works strong fingers into the knot of muscles along my upper thigh and hip. I kept you on your feet too long. I'd offer up a saucy retort about how he could put me on my knees instead. But my mouth has abandoned ship in favor of letting my whole body bask in the warmth and comfort of his hands. Arson missed his calling. He should have been a masseuse. He's been touching me for barely a minute, if that, and already the pain in my hip is receding. My feet have stopped throbbing. Even the pounding in my temples has dulled. Which is probably why, when he strokes his thumb along the crease of my hip, I lose all sense of where I am and moan. It's not subtle either. I really go for it. The sound is soul-deep and heartfelt, and volume control is not one of its virtues. The moment it escapes my lips, my eyes fly open. I know there are still people talking and laughing and music is still playing, but the room might as well be dead silent. I can't bring myself to look around and see who is watching, but I know they are. Oh my God, I dip my chin and hope my hair will hide my shame. Please tell me someone else made that sound. Someone else made that sound. Liar, that's even worse. Oh God, I drop my face into my hands. Get your hand out of my dress. I cannot be the woman who nearly orgasmed in public. Was that what that moan was? He's only joking. He knows what I sound like when I really orgasm. I guess I don't know my own power. That's not what, I'm saying it's what people think happened. And there will be no dissuading them now. You're going to be the talk of the party, Arson teases, even as his fingers slip between my thighs. What are you doing? I squeeze my legs together, trying to keep him out even though every fiber in my being is dying to let him continue. People are staring. Arson is close enough that I can't look away to confirm my theory. I can only hold his gaze. Let them fucking stare. Arson, you're my wife, he growls. It's my duty to take care of you. If I want to stick my hand up your dress, I will. If I want to make you come right here in the middle of the ballroom, I can do that too. And I just might. You wouldn't, I breathe, half defiant, half disbelieving. Watch me. 29. ARCN. Layla lets out a whimper of pain as I lift her from the car and into the house. I decide I'm going to sue the stilettos off of whoever the fuck designed those damned shoes. We're almost there. I'm not gonna make it, just dump me on the floor. I'll wait for it to pass. I'm not. Please, Arson, I don't want to move anymore. The discomfort in her voice is almost too much for me to handle. I ditch the idea of making it up the stairs and pivot towards the living room. I'm at least putting you on the couch. She winces as I lower her down, and again when I have to move her leg to prop it up on a cushion. But finally she sighs, "That's better. Can I get you anything?" She shakes her head. "It's just a waiting game now. You go upstairs. I'll sleep on the couch tonight." I turn away from her without another word. When I come back a few minutes later with a large bowl filled with hot water and a sponge, her eyes go wide. "Arson, you don't need to do this. You're not used to being looked after, are you?" She doesn't answer. She doesn't need to. The way she stiffens when I flip up her dress and expose her hip says enough. Her scar stands out, red and angry against her pale skin. Is it hurting right now? If I lie still, no. If I move, breathe, or even think about moving or breathing, then it's like someone is branding me with a hot poker. So, in short, kind of. I apply the warm compress to her upper thigh, passing it up and over one swath of skin, then the next, working my way up to her hip. Her lips part and her eyes roll back in her head. "Okay," she concedes after a long sigh. "That does feel good. You didn't need to wear those shoes." I glare at the Ferragamos I tossed on the carpet. I'm going to burn them later, and I'm going to fucking enjoy doing it. I wanted to. They were pretty. I've never had shoes that nice before. If that's all it was, you should have told me. I could buy you the most expensive pair of orthopedic sneakers they make. Her glare says she doesn't like that idea as much as I wish she did. I hate seeing her in pain, especially when it's my fault. You could have at least told me about your hip bothering you. I wouldn't have kept you on your feet so long if I'd known it would cause a problem. She tries to take the compress from my hands. "I'll handle it from here, Arson. You can go now." Ignoring her, I soak the compress in the bowl of warm water and reapply it. She spends the first few minutes stubbornly pretending I'm annoying her with my tender care. Then her eyes start to get heavy. Soon, they're closed, and she's breathing softly. I consider moving her upstairs, but I think better of it. This is the first time she's looked comfortable all night. Taking the bowl of water, I go back into the kitchen. But I stop short when the fridge door clicks shut and a woman emerges from behind it. She has a bright orange scarf wrapped around her neck and a ragged scar along the left side of her face. It runs from her eye to the corner of her mouth. "You must be Layla's mother. I've heard a lot about you. And you must be Arson Adamov. I've heard almost nothing about you, though not for lack of trying. You have your daughter's directness." And her eyes, I note. As Marie steps into the light, her bright blue gaze studies me curiously. "I just came to get myself a drink." She tries to lift her glass of milk, but she wobbles slightly, gripping the edge of the island. Without thinking, I take her arm and help her into a bar stool. "Dominic told me you were taking my daughter out tonight," she remarks as she settles in. Her eyes flit to the bowl of water and the sponge lying next to it. "You were gone a long time. Is she okay?" She's asleep on the couch now. Not a surprise, her lips purse. She shouldn't stay on her feet too long, but she's always overdoing it. She doesn't want to be pitied. I can't blame her for that. I'm the same way. What little light there is in the kitchen seems to pool in her eyes. They're tired, but even in the gloom, they see things. Perceptive. "I'm sorry for your loss," she says after studying me for a little while. It takes me too long to remember why she's consoling me. Then, "Oh, yes, thank you. Natasha's death was a shock. You seem to be handling it well." There's an unmistakable edge to her voice. "I'm not sure if Layla told you, but my wife and I didn't have the happiest marriage." Marie finally takes a sip of her milk. "The only thing she told me is that the two of you desperately wanted a child." "I was the one who wanted a child," I say. "My wife, not so much." This is a personal question, but I'm dying, so I get to be nosy. Why marry her at all? I hesitate. Maybe you should talk to Layla about this. "I'm talking to you. I want to know, especially since my daughter is still determined to let you adopt her baby despite all the changes. She must like you. That's one word for it. If Layla were here, she'd have thousands of others to offer up instead. Adoption doesn't feel right either. That's not what this is. It's too cold and bureaucratic to explain the strange feelings I have for the woman curled up on my couch. That word doesn't cover how it felt to make that baby with her. How it feels every time my skin touches hers even now. Marie takes another long drink, and I can see the wheels in her head turning. As she places the glass on the counter, she makes a decision. I know my daughter, Mr. Adamov. Arson, I correct, please. I know my daughter, Arson. Layla puts on a brave face. She always tries to do the right thing. She's as independent as they come. Believe me, I've noticed. Marie reaches up to stroke a finger over her scar. But it's a mask, a form of self-preservation. She's sensitive, deeply vulnerable about her insecurities. I've noticed that too, I say. She's ashamed of her scars even though she shouldn't be. Marie tenses. She told you about her scar. I'll probably pay for this little bit of honesty later. But what the hell, we've come this far. I've seen it myself. She's private about her injuries. If she's shown you, she must trust you. She is giving me her baby, I point out. I know why she's doing this, Marie scolds lightly. She doesn't think she can take care of me and the baby at the same time. She feels like she doesn't have another choice. Your daughter is a strong woman. She knows what she's doing. How can she? She's never had to give up a child before. She's mortgaging her future to take care of me for a few short, unhappy months. She's not going to regret taking care of you. How can you be so sure? I run a finger along the edge of the marble countertop. It's cool and hard to the touch, which I'm grateful for, because nothing else in my life feels quite as solid now. I've been where Layla is. I lost my mother years ago, and I never regretted anything I did for her. That's the benefit of having a good mother. She did anything for you, so you return the favor in kind. Marie's hands curl around her glass absent-mindedly. How did she pass, if I may ask? Cancer. Did she suffer at the end? Very little. We lost her quickly. Marie nods, the edge of her orange scarf lolling over her collarbone. That's what I'm hoping for, quick and easy. I don't want to suffer, and I don't want Layla to watch me wither away either. She sighs. I'd hoped that, after the accident, we'd hit our quota of bad luck in one lifetime. Seems not. You start to wonder if there's an end to it, or if rock bottom is just a thing people make up to comfort themselves. She's quiet after that. So am I. We sit there in the darkness of the kitchen, two people who never should have crossed paths, breathing and brooding, both of our thoughts with the tortured woman in the living room. Do you have any pain the way Layla does? I ask when it becomes clear Marie isn't going to fill the silence. None at all. My scars are purely cosmetic, and I've learned to love them. She touches her left cheek. Of course, that's easy to do, considering my scars don't hinder my day-to-day life. But Layla, her pain never really went away. She can't run or be on her feet too long. I suppose that's how she found yoga. How did it happen, the accident? Maybe you should ask Layla about this. I'm asking you. Our eyes meet. If she's surprised by my bluntness, she doesn't show it. We were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was driving us home in the rain. It was coming down in sheets. Dogs and cats, as they say. I could barely see 2 feet in front of the car. Layla was begging me to pull over, and I tried to soothe her, but I was distracted. The car hydroplaned. I tense, waiting for Marie's eyes to clear, waiting for the memory to stop playing out in her mind. We skidded right into an embankment and hit a tree at the bottom. I wince like it's playing out in front of me. I've stood in torture chambers and watched men scream as they died without so much as blinking, but this hurts in a way I can't quite understand. We woke up in the hospital in separate rooms. I couldn't see out of one eye, and I didn't know where Layla was. It was the most terrifying moment of my life. Charles's name is on the tip of my tongue, but I don't want to talk about the man who abandoned Layla. I'd rather learn about the mother who is still trying to take care of her, until the bitter end. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was a test we had to go through as a family. The first of many, she murmurs. Am I another test? She doesn't shy away from my gaze. I don't know yet, Arson, but don't be too offended either way. Some tests are meant to break us, others can make us. You may be a blessing in disguise. I don't know what I am to Layla, but I can tell you this, I'll make sure she's comfortable and safe, and I'll do the same for the baby she's carrying. I suppose that's all I can ask for. She finishes off the last of her milk and gets to her feet. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to try to sleep. It was nice to meet you at last, Marie. She offers me a smile. Whether it's genuine or pained, suspicious or grateful, I can't decide. Neither, it seems, can she. The second Marie is gone, I turn to the dark doorway that leads to the living room. You can come out now, Layla. I know you're there. 30. LA. I could run. If I'm quick, I could make it back to the couch and pretend to be asleep before Arson can walk into the living room. The problem is that I'm not quick. Even before the accident, I was the slowest kid in gym class. There's a reason people like me call stretching and deep breathing exercise. The other problem is I'm pissed. I round the corner with a nasty limp. I had no idea you and my mom were such good friends. I like your mother, he says simply. My chest swells like a balloon. I feel lighter somehow, as if it matters what Arson thinks of my mother. Which it doesn't. At all. Why should I care whether my husband likes the most important woman in my life? You asked her about the accident. That's sneaky, even for you. No sneakier than you speaking to Polina about my mother. Damn it, I hate when actions have consequences. I try to find the words to apologize for digging around in his past, but that would be another lie. I'm not sorry. I doubt he is either. I'm prepared to tuck tail and pretend this moment never happened when Arson asks, when are you planning on telling her the truth? About the accident, I frown. She was there, so she knows. His eyes drop to my stomach, and there's a sharp edge to his voice. I'm not adopting your baby, Layla. She is my daughter. I won't pretend otherwise. A surprised laugh huffs out of me before I realize he's serious. I can't tell her the truth about. I gesture wildly between us, looking and failing to find a word to encapsulate this tangled web we've woven. This. You can, you just don't want to. Leave it to Arson to boil this complicated mess down into a pithy little soundbite. He may be off donating cancer wings to hospitals, but the full spectrum of human emotions is still a bit beyond his reach. I'm going to have to spell this one out for him. You think I like lying to my mother? I hiss. You think any of this is easy for me? If I tell her part of the truth, then I have to tell her all of it. He nods like that's all perfectly reasonable. You should. She deserves to hear it. Do you really think it would help my terminally ill mother to know that I sold my body, not to mention my child? She'd never look at me the same way again. She wouldn't be able to. Pause. He places his hand over mine. I freeze, eyes darting to him warily. Take a breath. But I can't breathe. My chest is tight, the truth forcing its way out of me whether I want it to or not. So I drop my face to hide it from him, because damn it, when he looks at me like that, I feel like I'm completely untethered from reality. I can't tell her the truth, Arson. She'll be ashamed of me. Or maybe not, he counters. We're married now. I made a mostly honest woman out of you. He's trying to make a joke, but nothing about this feels light. It's heavy. In just a few months, I'll be an orphan and a divorcee and a deadbeat mom, watching my child's life from the outside. This is just temporary. Instead of denying it, he shrugs. Maybe your mother doesn't need to know that part. So much for not lying to her. He stands up. I understand wanting to protect her, but you'll never regret being honest with her. Trust me. Are you speaking from experience? It's hard to imagine you being fully honest with anyone. His jaw clenches. I'm speaking from regret. Oh. I'm not willing to let anyone think that the baby in your belly is anything but mine, he informs me, turning to leave. The choice is yours, but the options are this. You tell her, or I will. Mom is clutching her pillow like she's trying to strangle the stuffing right out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if she was pretending it was me. So, let me get this straight. Arson isn't adopting the baby. I prepared myself to repeat this story more times than I'd like, especially since I didn't even want to do it once. But I've explained it 3 times now, and my mom is still staring at me with wide eyes and waxy skin. I can't tell if it's because she's sick or because of my unexpected truth bomb. Probably a little bit of both. No, I mean, yes, he is going to raise the baby like his own, but only because, I grimace, eyes on the ceiling because the truth really doesn't get easier. It's his baby. He's going to be the dad because he is the dad, like biologically. But it wasn't a one-night stand. My face flames. It should be illegal to have this kind of conversation with your mother. Maybe I should have refused and let Arson tell her the truth. It might have been less traumatic for us all. Define one-night stand, I groan. Actually don't, but it's complicated. It was only one night, but that was part of the deal. The contract. My stomach flips and I squeeze my eyes closed. Yes, I signed a contract beforehand. It was a business transaction. I made a deal to get pregnant with a man I barely knew, and now I'm telling you about it. And as long as we're being fully transparent, I want the earth to swallow me whole right this very second. She clutches my hand in both of hers. You haven't looked me in the eye once since you walked in here, sweetness. I crack one eye open. Did you hear the "I want the earth to swallow me whole" bit? I'm kind of okay, a lot embarrassed. She gives me a sympathetic smile. You're my daughter. Nothing you do could embarrass me. A memory snaps into motion. My first day back at school after the accident. Mom offered to hang back while I walked on ahead of her. This is the first time your friends will see me with the scar. I don't want to embarrass you. You're my mom. Nothing you do could embarrass me. I'd grabbed her hand and pulled her down the sidewalk with me, ignoring the stares and whispers. You remember that, I whisper, tears pooling in my eyes. Of course I do. She squeezes my fingers. Do you remember that little boy with the curly hair? The one who started crying. I roll my eyes. Even now, it makes my blood boil. I've never wanted to kick a 4-year-old so badly. None of it bothered me, honey. You know why? Because none of it bothered you. You accepted my scars, and I accepted yours. She stretches up and places a kiss on my forehead. Nothing has changed. I want to just accept her love and move on, but shame still swirls deep inside of me. This is a little bit more than the scars from some accident outside of my control, though, I say softly. I made this choice. I chose to accept Arson's offer and have his baby, even though I knew he was married. To a woman he didn't love. I do a double take. He told you that. Not in so many words, but I'm more perceptive than I look. It's how I knew something was up with you, even though you wouldn't talk to me. She winks slyly. More guilt washes through me, hot and unrelenting. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have avoided you, but I didn't want to tell you the truth and I was tired of lying. I was a coward. You're many things, Layla Barnes, but a coward is not one of them. She sounds offended on my behalf. You're stubborn, you fixate on silly things, your singing voice can make birds fall out of the sky dead. Gee, Ma, don't go too overboard with the praise there. But you're kind, Layla Barnes, she continues. You're smart and witty. Most of all, you're as brave as they come, which is how I knew something was up. It's how I knew something was going on between the two of you. I pull my hand back. What are you talking about? I'm talking about arson, Layla. She sighs, a smile curling the corners of her mouth. You love him. I leap to my feet with a wild laugh. Nope. That's not what I mean. Yes, I came here to tell you about the baby's dad, but this is not about him and me. Me and him, us, because there isn't an us. It's just me, right here, and then, a respectable distance away, him. Her smile widens, willfully misunderstanding every word out of my mouth. I know your father, and I didn't give you the best example. I'm sure we made love look scary. But opening yourself up to the possibility of love is worth it. I slash both arms through the air. Who's talking about love? Not me. This has nothing to do with love. You get this look in your eye when you talk about him, Layla. Platonic business partnership has a sparkle of its own, they say. And after the way he spoke about you, she shakes her head with a happy sigh. It's obvious to me that the feeling is mutual. I pace around the room, laughing like I'm half deranged. I think I am, or I'm well on my way to becoming so. Here I thought my mom would be horrified and ashamed of me, but instead, she's trying to ship me and my baby daddy. Telling her we are, in fact, technically married is absolutely off the table. She'd get all kinds of twisted, happily ever after ideas. This isn't why I came here, I say, finally stopping long enough to face her. I came to tell you the truth about the baby's father, but nothing else has changed. Arson and I are not together. My throat tightens for no good reason at all. It's a fact. Arson and I are not together. There's no cause to feel any type of way about that. But there are a million very good reasons not to cry about it in front of my tired, delusional mother. I clench my jaw, willing the tears back. After putting up a good fight, they reluctantly obey. Mom studies me for a few quiet moments. I know she can see right through me. She's the one person who always can, always has, always will. At least until. Welp, the tears are back. You don't have to explain everything to me, honey, she says finally. I trust that you know what you're doing. I bite back another barking laugh. That's news to me, because I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. But I do have one question, and I'd like you to answer as honestly as you can. I sigh and kneel down in front of her to take her hand. Go ahead. She dips her chin, meeting my eyes. How do you feel about the baby? My free hand curls around my stomach instantly. Mom smiles, understanding the gesture better than anything else I could have said. Mom, I whisper, my voice shaky. You want to be her mother, don't you? I nod, mostly because it's the only answer I can get out without sobbing. I could tell her about Arson's promise to me. This is the perfect opening. Guess what? I get to be her mom after all. I just had to marry her father to do it. But I can't, not yet, maybe not ever. Because I'm still terrified he'll take it back. 31. ARCN. What kind of board meeting starts at 7? Jedian mumbles, nursing his travel mug like a seasick sailor. Drink your coffee and stop complaining. We have a lot to get done today. Boarding meeting agenda, item number 1, avoid talking to your own wife. He mimes checking a box. Nailed it. I flick him a cold glare. Jedian has no filter in the mornings before he's had his first caffeine fix. She sleeps in my bed, makes her somewhat hard to avoid. Still, it's harder to have a conversation when the person next to you is unconscious. Good point. You want to take a nap until we get to the office. Or should I punch you in the face to expedite the process? He snorts before taking a big sip. Then he reclines in his seat and closes his eyes. What's this meeting for anyway? Pobita, finally. I've had enough delays for 1 year. The distillery is getting off the ground this year, even if I have to open the doors my damn self. I wish you would. I'm exhausted. I whip the car in a sharp right, and Jedian has to jostle to save his coffee from spilling all over his lap. I bite back a smirk and breeze on. The marketing director I hired is doing great work. Rebecca nabbed a bunch of high-profile patrons for membership to the distillery. With their investments, we're going to be unstoppable. If you've got your wunderkind on the job, what is this early-ass meeting for then? To discuss the launch date, I want to bring it forward. What, Jedian yelps, do you think we're ready? We need to make a show of strength and prove that nothing can stop the Bratva. I've got a new wife, a baby on the way, and a new business venture that's going to give us the liquor industry on a silver platter. Alessandro Calcagno isn't gonna know what hit him. Especially if you strike at the crack of dawn, Jedian says. He's probably still asleep. As we get closer to the building, I notice how often Jed's phone is buzzing. He keeps checking it, snickering and tapping out responses. He isn't talking to me, so I don't care what he's doing. I'm just grateful for a silent car ride. Gotta hand it to you, Jedian remarks as I pull into the parking lot. Your girl's funny. I stomp on the brake so hard that he almost goes flying into the dashboard. Hey, hot coffee here. You're texting Layla. Yeah, she sends great memes. I grind my teeth together, resisting the urge to rip the phone out of Jedian's hand so I can read their texts. Age and experience have helped me develop some measure of control over the more impulsive tendencies of my personality. Incarceration helped, too. But I still can't stop myself from asking, what's she doing up at this hour? She's doing an early morning yoga session with some physical therapist, I think. Last night was too much for her. I told her those shoes were a terrible idea, but did she listen? No, sir, she did not. You knew they'd bother her. I slam to a rough stop in the parking space, and Jedian hisses as more coffee sloshes over his chin. I don't apologize as I climb out of the car and charge into the building. Jedian hustles along behind me, dabbing at the mess on his face. She can't do high heels. She knows that, but she wore them anyway. Layla may have known that, but how the fuck did Jedian? Why didn't you or Dominic say anything? We did, but she insisted on wearing them. She said it was part of her costume. He snorts. Nothing about this is funny to me, though. We get into an elevator, and the three people already inside promptly get out. Smart move on their part. The doors close, and the elevator crawls up the floors, beeping merrily as we pass each one. Jedian stands opposite me, looking very punchable. Not to her. I'm furious that I even have to explain myself. Why didn't you say anything to me? Next time you know something is going to cause her discomfort, I should be informed. Which is necessary, because I don't already know. Because you might know my wife better than I do. He sighs. I mean, I can do that, but she'll pull a hissy fit if we come to you. I arch a brow. Do I look like I give a fuck? Says the man who's never been on the receiving end of her attitude, he says. It ain't pretty. Luckily for Jedian, the elevator doors open with one final chime. I fly out, ready to bury my head in business and forget all about my wife, who seems to have a better relationship with my closest Vori than she does with me. Jedian and I march straight into the boardroom, where my team is already waiting for me. A little bleary-eyed, but present and prepared nonetheless. I don't bother with hellos and how are yous. They've never done me much good. I just launch into work and leave my thoughts about Layla far the fuck away. The meeting goes well, but I'm distracted by Jedian's incessant phone checking. Every time his mouth quirks into a smile, I want to flip the table over on him. By the time we finish, my patience is dangerously thin. Jedian makes the mistake of following me into my office. That went great, don't you think? He looks back over his shoulder and waves to Rebecca as she passes in the hallway before he shuts the door. We might actually be able to launch this year. How the fuck would you know? You were chained to your phone the whole meeting. It was distracting. No more than usual. Gritting my teeth, I pour myself another cup of coffee, resisting the urge to add a little something stronger to it. Maybe it's just your presence that's irritating me. You're jealous, aren't you? My eyes snap to his so fast that he falters and tries to backtrack. What I mean is, you seem to be. Another ping comes in from Jedion's phone, and even with me simmering in front of him, he checks it. I snap. Self-control is for the birds and people with better friends. Since my friend is being a pain in the ass, I steal his phone. I'm prepared to see the funny memes he mentioned earlier, maybe even a few jabs at me. What I don't expect is to see a picture of Layla. My wife. In the arms of another man. She's fully clothed, and so is he, but he's got her bent in an unseemly position while he stands behind her, his hands on her hips, a soft smile splayed across his face. What the fuck is this? Jedion gulps. That S. Tyler, he's Layla's physical therapist. I mentioned that earlier. She sees a physical therapist. As of 5 months ago, yes, Jedion says. You told us to get her whatever she needed, so we hired one when the pregnancy started affecting her hip. He has great Google reviews. Why the fuck don't I know all of this? How often does she see him? Once a week. Today's not her usual appointment, but I'm guessing she called for an extra session after last night. You should have run this by me first. You told us to handle it. He frowns. You claimed you didn't need to know about Layla or her day-to-day life. That was before, goddammit. That was when I was trying not to care, the same way I should continue trying not to care now. She's not just my surrogate anymore. She's my damn wife. Jedion holds up his hands. I hear you, but... Tell Tyler that he can take his physical therapy bullshit and, scowling, I swallow back the rage. Never mind, I'll handle it. You can't kill the man for doing his job, arson. That, I spit, jabbing my finger at his phone, and the picture of the man wrapped around my wife. Cannot be anyone's job. If it is, I'm in the wrong profession. What's the plan then? Jedion asks. You gonna stop her from having contact with any man besides you? It's not the worst idea. At least she wouldn't be texting my soldiers while they're supposed to be on duty. Making sure she has what she needs is my duty, he fires back. Per your orders. I didn't realize being simultaneously miserable was also part of the job requirements. I glower at him. Are you saying you like being on Layla duty? I don't know. Are you saying that? He shrugs. Marrying her was all for business, you said, but you don't seem to hate it, not all the time anyway. I ignore his irritatingly valid point and snatch my keys off my desk. Send me this Tyler Mudex information. If you've got such a problem with Layla's male friendships, may I suggest an alternative? No. Have Dominic invite Kira over, he says anyway. She's pregnant, too. They can bond and, paint each other's nails or have lingerie pillow fights or whatever it is that women do for fun. Point is, it might be good for Layla. The reason she texts me is because she doesn't have anyone else to talk to. He shrinks back at the look on my face. I know he's right, but I wish he was. I just wish Layla would talk to me instead. 32. LA. I stop in front of the door to the gym, waiting for Dominic to pull it open for me the way he always does, but it stays closed. I glance back. Dom isn't even behind me like I assumed. He stalled out at the hood of the car, digging his toe into a break in the asphalt and refusing to meet my eyes. Aren't you coming with? I ask. It's not even that I want him to come in with me. It's just that Dom always does. He's my stalkery little shadow, and I barely even notice him anymore. Arson told me once I'd get used to the guards. I guess he was right. Not today, Dom waves me on. You go ahead. I mock gasp and peer up at the sky, sending Dom into a ready stance, his hand on the hip where I know he keeps a gun. What is it? Oh, I just assumed the world must be ending. That's the only way I ever thought I'd get rid of you. Hilarious. His hand relaxes and he narrows his eyes. I'll see you later, Layla. In an hour. Yeah, sure. He climbs back into the Wrangler, and by the time I've opened the door, he's already backing out of the lot. I ignore Dom's weirdness because my hip still really hurts. Even after Arson's magic hands the other night and an extra session with Tyler yesterday, I'm limping into the studio. Tyler is usually waiting for me at the front desk, but the modern, wood-paneled lobby is empty today. Tyler, I call, limping around a fiddle leaf fig and peering through the frosted windows of his studio. The studio is always empty when I'm here. It's part of the arrangement. Arson pays Tyler what I can only assume is an ungodly amount of money to rent out the entire building during my sessions. It's why Tyler is always ready to clear his schedule and book an extra session with me. Today, though, silence. Every second light is off, and the ones that remain on are dimmed, so the room is cast in a gloomy haze. The padded floor is empty, and the massage table has been pushed up along the wall of mirrors. Tyler, I try again, venturing further into the room. If I wasn't already the main character in an ongoing tragedy, I'd assume I was in a horror movie. I'm standing in the center of the studio, visions of a knife-wielding murderer streaking across the room in my direction, when I hear the door click closed behind me. I whirl around too fast, my heart hammering in my chest and pain splintering down my leg, to see. Arson, I exhale, the imminent threat of death more than enough of a cardio workout for today. You scared the hell out of me. I'm so relieved it's him, and not some masked murderer, that it takes me a second to clock the predatory quality in his eyes. His gaze is laser-focused. That's right, I almost forgot. In terms of kill count, Arson probably has a hefty lead on all of the slasher movie villains. I take an instinctive step away from him. What are you doing here? I haven't seen him since the night of the fundraiser. We sleep next to each other most nights, though the only reason I know that is because the woodsy scent of him is all over the sheets every morning. It's not like I ever actually see him in bed with me. Arson bolts the studio door behind him. I'm here for you. For me, I frown, looking around. Do you do physical therapy here too? Where's Tyler? Arson takes slow, purposeful steps towards me. He moves like a panther, steady and sure. Tyler is at a coffee shop down the block, under strict orders not to come back here for the next hour. But my appointment, I trail off, trying to make sense of what Arson is doing here. I need. You don't need him for anything, he growls. You don't need him to touch you. You don't need him to make you feel good. That's what I'm here for. I laugh right in his face. I had no idea you were a trained physical therapist. What about gynecology? Do you do pap smears? Or, oh wait, hey, how are you with dentistry? This molar has been bothering the hell out of me. His eyes flicker to the table by the corner. Would you like to start with some light stretching, or shall we begin with a massage? Just the mention of the word has me reliving the way his hands worked over my hip and down my thigh, and between my legs. I squeeze my thighs together and plant my hands on my hips, mostly to keep from wrapping them around Arson's thick neck. Stop this. Send in Tyler. Tyler is no longer allowed anywhere near you. You have got to be kidding me. I don't know why you're laughing, Rosa. Watching another man touch my wife isn't a joke to me. I take a deep breath and rub my fingertips on my temples. You're giving me a headache. I can help you with that. Are you a neurologist too? I snap. It's a crime for him to look this good in nothing but a white t-shirt and dark gray joggers. I wouldn't even mind if he decided to lurk in the corner during my appointment so I could sneak glances at him while I'm stretching. But that's not the point now, is it? Tyler is a professional. He touches me so that he can help me. There's nothing remotely intimate about it. Especially since Tyler is the human equivalent of a foam roller, as far as my libido is concerned. He makes my hip feel better, but he does nothing for any other part of me. Somehow, the control of that particular engine is firmly in the hands of the one man I can never have. The pictures I've seen beg to differ. What pictures? As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I know exactly which pictures he's talking about. During my last session, Dominic was skulking around the edge of the room, snickering about something he refused to divulge. My lips purse. I'm gonna kill those two. Dominic and Jedian shouldn't be sending pictures of me during an appointment. If you want to be mad at anyone, be mad at your men. This is not about. No, it's not, I agree. I stomp over to him and jab a finger into the impossibly hard muscle beneath his white t-shirt. I don't want to get distracted by his body, so I keep my eyes trained on his face. His arrogant, sexy, annoying as hell face. This is about you. You're acting like a concerned husband, he interjects. I would have gone with a jealous asshole. A ripple of anger tears across his face. I'm not jealous of anyone. I'm simply possessive when it comes to my things. I am not one of your things, Arson, and even if I was, it's not like you've shown much interest in me recently. Where have you been the last couple nights? I don't wait for an answer. Part of me doesn't really want to know. Or do you only care about me if someone else is taking notice? You don't want me, but you don't want anyone else to want me either. Is that it? You're mine to touch and mine to want. He looms over me, eyes shrouded in darkness. You're my wife. My hand twitches, dying to slap him across that smug face. That doesn't mean you get to control every aspect of my life. I have a contract that says otherwise. I spit, because real words sometimes just don't do this man justice. You can't possibly think that. The words die on my tongue as he grabs me by the waist and yanks me into his arms. I shove against his chest, I kick, I flail. None of it does me any good. He just holds me tighter. I like you like this, all wriggly and feisty. You seem fine to me. He drops his mouth to my ear. Should we test out that hip of yours, see how your therapy is coming along? My body quivers, and I tell myself it's anger, rage. But there's a distracting warmth blossoming between us that goes by another name altogether. Is this why you're here? I demand. You just want an easy lay. No part of this has been easy, he laughs viciously. You make sure of that. But to answer your question, I'm here to make sure I'm taking care of every single need my wife might have. His knee slips between my thighs, and I can't stop myself from grinding into the toe-curling friction. What is it you need? For you to go to hell. Careful what you wish for, Layla. I might just take you with me. Then his lips crash down against mine. Just like that, I can't fight, can't think. I can barely breathe. I shove against his chest, but my fingers get distracted by the firm warmth of his body under my palms. The slow grind of his leg between mine scrambles my thoughts until, God save me, I'm helping him tease my pants down over my hips. We can't do this here, I whimper. We can do whatever we want. His hand is down my tights now, forcing my legs apart. Is this what I want? For Arson to storm in and out of my life on a whim, demanding things from me I'm not sure he'll ever give in return. You don't know what I want. Also, I don't know what I want, but it's not as if I can say that out loud. Besides, I'm a little preoccupied trying to stand upright. My knees buckle as he drags a finger over me. Stop fighting it. His breath is hot against my neck. Stop fighting me. You know I can take care of you. For now, maybe. But everything is temporary, and I don't know what my life looks like in a month or two, in a year. Then he plunges his finger inside me, and the only thing that exists is now. He lowers me to the floor, and I throw my arms over my head as he buries his face between my legs. Arson cradles my lower back, lifting me off the padded floor so he can take me as deeply as he wants. There isn't a single part of me that's still thinking about the pain in my hip as he thrusts his tongue into me and eats me out like the world really is ending. By the time he withdraws, my body is warm and liquid. When Arson rolls me onto my side and slips behind me, I don't feel a thing but heat. There's only space left for desire. I hate to break it to Tyler, but physical therapy doesn't hold a candle to what Arson is doing to me now. Tell me you want me, Rosa. I grit my teeth and grind against him, but Arson pulls back out of reach. I'll do it myself if I have to, I pant. He lines up behind me, dipping himself into me until I can't help but gasp. Until I drop my head back against his shoulder, silently asking for more. If doing it yourself was enough, we wouldn't be here, he whispers against my skin. There's only me, Layla. Tell me it's only me. I should hate his caveman act, should tell him to shove it all where the sun don't shine. But I can't stop myself from hoping that he might need this as much as I do. That, under it all, my mom might be right. Arson Adamov might want me as much as I want him. But I've been burned too many times for full honesty. I settle on a half-truth. There's no one else. Arson hesitates, his hand clenching around my thigh tightly enough I wonder if he won't leave me here, breathless and wanting and shamelessly dripping wet. Then he thrusts fully inside of me, and I shatter. You can't run from the truth forever, he warns as he fills me again and again, tipping us both over the edge. As I fall to pieces, all I can think is, watch me. 33. LA. This one is beautiful. Evelyn holds a pretty pink dress up to her chest, swaying her hips back and forth to test the twirl factor. Not that I'll be doing any dancing tonight or any time in the near, postpartum future. Mom wrinkles her nose. Layla doesn't like florals, but this one? She fingers an off-the-shoulder midnight blue dress with a thigh-high slit. This one would look beautiful on you, Layla. Yeah, if only I didn't look like a beached whale. You look gorgeous, Mom chides. Besides, beached whales don't have men sending entire dress boutiques to their bedroom for a date night, do they? Arson probably made a call and flashed a credit card under the nose of some hoity-toity designer somewhere. If he picked out even one of these dresses for me himself, I'll eat several of the straw hats inexplicably hanging from the end of the rack. Are we going to a ballroom or a beach? I sigh, running my hand through the gauzy blue fabric. It is pretty. Shopping just isn't as much fun when you're a bazillion months pregnant. It's why I chose to have Arson send the options to the house. At least this way, I don't have to lug my gigantic ass out in public. Plus, it meant Mom and Evelyn could be here, too. Even Polina is taking a break from her housekeeping duties to help me make a decision. Orange is your color, Sladusty. Polina holds a dress up to me that makes me look like an overripe mandarin. I try to look like I'm considering it, but the pained look on my face is too obvious to miss. All three women laugh and dive back into the racks. At least someone is enjoying Arson's gesture. Where is he taking you? Evelyn pulls out a shimmery ball gown along with a striped sundress, taking turns holding each up to my body. I wish I knew, he didn't say. If he did, I was a little too busy lying in the middle of the floor, re-solidifying after an earth-shattering orgasm to catch the finer details. Mom's eyes twinkle. I think it's sweet that he wants to take you out. Would she think it was equally sweet that the invitation came after he ate me out, in the middle of my physical therapy appointment? I'm gonna guess not, which is why I shield her from the gorier details of our little arrangement. I sit down, pretending to need a break, while Mom and Evelyn continue hunting for the perfect dress. Polina joins me, her voice low enough for only me to hear. You might just enjoy yourself if you give him a chance. He's just doing this to keep up appearances. We have to look like a real married couple. Which you are. Illegally. Polina gives me a coy smile. You two make a pretty convincing married couple, if you ask me. What can I say? We're good actors. I deserve an Oscar for my performance at the studio this morning. He probably thought I actually wanted to have sex with him. Ha. He probably thinks he has some kind of control over me. Like, he'll snap his fingers and I'll come running. Ha ha. Or he'll snap his fingers and I'll come multiple times. Ha ha ha. My cheeks burn, and I nervously run my hands over my bump. Arsen is an especially good actor. Polina pats me on the knee. You're good for him, dear. You humanize him in so many ways. In which ways? I'd love to know. Nothing about Arsen felt very human when he loaded me into his car and drove me home without so much as a word exchanged between us the entire ride. Is the date going to be more of the same? Maybe I should come down with something sudden and violently contagious between now and then. A nice, chesty cough. Or leprosy. Well, Ms. Barnes, the boutique owner rises from the corner where she's been chaperoning all the fancy clothes and walks over to me. Can I have a list of your choices? I shuffle between the options. Beached whale, overripe citrus, garish rose bush. Just the blue dress, I guess. Is that all? She peers at her assistant with an arched eyebrow. Evelyn shakes the floral dress at me again, mouthing, this one. The woman waves away her own question. That's all right. Mr. Adamov told us to leave behind anything you showed the slightest interest in, so we have our own list. Oh no, that's okay. It's really not. Boss's orders. Actually, he specifically told us to leave behind whatever stole your attention. And whatever was likely to steal his as well. That explains the rack of lingerie and barely their swimsuits, currently being wheeled into my closet. If you have any other needs, don't hesitate to contact us, she says. Mom and Evelyn are making eyes at one another, both melting into puddles over Arsen's generosity. I'm tempted to ask for a time machine. Going to the boutique alone might have been the better call. The owner leaves. Mom is still all smiles. This was so generous of him. I'm almost tempted to tell her about the clothing clause in our contract, just to wipe the sly look off of her face. Technically, if he hadn't done this, I could have taken him to court. That S. Arsen, I mumble instead, generous to a fault. One look at the restaurant Arsen pulls up to, and I know I'm going to leave here hungry. The name is some Spanish-German fusion with both a tilde and an umlaut above the golden sign, and the women streaming in are wearing dresses tight enough I know they don't plan to eat a single morsel. One breadstick and they'd bust a seam. And action, I whisper under my breath, tugging at the empire waistband of the dress I chose. What? It's the first thing Arsen has said to me since he told me I looked lovely back at the house. I might have believed him. I mean, the flowing white dress with gold stitching does make me feel less like a beached marine creature and more like a fertility goddess. The problem is, Arsen looks like Arsen. He's wearing a crisp button-down and fitted slacks, which is par for the course, but just the opportunity to look at him feels like a gift. Like this glimpse of gorgeous man is an apology for all the bad that exists in the world. Expensive dress or not, I can't compete. Nothing, I sigh, looking through the window at the people waiting to get into the restaurant, my audience for tonight's encore performance. Let's go. Arsen ushers me inside without a word, offering cursory nods to a few people. But the only person who gets his undivided attention is me. His hand remains on my lower back as we're shown to a table in the very center of the restaurant. Heads swivel in our direction. Words are exchanged in hushed whispers. The table of women next to ours don't even bother whispering. Are you seeing him? One of them purrs. I'll have what she's having, another cackles. I think they lost volume control somewhere between Chardonnays 2 and 3, if the empty glasses on their table are any indication, but Arson shows no sign of hearing them. He slides my chair into the table and opens my menu for me, earning a chorus of ahs from our onlookers. What are you in the mood for? A private room to start. He raises his eyebrows and I wave him off. I know, that would defeat the purpose of this whole farce. Bad day, feel free to vent. Oh, don't patronize me. He reaches out suddenly, brushing his fingers against my cheek. I have to swallow down the nerves lodged in my throat. What are you doing? Playing my part. There's a bite in his voice, despite the adoration glowing in his eyes. Parading around as a happily married couple only works if you aren't looking at me like you want to eviscerate me with the butter knife. Didn't think I was being that obvious about my fantasies. He leans in, catching my attention with his green eyes. Is that all you fantasize about? No, the fork often plays a role as well. I grimace and reach for the menu. Let's just order and get this over with, okay? He grabs my hand, rubbing my wrist with his thumb. Come now, wife. I can't make all of your fantasies come true if you don't tell me. Is having sex with me part of the facade? I demand, ripping my hand away from his. Unless you're planning to release a sex tape, sleeping with me in private doesn't really serve a purpose. Oh, but it does, Rosa. Yeah, I snap. What purpose is that? His mouth curves into a smile that promises way more than I'd ever dare ask for. Making you come is all the reason I need. I turn away from him, trying to hide the heat crawling up my neck. The table of women next to us don't even seem to notice I'm looking at them. They're ignoring me in favor of keeping their eyes pinned on my husband. If the sex is blurring the lines for you, we can stop, he adds as an afterthought, as though giving it up would cost him nothing. With my luck, that just might be the truth. I see his offer for the trap it is. If I tell him I want to stop, I'm admitting something to him I can't even admit to myself yet. But if we don't stop, this hole I'm stuck in is only going to get deeper. I'm fine, nothing is blurred. He strokes a finger along my jaw, turning my face back to his. His eyes reflect the candle flickering in the middle of our table. Are you sure? I don't want to confuse you, if you're starting to feel. I'm not starting to feel anything, I interrupt. I'm just annoyed that you hijacked my PT appointment, and I'm frustrated that I can't be transparent with my mother. And I glance over at the women still ogling Arson, and the next words are tossed rather loudly at them. Pissed off that people can't seem to concentrate on their own tables. Finally experiencing something bordering on shame, the women look away, tittering about being caught. I massage my fingers into my temples, trying to clear my head, even though there hasn't been a single clear thought up there since the moment I walked into Arson Adamov's office 8 months ago. Why does this place have such shitty chairs? I mutter. My back hurts. Suddenly, his knees are intertwined with mine under the table. Arson drags my chair closer and leans me against his chest, hugging me like we aren't in the middle of this restaurant. He works firm, soothing circles along the aching muscles of my lower back, and I moan. What are you doing? You're 8 months pregnant, he says, as if I need reminding. I'm taking care of you. It feels so good that, for the first time since we arrived at the restaurant, I don't care who is watching. I rest my head against his shoulder, getting a glimpse down the slightly open collar of his shirt. Tattoos slip over his skin, mingling with the scars. I just revealed far too much about what's going on in my head, which might be why I whisper. You've never told me how you got your scars. Arson's hands freeze on my lower back, but before he can say anything, another voice cuts through the moment. Layla. I glance up, remembering all at once that we aren't here alone, and find a man half smiling at me over Arson's shoulder. Oh my God, Kevin. The last time I saw my old neighbor, he was scrawny with dyed black bangs and an eyebrow piercing. He looks better now, healthier, with broad shoulders and a neatly pressed pinstripe shirt. I jump up for a hug, but Kevin recoils back like I'm wielding a machete. You're pregnant. I laugh and pat my stomach, a little bit. He keeps a safe amount of distance between us as he pulls me into a stiff side hug. I return it happily, flashing back to 12 years ago when we used to ride our bikes down to Lenox Street to buy ice pops every summer. The loud and very distinct clearing of a throat has us springing apart. Kevin notices Arson for the first time. Hey there. Arson doesn't so much as crack a smile as his cold gaze slides back to me. You should sit, Layla. I don't want you on your feet for too long. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin apologizes. You should definitely sit. Don't stand on my account. I fix Arson with a warning glare before turning it into a smile for Kevin. Not at all. I'm happy to stand for you. I think I hear Arson actually growl behind me, but I can't bring myself to care. You should pull up a chair, Kev. It's been too long. His eyes skid to Arson. I could for a few minutes, but only if I'm not interrupting. Actually, Arson starts. I kick him under the table. You're not. Arson's eyes darken, but he signals to a waiter. Within seconds, a chair appears for Kevin. When I take my seat, Arson drags it closer to his. So, Arson, I say, trying to build space between our bodies. I can feel heat radiating off of him, and it's not the good kind. This is Kevin O'Neill. We lived on the same street as kids. Kevin, this is Arson Adamov. I stop the introduction there, but Arson extends his hand to Kevin with a smile I have every reason not to trust and tax on. Layla's husband. Kevin gapes. Wow, I didn't know you got married. When? Recently, I admit, blushing scarlet. Very recent, it happened fast. Whirlwind romance, huh? Kevin asks, obviously not picking up on the tension in the air. It was definitely a whirlwind. Arson drapes a hand over my shoulders until my body is flush against his. Well, double congratulations are in order then. I'm so happy for you, Lai. If anyone deserves a happy ending, it's you. Thanks, Kev, I appreciate that. He whistles low and reclines back in his seat. I just can't get over it. It's been, how many years since we last saw each other? 7, I guess, maybe 8. Kevin's gaze turns to Arson, trying to include him because he is just that kind of guy. I went off to college, did some traveling, and by the time I came back home, Layla and Marie had left the neighborhood. He turns back to me. How is Marie? She was always such a doll. My smile falters, but I do my best to pick it up again. She was diagnosed with cancer about a year ago. Kevin's face scrunches. Fuck, Layla, I'm so sorry. I swallow the ever-present sob in my throat. Arson's hand tightens around my shoulders. His fingers brush the side of my arm, up and down, in a steady rhythm that soothes the tightness in my chest. Yeah, it's been a hard year. I can only imagine. Mom and Dad still live on Peachtree. They always meant to get in touch. It's weird passing that house and knowing you guys don't live there anymore. Well, Mom still owns it. We started renting it out a few years ago. I heard that. Kevin nods, his jaw tightening. Have you heard from Charles recently? He shifts uncomfortably in his seat, his gaze slipping from me to Arson. I only bring him up because, well, I've heard some things about him since moving back to the neighborhood. Arson's breath tickles the back of my ear, but I keep my concentration on Kevin. What have you heard? That he's sniffing around that house, for starters. I snort. I'm aware. He thinks he can convince Mom to leave the house to him in her will, but I'm not letting him near it. After the way the bastard left you and Marie, After everything he put her through with the divorce. Kevin clicks his tongue angrily. What an asshole. You don't have to worry, Kevin, Arson interjects. Charles isn't getting anywhere close to Marie, Layla, or that house. I'm taking care of it. Kevin's gaze sweeps over Arson. No one I know has anything good to say about Charles, so it's nice to know she's in safe hands. Arson drops a kiss on my cheek. That she is. There's a flutter in my chest that I can't quite still. Arson offers Kevin a sleek black business card. If you hear anything about him, anything at all, don't hesitate to contact me. Kevin slips the card into his pocket. I'll do that, but I've taken up enough of your time. Layla, he bends down for a logistically awkward hug since Arson refuses to remove his arm from my waist. It was great to see you. Congrats again, you too. The moment Kevin is gone, I whip around. What was that? Which part? He asks, pushing his chair back to its original location, far away from mine. The arm around my waist, the kiss on the cheek, the performance that never, even for a second, felt like a performance. Giving Kevin your card, I say instead. My father is not your problem. Layla, he says, locking eyes with me even though there's no one around to witness it. Anything that affects you is my problem. 34. ARCN. What are you doing here? Jedian has his shoes kicked up on my coffee table and a cookie Polina baked wedged halfway in his mouth. In case you've forgotten, this is my house. I knock his feet off the table. Where S. Dominic? He was supposed to bring Kira over today. I glance through the front window, but the driveway is still empty. No cars have appeared in the 20 seconds since I last checked. Layla isn't going to see Tyler anymore. And as platonic as things seemed with Kevin, I'm not going to let her water the soil of that particular friendship. So, unless I want Layla to keep texting with Jedian through meetings, which I don't, getting her connected to some of the women in my world seems like the right move. Luckily, Dominic said Kira has been hounding him for months to finally introduce her to Layla. Win-win. Ooh, Jedian sing-songs, looking smug enough to burst. I see. I doubt it, I mutter. Why are you here on a Saturday? I was invited, as a matter of fact. He's having a little too much fun imparting that piece of information. Layla wanted a buffer in case she doesn't hit it off with Kira. And she chose you. Jedian just grins. Some people find me charming. I want to punch the smile off Jedian's face. Before things can trend towards violence, Layla slides into the room in fuzzy white slippers and a daisy yellow sundress. There are diamond-shaped cutouts over her ribs, and I'm torn between wishing they were larger and wanting to tug my t-shirt over her head to cover her from the world. Are they here yet? Layla scans the driveway the same way I just did, stretching onto her toes. I feel like I'm going on a first date. And that's what you're planning to wear. Jedian winces playfully. Shut up, Jed. She whirls around to smack him on the arm, but her mouth falls open when she sees me. Arson, what are you doing here? Why does everyone keep asking me that? This is my fucking house. Before Layla can say anything, Polina sticks her head in. They're here. A panicked yelp squeezes out of Layla's throat, and Polina pats her on the arm. You have nothing to be nervous about. Kira's wonderful just like you. You two will get along great. I'm not even sure Layla hears her. She's busy chewing on her bottom lip, casting nervous glances in the direction of her buffer. Jedian, I bark. There was an anomaly with the security systems this morning. Go check on it. Now. He barely hides an eye roll, but shoves to his feet. He squeezes Layla's shoulder as he passes. I won't be long. Layla looks at him like he's her last lifeboat disappearing over the horizon. She shuffles from one foot to the other, fidgeting with her dress and her hair. Do you need a sedative? She scowls at me. I'm new at this, okay? I've never gotten along very well with other women. How is that possible? Our relationship has been rocky, but based on the way everyone else fawns over her, I'm an outlier. Layla is nice. Who wouldn't like her? You'd have to ask them. She's tearing at her bottom lip so much I'm worried it's going to bleed. I cross the room, and she's so focused on the driveway that she doesn't notice me until I'm standing right in front of her. I brush a hand across her cheek. She's going to love you. I'm still admiring the blush on her cheeks when Dominic and Kira arrive. A second ago, she was worried about meeting Kira. Now, Layla practically sprints to the woman to put some distance between herself and me. Kira ignores Layla's extended hand and goes straight in for a hug. It's nice to finally meet you. Dominic has told me all about you. Layla cringes. Don't listen to a word, it's all lies. I told her you're a pain in the ass mostly. Dominic shrugs. Like I said, Layla playfully scowls at him. All lies. Kira slaps her husband's arm. Ignore him. He's been doing nothing but sing your praises for the last 8 months. Layla wags her brows at Dominic. Oh, then I changed my mind. Dominic is a fount of truth. Now I want to hear everything. So do I agree. Kira turns at the sound of my voice. Wow, a rare sighting of the elusive arson Adamov. How lucky am I? Not that lucky, Dominic says through a smirk. He comes around more often when Layla is here. I ignore my second and give Kira a hug. Congratulations are in order, I hear. She beams, curling both hands around her belly. Feels strange walking around while a little alien kicks you from the inside. It's so trippy, Layla says. Finally, I've been dying for a little more estrogen around here. Kira links an arm with Layla's. Walk with me, talk with me, Layla darling. The women head out to the patio, while Dominic turns to me with a knowing smile. Fancy seeing you here on a Saturday. Shut it. Dominic chuckles, shutting. Did you look into this Kevin O'Neill Mudek we met last night? I ask as laughter drifts towards us from the patio. If we're talking business, we can't be accused of eavesdropping. Dominic peeks out onto the patio, distracted as he rattles off what he knows. He's corporate. Banks, loans, boring shit I fell asleep reading about. He's not connected to our crowd. Totally legit from what I could see. I should be happy to hear that, but something doesn't sit right. He seemed to know more about Charles than he let on. You did say that he and Layla lived down the block from each other. It's probably neighborhood gossip. When I don't respond, he claps me on the shoulder. You can't murder every man she comes into contact with, you know. You underestimate me. The security system was fine, Jedian grumbles, slouching back into the room. You were just trying to get rid of me, weren't you? Join the club. I don't miss the wink that Dominic sends Jedian's way. You might have to cough up soon, buddy. I'm so winning this one. Excuse me. Jedian gives Dominic an annoyed glare. And you say I'm the one who can't keep my damn mouth shut. This was on the down low. Dominic ignores him and explains. We have a little bet going that you'll cave at the end of this little experiment and keep Layla around permanently. Jedian actually takes a step back as my glare ping-pongs between the two morons in front of me. You bet against me, I growl. Actually, I'm betting for you, Dominic clarifies. I'm betting on you and Layla making it. If you think about it, Jedian is the one who's betting against the two of you. There is no me and Layla. Once the Italian threat is neutralized, Layla and I will divorce. We'll co-parent, and she'll remain single for the rest of her life, content to raise our daughter without ever needing another man. I consider explaining that to my idiot friends, but they aren't worth the time. Plus, explaining myself will only drive home their misguided belief that I care about Layla more than I pretend to. So I spin around and march out to the patio. Behind me, Jedian smacks Dominic on the back of the head. Thanks a lot, asshole. I head out towards the pool, squinting against the sunlight to search for my wife. When I find her, my jaw hits the pavement. Layla has ditched the yellow dress she was wearing in favor of a deep green knit bikini, and I can't move. All of my brain power is spent taking in every exposed inch of her skin, perfect, perky breasts, just barely covered by the half cups of her bikini top, long, slim legs that seem to go on for days. Her long blonde hair drapes down her back in careless waves. But I keep coming back to the swell of her stomach, where she's carrying my child. My cock strains against my pants, but since there's no chance of a release anytime soon, I walk over to the two women. They're too engrossed in conversation to see me coming. "You haven't had one yet?" Kira gasps, pulling her dark hair into a high ponytail. "Well, we have to change that." Layla shakes her head. No, seriously. That's kind of you, but I don't need a baby shower." "But you have to have one. It's a rite of passage for any new mother." "But Layla isn't any new mother. This isn't any regular pregnancy." The look on Layla's face tells me she's thinking the exact same thing. She drops into one of the pool chairs and reaches for the sunscreen. "I'm okay, really. It's completely unnecessary." "But I think Dominic is looking for you, Kira," I interject. Both women look over, surprised to see me. But my gaze is locked on Layla as she spreads sunscreen over her arms. "He is." Kira glances over to where Dominic is standing by the doors, talking to Jedian. "That man is so damn needy. I'll be back in a jiff, lie." Layla waves her off, her smile dropping the second Kira is gone. Her eyes are unfocused and far away when I pluck the sunscreen from her hands. "Hey, I was using that." I squirt some sunscreen into my palm. "Turn around. I can take care of myself." "With me around, you don't have to." I circle an impatient finger in the air. "Now turn." For a second, our time in the PT studio flashes between us. Layla's cheeks flush. Thanks to all of her exposed skin, I get to watch the way it crawls down her neck, too. I sit down beside her. "Nice bikini." She combs her blonde hair forward so that it curtains her face from view. "The lady from the boutique left it behind. Apparently, she thought you would appreciate it." I make a mental note to send that woman a tip. "I didn't wear it for you, though." She looks over her shoulder at me to make sure I catch the distinction. "Of course not, don't be ridiculous." I massage the sunscreen into her back and shoulders, barely resisting the urge to tug on the tie and watch the scrap of fabric fall away. If the bet my Vori made wasn't hanging over my head right now, maybe I would. As it is, I enjoy this little sliver of her I get to keep. "You were right, by the way." My hands falter. "About." She seems really nice. She tips her head towards where Dominic and Kira are laughing about something. Dominic is really in love with her. He really, ow. I drop my hands. "Are you okay?" "Fine," she laughs, pointing down at her stomach. "The assault is coming from inside the house." I glance down at her belly and have to double-take to make sure I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing. Is that a footprint? Crazy, isn't it? She takes my hand without warning and presses it against her stomach where the impression has just disappeared. A second later, there's another kick. And another. I think she's saying hi. I lift my gaze and our eyes lock. The purple in Layla's eyes is brighter than I've ever seen it. "Hi," I murmur, holding Layla's gaze. Our daughter kicks back. 35. LA. I feel like a little kid finding out I'm going to Disney World. Kira wants to invite me to dinner. It's not like meeting her didn't go well. She was nice, and we lounged by the pool and chatted about pregnancy and how magical and awful it is watching yourself turn into a Willy Wonka-style human blueberry. But then she left, and that was that. It's been a few days without any texts or contact. Dom hasn't even mentioned Kira, and I was starting to think it was all a lonely fever dream. Tonight at our place, Dominic confirms. Kira wants you and Arson there for a double date. She thinks it'll be fun. If I was a normal girl in a normal relationship, then I'd agree. It would be fun. Right now, though, I'm a heavily pregnant surrogate in a fake marriage, walking a tightrope over the fiery, swirling pit of unknowns that is my future. Fun seems absurdly optimistic. Has she met us? What about me and Arson together screams fun to her? Dominic bites his lower lip in a wince, and I sigh. She doesn't know we aren't really married, does she? My lady is a romantic, he explains. She wouldn't understand. And anyway, she's always had a bit of an issue with Arson. I didn't want to make things worse. I raise my eyebrows. What kind of issue? My brain scrambles to come up with theories, but only one option presents itself. Who did Arson kill? Jesus Christ, it's not that big of a deal. You think Arson whacked Kira's Nana, and I'm still working for him. I throw up my hands. Well, I don't know, maybe. He shakes his head. It's nothing like that, it's just, you know how Arson is. The man comes across as cold, I guess, terrifying, soulless, and ever vigilant like the Eye of Sauron. Aloof, he finishes politely. But he's different with you. I want Kira to see it. It's a miracle I didn't already slip up on Saturday and tell Kira about my contract with Arson. But if she spends any more time with us together, she's definitely going to figure it out. Then, the one and only friend I've made in the last year might not be interested in knowing me anymore. Dom must be able to see the indecision on my face. No pressure. I can always make an excuse for you if you want, but she's already started cooking for tonight. I groan. Guilt tripping me is not nice. I'm not the nice one, that is Kira. Okay, but if this is actually a setup for a surprise baby shower or something, I will kill you. Slowly. Absolutely not. I wouldn't let that happen. He rests his elbows on his knees. Kira doesn't know the situation with you all, so I'm sorry she tried to force the baby shower on you. Arson told me about it. I can't hold back the bitter laugh that comes out of me. I'm sure he thought that was hilarious. Why would it be hilarious? Throwing a baby shower for a mom who won't even be around once the baby is born. I ignore the stab of pain in my chest, grimacing through it. Kira should throw one for Arson if she throws one for anyone at all. I can't look at him, but I feel Dominic's eyes boring into the side of my face. What do you mean? Arson's agreed to allow you contact with the baby after. I don't even want to start with the semantics of that one. Agreed, allow, contact. Even if I did know what all that meant in this extremely niche set of circumstances, it wouldn't matter. At the end of the day, whatever happens will be on Arson's terms, contract be damned. It's his world. We're all just living in it. I close my eyes and remind myself to inhale and exhale. I won't be Arson's wife forever. I'll have to move out eventually. Then, I'll only be able to see my baby when he says I can. What if he decides that he prefers not to have me around at all? I want to stop there, but now that I've let a few concerns slip over the edge of the dam, I can feel the rest rushing out of me. It's not like we have a contract for that part of the deal, do we? I burst. He probably just said it so I'd stop arguing about getting married. The only piece of paper I have says that the baby in my belly belongs to Arson and Arson alone. A sharp pain shoots up my side, and I clutch my ribs with a wince. Dominic hurries in to steady me. You're getting all worked up over nothing. Dominic, this is my life, my daughter's life. Arson is a good man. No, Arson is a powerful man, I correct. And powerful men have a habit of doing whatever the hell they want. Even, and maybe even especially, at the expense of other people. Dominic opens his mouth and shuts it again. He runs a hand over his face and finally says, "You just don't know him like I do." Actually, I don't know him at all. I blink away the tears that have accumulated at the corners of my eyes. But I signed a contract, so I might as well play my part. Tell Kira I'll be at dinner tonight, whether Arson shows up or not. Like I said, you don't know him like I do, Dom says. He'll be there. I can't believe you live right next door. I yelp when Kira opens the door. How did I not know that? Because you've been conversing with my husband all this time, and men are useless at sharing information. Kira rolls her eyes and pulls me into a hug. Boys, they never change. I squeeze back, making eyes at Dominic over her shoulder. See, my wagging eyebrows say, I told you I'd be here alone. I told you he wouldn't come. I'm gloating, but it's only because it's my only consolation. Some sad, buried part of me still wishes Arson was next to me. Dominic ignores me and ushers us both inside so he can shut the door. It's not much, Kira says, looking around her house with anxious, wringing hands. But we like it. Kira and Dom's place is probably 1/10 the size of Arson's property, but it's sweet and cozy. The perfect first home for a young couple just starting their family. It's gorgeous, Kira. Really, I love it. I can't even take credit for the design, Kira admits, leading me into their living room. Arson gifted us the cottage when we got married. That was nice of him. The ever-growing cynical part of me wonders if he wasn't just trying to keep his employees close. Can't blame the commute for your tardiness if you live a stone's throw away. Or maybe he really did whack Kira's Nana, and this house was the consolation. I'm studying her face, trying to catch a sign of the complex feelings Dominic hinted at earlier. But before I can see anything, a dark, silky voice murmurs from the corner. I'm nothing if not nice. I whirl around to find Arson lounging in an armchair, a drink already in his hand. You're here. Dominic fires back the same I told you so look I was giving him a moment ago, before he walks into the kitchen. Of course I'm here. Arson glides over and wraps an arm around my waist. We were invited. Kira is watching us carefully, so I sink deeper into Arson's side. To keep up appearances. I press a hand to his chest and ignore the trembling in my fingers. Well, yeah, I just assumed you were busy tonight. That's all. Arson holds my tighter. I'm never too busy for you, my dear wife. Our eyes lock for a few seconds too long. The tingling in my hip has nothing to do with pain and everything to do with the way he's holding me. Just tight enough to be possessive. Just gentle enough to be caring. Before I can read way too much into why Arson is here at all, Kira claps her hands together. Now that I have you both here, why don't I give you a tour of my favorite room in the whole house? Lead the way. I rush off after her, mostly to get out of Arson's reach. I like it a little too much to allow his hand to linger. But the moment I walk into Kira's favorite room, my stomach lurches. The nursery is as gorgeous and cozy as the rest of the house. There's a crib and a rocking chair with a woodland mural on the wall and hand-painted details on the drawers and shelves. I can see Kira and Dom in this room, their baby in their arms. They've put so much love in here already. It's soaked into the wood, the floors, the air itself. Wow, I breathe, a catch in my throat. It's perfect, Kira. I'm sure your nursery will be twice as lovely. The smile she gives me makes me want the soft, white carpet under my feet to open up and swallow me whole. I open my mouth to say, shoot, something, though I have no idea what when Dominic pokes his head through the door. Come on, dinner is ready. I just wanted to show them the... And you've shown them, Dominic interrupts. Now, I want to show them my risotto before it gets cold. Why are you so stressed about this risotto? Kira teases, following him down the hall to the kitchen. Are you cheating on me with the barefoot Contessa or something? I hear them bickering playfully all the way, but Arson is still here with me, drinking in all the details of the room. His face is unreadable. It's beautiful, isn't it? I manage through a tight throat. When he looks over at me, there's something in his eyes, though I'll be damned if I know how to capture that sight in a word. It's a room, he says at last. Then he walks out. 36. LA. I literally cannot eat another bite. I'm groaning, pacing back and forth across the small kitchen like maybe that might help me feel less like a human cement mixer. This baby is taking up too much space inside of me. There's no more room. Well, girl, you better make room. Kira opens the oven and pulls out a steaming apple crumble. We have dessert. I thought you invited us over to be nice, not to murder me via delicious food. She laughs. If you have to go, that's the way to do it. As full as I am, I'm inclined to agree. Kira opens the freezer and pulls out a tub of vanilla ice cream, and I notice the collection of pictures tacked to their fridge. I burst out laughing and jab my finger at a picture of Dominic. That goatee should be a crime. She cackles. Right, if he told me that's what he was in prison for, I'd believe it. Horrendous. I almost shaved it in his sleep. I choke on my tongue. I'm sorry, prison. He served 18 months. She tips her head to the side, questions I don't want her asking flashing across her face. That's where he met arson, didn't you know? I feel the color drain from my face, but I do my best impersonation of a casual, deeply involved wife hearing information about her husband not at all for the first time. I knew that about arson. I knew that. I just didn't know that's how they met. Kira's gaze is questioning, but she nods. Yeah, Dominic doesn't like to talk about it much either. They had a hard time in there. His scars. Is that where he got them? I should know that. That's something a real wife would know. Anyway, I looked past his hideous facial hair and ignored what my parents had to say about dating a felon, and look at me now. Now, all of my friends are felons, she giggles. It's worked out great for me. Arson gave us this house, but he also paid for our wedding and got my brother into rehab. He even paid off my parents' mortgage when they were struggling just because Dom mentioned it to him in passing once. And you still don't like him. Kira whirls on me. Who said I don't like him? I'm fully blaming my lack of tact on shock, but I can't even tell Kira that without admitting I know nothing about my husband. Dominic might have insinuated. That man has such a big mouth, she snaps. First of all, I don't want you to think I'm some ungrateful bitch. It's not that I don't like arson, it's just he's a hard person to know. He keeps everyone at arm's length. I barely resist raising my hands into the air and shouting, Amen, sister. But I can tell it's different for the two of you. Kira smiles. I can almost see little cartoon hearts floating in her eyes. In the 5 years I've known Arson, I've never seen him be so normal. Normal, I breathe. Yep, that's us. Kira laughs and slides the ice cream across the counter to me. We should get this apple crumble out to the boys before my husband accuses me of letting it go cold. The barefoot Contessa can kiss my ass if she thinks she's stealing my man. Arson and Dominic are stretched out on opposite sofas, a bottle of scotch on the table between them. Whatever they were talking about, it breaks off the moment we walk in. What were you boys discussing? Kira teases. How beautiful and perfect and heaven-sent your wives are. Always. Dominic drops a kiss on her cheek as she sits down beside him. At dinner, we each had our own chairs. Arson and I sat next to each other with a respectable amount of distance between us, and as long as I pretended he was nothing more than decoration. A lifeless, unsexy vase that didn't smell intoxicating at all. Everything was fine and dandy. Now, though, we're venturing into dangerous territory. Arson has his arms stretched over the back of the sofa, and he nods for me to take the seat right next to him. The empty armchair tucked into the corner by the window has never looked more appealing, but I've raised enough red flags with Kira tonight as it is. So, I sit down beside my husband. Arson lounges back, spreading his legs until his thigh presses into mine. Bizarrely, it does feel normal. For the moment, at least, it feels normal. In an hour, he might disappear for 3 days without a word. That would feel normal too. No matter how much I fight for some kind of equilibrium, Arson and I are always bouncing from one extreme to the other. It can't all be for show, can it? Some of it, the fake date nights, the events, even this dinner, could be just a cover story. But what about how attentive he is when my pain flares up, or the way he reacted to Tyler and Kevin? Is jealousy part of the performance? And it hasn't escaped my notice that I haven't gotten a single call from my father since the first week I moved into the manor with Arson. I stare at his profile, watching as he talks to Dominic, carrying on a conversation I can't follow because the puzzle of him is far too distracting. Kira said she doesn't feel like she knows Arson, but he gave her this house and took care of her family. He expressed his care for his friends in the only way he knew how. Is that what he's doing with me? So, Layla, Kira chirps, breaking me out of my thoughts, how is your nursery coming along? For God's sake, Kira, Dominic says, can you talk about anything but that damn room? Says the man who spent an hour obsessing about whether the sconces we chose were more eggshell white or oyster shell. She waves him off with an eye roll and turns back to me. It's hard to stop thinking about it because there's so much to get ready. I doubt a baby cares about sconces, Arson mutters. No, only Dom cares about that, Kira laughs. But forget the room. There are still diapers, pumps, nursing pillows, toys, a bassinet. As her list goes on, Arson stiffens. Are those nerves I'm sensing? Is impending fatherhood starting to weigh on him? Before I lose my own nerve, I put my hand on his thigh. I feel a surge of confidence when my hand settles. This is good. This is a step in the right direction. I can take care of him the way he's taken care of me. But almost immediately after that naive thought, Arson's jaw flexes. He adjusts his position so my hand flops to the sofa between us. I keep my eyes focused on Kira as she discusses which brand of detergent is best for baby clothes. Because if I so much as look at my husband, the tears will come. 37. ARCN. Where in the fuck is that little bastard? I scramble around on my knees, searching for a screw I'm not even sure exists. Or maybe it does exist. And not only will the shelf I just built for my daughter fall apart in the middle of the night and bury her in her crib, but she'll eventually find the screw in the carpet and swallow it. Dominic and Kira have a woodsy wonderland filled with diapers and pacifiers and whatever the hell else a baby needs. Meanwhile, I've got a death trap filled with loose screws. Grade A parenting, Dad. Nice work. Aha, got ya, motherfucker. I snatch the screw up from where it rolled under the crib and finish assembling the shelf. When it's ready, I hang it in the corner and start pulling supplies out of the closet. Boxes and boxes of diapers and wipes and onesies. I fill the shelf, but she'll need more. Babies go through a lot of diapers per day. Probably 5, 20. I'm running through a list of supplies in my head when the door opens. Arson, Polina is in a long dressing gown, blinking against the brightness. I didn't mean to wake you. She scans over the chaos of the room. You're setting the nursery up now? It's late. I know, that's the problem. The baby is due in a few weeks. I should have done all this ages ago. I ordered everything, but then it just sat in this room, untouched. I thought maybe I'd tell Layla about it, let her design the nursery. But the time never seemed right, and now it's too late. I waited too long. I didn't even think about the walls. The blank white walls feel like a jail cell. I can't believe I didn't order wallpaper or hire painters. Is there still time? How long are paint fumes dangerous? What was that? Polina asks. I wave her off. Go back to bed, it's not important. Is this why you came back from Dominic's dinner early? If so, it seems like it might be pretty important. After dessert, Kira was talking about pulling out a game or pouring Dom and me another drink while she and Layla made tea. It's been years since we've let one drink turn into 2 and 3, laughing and drinking until the sun came up. But the longer I sat there, the more I could feel the countdown hanging over my head. Instead, I stood and offered Layla my hand. "We have to go." Her face fell, but Layla let me pull her to her feet. Her hand in mine seared my skin the same way her fingers on my thigh had, the same way her touch always does. I can still feel it, even though we've been home for hours. "Did you get everything on the list I gave you?" I ask suddenly. "Months ago," Polina says calmly, "just like you asked." "Well, double up on everything. I want extra." Polina moves into the center of the room, her hands on her hips. She reminds me so much of Mom sometimes that it hurts. "Maybe you should get some rest, too." "I'm fine. I won't be able to sleep until this room is sorted." "You have time." I shake my head. Everyone thinks that, until there's no time left. "We're talking about a baby here, Arson. No matter how prepared you are, you're never prepared enough." My jaw clenches as I turn towards the windows. "Good night, Polina." She accepts my dismissal with a sigh and pads quietly out of the nursery. She's not wrong, though. I should go to sleep. Exhaustion tugs at my shoulders, but I'm here and making progress, and I don't want to stop. It's not solely because Layla is waiting for me in my bed, but that's not an insignificant part of why I just keep moving. I tug my sweaty shirt over my head and toss it to the floor, then get back to work. I've just decided that the crib would be safer if I moved it further from the window when the door squeaks open. I add "oil the hinges" to my mental to-do list. "I told you to go to bed, Polina." I think she did. I stiffen but keep working. I don't turn around. Still, Layla whispers, her voice closer than it was a second ago. "I didn't realize you already have everything she needs." Not even close. I get to my feet. I'm ordering more. More of what? How much more stuff could a newborn need? I like to be prepared. I make the mistake of turning to her. Her eyes slip to my exposed chest and the map of scars across my skin. "Is that why you have all those survivalist kits squirreled away all over the house? Because you like to be prepared?" I choose to ignore that. "You should be in bed." "I can't sleep." She hesitates, her fingers sliding up and down the door frame. "Arson, may I come in?" A part of me wants to turn her down, send her off to bed, and leave this one corner of the house untouched by thoughts of Layla. Another greedy part of me wants to see her here. I want her to take up space, leaving behind her scent and her memory. My greed wins out. "Be my guest." I watch her make a slow circle around the room, running her hand over the crib and along the shelf I just built. Finally, she stops in front of me. "She doesn't need anything else, Arson. You've thought of everything." "It's not enough." "What are you afraid of?" Her eyes fall to the scar in the center of my chest. "I can tell that something, tonight at dinner, something upset you. Was it about the nursery?" I take a step back. "Nothing upset me." "Fine, new question. How did you get these scars?" "It's a long story." "I'm not going anywhere." Her jaw shifts and her cheeks redden. "At least, not right now. I have time if you want to talk." "I'm not looking for a shoulder to cry on, Layla. I'm not looking for a friend, either." "I'm not your friend," she snaps, "but I am your wife." Fuck me, my decisions don't usually bite me in the ass quite this fast, but it was a mistake letting her come in here. I can already picture her in the rocking chair in the corner. I can see her laying our daughter in the crib. I can see her sitting on the window seat, nursing our baby. When I don't respond, Layla starts for the door. I think she's going to leave, and I'm torn between breathing a sigh of relief and yanking her back in. Then she stops and turns back to me. "I know this isn't real, Arson. You're not really my husband, and I'm not really your wife. But she rests her hands on her stomach, cradling our daughter. You can still tell me things. You can let me in. I don't respond, my jaw working back and forth in an effort to keep myself from articulating all the things I refuse to say out loud. I can't let you in. I can't let you in because I can't keep you. The nursery is beautiful, Layla says softly as she pulls the door closed behind her. 38. ARCN. My phone rings for the third time in as many minutes. I don't even check to see who it is before I answer. What is it now, Matvey? Boss, he rolled up his shirt sleeve to show me his tattoos. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I don't care if he dropped trow and showed me your name on his ass, man. I'm not taking a meeting with someone off the street. Get a name or tell him to get lost. There will be no name because whoever is at the gate either has an axe to grind or a favor to ask, and their only hope of either is catching me off guard. I was up half the night organizing the nursery, so I'm too many coffees to count deep and not in the mood for a fight or to get pumped for favors. I'm about to hang up the phone yet again when Matvey speaks up. I don't have a name, but boss, he has the same tattoo as you, the viper. Fuck. I close my eyes, reaching blindly for the last dregs of caffeine in the cup in front of me. I'm going to need it. I'll be there in 5. Even as the gate slides open and the man strides onto my property, I know this isn't possible. There's only one other person I know who has a viper tattoo like mine on his right bicep. And he's supposed to be dead. The sun glints off the metal gates. I shield my eyes with my hand, trying to get a good look at the ghost walking towards me. Well, well, the man rasps when he sees me coming, throwing his arms wide. Life on the outside has certainly done you good. He stops in a patch of shade, and I can finally lower my hand to take him in. His beard is long and matted. There are wrinkles around his eyes and mouth I don't recognize, and his lanky hair hangs down to the shoulders of his shabby, checkered shirt. But his bright blue eyes, those haven't changed. They cut straight through my chest. Wish I could say the same about you. Although, considering you're supposed to be dead, you look pretty damn good. Jasper smiles, and 10 years drain from his face. He looks more and more like the man I remember every second. You believed the rumors, too. I had no reason not to. Jasper takes a long, pointed look at the mansion behind me. Looks like you had the resources to verify them if you wanted. True, maybe it was just easier to believe you were dead. He smiles sadly. That's what I always appreciated about you, Arson. You never lied to me. And you never listened, I say. So, what are you doing here, Jasper? He presses his shoulders back, and I catch another glimpse of the man I knew. You helped me out a lot after we got out. I know it may not seem like it now, but I really was grateful. You have a weird way of showing gratitude. I told you to stop running with that crowd. I told you it would end in trouble. He shrugs. Old habits die hard. Yeah, they do, and you have a habit of being reckless and unpredictable. So I ask again, what are you doing here? You want unpredictable? Listen to this, you were right, he smirks. I bet you never thought you'd hear that, did you? I exhale sharply, so that's why he's here. I stopped betting on you a long time ago, Jas. You were the only friend I ever made in this world, man. He kicks a worn shoe against the pavement. You had my back from the very beginning. We looked out for one another. We were more than just cellmates. We were brothers. I have many brothers now, Jasper. You know that already. I know. He clears his throat, gaze dropping once more. And you know why I'm here. I'd like to hear you say it all the same. Part of me asks just because I don't think he'll do it. His pride will get the best of him, and he'll walk away. I won't have to make this choice. His eyes flash to mine, and I see a kernel of that old pride, but it's gone just as quickly. I want a place by your side. In your Bratva. We tried that once before. It didn't end well. I was younger then. Stubborn, proud, he recites as though he's been preparing for this moment for some time. But I've changed. I'm ready to follow orders now. I thought old habits die hard. He nods. Mine didn't go down without a fight, but I murdered every last one of them. I run a hand through my hair, considering it for a split second. All right. Are you serious? I'm in. It's not that simple, I caution. No one just gets in. You'll earn your stripes, same as any other man. He squares his shoulders. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes. Then leave your information with Matvey. I gesture towards my soldier, who's standing by the gate with a suspicious glare aimed in Jasper's direction. I'll contact you soon. His hands clench, but instead of snapping back at the perceived slight, Jasper bows his head obediently. I won't let you down this time, Arson. Jasper, Dominic barks, pointing to the viper tattoo on my bicep. That Jasper. Yes. He's dead. A rumor, I explain. One that he helped along to get out from underneath the trouble he was in with the Italians. Jedian coughs, spraying a fine mist of whiskey into the air. The Italians we just overnighted dead bodies to, those Italians. It's almost midnight, and it's the first time I've sat down all day. My feet are screaming at me. Answering my lieutenant's inquisition is the last thing I feel like doing. All he wants is protection, Dominic accuses. He's trying to save his own skin. Considering every decision Jasper has ever made has been to save his own skin, Dom is probably right. But that doesn't mean he can't make himself useful too. I think he's looking for a place to put down some roots. He's looking for purpose. Dominic massages his temples. He looks as tired as I feel. Arson, you tried to give Jasper a place in this Bratva, and he questioned you at every turn. He went rogue on missions and put your men at risk. I was there, Dom. I remember what happened. Then why let him back in? Because he asked. Dominic opens his mouth to respond, but I cut him off. He saved my life more than once. He saved my life before I'd earned my reputation. I had a target on my back thanks to the evil motherfucker I called a grandfather. Jasper didn't gain anything from backing me up, but he did it anyway. I get. No, you don't. By the time you entered the scene, Jasper and I had already earned respect the hard way. You didn't see the worst of it. I press my hand to the scar in the center of my chest. But Jasper did. Dominic sighs. None of that changes the fact that he isn't made to follow. Yesterday, a week ago, hell, an hour ago, I would have said the same thing. But Jasper looked me in my eyes and told me things are different. I want to believe him. The argument is irrelevant anyway, because he hasn't even earned his place here yet. Once he does, then we can have this discussion. I put aside my empty glass of whiskey and get to my feet. He may claim to be different, but things are different for you, too, Dominic adds before I can leave. You have more people to think about now. Dom isn't wrong. There was a time when Jasper was the only family that meant anything to me. Now there's Layla, our baby. If he puts my family in danger for even a second, he's done. I'll kill him myself. I look back over my shoulder. That goes for anyone. Dominic sighs with relief. Okay, then, have it your way, but I've got a bad feeling about this. 39. LA. First off, I want to apologize. Kira drops down on the couch next to me, a takeout container extended in offering. I think you're confusing spring rolls for olive branch. I didn't know Kira was coming over today, but I opened the door and she was holding Chinese food. The only follow-up question I was capable of asking was, do you need help carrying the fried rice into the kitchen? She waves her chopsticks like a white flag between us. Dominic told me that things aren't quite how they seem with you and Arson. I didn't realize, and I think I might have made things weird. with the baby shower and the nursery talk. So this is me saying sorry. I swallow a bite, and it feels like a boulder in my throat. What did Dominic tell you? He said he didn't want to get into it, because it wasn't any of our business. I arch a brow, and you just left that alone. I figured you'd tell me when you were ready to. She flips her braid over her shoulder. Which is why I came over today, just in case you're ready to tell me, right now, in full detail. Despite the fact my life feels like dry wood and this conversation is a lit match soaked in gasoline, I smile. Thanks, but things aren't as dire as Dominic might have made them out to be. Arson and I rushed into this marriage, and I guess we're still trying to find some solid ground. I'm not sure why I'm lying. Maybe it's because, as much as I hated lying to Kira, part of me liked living in the fantasy we were spinning for her. It's like when I told my 6th grade class that my father wasn't around because he was an astronaut on a special mission to Mars. It was nice being a girl who had a father who loved her, even if it only lasted a few days. I think that's normal. There were moments in the beginning of our marriage where I wondered if Dom and I jumped the gun, too. Yeah. We eloped, she explains. Arson and Jedian were the only people at our wedding. I didn't break the news to my parents until a week later. How'd they take it? They were shocked, but it was a done deal, so they didn't really have a choice but to try to get to know my husband, which I sometimes think was another mistake. She rolls her eyes. I think he gets more calls from my mom than I do. I play with my fingernails. But you questioned things because of your parents, right? Not because of Dom. Right, she gives me a tentative smile. From the moment I said yes to Dom, I knew he was the man for me. My heart does a little backwards somersault. What must that be like? To be sure. To not walk through life riddled with doubts, waiting for the world as you know it to crumble around you? What a concept. It's bad enough having to live with those questions blaring at full volume in the back of my head. But even when I try to convince myself everything will be fine, I have a formal contract I can re-examine to remind myself which parts of my soul I've sold and what I can expect to get in return for them. Whatever's going on between you and Arson, I'm sure it'll be okay in the end. Kira gives me a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. After all, he married you. Did you ever meet Natasha? Because Arson married her too, and from what I understand, okay wasn't one of the words you used to describe their relationship. Kira waves that detail away like it's nothing. Natasha's father practically forced her on him, and Arson was a young gun who didn't want to turn down the opportunity for an ally. But he never wanted kids with her, not even while they were married. Dominic may have told Kira that Arson and I aren't all we appear to be, but telling her my uterus was up for sale must have been a bridge too far. I ought to tell her the truth, but I can't bring myself to wipe away the hopeful gleam in Kira's eyes. I saw them together lie, she adds. He and Natasha were so cold and distant, but with you two, it's different. He's softer around you, warmer. He touches you and looks at you every chance he gets. There's a spark there that I can't describe, but I feel it. I feel it too. Because when I get too close, I burn. Oh, I'm burning all right. Burning with anger and frustration and helplessness that no amount of swiping my shiny black credit card is going to help. I've spent the last 40 minutes surrounded by baby blankets and stuffed elephants and books I probably won't be around to even read to my daughter. I have no idea why I thought this would help. I thought organizing the nursery would make me feel better about Wave's hands generally to encompass the entire cursed fucking situation that is my frankly unbelievable life. But as soon as I started slicing into boxes, I realized what I'm actually doing here. This is a desperate attempt to leave my mark, to leave some piece of myself behind so that, even if I can't be here with my daughter all the time, parts of me can. When Arson looks around this room, he's going to think of me. He'll have no choice. But it's not enough. Every time I think that Arson and I are making some progress, he reminds me that there's a contract in place, and his kindness is nothing more than tolerance. He can touch me, he can kiss me, he can fuck me how and when he pleases. But the one time I reach for him, a simple hand on the leg, he shoves me off. Draws a line in the sand that I can't cross, but later, when it suits him, he'll do naked backflips over that same line. The message is clear. It's my way or no way at all. Pretty sure that was a clause in that damn contract. Meth, I should have gone over it word by word. I should have had a lawyer look at it first. I should have negotiated. In the event either party is a brooding asshole and the other party regrets selling their firstborn daughter, the second party may withdraw their consent, rip up the contract, and dance upon the ashes while the brooding asshole watches on, preferably with tears of yearning in his eyes. But I didn't, and now, here I am, caught between a rock and a surly set of abs, spiraling in front of an audience of stuffies while pain flares in my hip. I could go take my pills, but I did this to myself. I deserve this pain, so maybe I deserve to. Layla. I whirl around to find Arson standing in the doorway, his blank gaze trailing over the additions I've made. I decided to add a few new things to the nursery. I blurted out like an alibi, like I'm actually stuffing illicit drugs in the stuffies to ship them over state lines. Not that Arson would have much of an issue with that kind of thing. Arson's eyes narrow as he shuts the door behind him. Your hip hurts. How do you know? He doesn't bother answering. The tilt of his head says he knows everything about me without even having to ask. You should take a break. He's right, which makes everything worse. I think I know my body better than you do. Where did all of this stuff come from? He looks around the nursery, stopping in front of the tapestry I hung over the crib. It's a textured sunset, streaks of pink and purple in front of a golden sun. I have the right to buy my daughter things if I want to. He glances at me over his shoulder. Someone's looking for a fight tonight. You look for a fight every other night, so I figured it was my turn. I'm never looking for a fight with my pregnant wife, he scoffs. Stop calling me your wife, it's a lie. You're tired, Rosa. And stop acting like you know me. I jab a finger at his chest. I'm not your wife or your friend or your Rosa, whatever the hell that means. I'm not even the mother of your child as far as you're concerned. I'm just a means to an end. A vein in his forehead stands out in stark relief. It's the only indication that anything I've said has had any impact on him. We're here again, are we? Here again, he says, as if we ever left. Oh, silly me, I forgot I'm not allowed to have any regrets. I signed the contract and sealed my fate. Now I just have to lie back, I jab him again in the chest, and let you fuck me, in more ways than one. My finger is halfway to yet another jab when he grabs my hand and drags me towards him until my body is flush against his. You signed that contract because I offered you everything you needed. His green eyes simmer. Money, security, care for your mother. What else do you want from me? It's not a question. Not really. And Arson doesn't expect an answer, but I have one poised on the tip of my tongue. Everything. That's what I want. Everything. I want you to kiss me like you mean it, and then tell me you mean it afterwards just to be sure. I want you to make love to me while you look me in the eyes, and then hold me afterwards just to be kind. I want to see you smile, not smolder, and I want to be able to pass you in the hall without having to hold my breath so your scent doesn't invade my nostrils and make my brain do crazy, stupid things. I want to be able to love you and be loved in return. That's all. I want everything. Nothing more, nothing less. Our eyes meet and hold, tension crackling between us, until one thought pops up in my head. It's a thought that doesn't belong in my head truth be told, it sounds almost like I snatched it out of Arson's. That's what you want, the thought says. Very well, then take it. And before I can second-guess the instinct, I do. I fist his shirt in my hands and drag his lips down to mine. Always prepared, never taken by surprise, Arson stumbles, for just a second, as the kiss deepens and we wobble. Then he steadies himself, cradles my face with a growl deep in his chest, and presses my back against the wall. I tear at the buttons of his shirt, and he shreds the collar of mine to press hot kisses to my chest and collarbone. His hair is silk in my hands, and I tug, directing him to my neck and my mouth. It feels good to take control, to channel all my anger into desire. It feels like I'm stealing a small piece of him for myself. I run my fingertips down to his abs. I can feel the gritty knots of his scars beneath my touch, like I'm reading the braille of his life, and it's telling me all the things he refuses to say with his own lips. I kiss my way along the exact paths my fingers went, following the line of his scar. Arson falls forward, catching himself on the wall with a wordless snarl. Before I can trail down to my knees, he lifts me back up and tries to turn me to face the wall. But, no, not like that, not this time. Instead, I press against his shoulders until we're on the floor, me straddling him with my knees around his hips. If this is all I ever get of him, I'm going to take as much as I can. The way he growls when I touch him, mine. The way his dark eyes fill with desire when my hand slides between our bodies, mine. I gather each and every strangled breath, tuck away the sight of his teeth clenching when I stroke him, and memorize the way his lips part when I lean close, almost like he wants this as much as I do. And for every perfect gesture I file away to keep me warm in the years to come, I save it with a single, rasped word. Mine, mine, mine. One day way too soon, Arson Adamov may take everything from me. But right now, it's my turn. I slide onto him slowly, taking every inch of him until we're sealed together. Fuck! The word is wrenched from between his gritted teeth. Layla. I bite back his name, refusing to give him another piece of my soul. He's taken enough. This is mine. I dig my nails into his chest and ride him hard. Arson cuffs his fingers around my wrists, looking into my eyes as I take and take, harder and faster, using him the same way he's using me. I hold off as long as I can, but finally, I close my eyes and come. Arson gasps, and I feel him twitch inside of me, but this isn't about him. You feel so good, Rosa. I don't care. I squeeze my eyes tighter, riding him until I shudder to a stop. When I open my eyes, there's blood on Arson's chest, little crimson half-moon cuts in the shape of my nails. He looks at me in the silent moments after, and even though he says nothing, I feel it crumble. Everything I tried to squirrel away turns to dust that pours between my fingers before I can keep it safe. Tears burn in the backs of my eyes as I climb off of him and get dressed. When I leave, he's still on the floor, but I don't look back. Upstairs, I walk past his room and into mine. I make sure to lock the door. I don't want any visitors tonight. 40. ARCN. Where is she? Who? Polina is standing in the living room, dusting the sofa, the shelves, and more often than not, the empty air in front of her. She swallows nervously. Oh, do you mean Layla? Yes, I mean Layla. We're supposed to leave. Actually, we were supposed to leave half an hour ago, but Layla wasn't downstairs. So I sent Polina up to check on her. I would have gone to get her myself, but my wife doesn't have much interest in seeing me. The bolted door last night made that abundantly clear. Let no one say I can't take a hint. I've had 12 hours to mull it over, and I still can't wrap my head around what happened. One second, she was kissing me into a wall and riding me on the floor until I could barely stand. The next, she was storming into her bedroom and locking the door behind her. Polina continues, dusting nothing whatsoever. I've been thinking, we've ordered more than enough supplies for the baby. I don't think you need to take Layla shopping today. Last night you said it was a lovely idea. Yes, well, her face puckers like she's sucking on something sour. I changed my mind. I mean, Layla is pregnant, and her hip, it might not do well walking all around a store. Then I'll carry her. I think she's tired, she says suddenly. The poor thing is exhausted. You reschedule, and I'll make her some tea, and we'll all. Polina, I reach over the couch and snatch the feather duster out of her hand. What do you know? She clams up. Her lips purse, and she hits me with an indignant scowl that she's been giving me for so long it's probably ingrained in her DNA. My job is to clean. I'm not supposed to. You've had your nose in everyone's business since the day you walked through the door. Don't start pretending otherwise. She lifts her chin, but doesn't deny it. Now I continue. Where is my wife? In her room. I blink at her. I asked you to go get her. And she told me she wasn't coming out. She told me, Polina sighs. Layla told me that she, and I'm quoting directly here, has 0% interest in seeing you. She said that, again, direct quote, since you like to do everything else by yourself, you can enjoy your own company on whatever date you have planned for her. She said. I don't hear the rest of what Layla might have said because I'm already halfway up the stairs by the time Polina registers what is happening and calls after me. If you're trying to connect with her, you should. What I'm trying to do, I growl, whirling around and storming back down the stairs, is decorate my child's nursery. That's what Layla and I are doing today. That's what is happening here. This isn't about luring Layla out of her room, or striking some kind of livable balance between fucking and fighting. And this isn't about the look I saw in Layla's eyes last night as she sprinted out of the nursery. Polina arches a shrewd eyebrow. Maybe decorating your child's nursery should be a quiet affair, something you and Layla do here at the house, together, while you talk. I shake my head. I have no idea what you're talking about. She doesn't care about grand gestures, arson, Polina cries suddenly. Layla cares about family. That's why she's doing any of this to begin with for her mother. I think you do well to remember that when you talk to her. I kick the feather duster back down the stairs at Polina. It lands at her feet. And I think you do well to remember that the sofa doesn't need dusting. Her lips twitch with irritation. She mumbles something in Russian that I can't hear. I'm guessing she's not singing my praises, though. I spin around and storm up the stairs again. She shouts after me, "Go easy on her, Arson. She's going through a lot." She's going through a lot. I've got the Italians on my ass, ghosts from my past appearing on my doorstep, and I'm the one shutting down a bye, baby, so I can haul my pregnant wife out there to decorate a nursery. And she can't even be bothered to come out of her room. Well, that changes now. I know Layla's door is still locked, which is why I go into my room and cut across to the secret access my grandfather had hidden beneath paneling. One flick of the wainscoting, and I'm storming through the wall and marching into Layla's quarters. She's still in bed, wearing a silk dressing gown and reading a book like she has all the fucking time in the world. But when the wall opens, she snaps up. What the oh, for fuck's sake, there's another door. Convenient, isn't it? I grab the comforter and yank it off the bed. Get up, we're leaving. Excuse me. You heard me, put something decent on. She slides out of bed, the silk neckline dipping low across her chest, and plants both fists on her hips. No. No, all right, that's fine then. There's a second where she can't believe I'm agreeing so easily. Then I spin her around and shove her towards the closet. Let me go. She tries to elbow me in the stomach, but the maneuver is clumsy and she only manages to brush past my ribs. Careful or you'll hurt yourself. She screeches and flings her other elbow back. It'll be worth it to hit you. You hoarder. What? In my surprise, I loosen my grip, and Layla wriggles away from me. She spins around, her back pressed to the closet door, holding it closed. Her cheeks are flushed a deep red. You're a hoarder. That's why we're going to buy more baby stuff, right? As if we don't have an entire diaper aisle stuffed into that nursery already. I like to be prepared. Well, there are enough diapers up there that an infant army could have a simultaneous poop explosion, and we'd be fully covered. You're prepared. So, she waves me towards the secret door. Go away, I'm staying here. I'll make that decision. Her eyes gleam and she tries to dart around me. Of course, because you're the one who always calls the shots. You're Mr. Bossman telling everyone. I block her path, and she shoves both hands against my chest. You don't own me. You paid for my uterus, not my soul. Layla, I growl, caging her against the closet. Don't, she snaps. Don't say my name like that. Don't act like I'm being crazy. You're the one forcing us to go shopping for our daughter like we're normal. Like we aren't 50 shades of fucked up. But we are, and I don't want to pretend with you today, so leave. Her breathing is ragged. Our bodies brush together, and she twists herself away from me. You need to calm down, Layla. I'm calm, now move. I'd believe her if her breath didn't hitch. If her eyes weren't shimmering with tears, I don't understand. No. Her shoulders sag as she shrinks back against the wall. Why not? Because There's only one, very loud, very tangible reason amassing inside my head. Because you're mine. But that's not what I say. Because we need to finish the nursery before you go into labor. It's finished, she shrieks. We have enough diapers for our future grandkids. We don't need anything else. Just leave me alone. I'm shaking my head before she even finishes. We aren't ready. We aren't even close to ready. Before I can say that, she narrows her eyes. For someone who was in prison, you sure like to lock people up. I freeze. Yeah, she says, standing a little taller. I know about that, so you can stop trying to hide it. I shift back, suddenly regretting coming in here at all. I wasn't hiding anything. I've been to prison. I'm not ashamed of that. Criminals never are, she mutters under her breath. 17-year-olds don't have much shame either. I watch as something like horror washes over her face. You were a kid. And already running missions for the Bratva. That's the pro and the con of your grandfather being Paquin. They start you young. What about your parents? Dead and gone, I say dismissively. The Bratva is all I had, but I was young and the men running the mission with me didn't trust me, not that I blame them. This is the last thing I thought I'd be talking about today, and I have to dig deep to find the words. The mission was botched. I got caught. But your grandfather was powerful, wasn't he? He was like you. She grimaces at the roundabout, unintended compliment. Couldn't he have gotten you out? He had as much power as I do now. He used it to make sure I suffered. She sags back against the closet door, too caught in the story to be mad at me now. How? They were going to try me as a minor until Adamov stepped in and asked that I be tried as an adult and moved to maximum security. Layla presses her palm gently against my chest. Arson. So, yes, I like to be prepared. I like to know what's coming, and I don't like to depend on anyone for anything. I swallow the bitter taste in my mouth and retreat out of Layla's reach. I always have a way out, so I can't be trapped again. It's more of an explanation than anyone else has ever gotten, and I wait for Layla to say, fuck something, to pity me or apologize. I don't need either one, but it's the only way I see this going. Then, just like everything else with this infuriating woman, she does something I don't expect. She huffs out a bitter laugh. Right, you always have an escape plan, even with me. She brushes past me, deeper into the room. You don't need to take me shopping, Arson. I understand what is going on here. You can go. She may understand what is going on, but I have no fucking idea. The shopping trip is just a gesture. I clear my throat, realizing exactly how bad I am at this. Fucking hell, Layla, I was trying to do something right for a change. By making me shop for the child I'll have to leave behind, she spits, grabbing the comforter where I tossed it on the floor and spreading it on the bed. No thanks. Leave, the word settles like an anchor around my neck. Just hearing her say it sounds wrong. What are you? You aren't going anywhere. You're a cold man, Arson, but you're not cruel, she says so softly I almost can't hear her. But it's cruel to make me believe I have a place in this child's life when I don't. Says who? Says the contract I signed. She whips around, tears on her cheeks and her hands plastered over her bump. I should have known. You said what you needed to say to get me to marry you, and I understand it, even if I hate it. I didn't lie to you. She shakes her head. I don't even think she's listening to me. Don't stand here now and act like we're going to be some happy family when you know we are. I arch back, heat rushing to my face. You don't trust me. I do trust you, she whispers. I believe you when you say you always have a plan and you'll never be trapped again. When we get divorced, you're going to do what you need to do to get out clean, and I can't even be mad at you because I agreed to all of it. The resignation in her voice breaks my black, icy heart. This baby is yours. I wasn't lying to you when I said you get to be in her life, Rosa. Oh yeah, what happens when you divorce me and I have to move out? You're not moving out, I growl, surprised by my own conviction. Her lips part, her eyes going wide. It'll be hard to live together after we're divorced. I haven't really thought about it, not in a long while. There was a time when the idea of divorce sounded like music to my ears, but now. Then we won't get divorced. I close the distance between us and reach for her hands. I want you to stay here with me, Layla. I want you to be a mother to our daughter. I want you two to be my wife. But you're your escape plan, she breathes. You said you don't like to feel trapped. Truths I haven't admitted even to myself rise to the surface. I don't, but I curl my hand around her jaw, tilting her face to mine. I haven't felt trapped with you since the day we met. 41. Lay. You don't need to do this. Mom squirms in the salon chair, refusing to look in the mirror. You should be resting. I promised you a trip to the salon, and that's what you're gonna get, so help me God. I snip an uneven strand of hair from the back. Even if it's to a salon where the hairdresser is too pregnant to bend over and you leave looking worse than you arrived. That's impossible, she mutters. Mom has never been vain. She's always been too sturdy for that, too busy raising me and carrying our family on her shoulders to worry about the aesthetics of it all. But my heart still breaks to hear how low her confidence has sunk. As if cancer hasn't stolen enough from her. I bend as far as I can, which, to be clear, is not far, and spin her chair around so I can look her in the eyes. You're beautiful, Ma, and if you even think about arguing, I'll dye your hair blue. I have that kind of power. She can't help but smile. Blue could be fun. It's not like it matters anyway. No one is going to see me. I turn her chair back to the mirror. I have to look at you, and blue isn't your color. And I don't think Arson built a salon in his house for you to start experimenting. Arson did this. I smile like an idiot the moment she mentions his name. Well, I mentioned that you wanted to go to the salon, but with the germs and your immune system, it wasn't a great idea. Next thing I know, I gesture to the salon chair and standing mirror that's tucked into a corner of the sitting room. This. Her eyes linger on my face, a small, secretive smile playing across her lips. What? I ask when she won't stop staring at me in the mirror. Oh, nothing. That look is not nothing, I accuse. That look is definitely something. You're glowing, Layla, and I don't think it has anything to do with the baby. My heart does a nervous flip, the same when it's done every time I've thought about this conversation with my mom. The same when it's done every time I've thought about this topic at all for the last 2 days, really. Which brings me to the inevitable next part. It's now or never. Mom, I've been waiting for the right time to tell you something. You and Arson are together, she blurts. And maybe I shouldn't have waited, I laugh. Looks like someone ruined the surprise. No, you told me, in your own way. She reaches out, and I have to bend to let her cup my cheek. Her hand is cold to the touch and frightfully thin. You've been so happy. Plus, I was waiting for this. I had a sense the first time I met Arson. You did. He obviously cared about you. And it was just as obvious that you've been smitten since the beginning. I assumed you were waiting out of respect. Respect for what? His wife, she says softly. I know they didn't have the best relationship, but still, he needed to mourn. I almost forgot about Natasha, which calls for some kind of unholy smiting, I'm sure. Smiting or not, at least I'll die happy. The day after our little heart-to-heart, Arson presented me with an updated contract. One that gave me equal rights and custody over our daughter whether we stay married or not, though Arson made it clear he'd like to stay married. I signed without hesitation. Mom, there's more, I admit, swiveling her chair around and sitting down opposite her. This is going to come as a shock. Tell me. Her gaze locks on me. All the unconditional love in her eyes makes me feel even worse for keeping so many secrets. First of all, it happened fast. So fast that I wasn't thinking. If I had been thinking, you absolutely would have been there. Because I wanted you there. It just happened so fast, and I was caught up in the moment and... I'm working with limited time, and you're eating it all up, sweetheart. Out with it. Heat floods my cheeks as I spit out, I'm married. To Arson. Arson and I are married. Mom's hands slip from mine. Married. Yes, I know this is a shock, but... You eloped. Well... Actually, he dragged me out of bed and pulled me into a surprise marriage ceremony in the living room. You were just down the hall, but since it was against my will, I decided not to wake you. Yes, I say, sidestepping that shit show of an explanation. Yes, we eloped. I don't want to lie to her, but the grisly details of the truth seem unnecessary. Especially since it doesn't reflect how far Arson and I have come. Okay, let me get this straight. She holds up both hands. I don't miss the way they tremble in the air. Arson is the father of your baby, and now the two of you are married. I brace for impact. Yes, that more or less sums it up. Oh my God. She lurches out of the chair and grabs me, screeching as she shakes me around in excitement. I can't believe this. You're married. My ear is ringing. You're not mad. Oh, honey, she releases me with a laugh, squishing my face between her hands. Of course I'm not mad. This is wonderful news. But I got married, I repeat stupidly, and you weren't there. I would have loved to be there. I'm sure you were a beautiful bride, but I'm so relieved. I decide to never tell her I got married with puffy sleep face, wearing a pair of Arson sweatpants. Relieved. I've been worried about you the last several months, what with the pregnancy and putting your yoga dream on the back burner. It just feels like you've had to sacrifice a lot. She brushes away her tears and takes a staggering breath. It's no secret that I didn't want you to give up this baby, and now you don't have to. I nod, hardly believing it all myself. Now, not only do you get to keep your child, but you'll have a family of your own. After I'm gone, you'll still have them. You're not going anywhere anytime soon, I say firmly, hoping that my words will make it true. You have to meet your granddaughter. Tears drip down Mom's cheek, right over her scars. You have no idea how much I want that. We stare at each other for several long seconds, a pair of matching, tear-stained messes, one of whom has a slightly worse haircut than the other. Finally, I swipe at my cheeks and shake my head. This is silly. We shouldn't be crying. You're right, we should be celebrating. My daughter is married, and I'm going to be a grandma soon. She gasps, clapping her hands together. We should organize a baby shower. No, 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 I veto quickly. This baby already has everything she needs. A baby shower isn't just for the baby, it's for the mom, too. You've had a tough go of it lately, but now you have something to celebrate. And celebrate we shall. I have to admit, the idea does sound nice. But as I take in my mother's waxy complexion and the dark circles under her eyes, I don't feel much like celebrating. After she's born, I assure her, once you feel stronger. Eli. A sharp rap on the door interrupts. I set down my scissors and open it gratefully. Gratefully, that is, until I find Matvey standing on the other side, his clothes drenched with rain. Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, he says respectfully, but there's a visitor for you at the front gate. He's not on the approved list of guests, so I didn't let him in. Now, he's refusing to leave. Showing up uninvited and refusing to take a hint is all the description I need. Still, I drop my voice and ask, older man, big nose. Matvey nods and fuck me, I should have seen this coming. Nothing good can happen in my life without my father finding some way to spoil it. I'll be right there. I take my time putting the finishing touches on Mom before I settle her into bed. If my dad wants to drop in unannounced, the least he can do is wait patiently for me to kick him right back out. By the time I'm walking to the front gate, I'm jittery. This confrontation has been brewing for months, and I wasn't sure it would ever come to a head. I wasn't sure how I'd feel when the time did eventually come. Now, I have my answer. Feisty. It's raining, and I told Matvey I didn't need an umbrella, but he trails just behind me with one anyway. Thanks, Matvey, I say before I step through the side gate. I can take it from here. Miss Layla. I hold up my hand. Stay close by if you want. If he so much as touches me, feel free to haul him off. Deal. He glances around like he expects arson to swoop out of the shadows and fire him at any moment. Deal. I pat him on the back and walk through the gate. My father has become some hulking, shadowy monster in my mind, always lurking on the edge of things, waiting to strike. But as I turn the corner and see him, he looks so much smaller than I remember. He's wearing a thick coat that's a size too big. His hair is graying at the temples, and his cheeks are caved in enough that I wonder if he isn't sick, too. Charles, I mean it to come out calm and confident, but it emerges in a squeak instead. He pulls his hands out of his soaking wet coat pockets and turns to me, not even glancing at my huge stomach. They wouldn't let me in. You need special clearance to enter. I'm your father. That should be all the special clearance I need. So many things about him are so familiar. The way he moves, the sound of his voice, the way my heart tugs just a little at the mere sight of him. But none of it changes what he's done, who he is, who he's shown himself to be. No, you're not, I say quietly. I've never had a father. His eyes narrow. Don't be like that. Don't pretend like we have a relationship. I wrote a couple birthday cards where you misspelled my name. I wouldn't pat yourself on the back for that. His jaw flexes. I called. To speak to Mom. His eyes flick past me towards the house. Where is she? Is she in there? You can't keep me from my own wife. The snort comes out through my nose. Last I checked, you divorced her because she got into a car accident that left her. How did you put it? Hideously disfigured. Who told you that? He didn't know I was listening in. Good, I hope he dies ashamed of himself. If you have any decency at all, you'll crawl back into the hole you came out of and leave us the hell alone. He lifts his chin high into the air. Marie will want to see me. I make a disgusted sound and twist around. prepared to leave him outside to stew in the rain if that's what he wants. "That house is mine," he yells at my back. "You clearly don't need it anymore. You've got yourself a sugar daddy." I turn around long enough to shake my head. "You are pathetic." When I try to walk away, though, his hand clamps down on my arm. "Ow, let me go, that hurts." His dark eyes are slits of anger. "Listen to me, you little." But he never gets to finish his sentence because he's ripped off me. Matvey must have taken my words to heart. But when I turn around, I realize that it's not Matvey who has come to my rescue. "You must have a death wish, Charles." 42. ARCN. "It has to be a death wish," I continue in an icy snarl. "Because a burning desire to die as painfully and slowly as possible is the only reason I can think of for you to show up here like this." Charles Barnes is red-faced, paddling his legs in the air as I hold him off the ground at eye level. "Let me down," he croaks. I'm prepared to drop him like the trash he is only once he's taken his dying breath, but Layla lays her hand on my arm before I get that far. "Let him go, Arson. He's not worth it." He isn't, but she is. So as much as I'd love to bury this fucker 6 feet under, I'd rather not do it in front of Layla. "Go inside," I tell her. "I will, with you." His face is puffy, shifting from red to purple. A minute or two more and he'll be dead weight, quite literally. Layla shifts closer, wincing and favoring her right side. "Arson, please, just come inside with me." I consider my options for a second before I see Layla shiver again. Then, reluctantly, I drag him a little closer, making sure he sees the threat in my eyes. "You're walking away from this house because my wife took mercy on your life, not because I spared you. Touch her again, though, and not even she will be able to save you." I drop him, and his legs buckle like matchsticks. He collapses into the mud, moaning softly. I take Layla's hand in mine and lead her inside. The moment we're on the other side of the bolted gate, I turn to my wife. "Did he hurt you?" Her hair is stuck to her face from the rain. She's shaking her head, but her hand is cupped over her forearm. I peel her fingers away and promptly consider ripping the gate from the hinges and beating Charles over the head with it. Red, fingerprint-shaped welts wrap around her arm, swelling more and more by the second. "That fucking bastard." "It's fine, it's nothing." She fists my shirt and pulls herself close to me, the heat of her body cutting through my frosty rage. "Just stay with me." It takes every iota of self-restraint I possess to keep myself at her side. I grit my teeth. "You're shaking." "I'm fine, I just didn't expect him to show up here. I thought I could handle it." Her chin wobbles and she sways on her feet. Wordlessly, I hoist her into my arms and carry her back to the house. She doesn't argue or pound her fists against my chest, which is how I know she's not okay. I take her straight to our bathroom and run a hot bath. She watches me work, but her eyes are unfocused. I have a feeling she's not really here with me. When the bath is ready, I reach for the buttons of her blouse. She blinks at me. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to take off your clothes and get you in the tub. You're soaked through from the rain." She nods weakly, and I help peel her wet clothes away and lower her into the tub. Before I can back away, she reaches for my hand. "Will you get in with me?" I have other things I need to be doing. I was supposed to leave 30 minutes ago, but I ran to the gates the second I heard Charles was here. Still, I strip down without hesitating and join her in the water. Layla makes room for me to settle behind her and then reclines back against my chest. After a few minutes, her trembling subsides and her shoulders relax. "Now I'm better," she sighs. I kiss her shoulder. "How's your hip?" "Better," she admits. "Arson, please don't tell my mom about what just happened. I don't want her to know he showed up here." I lift her arm out of the water. The marks are faint, but still raw and red. "How will you explain this?" "I'll figure it out," I just don't want to worry her. Very well, I press another kiss to the tender bruise. She won't hear about it from me. Thank you. We sit in silence for a long time. I trickle warm water down her arms while she rests against my chest, sighing softly every so often. I've never experienced anything like this before, the peace that cocoons us. The ease of simply being with someone without needing to fill the silence. My hands work gently over her body, tracing the shape of her under the water. When I reach her hip, I remember something I heard. I can't stop myself from breaking the silence. What you said back there about why your father left, is it true? She turns in my arms. Yes, it's true. Layla looks peaceful, but there's a storm churning in my chest. He stuck around for maybe a week after Mom and I left the hospital. The day they removed her bandages, that's when he left. She draws slow circles across my chest, tracing my scars and tattoos. I woke up and heard voices from downstairs. I listened from the top of the staircase. Mom was crying, but he was stone cold. How can I stay now? Everything is ruined. Look at you. I hold her tighter. He's an asshole, Rosa. He's scum. A pitiless excuse for a man. I don't disagree, she purses her lips. But up until that moment, he was still my dad. He was around, at least. I thought that was enough. Being a father is about so much more than just being there. It's putting your kid first, no matter what. It's sacrificing your happiness if it means ensuring theirs. She smiles sadly. Did you have a father like that? I did. He was a good man. I can't remember the last time I talked about my dad. Either of my parents, really. But Layla presses. And for some reason, it feels easier with her here. What were they like? Dad claimed it was love at first sight. She was a waitress at a cocktail bar, and once he laid eyes on her, that was that. He said he knew she'd be his wife one day. Wow, she breathes. Turns out the rom-coms weren't lying to me after all. I shrug. It doesn't matter now. They both died young. They never got their happily ever after. Yes, they did. You were their happy ending, Arson. I wince and she smiles. Sorry, too sappy. I kiss her cheek. Not from you. Do you think your life would have been very different if they had? I shake my head. I would have gone to work for my grandfather regardless. In fact, my grandfather started laying the groundwork for me to take over while my dad was still alive. But why you? Why didn't he hand things off to your father? He thought my dad was too soft. As far as he was concerned, I was his chance to correct all the mistakes he made with my father. Her forehead is tucked into the crook of my neck, but I can still feel her frown. Did your dad want that life for you? It didn't matter what he wanted. He tried to stand up to my grandfather, but there was no winning with Jeremy. He had the power to hurt my parents, and I realized early on that it was easier for me to toe the line so he'd leave my parents out of it. Her sigh fans out over my skin, soft and warm and fragrant. You sacrificed yourself for them. I wasn't nearly as selfless as you're making me out to be. I was young and determined to prove what I could do. It's not like I didn't want to be part of the Bratva. Part of me always knew I'd inherit it, and I wanted to make something of myself before I did. She cups my face. You're an extraordinary man, Arsen Adamov. Loyalty isn't extraordinary, it's table stakes, bare minimum. The bubbles are almost completely gone now, and the water is starting to turn cold. If a man doesn't have loyalty, what does he have? She doesn't answer. Truth be told, I don't need her to. I know what matters. I know what counts. Eventually, I lift her out of the water and dry her off. I help her dress her in pajamas. When she's tucked into bed, her eyes getting heavier and heavier with each passing second, I hear a sharp knock at the door. I check to make sure it didn't wake her, and then storm across the room and yank it open. What do you want? I snarl at Dominic. Layla's sleeping. Tension is evident in the crease of his forehead. We have a problem. My hands clench into ready fists. Is it Charles? No, Dom shakes his head. It's Jasper. I close Layla's door behind me as I step into the hallway. What did he do now? I just put out one fire, so it's obviously time for another. Knowing Jasper, he could be back in jail for anything from drug charges to assaulting an elderly man he thought looked at him wrong. I hoped better for him when he first knocked on my door, but if Dominic is worried, there's probably a good reason. Dominic is tense, shifting from side to side like enemies are going to jump out of the walls at any moment. Nothing. Am I losing my mind, or did you not just tell me we have a problem? Nothing yet. I open my mouth, but he waves me off. I know what you're going to say. You're being paranoid, Dom. Give him a chance, Dom, but I have a bad feeling about this guy. He runs a hand through his hair. I visited him today like you asked, and he's boarded up in this shady-ass hole in the wall in the middle of Drug Central. He just got out of jail. You can't expect him to be at the Ritz, I say. The man needs direction. What he needs is an attitude adjustment, Dominic fires back. He lacks respect. He doesn't know how to follow orders. That was a long time ago. He was young. He needed to rebel. Dominic grits his teeth. We were all young, less so now, though. I can't believe you're making excuses for the man. He's a brother. He rolls the sleeve of his shirt to reveal the tattooed symbol of the Adamov Bratva. He does not have the mark yet, arson. He isn't a brother until his skin looks like this. And for that to happen, he has to prove himself. He's already failed the test once. I was under the impression that once was all it takes. Usually that's true, but this is different. Dominic rolls his eyes. He saved your life multiple times, yes, but you saved his just as many. You're even. You don't need to stick your neck out for this fucking SH muck anymore. That's not how loyalty works. The conversation I just had with Layla is fresh in my mind. If I don't have loyalty, what do I have? And treating someone you hope to call a brother like shit isn't very loyal, either. Dom shakes his head. He was pissed that I was the one who showed up today to check on him. He was expecting you. He may be loyal to you, but he doesn't give a damn about the rest of us. He's not ready for life in the Bratva. Then we'll have to teach him. Arson. I will not turn my back on Jasper, I bark, cutting Dominic off. Just like I would never turn my back on you. Dom crosses his arms. The difference is that I'd never give you a reason. I drag a hand over my neck. The calming effects of the bath with Layla are already a distant memory. I feel like one raw, exposed nerve ending. I was the first family Jasper ever had. We have to give him a chance. And this isn't about you feeling guilty for not looking out for him when we heard he was in deep with the Italians. I swallow, feeling the weight of that old decision settle on my shoulders again. I've made mistakes, too. You gave him an opportunity, and he spit in your face. Casting him out and making him fend for himself was kind of you. He should be grateful. You could have. Could have what? I snarl before he can finish that thought. Put him in jail for making a mistake, like Jeremy did to me. That's not what. I've made the decision, Dominic. If you don't like it, then I'll put Jedian on the job and you can go dig fucking ditches. But if you decide to stay on Jasper, then you're going to have to give him the benefit of the doubt. The silence stretches until it becomes uncomfortable. Finally, Dominic sighs. Fine, I'll do it, for you, but I'm watching him. I'd expect nothing less. 43. LA. You all right? Jedian asks. We're heading across town for my second physical therapy appointment with a new therapist. A woman, as Arson requested, and Jedian hasn't said a word since he picked me up. Usually, Dominic drives me, chatting endlessly about Kira and hounding me for bringing tea into his car without a travel lid, like an animal, he says, but he's busy on another assignment today. I don't mind so much. The quiet has been nice. Fine, just tired. I try to leave it at that, but the truth has been festering in my chest all morning, and it rushes out of me. My mom wasn't doing great when I left her today. More and more, she doesn't seem all there. She says stuff that doesn't make sense. That must be tough. I sigh. Every time I think she's doing a little better, something happens to remind me that she's still deteriorating fast. Miracles can happen. He shrugs, and I sense a question mark at the end of that statement. He must be able to see the confusion on my face because he glances over at me and cringes. Sorry, I'm not good at the whole comfort thing. I can't help but smile. It's okay, I just needed to get that off my chest. Feel free to change the subject. Bless you, he says gratefully. How's the new physical therapist? She's actually pretty amazing. Better than Tyler, for sure. I snap my attention to him, but don't tell Arson that. I'm still pissed at him for making me switch. But you just admitted that she's. Not the point, Jedian. Arson can't make decisions about my life and then expect me to love all of them. But so far, you do love all of them. I slap his arm. Oh, shut up. He chuckles as he pulls to a stop in front of the building. Is there a bathroom in there? I'd never make it through an appointment if there was. This baby loves to kick my bladder. Jedian follows me inside and slips into the bathroom while I wait for my appointment. When he's done, he cuts through the lobby, waving to me before he dips out to wait in the car. But the studio door opens and Bryn walks out with a client. Make sure you do your homework this week, Mrs. Cabrera. She warns the older woman, her huge, brown eyes narrowed in playful warning. I'll be able to tell if you don't. Jedian is frozen with the door open, his eyes trained on my physical therapist as she helps Mrs. Cabrera through the door and into the parking lot. He's still standing there as she comes back inside and greets me. She doesn't so much as glance at Jedian, even though he's almost drooling. Hey, Layla. I bite back my grin as I tip my head towards my bodyguard. Bryn, this is Jedian. Her return smile is aimed more at me than him. What happened to Dominic? He's busy. He'll probably be busy for the next few months, Jedian interrupts, dropping the door so he can reach for Bryn's hand. You'll be seeing more of me, since I'll be bringing Layla for her appointments and all. Nice to meet you. Well, this is the first I'm hearing of this plan. I wonder if Dominic knows he's going to be so busy. I wonder also if Jedian knows that he's breathing like a warthog as Bryn takes his hand. Yeah, you too, she says absent-mindedly. So Layla. Nice tattoo, he interrupts, gesturing to the mockingbird just above her collarbone. She cringes. That's the result of a bad breakup and a drunken night out. I'm not really a tattoo gal. Right, of course not. Jedian tucks his right hand behind his back to cover his full-length tattoo sleeve. It suits you, though. I hope so, I'm stuck with it now. Anyway. When did you get it? What? Bryn's eyes dart to me like I might be able to muzzle my bodyguard. The tattoo, when did you get it? Oh, a long time ago. I was 19 and stupid. So it wasn't a recent bad breakup. Understanding dawns all at once, and she shudders her expression. I'm sorry, I have a client to get to. I don't have time for. I don't mind, I blurt quickly. By all means, take your time. Bryn throws me a glare. But I mind, I'm here to work. When do you get off work? Jedian asks boldly. Because I know a great place not far from here. Maybe we could. Bryn holds up a hand. Let me stop you right there. It's not gonna happen. Jedian looks sheepish for the first time in his life. What won't happen? This, she says, gesturing between the two of them. You and me, I'm not interested. How will you know until you go out on a date with me? Bryn rolls her eyes. I know everything I need to know about fuckboy bodyguards and their accompanying egos. She looks him up and down with a bored expression on her face. I've dated men like you before, been there, done that, got both the t-shirt and the tattoo, as we've discussed. but I'm older and wiser now. He arches a brow. Fuckboys get older and wiser too. Give me a chance. I swear I see a glimmer of a laugh before she irons out her scowl. Get out of my studio and let me do my job, please and thank you. Jedian opens his mouth to say something else, but I jump between them, literally pushing him out of the door. Layla. Zip it, I hiss, lowering my voice. Go now and play it cool. I'll talk you up. He beams, promise. Pinky swear. Tell her I have 3 sisters, and I'm great with kids. I babysit my nephews and nieces all the time, he yammers as I continue to shove him to the door of the building. Oh, and tell her I can cook, and I'm handy around the house. Talk up tattoos, too, while you're at it because I've got a few too many to cover up. And, go Jed, I'll handle this. With one last roguish smile tossed over his shoulder towards Bryn, he leaves and I can finally shut the door on his face. When I walk back into the studio, Bryn is tying up her curly auburn hair. Some guys don't know when to take a hint, huh? Yeah, Jedian can come on a little strong, but he didn't really have a choice. I mean, growing up the only boy with 3 sisters meant he had to fight for what he wanted. She narrows her eyes at me, but I plow on. But don't get me wrong, he's gentle. His nieces and nephews love him. She sighs. Does he also rescue kittens from trees and teach illiterate orphans how to read? If I said yes, would you agree to go out with him? He'll never stop annoying me if you don't. Laughing, she heads into the studio. Come on, let's get this over with. My session or the date. So when she said, see you next time, Layla, was there a glint in her eye? Like, did she really mean, I can't wait to date your bodyguard? I sigh as we come to a stop at the 5th red light in a row. Jedian has been so busy peppering me for info about Bryn that he's forgotten where the gas pedal is. No glint in her eye, but she did use Morse code to send me a message with her lashes. Somehow, the car slows even more as he turns to me. What did the message say? It said, you are pathetic. Drive the car, please. He turns back to the road, puttering to a stop at another red light. You're not funny, you know that. I'm a man in turmoil here. I need your help. I sigh. I talked you up, and she didn't refuse a date, so I think you're moving in the right direction. Not literally, of course. Literally speaking, we're crawling down the road, and we might never get home. Did you tell her about my tattoos? I decided to save objectifying you for next week. Today, I focused in on how you only kill people for work and not for sport. I think she approved. I know you're making fun of me, but you want this to happen as much as Bryn does. I'm just the only one who's man enough to be honest about it. The confidence of you Bratva boys is unmatched. I shake my head. Do any of you ever take no for an answer? Of course not. How else do you think we get everything we want? He winks at me. God help Bryn. This bulldog has her scent and he ain't letting go. Bryn is really cool, I warn. Super confident and independent. You need to lay some groundwork with her. If you gun it too hard, you'll push her away. All right, Sensei, guide me. I laugh despite myself. Do you really have 3 sisters? Yup, Galina, Galia, and Galachka. I'm the youngest. The 3 of them like to remind me that I was an afterthought. I'm sure that's not true. He snorts. There's a 10-year difference between me and Galina. I was definitely an accident. Judging from the smile on his face, though, he doesn't take it personally. And you have nephews and nieces. 4 and 2, respectively. The girls are my favorites, and before you start lecturing me, if you met my nephews, you'd know why. Those 4 are Tasmanian devils, but Svetlana and Oksana are angels. Jedian is staring dreamily out the windshield. Maybe I should bring flowers to your next appointment. The light turns green. Jedian does not go. Ahem, ahem. Finally, I whack him in the shoulder. Jedian, for the love of God, step on it. Shit, he curses as he floors the accelerator and checks the clock. You're right. I was supposed to have you home ages ago. Supposed to, says who, and why? Arson taking you out. I open my mouth to ask a series of follow-up questions, but he cuts me off. I don't know where he's taking you, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell. I just know you're supposed to dress up, and you need to leave in, 20 minutes. My hair is plastered to the back of my neck with sweat, and I'm in maternity leggings. Jedian, how the hell am I supposed to be ready for a fancy night out in 20 minutes? Miracles can happen. That line didn't work the first time. It's even worse now. He speeds right through a red light, and I roll my eyes, muttering under my breath. Ugh, men. 44. LA. I feel like Cinderella, hustling down the stairs as I race the clock. Except, instead of a shoe, I'm about to leave the shreds of a silver dress behind. I'll bust through these very stressed seams, and Arson will have to go door to door, looking for which ginormously pregnant woman can fit into the gown. And it sure as hell won't be me. Because I don't fit in the gown, not even a little bit. I had to have Polina zip me up, and she did so against her better judgment, with no small amount of sweat and muttered cursing under her breath. I'm almost positive she magicked a pair of maternity leggings into my tiny handbag when I wasn't looking, just in case I accidentally take a deep breath and need some emergency clothing. But the second I step onto the porch and see Arson waiting for me against the Bugatti, I'm grateful I didn't give in to Polina's concerns and change. A dress like this is meant to stand next to a man like him. Arson cuts a handsome figure in his navy suit, obviously, but it's the tousled auburn hair and hungry smile that does it for me. You look beautiful. He opens the passenger door, perusing me slowly from head to toe before doubling back to the black diamond pendant around my neck. Per usual with his gifts, it's in the shape of a rose. I press a hand to the necklace. Thanks for this, should I read into the black diamonds? Only in that they're rare and precious. He lowers me into the passenger seat, bringing my knuckles to his mouth for a kiss. Just like you. 15 minutes later, when we walk through the gilded doors of some fine dining restaurant I'm too winded to catch the name of, I don't feel rare and precious. I feel like an overstuffed sausage. We're 2 steps into the establishment, and I'm already eyeing the tables in the back corner where I might be able to discreetly unzip the back of my dress and let it all hang out when a couple slides into our path. She's in a red cocktail dress with diamonds sparkling from her ears, neck, and hands. He's wearing a tailored 3-piece suit with the largest and most ostentatious diamond watch I've ever seen. Frederick, Arson greets, shaking hands with the man reluctantly. Allow me to introduce my wife, Layla Adamov. Layla, this is Frederick and Alicia Stewart. Layla Adamov. It's the first time I've heard my name that way. And it's surreal enough that I have to blink back to reality as Alicia Stewart turns her assessing gaze on me. How lovely you look, Layla. That's generous of you, I pat my bump. Nonsense, you're glowing, she says kindly. Although, I'm sorry it's preventing you from tasting the fruit of your husband's labors. My zipper is starting to dig into my side, and in the hustle to get from physical therapy to here, my hip has started aching. Which must be why I blurt out, is that a euphemism? Frederick spits back into the glass he's been drinking from, and Alicia rears back. Oh my. Arson, on the other hand, snorts with laughter. My face is on fire. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. That's a lie. I did. I just didn't realize this was the entirely wrong crowd for crude humor. If you'll excuse us, Arson says, placing his hand on the small of my back, I need to get my wife off her feet. I manage a half-hearted, apologetic wave in their direction before Arson steers me towards our table. You should get your wife away from the civilized humans, I groan. That was mortifying. I found it entertaining. What did she mean? I ask, looking around the room so that I can avoid the amused glint in my husband's eyes. She meant you can't sample any of the new products Adamov Liquor is working on. She and her husband were early investors in Pobeda. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I drop my face into my hands. I must have sounded like a complete idiot. You certainly made an impression. He takes my hand and helps me into the booth, then follows in after me. He doesn't loosen his grip on my fingers. To my surprise, it feels natural. Easy, like he wants to hold my hand for no other reason than I'm his wife and he can. Now, if only my dress wasn't cutting off blood flow to my extremities, I might be able to appreciate this moment. As dinner progresses, things go downhill. Eating makes the already dire situation even worse, and while I was hoping for a shadowy corner where my exposed back might go unnoticed, Arson and I could not be any more in the center of things. If seams start ripping, the entire restaurant is going to get one hell of a show. When the dessert menus are doled out, I decline. You never turn down dessert, Arson remarks with a raised brow. I'm too full, I lie. Well, more like the dress I'm wearing is too full of me, but hey, details, sh meta-ills. His mouth tightens, but he doesn't push the issue as he pays the bill and we stride out of the restaurant. I'm silently counting down the minutes until we're back on home turf. Just one short drive, and then I can She-Hulk out of the gown and put on one of Arson's baggy t-shirts. Except 15 minutes later, we aren't anywhere close to home. Instead, Arson stops the car in front of a very familiar ice cream parlor. You said this was the best pistachio gelato in the world, if I recall correctly. He kills the engine and turns to me with a warm smile. Still not interested in dessert. My dress is aggressively sawing into my back. I'm almost positive it's sliced through the first 2 layers of skin, and one bite of gelato will send it through the 3rd and 4th. But Arson is watching me with something like hope in his eyes, and I can't bring myself to tell him the truth. Ignoring the pain in my back and ribcage, I smile back. I've never turned down fresh pistachio gelato, and I'm not about to start now. We order 2 servings and take a table by the window. I grab my spoon with the care of someone about to dismantle a bomb. I can barely breathe. Are you okay? You look off. If you're trying to sweet talk me, you'll have to do better than that. He laughs, if it's your hip. It's not my hip, it's just. I look down at my gorgeous designer dress and finger the romantic fabric regretfully. The dress is a little tight. His eyes narrow. How tight? It's a little hard to breathe, but otherwise I'm. Suddenly, Arson is out of his seat and walking around the back of mine. What are you doing? I'm fine. You don't have to. He tugs, there's a rip, and all at once I can breathe. For Christ's sake, Layla, he growls, the straps were cutting into you. Damn near bloody. I don't care that he's frustrated with me. All I care about is oxygen. My eyes flutter closed as I breathe. Not anymore. I feel amazing now. This is why you've been so uncomfortable all night. You should have said something. Here I thought I was hiding it so well. You were in such a good mood telling me about Pobeda and the launch, I didn't want to ruin the evening. He curses softly under his breath and pulls my zipper even lower. Arson, unless you plan to charge for this peep show, you should zip me back up. I don't give a shit, he hisses. Let people look, I want you to be comfortable. There are a few other patrons in the parlor, but they're doing a good job pretending to ignore us. Arson slides his chair closer to mine and lifts my feet into his lap. My ankles are puffy and swollen, and the elevation is another sweet relief. Now, he grits out, eat your gelato. I bite back a smile. I've never heard gelato sound so menacing before. It feels like I'm in trouble. You aren't in trouble, he says. What you are is stubborn. You need to tell me when you're uncomfortable so I can fix it. Oh, and how exactly do you plan to fix this? I gesture to the bump, so big I can't even scoot up to the table. My gelato is resting on my stomach. I can make sure you have a dress that fits you, for one. Or, I counter, we could go somewhere casual for once. I mean, what's up with the suits and diamonds 24/7? Do you eat anywhere without a dress code? No, but only because those places end up getting closed by health inspectors. I roll my eyes. You're a snob. I'd rather eat some previously frozen beef than like duck foam or gold leaf foie gras or whatever. How would you know? You were too busy trying to inhale oxygen to even taste the duck foam. He gently massages my swollen ankle. You're the one who told me to tell you when I'm uncomfortable. Newsflash, I'm uncomfortable a lot now. You better get used to it. Is that a threat? He teases. You're damn right it's a threat. This is all your fault. You're the one that knocked me up. The only reason I can't fit into this dress is because of you. You think it serves me right? His hand slides up my leg until it disappears under my dress. I swallow hard, maybe. He smirks, his fingers stroking around my thigh. Then I think it's time we got you out of that dress. Don't you agree? Right on cue, he slips his fingers between my legs. I yelp, ripping myself away from him. No, I say in a choked voice. I want to sit here and finish my ice cream like normal people. We're not normal people, and you're too uncomfortable in that dress to enjoy anything right now anyway. Come, Rosa. Make me. A wicked smile spreads across his face. It would be my pleasure. 45. ARCN. My cock is straining in my pants as I drive us back to the house in silence. My hand drifts up and down Layla's thigh, and I can make out her blush even in the darkness. We don't say much. There isn't anything left to talk about. When we get to the house, I stop her trying to get out of the car herself and take her into my arms instead. I can walk, she shoves weakly at my chest, but I don't miss the way her hand fists in the collar of my shirt. I'm shocked you can move at all with all that stubbornness weighing you down. Hello, Mr. Pot. I'm Mrs. Kettle. Pleasure to meet you. The house is dark as we make our way upstairs. She opens the bedroom door, and I kick it closed behind us. We've made it all this way, but the bed is too far. The couch is closer. I set her down there before I step back and start to undress myself. I ditch my jacket and shirt, and her pupils dilate, black eating away the periwinkle. As I drop my pants, her gaze follows unapologetically. Her tongue darts out from between her plump, pink lips, and she reaches for me. But I catch her hand and shake my head. What are you doing? She whines. I'm going to make you comfortable if it's the last thing I do. Clad in only my boxer briefs, I peel the straps of her dress down her arms, letting the material bunch around her waist. She curls her arms around her body, trying to cover herself. No, I encircle her wrists and gently pry them away. I want to see all of you, Rosa. There's a lot to see these days, she mutters. You're carrying my child, I remind her. Nothing could be more beautiful. She meets my eyes, and there's a flash of determination there as she slips further down the couch. She kneels in front of me, her mouth perfectly aligned with my erection. This wasn't the plan, but... That mouth, Rosa, I growl, running my thumb along her lower lip. It would look so good wrapped around my... Before I can finish my sentence, she swallows my cock hole. Fuck! I curl my fingers into her golden waves, guiding her mouth deeper. She runs her fingers up and down my chest as she sucks, her nails trailing over the grooves and lines of my scars. It would be so easy to finish like this. But this isn't supposed to be about me. This is about her, giving her pleasure, making her feel good. But I'm losing the plot beneath her silky tongue. Layla. She looks up at me, eyes bright, and I want to give her everything. I want more, she pants when I pull out of her mouth. I trace the curve of her cheek. We have all the time in the world for more. Now, turn around. She listens obediently, flicking her waterfall of gold hair over her shoulder as she grabs the back of the couch. I grip her hip, teasing myself against her center again and again until she's rocking back against me, wordlessly begging me for what she needs. So I give it to her. I slide into her with one easy thrust, and we both sigh. Good, she breathes, arching her spine. This feels good. I have to practice true restraint as I wrap her hair around my fist and fuck her slowly, drawing every dirty, helpless sound in the book out of her. When she plants both palms on the wall above the couch and starts pushing back against me, meeting me mid-thrust, it's my turn to groan. We move faster and faster, crashing together harder and harder, until neither one of us can hold off anymore. She clenches around me, collapsing as she cries out. I grip her hips and follow her over the edge. When I withdraw, Layla sprawls out on the couch. This time, she makes no attempt to cover herself. I clean her with a tissue and then collapse alongside her. How are you feeling? She smiles dreamily as her eyes flutter closed. Comfortable. I sit down next to her, drawing her legs onto my lap. You. Oh, Layla gasps suddenly, her eyes popping open. What's wrong? She looks down the length of her body. I don't think I got all the... She spreads her thighs, and there's a puddle of water forming between them. Oh God, she gasps, did I just... It's okay, Layla. It's not okay. This is humiliating. I just peed myself, right in front of you. And she goes quiet, her mouth wrapping around a silent groan as she grabs her bump. She's barely breathed her way through the pain before she's trying to get up. I'll get a towel. I'll wash the upholstery so you don't. Layla, I interrupt, cupping her face between my hands, you did not just pee yourself. Then what the hell do you call that? She flings a hand at the puddle on the cushion. I call that the start of labor. She blinks fast, flustered. What? Your water just broke. I fold my hand over hers, both of us staring down at her bump. It's time to meet our girl. 46. ARCN. Within 5 minutes, the house is in an uproar. I called Polina, who passed the news to Dominic and Jedian. Someone woke Evelyn up, and now she's off to find Marie. Layla is panting at my side. I'm not sure if it's in panic or pain, but the second her mom walks into the room, she sobs. Mom. In an instant, Marie transforms from a weak, sick woman into a mother whose daughter needs her. She releases her hold on Evelyn's arm and grabs Layla, pulling her close. How are you feeling, sweetheart? Scared, Layla admits. Will you come with me? Of course, Marie swears. But she makes eye contact with me over Layla's shoulder, her gaze questioning. I nod. There's no way I'm gonna let Layla go through this without her mother at her side. I packed a bag. Polina flings it at Jedian as Dominic hangs up the phone. I've just informed the hospital. They're readying a private suite for you. It's a mad dash out to the car. I sit in the back, Layla wedged between me and Marie, holding each of our hands. Every couple minutes, her grip tightens until even I'm wincing against the pain. Contractions suck, she announces, just in case anyone was wondering. Thankfully, the streets are empty at this time of night, and we make it to the hospital in no time. 3 nurses and a wheelchair are waiting outside when we pull up. I carry Layla out of the car despite her protests and place her in the wheelchair. When the sturdy male nurse moves to wheel her inside, I shake my head. I've got her. He backs off, arms raised. Smart man. This way, sir. I follow his lead, wheeling her into the hospital, onto an elevator, and down the hall of the maternity ward. I look around, reminding myself this is real. Less than half an hour ago, we were in our bedroom. Now, we're crammed into a delivery room. You're doing such a great job, honey. Marie massages Layla's shoulders and grins at me. both of you. Layla doesn't bother answering. Her contractions have been coming faster and faster. Sweat beads on her forehead. Marie stands guard behind her daughter, supporting her belly and massaging her back through the pain. All I can do is watch. Layla slaps her hand against the plastic bed railing she's leaning on. Her face is creased in pain. It hurts. I know it does. Nothing hurts worse and nothing is more worth it. Just breathe through the pain. Breathe through the pain. Out of everything in this alien experience, that part is familiar to me. I've spent my whole life breathing through the pain. Even now, my mind floats back to how it felt for the skin of my ribs to be sliced open by a hand-sharpened shiv when my back was turned in the jail showers. I know all too well how to breathe through the pain. What I never truly mastered was watching the people I love deal with theirs. And as I watch Layla cry out in agony, I can do nothing to stop. I realize I've never cared about anything or anyone as much as I care about her. Arson. I turn to find Marie, watching me carefully. I know it's overwhelming, she tells me gently, but she's going to be okay. What do I do? Her eyes slide down to my hands. Only then do I notice how badly they're shaking. Just be there for her. That's all you can do. It's all any of us can do. I take a step towards Layla, but she cries out again and I freeze. Instead, I turn for the door. Let me go find Dr. Levitin. I almost plow right into Dominic on my way into the hall. Whoa, your pregnant wife is the other direction, pal. Where S. Levitin? I snap. Just finished up another delivery. He's on his way. He better be. I'm paying enough for him. The hallway is littered with doors. I wonder if it's like a zoo. Can I peek inside and see how the other fathers are handling this? You okay? Dominic's gaze is trained on me, and I'm not sure what he's going to see there. I turn away from him. I need a cup of coffee. I'll get you some. You should be in there with Layla. Doing what? I want to ask. Layla watched videos on how to breathe during delivery, how to push. There was nothing to tell me what the fuck I should do. I feel like I'm going to claw through the thin walls. Marie is with her. I can get it myself. I try to move around Dominic, but he blocks my path. Brother, I'll go. Your place is here with your wife and your child. My child. In a few short hours, minutes, even, I'll be a father. A fully formed little human is going to depend on me to take care of her. Am I ready? I don't know if I can do this, I rasp, taking even myself by surprise. Dominic looks at me like I'm the dumbest man alive, which is oddly comforting. Of course you can do this. I kill and fight. I protect people with blood and power, and this is different, Dom. My throat feels dry. This baby needs someone else, someone patient and sensitive. Someone like you, he interrupts. You are your father's son, Arson. He was a good man. Which is why my grandfather didn't choose him to lead the Bratva. He chose me. I'm nothing like my father. I grit my teeth to hide how much I wish I could be what Layla needs. I'm Urami's successor. Before Dominic can say anything, Dr. Levitin turns the corner. He's walking fast, his white coat billowing behind him. Let's see how your wife is doing, shall we, Mr. Adamov? He pats my shoulder as he breezes past me into Layla's suite. Dominic gives me an encouraging nod. I have no choice but to walk into the suite after Dr. Levitin. Layla is on the bed now, lying back with Marie planted beside her, supporting one of her legs. I watch from afar as Dr. Levitin checks her cervix and announces that she's 10 centimeters dilated. It's time. He snaps his fingers at the nurses. They flutter around the bed, making adjustments and preparing. Marie waves me over, but I don't move, can't, until Layla locks eyes with me. Arson. Doubts circle my head like rain clouds threatening to pour. But I force myself across the room and grip her hand. The minutes stretch and fold until I don't know how much time has passed, but Layla is screaming. Dr. Levitin counts down from 10 again and again. Now I don't need to see the other fathers up and down the hall to know what I should be doing. I can picture it, me, whispering words of encouragement in her ear, mopping the sweat from her forehead, massaging her back. But I'm not like those other fathers. I'm not the man Layla needs. All I'm able to offer her is my hand. The lights are unnaturally bright as they blaze down on all of us. It's a wonder the doctor can see straight with that kind of glare. Every time I blink, white stars dance across my vision. The stars circulate and take shape until I see things in them. Steel cell bars, toothbrushes filed to a menacing point, the craggy, lined face of the man who put me in that jail. Then suddenly, a high-pitched wail cuts through my foggy thoughts. "She's here," Layla croaks, craning to try to glimpse the baby. "Is she here?" "Congratulations." Dr. Levitin's words hit my ears like he's yelling from a great distance. "You have a healthy baby girl." I catch a glimpse of a chubby arm and a flash of matted auburn hair before the nurses converge around the beautiful alien that just exited my wife's body. "She's here, sweetheart," Marie is sobbing, watching the nurses as they clean up our daughter. "And she's absolutely perfect." Layla collapses against the pillows, tears rolling down her cheeks. Her nails are still digging into my hand. But I don't feel it. I don't feel anything. A nurse carries a swaddled bundle in our direction. "Would you like to hold your daughter?" Apparently, she interprets my silence as an affirmative, because the next thing I know, she's placing the baby into my arms. The little creature curled up in the soft blanket yawns, her fist rising triumphantly for a moment before it collapses against the pink blanket. Her hair is a rich, dark auburn, the same color mine was as a child. But the rest of her seems to come from her mother, the button nose, the heart-shaped face, the rose-colored cheeks. "Another Rosa for the garden of my life," says a voice in my head I don't recognize. God, she's beautiful. Layla tugs on my arm until I sit on the edge of the bed where she can have a better view. Objectively, I agree, she is a perfect baby. But the responsibility is stifling. It's a dark, sinking weight that reminds me exactly what I stand to lose if I don't do my job right. "What do you think about Nina Marie?" Layla whispers to me, more tears welling in her eyes despite the smile on her face. "I thought we could name her after both our mothers." "Nina Marie Adamov," I whisper, staring down at this helpless little baby that we've brought forth. "It feels right, doesn't it?" Layla asks. "No," I almost say. "Nothing about this feels right." Wordlessly, I place the baby in Layla's arms and take a step back. Marie takes my place at Layla's side. As they coo over the baby, I move to the door, feeling the walls closing in on me. I need to get out of this room. I need some air. I need to breathe through the pain. 47. LA. As if by unspoken agreement, no one mentions his name. Not as we load up to leave the hospital. Not as we drive across town with Nina strapped safely into the backseat for the very first time. Yet, even as Dominic helps me out of the car in the driveway, I look to the house and expect to see him there. It's the same stupid hope that sparked in my chest any time someone entered my hospital room the last 2 days. He wouldn't just leave, not now, not like this. But it is Arson who emerges from the house to help his wife and infant daughter inside. Jedian smiles like he can see the disappointment plastered all over my face. "Hey, you, welcome home." I don't respond as Dominic helps Mom out of the car and Jedian grabs Nina's car seat. I try not to think about the way I imagined Arson here instead, carrying Nina over the threshold, the three of us walking into the house for the first time as a family. Sometime in the last 48 hours, I convinced myself that Arson would be here when we got home, and whatever happened at the hospital would disappear. But the house feels cold and empty. The moment we walk inside, I know he isn't here. Dominic helps me up the stairs, followed by Jedian and the car seat. But when Jedian turns towards our bedroom, I stop him. I want to go to the nursery. There isn't a single inch of this house that won't make me think of arson, but we both put our hearts into Nina's nursery. He cares about her. I know he does. I'd like to be surrounded by the proof. The second the door opens, Polina leaps out of the rocking chair in the corner. "You're finally home," she rushes up and hugs me tightly. "You look wonderful, my dear." "You don't have to lie to me, Polina. I know I look like shit." Polina and Mom exchange a glance, but they don't try to convince me otherwise. It would be a tough sell. I finally traded my hospital gown for a pair of arson sweatpants this morning. But I haven't washed my hair in 2 days, and I'm still wearing smeared remnants of the makeup I put on to go to that fancy dinner with arson. I gingerly bend down to lift Nina out of her car seat. She fell asleep on the ride over, but her slate blue eyes are open now. I kiss her round cheek and curl her in the crook of my arm. "Hey, baby girl, what do you think of your room?" I do a slow walk around, letting her see the crib and the art on the walls. "Better than the hospital, huh? Your papa decorated this room for 4. Great, she hasn't even been home for 5 minutes, and I'm already blubbering in her nursery. I clear my throat and give up on the sentence. Nina can't understand me anyway, but the rest of the household can. Dominic is lingering in the doorway like he's torn between coming in or running in the other direction. "Do you need anything else, Layla?" My husband would be an excellent addition to the current situation. "Yeah." "I'm good, Dom, thanks." Dom and Jedian turn to leave as my mom unzips my hospital bag. She starts folding onesies with shaky hands, and I see Polina clock the tremors at the same time I do. "I'll do that, Marie." Mom purses her lips, but she doesn't put up a fight. The dark circles under her eyes explain why. Since arson was nowhere to be found, my mom was there with me through the last 2 sleepless nights. I know it's been harder on her than me. "Dom, hold on," I call, stopping him just outside the door. I turn to my mom. "Let the guys take you down to your room. You need to put your feet up and get some rest." "I'm not the one who gave birth," she argues, though I notice she's already shuffling towards the door. "No, you did that 24 years ago." I kiss her cheek as she passes. "Now, it's my turn. Your granddaughter will still be here after you take a nap." She runs a gentle hand over Nina's arm. "But if you need anything, I'll march down to your room in all of my adult diaper glory and wake you up myself," I assure her. Polina tucks a stack of folded onesies into a shelf before wrapping an arm around my shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll take care of your girls while you're gone, Marie." With a tired smile, Mom blows me one final kiss on her way out. The moment she's gone, my smile sags under the weight of the last 2 days. Polina holds her hands towards Nina. "Do you mind?" All at once, I realize how weak my arms are, how exhausted I am, inside and out. "Of course not." I place my daughter in her arms and Polina coos softly, murmuring to Nina in Russian. "She is gorgeous, the most beautiful baby I've ever seen. I mean, those eyes, I think they're gonna be green just like her Papa S." I start fussing with the sheets of Nina's crib to avoid Polina seeing the bitter look on my face. She looks so much like Arson when he was born. Despite myself, my attention is caught. "You were around when Arson was born." Polina walks over to the rocking chair and sits down. "I was. Nina, the elder Nina, that is, and I were good friends. We went to school together." I walk to the window seat and lower myself gently onto the bench. "I had no idea. Arson never said." I have a feeling there's still a lot Arson hasn't told me. It's tough to do when he isn't around. It was a miracle we met at all. The only reason I was in the same prep school as Nina is because I got a very generous scholarship, something the other students like to make me aware of as often as possible. But never Nina. She was the wealthiest kid in that school, but she was kind and generous. Fiery, but a good friend. How did you end up working here? Polina's eyes turned misty. My father got sick, and I had to drop out in my senior year to look after him. Oh, Polina, don't you dare pity me. You know a thing or two about that kind of responsibility yourself. She gives me a sad smile. But Nina thought I was throwing away my opportunity. She couldn't understand my choice, and we fell out of touch. A few years later, though, Nina and I reconnected. I was still struggling, and she wanted to help, but I wasn't raised to accept handouts. So she gave you a job. It sounds exactly like something Arson would do. She nods. I started as a maid, not that Nina treated me like one. It used to drive her parents insane that she was friends with the help. Wasn't that hard for you? That Nina was technically your boss. It could have been awful, but Nina was amazing. We each had our roles in this house, and she always treated me with respect. I wish I could have met her. You would have loved her. She was a great woman and a wonderful mother. She was so hands-on with Arson. Usually, women like her have night nurses, maids, nannies, the works, an army of help. Nina just had me. Polina traces a finger over the apple of baby Nina's cheek. I held him as a child, and now I'm holding his child. I wasn't sure it would ever happen, but I'm glad it finally has. If only Arson was here to see it. You really love him, don't you? Polina smiles fondly. Arson is the closest thing I have to a son. The knot in my chest tightens. Have you seen him at all these last few days? Her smile drops. I ran into him once or twice. So he's been hiding out here then. I suppose now that Nina and I have come home, he's going to find someplace else to run away to. Honey, the frustration I've been bottling for the last 2 days rushes out of me all at once. He left me alone in the hospital without a word, Paul. He held Nina for a minute, maybe less. And then he disappeared. I punch one of the cushions next to me in the guise of fluffing it. I thought he seemed weird while I was in labor, but I chalked it up to nerves. I didn't realize he was busy figuring out how to run out on us. He's not running out on you, or her. Polina gazes down at Nina. It's why I'm here. He wanted to make sure you two were taken care of. And I'm grateful you're here, Polina. I am, but it should be him. Polina sighs. I know, deep down, he knows that too. He just needs some time. There is no more time. She's here. Arson has a daughter, and she needed him starting 2 days ago. I think watching Nina come into this world was a lot for him. Arson has spent his whole life keeping people at arm's length. You have every right to be mad, she says. Far be it for me to defend Arson here. But you're going to. She lifts her shoulders helplessly. I watched that boy grow up. I saw him lose not one, but 2 parents, both of whom he loved dearly. I saw how much that cost him. But he hasn't lost us, I whisper. We're right here waiting for him. No, he hasn't lost you. Every line on her face seems to soften as she looks down at our daughter. But he's terrified that he might. That makes all the difference. 48. ARCN. I just came from the distillery. Dominic walks into my office without knocking. Everything's looking really good. I don't look up from the mountain of paperwork on my desk. Good. Everything's going according to plan then. Like a Swiss train schedule. A few weeks ago, I might have smiled or offered Dom a drink. Now, all I feel is irritation that he's still here. If that's all. What's that? Dominic nods to the tangle of pillows and sheets lying on the sofa in the corner. I stare at the work in front of me until the text blurs. Work is the only thing I've always been able to make sense of, but it's felt as hazy as everything else lately. Are you sleeping in here? He presses. I made it through a week without him or Jedian catching on. I suppose they had to find out eventually. I open the finance file on Adamov liquor despite the fact I've already gone through it. I've had a lot to sort through with the opening. It's more convenient to sleep down here. As opposed to what? Dominic asks. Taking 2 minutes to walk upstairs to your bedroom. Dom. Actually, for security reasons, I know it takes 94 seconds to walk upstairs. I exhale. Don't you have somewhere to be? Probably. Devil knows you've kept Jed and me busy with all kinds of bullshit little tasks this week. Even still, we've noticed. I don't know what you're talking about. The launch is coming up and… Cut the bullshit, Arson, Dominic snaps. This isn't about the launch. This is about Layla. My jaw locks into place. I slam the file closed and meet Dominic's gaze for the first time since he walked in. What I see surprises me. His hands are white-knuckled around the edge of my desk as he leans close, all slitted eyes and flared nostrils. Layla, you remember her, right? Your wife. Careful now, Dominic. She needs you, he grits out anyway. And so does that baby. Or have you forgotten your daughter already? She's 8 days old today, and you haven't picked her up once since she was born. This is your last warning. I'm not about to pull my punches just because you're my second. You've never pulled your punches. Dominic crosses his arms over his chest. And I am your second, which means it's my job to tell you when you're being a fucking asshole. Layla has everything she needs. That's the truth. I told Polina to be right by her side day in and day out. Layla's physical therapist is making house calls. They are safe and protected under my roof. They want for nothing. Except for her husband. Dominic lobs at me, finishing the thought I'd already begun in my head. Except for her partner. It doesn't matter who you order to be there for her. Polina, Bryn, me, Jedian, even Marie, she wants you. Now, my hands are the ones white-knuckled around the table's edge. That's the problem with Dominic. When he gets going, he's like a dog with a bone. You're doing the same thing with Layla that you did with Natasha. The words cut exactly as deep as he meant them to. Layla is not Natasha. That's what makes this so much worse, he insists. You never cared about Natasha, but you do care about Layla, and you're still treating her like shit. Dominic's eyes are trained on the fist balled at my side, but he doesn't back down. Go on, get mad. You can beat the shit out of me if you want. That still won't make anything I just said a lie. He stands tall with righteous outrage. The irony is that you're so damn afraid to lose her that you're holding her at arm's length. And now, you're gonna lose her anyway. You need to stop talking now. It's the final warning I can offer him. My hands are shaking at my sides, days of pent-up anger looking for some direction. You don't want to talk about Layla. He runs a frustrated hand through his hair. Fine, let's talk about Jasper instead. Blyette, I have no interest in going there either, but I can't run from all of life's problems. What about Jasper? Last night I caught him at Bruce's. The biker bar is notorious, for good reason. Nothing pleasant happens there, but I square my jaw. He probably just went in for a drink. No one goes into Bruce's for a fucking drink, Dominic sneers. I have reason to believe he's back in touch with some of his old cronies from Max. If Jasper is talking to other inmates, it would be a violation of his parole and, more importantly, a breach of my trust. If he's serious about being in the Bratva, he wouldn't dare. Do you have proof? Dominic stalls. That's answer enough. Fuck off then, I snarl. Don't waste my time with your suspicions. You don't have to like Jasper, but you do need proof. I couldn't back up my claims last time either, but it didn't stop him from betraying you. We've been over this before. We have, he agrees. And each time, I wonder how you can be so damn ignorant. My fists are itching for a punching bag right now, and Dominic's face is looking more and more appealing. I round the desk, barely coming to a stop before he and I are chest to chest. I check in on Jasper every fucking day. I'm not putting blind faith in him. Dominic lets out a bitter laugh. Wow, you check on your jailbird friend more than your postpartum wife? Wild. And there goes the last fucking straw. My fist connects solidly with Dominic's jaw. But he must have been expecting it, because he rolls with the blow and counters with a jab to my stomach. It's been a while since we had an all-out brawl, but judging from the way Dominic throws himself at me, it's long overdue. Dominic tackles me around the waist, and we crash into my desk. The work I was pretending to be busy with scatters across the room. What I think is a pen stabs me between the ribs, but I barely feel it. I roll us over so I can pin him to my desk. His head snaps to the side as I land one strike and another. I grimace as he digs a shot into my ribs, throwing me off balance enough to get back to his feet. We go back and forth, sweat and spit flying, neither one of us willing to admit to even a tiny grunt of pain. It's a mess of elbows and fists careening in every direction. Shit breaks, some of it inanimate, some it very much flesh and blood. In the end, I power through with an uppercut that sends Dom's teeth clacking together and his eyes rolling in their sockets. He staggers backwards, but it takes him next to no time before he's dropping into a fighting crouch once again. Woozy on his feet, though it doesn't matter. The look on his face says he'll keep going until one of us can't anymore. I sigh and let my hands drop to my sides. That just makes Dominic's lip curl. "This isn't you, Arson," he pants. "You don't run from a fight." "Who the fuck is running?" "You, again and again and again. Running from me, from Layla, from your fucking responsibilities as a man." I spit blood on the carpet. What part of punching you in the face qualifies as running? He laughs, a nasty, grinding sound. "Oh, you think trading punches is the same thing as stepping up. That's why you're so deluded, man. You're missing the forest for the trees. Focusing on the shit right in front of your face so you can pretend to ignore the big picture. Yeah, punching me counts as running. Because I'm honest with you even when you don't want to hear it, even when you kick my ass to try to shut me up." "I guess it didn't work. Should I try again?" I look down at him, but I hardly recognize what I see. Insubordination simmers in his eyes. I may have claimed a victory in the fight, but I know I haven't changed his mind. That needle hasn't moved one iota. "You've always been a better fighter than me. You practiced your ass off. You're quick and you're strong, and you know it. It makes you confident, which makes you one of the best damn fighters I've ever seen." I spit another mouthful of blood on my hardwood floors. "If you think flattery will make me apologize, I must have hit you harder than I thought." With a sigh of pain, Dominic collapses against the couch. He plants his hands on his hips as blood drips down his chin. "You could be a good father, too, Arson, if you wanted, if you stopped burying your hand in the sand and fought for them." A chill works down my spine. It might be blood from the pen that stabbed me in the back, but I doubt it. "You don't know what you're." "Layla believes in you. I do too, for whatever the fuck that's worth," he continues. "But none of that means shit if you're too scared to come out of this room and take a shot." With another weary sigh, he walks out. But his last words linger long after he's left. 49. ARCN. I shouldn't have let her in. The second I heard her soft voice through the wood, I should have hunkered down and waited for her to leave. But all I heard was Dominic's voice in my ear. "You don't run from a fight. Layla believes in you." Now she's standing in front of my desk, studying the evidence of exactly where I've been the last few days. My desk is strewn with work, but it's the toothbrush, razor blade, and stacks of dirty clothes that are tough to explain. Layla tucks a lock of blonde hair behind her ear, her wide, blue eyes looking everywhere except at me. Polina would have a fit if she could see this room. She knows not to mess with my space. I think everyone has gotten that message loud and clear, actually. I look back to my paperwork, trying to ignore the draw I feel to stand up, walk around this desk, and fold her against my chest. It's the first time I've seen Layla since the hospital. The first time I've let myself be close enough to catch more than a passing whiff of her perfume in a hallway. For all the damage Dominic's fists did, being this close to Layla is enough to start chipping at my walls. Wow, she breathes. I look up and she's holding the scale model of the distillery. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Few people did. When I first started the project, people assumed I'd slap something together in a few months so I could start funneling money through it. But I always wanted Pobeda to be more. I wanted it to be perfect. It's been years in the making, and we're finally close to the finish line. No wonder you've been so busy. Somewhere deep in the house, an infant wails. Layla turns towards the door like she's ready to abandon this conversation, but she stops herself. My mom is with Nina. She's got a set of lungs on her. Can you always hear her crying? I definitely feel it that time, the quiet rebuke. Do you hide away here and listen to your baby cry? Why won't you come out? I ignore the unspoken questions in favor of asking one of my own. How is the baby doing? Her name is Nina, Layla corrects gently. And she's perfect. That's what the doctor said at her first checkup. Which you missed. Again, she doesn't say the words, but the accusation is there all the same. I've had a lot of work to get through. Business comes first, of course. The words feel like scalding water poured on my head. If the business flourishes, so does this family. What family? Before I can say anything, she shrugs. It's all right. I went to all of the prenatal appointments alone, too. Why should anything be different now that she's here? I'm used to physical blows, the kind of fighting that left me and Dominic both bloody and beaten. But Layla's fighting is dirtier by far. If I wasn't busy nursing the wounds her words leave, I might applaud. Look, I didn't come here to give you a hard time. I came to talk about Charles, she sighs. He called me yesterday. I jerk to my feet, lips curling over my teeth. What did he say? She blinks, surprised I still want to defend her, as if it's a shock that I even care. More of the same threats he's always throwing my way, but you did offer to take care of him for me once, and, she exhales deeply. I don't have the energy to deal with him on my own anymore. Judging from the dark circles under her eyes and her gaunt cheeks, she's not lying. Her body is practically skin and bone, wrapped in pretty clothes that can't quite hide just how much weight she's lost in such a short period of time. I'll fix it, I assure her, today. She gives me a thin smile. I just thought I'd mention it, just in case. No pressure. I will take care of this, Layla. I'll take care of you, I swore I would. That's a promise. She studies my face like we're long-forgotten acquaintances, like she might see a flash of something familiar. But then her eyes glaze over and she turns towards the door. I have to get back to Nina. Layla, I breathe as her hand meets the bronzed handle. She looks over her shoulder with tired eyes, and I don't even know what I'm going to say until it's tumbling out of my mouth. If you need extra hands with Nina, I can help. When she looks at me again, there's recognition there, a light I haven't seen in too long. Yeah. Absolutely, I nod. Just say the word. I know of a company with night nurses and nanas. Her sudden frown stops me in my tracks. For the first time since she walked in here, she looks truly angry. Thanks, but no thanks. Her words are clipped, razor sharp. I can take care of my own child. And on that cutting note, she's gone. Charles yanks against the ropes, tying him to the rusting chain-link fence. Careful, I warn him from where I'm standing against the opposite wall. It'll be hard to watch the show if you're eating pavement. That fence looks like it could tumble down at any moment. Charles must agree because, after a cursory inspection of the fence, he stops fighting. What are you going to do to me? Where are we? The middle of nowhere. I hold my hands out to encompass the empty lot and deserted warehouses around us. I expect there to be a lot of screaming, so I wanted our privacy. Years ago, I found Jasper strung out in this warehouse. He was supposed to be on duty for me, but he'd disappeared. Days later, he was barely conscious on a piss-stained mat in the stump. Even all these years later, the air still reeks of bad choices. Today's events are unlikely to change that. But what are you gonna do to me? Charles sniffles, watching Dominic and Jedian pace back and forth in front of him like he expects them to lunge out and take him by the jugular. Jedian pump fakes towards Charles, grinning when the man cowers into the chain link. "Easy, pal. I'm not going to hurt you." He slaps Charles's cheek lightly and saunters off, hands stuffed in his pockets. "They aren't going to hurt you," I confirm. "Neither am I, actually. What you're going to do today, Charles, is watch." Dominic turns to me. His bruises aren't so bad in the dim alley light. There's still some swelling under his eye, but his ego took the worst of it. Thankfully, we've never let our personal issues get in the way of what needs to be done. He arches a brow in question, and I nod. "I'll take these, thanks." Dominic snatches Charles's keys from his front pocket. "I didn't go near her again." Spit flies from Charles' mouth as he watches Dominic walk away with his car keys dangling from his fingertips. "No, but you did call her last night. You threatened her." "She's a filthy liar," he roars. "I just wanted to talk to her mother. I'm not the villain she's made me out to be." I raise a hand in warning. "I don't plan to hurt you, but say another nasty word about my wife, and those plans can change. I'm her father, your child's grandfather. You'd really hurt me." I cock my head to the side, studying him in case there's any tiny scrap of him I find redeemable. But there's nothing. The night I killed my own grandfather, I slept better than I had in years. I don't anticipate this being any different. His face twists with fear. "Layla may think she hates me now, but she'd never forgive you if you killed me. I'm still her father. That means something." "It might have," I concede with a shrug, "if you'd been around while she was growing up. But you were too concerned with appearances to stick around for a wife with a scarred face and a daughter with a bum hip." He swallows hard. "Listen, I'll disappear. I'll leave them alone." I've heard this all before. I'm bored. My gaze slides to the vintage Porsche he drove here, under gunpoint, courtesy of my two right-hand men. Nice car, by the way. Very snazzy for a man who doesn't have 2 dimes to rub together. It was a gift from a friend. "But you don't have friends, Charles," I remind him. "What you have are creditors, and lots of them." Charles's eyes flare as sweat drips into his panting mouth. $20,000, he blurts. "Give me 20 grand, and I'll get out of town and stay out of trouble." I turn to Dominic and Jedian. Is he negotiating with me? Jedian shakes his head. "He's got balls, you gotta give him that." "Or he's just that stupid," Dominic suggests. 15 then, Charles counters. 15 and I'll be gone. I roll my eyes. "Dom, bring me the bat." Dom makes a show of pulling out a huge, blood-stained baseball bat from the trunk of my Bugatti and twirling it in his hands as he crosses the pavement. He tosses it to me, and I snatch it out of the air. "Why, Charles, would I spend good money on a problem I can take care of for free?" Charles whimpers, "Please, don't hurt me." "Like I said, Charles, I have no intention of hurting you." I walk past him to his vintage convertible. Just as I predicted, he thrashes against his bindings, damn near taking the fence down with him. "No," he screams. "Please, don't touch the car." I wait for him to run out of air, for the begging to stall into silence, before I take my first swing. The glass in the side mirror shatters like a prop, like it's breakaway glass, and it was made for this. I smash through the windshield before taking each window in turn. And fuck, it feels good. Charles screams like I'm breaking his limbs. Like it's his own body under my bat. But only once the convertible is a crushed piece of scrap metal do I put the bat down. Jedian, care to do the honors? Charles watches in horror as Jedian pours gasoline all over his precious. and almost certainly ill-gotten car before I light a match and toss it onto the wreckage. Flames explode out in every direction, white-hot and greedy. I turn back to where Charles is limp against the fence, the heat of the flames at my back. At long last, he seems to be fresh out of words. "If you ever come near my family again," I growl, kneeling in front of him, "it won't just be the car that gets burned. I'll fry you to a husk and dump you with all the other bodies I've disposed of over the years." I turn my back on him and head for the Bugatti. "Dom, loosen his restraints. Let's give him a fighting chance of getting out of here before the car blows." A few minutes later, we're driving off, plumes of smoke billowing into the air behind us. Jedian takes a sharp left to avoid the sirens heading in our direction. That was quite the show you put on. Charles's ego is directly linked to his possessions, I say. I doubt a few broken bones would have gotten the message across as clearly. Dominic rolls down the window, looking back at the smoke. "Jedian and I could have handled this. You didn't need to be here." This was my responsibility. I'm the one who promised Layla I would take care of her father if he showed up again. I promised her a lot of things, though, and they know that as well as I do. The air is thick with all the things my two right-hand men are not saying. "I'm not like him," I bark into the silence. "I'm not like Charles, and I want Layla to know that." Jedian stays quiet, but short of stuffing his fist into his mouth. I know Dom won't be able to stop himself. "Layla might know that, but what will Nina think?" he asks. I want to shove him out of the car, but the loyal bastard would just find his way back home. "If you're planning to throw another punch, skip my face." I point to the fading bruise on my jaw. I have too many meetings this week to nurse a black eye. Dominic looks at me like he's considering it before he shakes his head. I think my blow already landed. 50. LA. People who say they slept like a baby have clearly never met a baby. They've definitely never put one to sleep before. Because it's warfare, and I'm fresh from the battle. My hip aches from pacing a marathon across the room, back and forth and back and forth. Nina's eyes would drift closed, and I just merely think about considering the possibility of laying her down, and then wham, they'd snap right open again. Then, for no discernible reason, she went from perfectly content to screeching at the top of her tiny but powerful lungs. My daughter is a perfect angel sent to us to make Earth a better place. But the hot and cold thing, she gets that from her father. Finally, after an hour of pacing and bear hugging her to my chest, so she couldn't fight her way out of my arms and go splat on the floor, she crashed out. I've just nestled her into the bassinet and backed away slowly when there's a knock at the door. Panic that she'll wake up, and this entire process will start all over again, is the only reason I wrench it open without checking to see who is on the other side. Arson takes a step back as I whirl into the hallway and shush him. "I just got the baby to sleep, so help me God if you wake her up." He glances past me into the room. It was supposed to be our room, mine and his, but it's mine and Nina's now. I pull the door partially closed behind me. "You have a minute?" he asks when the silence has fallen again. I never have a minute anymore. I'm supposed to sleep when the baby sleeps. Yet another saying that reeks of people who don't have children. If I sleep when she sleeps, when do I shower? When am I supposed to change my clothes or brush my teeth or eat something that isn't a stale cracker wedged in the cushions of the rocking chair? It won't take long. Compared to what? I have no sense of time anymore. It's been a week since Nina was born, a week since Arson took me out to dinner, a week since we came back and had sex on the couch, a week since he abandoned me in the hospital with our newborn, but it might as well have been 6 months. I shrug. He can go ahead if he must. It makes no difference to me. "I had a talk with your father." "Okay, that might make a little difference to me." Why do I get the feeling that it was less of a conversation and more of an abduction? I don't expect him to tell me anything, but he slides his hands into his pockets. I set his car on fire. You what? I made sure he got a front row seat to the fireworks, too. He runs a hand through his hair. I can only hope he understood the message, but just in case he's thicker than I suspect and he tries to contact you again, I need you to tell me right away. I blink. It's a lot to take in at once. A week ago, my father reaching out would have been a 5-alarm meltdown, but after countless hours of lost sleep and dirty diapers, it barely registered on my radar. I had almost forgotten about it until now. Your old house and the land it's on are my responsibility now. If you give me a copy of the deed, I can make sure it's ironclad. Charles won't even be able to dream about that house without raising an alarm. I'll get the deed to you tomorrow. I step back into the room, ready to close the door on him. Thanks for taking care of it for me. It's my job. How's that for a reminder? All of this has been for work, just business, logistics. I want to point that out, but I bite my tongue. I'm too tired for a fight tonight. I don't even know what we'd be fighting about. Arson sees me as a responsibility, another item on his long list of chores. Fine, I'm not going to beg him for more. Good night, Arson. I push the door closed, but his foot wedges into the crack. I need to say something to you. And you have to say it right now. Of course he does, because my guard is down and I'm dead on my feet. He has a sense for his opponent's weaknesses. When Arson and I finally opened this can of dysfunctional worms, I wanted to have more than 3 hours of sleep under my belt. But things rarely go the way I hope they will. Fine, go ahead. I want you to know that you can come to me for anything. You can count on me for anything. I'm here. I'm always going to be right here. Always, starting now? I can't keep the bitterness out of my voice. Because you sure as hell haven't been here the last week. Was that an exception? Should I expect a lot of those moving forward? Always means always. There's no in-between. He sighs, his cheeks hollowing as he swallows. I know I've been an asshole. You deserve better. So does Nina. But that's going to change now. You'll forgive me if I don't hold my breath. I try to shut the door, his little piggies be damned. But apparently, his foot is just as dense as his head. Let me explain, Layla. Oh, now, you want to explain? I shove the door again, not minding if I snap a few of his toes in the process. Well, I've been up with an infant all night, and I'm tired. It's not like I have a husband to lean on or anything. Tonight you do. Excuse me. Taking advantage of my surprise, he pushes his way into the room, taking me with him, and closes the door behind him. Go to sleep. I'll take care of Nina. I snort through my nose. Right, like I'm letting you take care of my baby. She's mine too, Layla. Since when, Arson? Anger burns in his eyes, but he blows out a breath and it disappears. To his very limited credit, he seems to know he has no right to be angry. He takes a deep breath, his eyes fluttering over my face. I got scared, he explains softly, causing my heart to take off like a hummingbird on a mission. I watched my mother die, Rosa. Weeks later, I watched my father die too. It was the darkest time of my life. As hard as I try to remain detached, I find myself straining toward his words. I'm sorry. I don't need your pity. I don't want it. Don't deserve it, really. He tugs a hand through his hair, and I get the sense I'm witnessing an Arson Adamov first, an actual, genuine apology. I'm the one who's sorry. I failed you when you needed me the most, but know that it had nothing to do with you. It was about me. I stare at him, wishing so badly that I could just sweep everything under the rug and give in. But when it comes to fear and heartbreak, there's more than enough for the two of us. I won't hand my heart over so easily. I appreciate the explanation, I concede, but you're still not spending the night here. You're dead on your feet. You need help. I'll get Polina or my mom. Or hey, you mentioned a nanny. Call one up and... He grabs me and pirouettes me into his arms. Before I can fight, he buries his nose in my hair and breathes me in. God, I've missed him. You need to leave, Arson. I must be speaking a different language, because he interprets leave as hold me tighter and never let me go. Arson, I struggle not to surrender my weight to him, not to let myself sink into the solid warmth of his chest. But his arms are like vice grips around my body, and after a few seconds, my willpower drains away with the rest of my energy. I'm so tired, and it feels good to stop fighting. He walks me back to the bed and settles me into the mattress. For the first time since Nina was born, I sleep like a baby. 51. ARCN. As I fold the muslin swaddle around my screaming infant in what must be my 15th attempt in the last 20 minutes, a lot of things are becoming clear. For instance, why Layla's under-eye circles have been practically tattooed on the last week. Another thing becoming crystal clear is that Layla has not been tucked away peacefully in this nursery, rocking Nina and singing sweet lullabies like I imagined. Nina is a warrior, and this bottle of milk is her sworn enemy. I tickle the tip of the bottle against her lips, trying to coax her mouth open. Come on, I mutter, knowing she can't hear me over her own screaming. Let me help you. I kick a fleece blanket against the crack at the bottom of the door to try to stifle the noise. Layla was still asleep when I rolled out of bed and carried Nina to the nursery, and I'd like it to stay that way. If she wakes up and sees me fumbling with our daughter, she might remember what a deadbeat I've been and kick my ass to the couch. Nina must be on her mother's team, though, because the crying ratchets up another decibel. It's okay, Malishka. Papa's got you now. She looks at me like, who the fuck is Papa? And okay, fair enough. But our reintroduction starts now. I'm going to get this right. Come on. I bounce her gently, letting a tiny bit of milk dribble onto her lip. Just a little taste. You'll love it. She bats the bottle away with her hand and twists her face away. Her cheeks are blotchy from the strain of crying. The nursery door flies open. I assume it's Layla coming to relieve her useless husband. Instead, I look up and see a floor-length dressing gown and fuzzy white slippers. Polina. She frowns at the scene in front of her. Torture may suffice in your line of work, but all it's going to do with her is wake up the whole house. She's being stubborn, I explain miserably. She's hungry, but she won't take the bottle. She won't do what's best for her even though it's right there in front of her face. She hums like it's a divine mystery. My goodness, I can't imagine where she gets that from. You're really gonna come in here and bust my balls at 3 a.m. Only because you deserve it. She closes the door and instantly starts snapping at me, making her way across the room. Take your shirt off. She catches the look of confusion on my face and rolls her eyes. Don't flatter yourself, little boy. Skin-to-skin contact is the fastest way to make her feel safe. I hand my screaming daughter to Polina and tug my shirt off. Then I try the cradle hold again, folding Nina against my bare chest. She's still wailing, but the sound falters like she's trying to determine if it's worth continuing to make a fuss or not. I rock her back and forth, swaying until my arms are numb and my hearing is irreparably damaged. Finally, her crying begins to taper off. Then, even more slowly, it stops. There you go, I whisper, bouncing her gently. Look at us, we did it. She's staring up at me like she's too confused to be sad. If you'd been with her from the beginning, Polina butts in, she'd already recognize your smell and your voice. Are you trying to make me feel bad? Do I need to? We both know the answer to that. I drop into the rocking chair while Polina takes the window seat. I stare down at my daughter, running a finger along the apple of her cheek. It feels like the first time I've really looked at her. The first time, fear was clouding my vision. Now, I see clearly. She's fucking perfect. I'm sorry, little one, I whisper. I've been a sorry excuse for a dad so far, but that's going to change. I'm going to be there for you and your mother, I promise. She doesn't so much as blink as she stares up at me. It's a beautiful moment. Her eyes wide and clear, her skin so pure and velvet soft. Then she lets out a loud, piercing cry. I sigh. That's the most succinct way a woman has ever told me she doesn't believe my bullshit. Polina snorts with laughter and passes me the bottle I already warmed. That's her hungry cry. This time when I offer it to her, she accepts it without a fuss. How did you know that? You spend enough time with her, you start to understand. If you stick around, that is. I plan to. Polina meets my gaze. Her lips are pressed tightly together. This is one promise you can't afford to break, Arson. I know that, I acknowledge, gazing down at my daughter. It's too important. I got spooked. I never thought I'd be a father, and suddenly, someone put this baby in my arms and Layla was calling her Nina Marie, and it all became so real. I wasn't the man they needed. I'm still not. Jeremy made you Paquin. He didn't make you a man. That honor belongs to your parents. Don't forget the parts of you that belong to them. I'll do better from now on. I believe you. She gets to her feet. Or at least I'd like to, but I'm going back to bed, if you need anything. I won't. Her smile warms as her eyes flit from me to Nina. Let's hope not. It looks like you've got everything you need right there. She slips out of the room, and I spend a few silent, blissful minutes watching my daughter drink herself to sleep. I'm nodding off myself when the flash of my lock screen snaps me out of my stupor. Balancing her carefully with one arm, I grab my phone and read the name on my screen. Jasper. I'm tempted to flick the text away, but there's only one reason why Jasper would text at this time of the night. Jasper, hey bro, just went 8# Ted to chalk in 82#. Haven't heard from you in 92 days. The desperation is etched into every typo, every misspelled word. He wants to know if he's been forgotten. ARSCN, I've been busy with my family. Jasper, and me and # I am fam $$ Wiley too. I fuse to be 32. ARSCN, you're drunk. We'll have this conversation when you can write coherent sentences. Jasper, come part 888 with me. ARSCN, sleep it off Jasper, we'll talk tomorrow. I turn my phone off, ignoring the grating gnaw in the back of my head that says I should be doing more for the man who saved my life. As my gaze turns to my daughter, though, it's easier to ignore the gnaw. This is where I'm meant to be. My family has to come first. Always. 52. LA. Look at the camera, Nina. Nina, the photographer croons, waving a teddy bear over the top of the lens. Nina, look at you too, Layla. The lens is over here. Arson smirks, and I realize my gaze may have wandered a bit to the right. My face warms as I turn back to the camera. Arson's attention leaves me painfully aware of every breath, every brush of fabric against my skin. Since the moment he told me he'd hired a photographer to take portraits of me, Nina, and my mom, my heart has been humming in my chest. He had dresses delivered for all of us, and I can't even begin to imagine when he had the time to plan this. The last 7 weeks have been a steady hum of late nights with Nina, working on the Pobeda launch, and spending every night next to me in what has officially become our room. I quickly stop thinking about my husband before my blush becomes visible from outer space. Mom eases into the shot, sitting down gingerly in the armchair in front of the fireplace. Arson pulls her walker out of frame, and I keep smiling, like I don't notice how much slower she moves lately. There are a few shots of Mom with Nina, and then a few more with the three of us. Zach finally lowers his camera and Arson claps him on the shoulder. Thanks for coming on such short notice. That was a good session. We aren't done yet. Both men turn to me, looking confused. We got all the shots on my list. Zach consults his phone to be sure. But Arson wasn't in any of them. Arson slips closer, his voice low. This wasn't for me. I wanted you to have pictures of the three of you, something to show Nina one day. There's a softness in his voice that pokes at a tender spot I'm not ready to discuss yet. Still, I can't stop myself from looking over at my mom, at her beaming smile and the gorgeous blue dress she's wearing. She looks happy, but beneath the smile and the makeup, she's losing weight and energy by the day. Today wasn't about me, he continues. It's a gift for you and your mother. And it's a great gift, but it wouldn't be complete without a few pictures of you. I take his hand. You're a part of the family, too. He looks back to Zach like he's hoping the photographer will argue, but I grab his hand and pull him towards the fireplace. Mom's still in the chair with Nina, and Arson and I squeeze in behind. He curls his arm around my waist like we do this all the time. Wow, that is a good-looking family, Zach crows from behind his camera. He pokes his head over the top. How about a smile, Arson? Arson's brow lifts. If Zach isn't careful, he might get thrown from the window. I prod him in the ribs. I'm not good at posing, he mutters, or smiling. I know that's not true, but a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I plop our 2-month-old in his arms. Instantly, Nina fists her chubby hands in his shirt and gives her papa a gummy grin. And just as instantly, Arson's face transforms. His eyes shimmer, and he smiles down at her. Ever the professional, Zach acts fast, snapping photos of the two of them. As much as I can't wait to shove these pictures in Arson's face later as proof that he's the dreamiest of dreamboats, I also just can't wait to have them and treasure them. Mom slides to the edge of her seat and pushes herself to standing, using the walker Evelyn bought for her. I think we should get a few of just the young family. Marie, you're part of the family, Arson argues. She just shakes her head. You need pictures to capture you all as you are right now, the three of you. My heart catches on the idea. When Arson stood in Nina's nursery and told me he'd always be there for us, I didn't know if I could believe him. But he's kept his promise for the last 7 weeks. Enough that, for the first time, I can imagine a future for us. A world where we create a family in this house. How many more pictures do I need to be in? He mutters grumpily. I turn to him, cradling the stubbled edge of his jaw until he looks down at me. Thank you. He seems genuinely bewildered. For what? For organizing this. For helping me preserve this moment, our family, my mother together. You're happy. I blink back tears. So happy. I barely register the shutter clicking in the background, and then Zach declares that we're done. While I'm busy thanking Zach, I notice Mom and Arson talking in low voices that aren't quite low enough. Meant so much to her, and to me. Mom clasps Arson's arm. I can die in peace knowing my daughter and granddaughter will be well looked after. My heart cracks and crumbles. As happy as I've been since Nina was born, I haven't been able to let myself think about losing my mom. Arson gives her a genuine smile, one worthy of a photograph. You can count on me, Marie. Is something wrong? Arson is next to Nina's bassinet, a common sight these days. He's become a regular baby whisperer. Nina even prefers him some nights, which I will never admit out loud, but is nonetheless precious. Bedtime has become my favorite part of the day. The shadowy blues of dusk when the world goes quiet, and it's just Nina, Arson, and me in the comfort of our room. I blink at him, lost in thought, and the way the lamplight casts the planes of his bare chest in stark relief. What? You're staring. I should look away, or maybe I shouldn't, I don't really know. There have been unspoken lines drawn in the sand. We sleep next to each other at night, but we haven't actually had sex since before Nina was born. Arson was in the room when the doctor cleared me to resume all normal activities, and then added a not-so-secretive wink in case I missed his meaning. But Arson didn't try anything that night, or the next. Now it's been 2 weeks and still nothing. I appreciated it at first. He was being a gentleman, respecting my boundaries and giving me space. Now, I don't want boundaries or space. I want him. Sorry, I just like watching you with her, I admit, still not looking away. It's beautiful. Arson seems to understand what I mean as he moves towards the bed. If you like that, you should see me wrap a swaddle. I could go pro. And warming bottles, I could do it with my eyes closed. You better be careful flaunting these new skills, or I might be in danger of getting pregnant all over again. All at once, the smile falls from his face. His eyes darken, and I wonder if that line in the sand was Arson protecting my boundaries, but him protecting his own. Maybe he doesn't want to sleep with me. Maybe I just punctured this little bubble we've been living in. Maybe I'm the problem. And you better be careful saying things like that to me. His voice is ragged, because it's all I've been able to think about for weeks now. I gulp, feeling my insides quiver with longing. Me too. Arson closes the distance between us in a couple strides. I rise onto my knees, meeting him at the edge of the bed, and our lips fit together so perfectly that I can't believe we ever stopped. He fists my shirt, his shirt, if we're being accurate, and drags my body against his slowly, sealing us together piece by piece like our skin needs to get reacquainted. His hands rest on my hips as he crawls onto the bed and gently lowers me onto the mattress. He strokes rough fingers under the hem, tracing the lines of my body as if to memorize each and every one. I've missed this, he pants, kissing his way from hip bone to hip bone and from hip bone to sternum. I've missed you. I've dreamed about this, Layla. He works my shirt over my head, and I toss it to the side. The fabric catches on the maze of nipple creams and used bottles my nightstand has become, sending the mess tumbling to the floor. We both freeze. Arson stays pressed between my breasts, only his eyes daring to shift up to mine as he whispers, "Is she still asleep?" I curl a hand through his hair and peek over at the bassinet. Nina is motionless in the corner, but I watch her long enough to register her slow, steady breathing. I sigh. She's asleep. Thank God. We both know time is short, but it also seems to stretch and bend around us. I shove his sweats down, giggling into my hand when the material gets wrapped around his ankle. Arson kisses me quiet, stroking his hand between my legs until nothing at all is funny, until I'm biting his shoulder to stay quiet, trembling around the firm press of his fingers. Then the press of him. He's shaking with the restraint it takes not to drive into me when he pulls back, his pupils blown wide. You'll tell me if I hurt you. My fingers curl into the hair at the base of his neck. You're not hurting me. I want this. The night is heavy with our breathing, the frenzied gasps of two people who have been suppressing their desire for too long. I hook my leg over his hip, drawing him closer, deeper until we're rocking together desperately, breathless. I arch into him as my first orgasm in months ricochets through me. Starts burst behind my eyes. Planets shift out of alignment. My entire universe ceases to be. And it's only in that clarity that I realize something. I grab his wrist. Arson, I'm not I. He must understand what I mean, because before I can even get the words out, Arson pulls out of me and finishes on my stomach. I didn't even think, he admits as he collapses next to me. We were really about to make another baby right there. I laugh, shocked by how much I'm not sure I care. Maybe we should ensure Nina understands the difference between day and night before we have another one. For a single second, I'm mortified that I'm talking family planning right now. Then Arson strokes his finger through the mess on my body, a smile playing at the edge of his mouth. That sounds like a plan. Plus, we have so much lost time to make up for. He goes to the bathroom and comes back with a warm washcloth to clean me up, but by the time he's patting me dry, my skin is buzzing again. He makes to slide off the bed, but I grab his face and pull him to me, prepared to beg for more. Gentleman that he is, he doesn't make me. 53. LA. We should go back inside. I grab a second blanket and force it around Mom's shoulders. It's getting chilly, and you haven't completely recovered from your cold yet. No, it's not. I'm fine. Almost as soon as she says it, the wind whistles past us, and she suppresses a shudder. See, you are cold. Honey, Mom sighs, for the first time in days, I'm comfortable. Let me sit here and enjoy the fresh air. Please. I frown. Her eyes are red and her lips are pale. If it was up to me, she'd be in bed with a cup of soup and a heating pad on her feet, whatever it takes to kick this cold. But it wasn't up to me. Arson sweet-talked Mom and Evelyn into thinking some fresh air would do us all good. She shivers again, and I hope he's right. Every day, I wait for her old strength to return. Every day, I'm disappointed. Let me get you some hot chocolate then. If that'll make you feel better, it sounds perfect to me. Mom turns towards Nina on the blanket beside us, grinning as my daughter sucks on her thumb and blows raspberries at the sky. I leave them on the lawn and head into the kitchen. Polina is just setting up a tray with steaming mugs of hot chocolate. You read my mind, Paul. Telepathy is a key part of the job. She slides the tray and a manila envelope across the counter to me. Zach also sent his pictures over. I thought you and Marie might like to look through them together. That's a great idea. Thanks, Polina. I walk the tray out, and Mom's eyes light up the moment she sees the envelope. Is that what I think it is? I hand it to her with a sly smile. Why don't you open it and see? We've both been chomping at the bit to get our hands on these pictures. Formal family portraits were always outside the budget. These are the first ones we've ever had. Mom tears into the envelope like it's Christmas morning, and within a millisecond, there are tears in her eyes. They're wonderful, she sniffles. Look how perfect Nina is. She passes me the first picture. Mom's holding Nina on her lap, and she's right about one thing: Nina looks perfect. But Mom looks sick. Tears fill my eyes, but I'm crying for a very different reason. I see her every day, so the changes in her are so slow and incremental that I hardly notice. But now, seeing her in this photo, it's painfully obvious. Her skin is sallow, making her scar even more red and angry. Her cheeks are sunken in. Her clothes hang off her body like she's nothing but bones underneath. You okay, sweetheart? She squeezes my shoulder, her fingers cold even through my shirt. I blink back my tears before she can see them and put the pictures away. I'm fine, just thinking. About what? There are a million questions swirling around in my head. Why did this have to happen to you? How can I make it stop? What am I going to do when you're gone? I feel the clock ticking, the time I have with my mom running out faster and faster. If I have questions, I better ask them now. Why did you never remarry? I ask. I don't remember you ever going out on a date. Did you keep it secret from me or? Mom's nose wrinkles. I wasn't interested in dating after the divorce. But didn't you get lonely? Of course not, she pinches my cheek. I had you. It's not the same, Mom. I should know. In the days after Nina was born, I knew I loved her wholly. But it didn't stop me wanting Arson, too. She sighs and her hands fold in her lap. I know it's not, but I experienced love once. That was enough for me. My heart splinters for her. Don't tell me Charles was your one love. The Charles you knew and the Charles I did were similar. They overlapped, but they weren't always the same. Does that make sense? She purses her lips thoughtfully. He was different when he was young. I guess I was, too, young and naive. But whatever he may or may not have felt for me, I genuinely loved him. Even when he left us, I never felt like that was really him. For years after he left, I kept waiting for the man I knew to return. Charles may not have been perfect, but I was happy with him for a while. He made me feel safe. But when we really needed him, he left, I remind her. It was an illusion. It's all an illusion, honey. No one can keep us safe all the time. It's not possible, but having someone to share your life with makes everything easier. Look at you and Arson. All at once, the image shifts. I've been looking at my parents' relationship from the outside in for years, but when she says it like that, suddenly, I can put myself in my mom's shoes. The things I feel for Arson are bigger than I ever imagined possible. I know he's not perfect, and yet the thought of being with another man one day, whatever the circumstances, just does not compute. I blow out a harsh breath. I've been a judgmental bitch. She pats my knees. I know, but I love you all the same. Hey. Mom laughs and wraps a frail arm around me. None of us are perfect, Layla. The trick is to find the person who sees all your flaws and loves you anyway. That's when I knew that it would never work between me and your father. He saw my flaws, my scars, and he bolted. He never deserved you, Mom. She winks at me. He didn't deserve you either. The moment Nina is asleep, the emotions I managed to hold back all day come rushing out of me. I flip through the pictures again and again until I'm crying so hard I can barely see. I don't even hear Arson come in until he's kneeling in front of me. I jolt in surprise, but his hands steady me in long, soothing strokes up my thighs. What happened? I manage to tilt one of the pictures towards him before a fresh wave of tears surges through me, and I'm sobbing too hard to speak. Rosa, he pulls me into his lap, cradling me against his chest. It's coming too soon, I hiccup. When it's someone you love, it's always too soon. I whimper, trying to get myself under control. I love the pictures, but I opened the envelope and saw, has she always looked this sick? How did I not notice? Because we see the best in the people we love. He kisses my forehead. Because you're a good daughter who loves her mother. My chin wobbles, and I bury the next words against his neck. She's never going to get better. I hold my breath for empty platitudes and hollow words of comfort, but Arson just holds me tighter. It's not fair. You don't deserve this. Neither does Marie. But death doesn't discriminate. It comes for us all. I blink and his face comes into sharp focus. How did you survive it? Arson loved his parents, and he lost them both just a few weeks apart. I don't think I'd survive something like that. Denial, he answers. Bitterness, a fuckton of anger. I squeeze him back, hoping he feels even an ounce of the comfort I feel. Thank you. For what? For not lying to me. It's going to hurt when she's gone, he warns, cupping my face and tilting my eyes to his. But you'll have me to help you through it. Taking a deep breath, I rest my head against his chest, sadness rolling off me in waves. His presence doesn't make everything better. But it helps. And that's enough. 54. ARCN. Oh my God. Layla white-knuckles the door handle and screams. I pump the brakes, already scanning the road and the sidewalk for danger, when she turns to me. I forgot to tell Polina that Bugsy is in the laundry room. For fuck's sake, Layla. I relax back into the seat with a sigh. I thought something was wrong. She's too busy fumbling inside her purse to care that I almost rear-ended the poor bastard in front of us. Something is wrong. Nina isn't going to go to sleep if she doesn't have Bugsy. Nina didn't need that damned beetle to fall asleep last night. He's a ladybug, not a beetle, she snaps, as though I've committed some egregious sin. And that was because you were there to rock her to sleep. Tonight, neither of us is there. She's all alone. My attention is strained between the road, Layla frantically searching for her phone, and the tantalizing cleavage I can see beneath the neckline of her sexy little black dress. But if I want even a slim chance of seeing more of what's beneath that dress, I need to solve the crisis at hand. She's not alone. Polina and Marie are with her. But Dominic and Kira are also spending the night. I wanted all hands on deck because I foresaw this exact scenario. Which scenario is that? The one where you call off the night early because you can't stand to be away from Nina for even a few hours. She opens her mouth to argue, but I continue on. I get it. Really, it's not easy for me to leave her either. Is that why you ripped me out of the house and almost tossed me into the passenger seat? You seemed excited enough to me. Only after I saw you in that dress. I don't miss the blush dusting its way across her cheekbones. Did I tell you how ravishing you look in it? She fiddles with her neckline, trying, for fuck knows what reason, to pull it up a little higher. You don't think it's too much. I've been whipping out boobs for nursing for so long that I don't know how to gauge how much exposure is too much. I think it's perfect. And if I ever start to think you're showing too much skin, I'm more than happy to pull you into a dark, private corner and outline exactly which parts of you are for my eyes only. Is that a threat or a promise? I take her hand and rub my thumbs slowly over her knuckles. Call me selfish, but I want a little alone time with you before the Pobeda launch. Once we hit the ground running, I might be busy. I'm taking the opportunity while I have it. She bites back a smile. I wouldn't say wanting to spend time with me is selfish, per se. Does that mean you're going to try to enjoy this evening? I'll try, but only if you let me tell Polina about Bugsy. I sigh and signal for her to proceed. She drops my hand and grabs her phone, typing out a hurried message to Polina before I can chuck her phone out the window. True to her word, once the message is sent, Layla does her best to enjoy the evening. We're shown to our table, a spacious alcove set apart from the rest of the restaurant, and before drinks can even arrive, her hand is sliding up my thigh, dangerously close to my crotch. Awfully forward of you, Mrs. Adamov. She winks at me as she strokes her fingers over the seam of my pants. I was semi-hard in the car, so it isn't going to take much to push me over the edge. You ain't seen nothing yet, bud. I should bring you out more often. She palms me under the table, and I'm feeling my way up her thigh and towards the promised land when the waiter approaches. Judging by the look on his face, he's very aware of the fact that there's something inappropriate going on under the table. Layla rips her hand away and sits up tall and proper like the lady I know she is. His eyes shift from me to Layla, and then to something suddenly fascinating on the ceiling as he takes our drink orders. I'd like to try the pineapple mocktail. Layla breaks off with a whimper as I circle my finger over her panties. The waiter winces and backs away, instantly earning himself a 40% tip for knowing how to read the room. Layla clears her throat and squeezes her legs together, crushing my hand with her yoga-toned thighs. You know what? I think we actually need another minute to look at the menu. The waiter hightails it out of the alcove, almost knocking into another server carrying a tray of flaming desserts. Arson, Layla swats at my chest when he's gone. He saw us. I grab the offending hand and drop it back in my lap where it belongs. You started it. Suddenly, she squeezes hard until she literally has me by the balls. Her dark-rimmed eyes promise payback. And I'll finish it if you aren't careful. Is that a threat or a promise? I tease. The pressure on my balls releases, and then she's massaging slowly, her lips curling into a seductive smile. You're lucky you look so hot in that suit. You're lucky the waiter left when he did, because I'm about to. Well, if it is Arsen Adamov. The nasally voice drains the heat out of the moment. I fold Layla's hand in mine and turn to one of the last people I care to see right now. Alessandro Calcagno, I growl. The head of the Calcagno Mafia is wearing an obnoxiously gaudy, crushed velvet suit and a smile that doesn't hide the disdain in his eyes. He aims that disdain at Layla. You look awfully grumpy for a man sitting next to such a beautiful woman. He places his hand on the back of Layla's chair and leans in too close for comfort. I'd kiss your hand, my dear, but I just saw where it's been. A blush crawls up her chest and neck, but Layla maintains her composure as she turns to me. Aren't you going to introduce us, Arson? Wasn't planning on it, I grit. In fact, I wonder why you came over here at all, Alessandro. The snake turns to Layla. I'm Alessandro Calcagno. Arson and I have a bit of a friendly rivalry. It's all in good fun, of course. His gaze lingers on her cleavage, and I find myself rising from my seat. That's a matter of opinion. Go back to your table, Alessandro. Such poor manners, he chuckles as he assesses us together. Your grandfather must be rolling in his grave. He's trying to goad me, but I could care less what Alessandro or my grandfather would think about anything. Wrong on 2 counts. I didn't give him the honor of a grave, and there's nothing left of him to roll. Alessandro arches a thick eyebrow. I'm very glad I came here tonight. Otherwise, I would have missed the chance to meet your lovely wife. And since your grandfather isn't around to dispense advice, I'll leave you with the advice he would have given you if he was alive to give it. Spare me from. Pussy is for procreation and fun, not feelings. His smile vanishes. She's going to get you killed one day, boy. I grab the lapels of his stupid velvet suit, reeling him towards me until we're practically nose to nose. Arson, Layla grabs my arm. Not tonight, please. My gaze flickers to my wife, who is silently pleading with me. In her eyes, I see all the plans I had for this evening. I refuse to let Alessandro ruin them. So instead of beating his sneer into bolognese the way he deserves, I shove him away from the table. Get the fuck out of here, Calcagno. He straightens his lapels. This is what I'm talking about. No one would have been able to stop you before, let alone a woman. Will you just shut the fuck up and leave? Layla barks. Alessandro whips around to face her, his jaw dropping. How dare you? She dares because she's my wife, Alessandro. She has a mind of her own. Alessandro inhales in preparation to spew out what is guaranteed to be more nonsense when a figure appears from the right and places a hand on the old man's arm. Everyone is watching you, Papa. Let it be. Enzo Calcagno pulls his father away. A short, dark-haired woman lingers at his side. It's been so long since I laid eyes on Enzo's wife, Gilia, that I hardly recognize her. Alessandro tries to brush his son off, but Enzo keeps a clamp on his father's elbow. This isn't the place for an out-and-out brawl. I told you not to come over here. Enzo's gaze flickers only momentarily over Layla. He seems far more concerned with his father right now. And who are you to command me, boy? Enzo grimaces before he turns to Layla. I apologize for our intrusion. We were just. Do not apologize for me, Alessandro says, frothing at the mouth. We were just leaving. Enzo looks directly at his father, his arms tight with tension. Papa, let's go. We have an important meeting to attend. Alessandro scowls at his son before looking once more in our direction. I'm sure we'll run into each other soon, Arson. His eyes sweep over Layla. I look forward to seeing you again, lovely Layla. Enzo gives me a pointed look, a cross between apology and frustration. Then he grabs his wife's hand and drags her off behind Alessandro. Gilia leaves with a backwards glance at Layla, a tight smile painting her face for a moment before they're all gone. Blyet, I sweep a hand through my hair. I need a shower after that shit. So those were the infamous Calcagnos. I nod, not taking my eyes off the spot where the family disappeared around the corner. Then I feel Layla's soft, fluttering touch at my chin. Fuck them, she pulls my face to hers. Tonight, it's just you and me. We should leave. Her forehead creases. If we leave, then he'll think he has power over us, which he doesn't. Fair enough. I graze the back of my hand across her cheek. You are quite something, Layla Adamov. She leans onto her tiptoes to whisper in my ear. Meet me in the ladies' room in 2 minutes. She gives my crotch another squeeze before she strides away from me and makes for the restroom. I manage to wait an astounding 60 seconds before I'm tearing after her. It's been too long. 45 minutes spent fucking my wife relentlessly in the bathroom went by in the blink of an eye. But after I straightened myself up, I gave her the room to do the same for herself, while I stood guard outside to make sure no one intruded. But now it's been too long. 7 minutes and counting by my watch. I frown, check both ways to make sure no Italians or wait staff have ventured back here, then shoulder back into the bathroom. Lie. The sound of a muffled cry stops me in my tracks. Layla is standing at the sink, her face pale and her hands shaking. Layla, what is it? What's wrong? When I touch her, her phone clatters from her grasp. I catch it in midair, holding her against my chest so she can't sag to the floor as well. On the screen is a live feed from the security app I installed on her phone. It links to every room in the manor and, crucially, to a permanent camera affixed on her mother's house. That last one is what's currently playing. It's dark. I can barely make out the corners of the roof, the pointed eaves, the swoop of the gutter. But one thing is blindingly clear. The red-orange of flames, licking their way greedily up one side. Someone set the place on fire. 55. ARCN. Calm down, brother, Jedian calls after me as I storm into my office. We'll handle this. I flip on the light in my office and come to a screeching halt when I see Layla sitting at my desk. Her eyes are bloodshot and her complexion is pale. I check the clock on the wall behind her. It's past midnight, Layla. I couldn't sleep. I have to know. She pushes out of the chair and crosses the office on shaky legs. What happened? Did they put out the fire? How much damage? SHH, Rosa. I pull her into my arms and dismiss Jedian with a nod of my head. He slips out silently, closing the door behind him. How long have you been sitting here in the dark? An hour, maybe 2, she admits. Polina is with Nina. I sit down and pull her onto my lap, running my hands up and down her cold arms. The fire is out. She sighs in relief, her chin wobbling. How did it start? It's an old house. The electrical might need to be updated, or did they leave something plugged in? She breaks off when she sees the look on my face. What was it? Maybe we should talk about this tomorrow. I want to talk about it now. She tries to stand up, but I hold her still. She huffs in frustration and turns to me. Tell me. There's no point trying to keep it from her. If I send her to her room, she'll scale the walls and hitchhike to the fire department herself. As soon as I saw the security footage, I drove her home myself to make sure she made it safely inside the gates. I'm sure the only reason she didn't break out and show up at the scene is because she wanted to stay close to Nina. Jedian and I combed through every second of the security footage. The fire wasn't an accident. But who would do something like? I see the moment she understands. She looks up at me, her bottom lip trembling. It was my dad, wasn't it? The look on my face is answer enough. She catapults off my lap before I can hold on to her. Is he really that selfish? If he can't have it, no one can. That piece of that absolute. Her rage dims, and she whirls back around to face me. How am I gonna tell Mom about this? This will destroy her. You don't tell her, I say simply. There's no reason for her to know, and she doesn't need the stress. I'll deal with it. It's my fault anyway. How is this your fault? I should have killed him when I had the chance. I thought scaring that fucking mudak would do the trick, but he's made it clear now that he's never going to stop. I should have seen that. Should have dealt with it permanently. Layla goes deathly still. The silence stretches. Her eyes are pooled in shadow, so I can't quite tell what's going through her mind. He's not going to leave you alone, Layla. I walk over to her, my footsteps echoing in the silence. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let him touch my family. Tears fill her eyes, and then she falls into my arms, sobbing. It's gonna be okay, I whisper. I'll take care of it. She cries for a long time. When her sobs finally die down, she pulls her head back. Tries to smile, but it's thin. Arson, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. It's my job. But can I ask you a question? I pause. Fuck only knows where this conversation is going. But wherever it leads, I'll give her the truth. She's strong enough for that. She's earned it. She deserves all of me. Ask me anything, Rosa. At dinner, when we ran into Alessandro, you made it sound like you were responsible for your grandfather's death. Damn it, it's not that I'm trying to hide things from Layla, but I would have preferred to keep the uglier aspects of my life away from her. But she's strong enough, I remind myself. She's earned it, she deserves it. He was not a good man, Layla. Like Charles. I nod as the parallels become too obvious to ignore. He became paranoid as he got older. He groomed me to take over for him, but he was also threatened by me. It got to a point where it was either him or me. She plays with the collar of my shirt, pointedly avoiding my eyes. It just seems so brutal. Was it hard for you? Death is always brutal. I trap her arm between my hand and my chest. But my grandfather was never my family, not the way the Bratva and my men were. I had to take him out to protect myself and the people who relied on me. You don't have to explain it, Arson, she says softly. I trust you. I draw her hand to my lips and kiss each finger. Then trust that I will do what's best for you. Always. She closes her eyes and sighs. I do. Arson, my shoulder shakes, and I blink through a sleepy stupor. Brother, wake up. I peel heavy lids open to find Dominic looming over me. Layla's head is on my chest, her breathing deep and even. I meant to carry her to bed, but we fell asleep on the couch in my office. What the fuck is going on? I whisper. Dominic doesn't answer, just gestures for me to follow him. Reluctantly, I disentangle myself from my wife and follow him out into the hallway. The lights are all dimmed, so I know it's late. I can't have slept for more than a couple hours, and I feel every single hour I'm lacking. I drag a hand down my face. What is it? I found Jasper. Actually, I didn't have to. Dom points towards the windows. He's scaling the walls as we speak. I was going to have security take him out, but I figured I'd let you know first. Before Dominic has even finished, I'm running through the house towards where I know I'll find Jasper. It's not the first time he's tried to break in. There used to be a gap in security camera coverage. Apparently, the idiot thinks nothing has changed. When I cross the lawn and spot the ivy-covered wall to the west, I also see a dark silhouette using the creepers to shimmy down. I tread softly so Jasper won't hear us coming. When he drops down to the grass and turns around to see me waiting, he falls back against the wall hard enough that he bangs his head on the brick. The reek of alcohol and sweat is like a dense fog around him. Fuck, he mutters. Nice of you to visit, Jas, but the front gate would have worked just as well. He clears his throat, avoiding my eyes. I didn't think they'd let me in. You don't seem to understand that this is already your second fucking chance, Jasper. I advance on him, forcing him back against the bricks. A second chance you never should have gotten in the first place. I never meant for any of this to happen. His gaze veers from me to Dominic and back again. I got in over my head. Wouldn't be the first time. What was the stumbling block this time? Cocaine or heroin? Arson. Answer the fucking question. His eyes are dark and bloodshot. A mottled purple bruise covers half his face. I want to get clean, man. I need some help. I grit my teeth. How much trouble are you in? He's twitchy, his head sitting on his shoulders like a bobblehead. If you pay them what I owe, I'll be square. Then they'll leave me alone and I'll be free. I'll get clean and pay you back. Who do you owe? Just these guys, he answers vaguely. I built up a bit of a tab, but I swear I'll pay you back, Arson. It's just these guys are adamant about being paid tonight. If you just give them what they want. His eyes flick back over his shoulder, towards the wall. They'll leave. In a second, I snatch him up by the front of his shirt and pin him to the wall. You brought the dealers you owe to my house, where my family is sleeping. Have you lost your fucking mind? He cringes back as far as he can in my hold. They're tailing me. They won't let me out of their sight. They're threatening to break my... Whatever they threatened, you'll get worse from me, I snarl. You put my family at risk. Jasper's eyes teeter from side to side, never focusing on anything for long. And you're high as a fucking kite. Coming down fast, though, he mutters. I wouldn't have come if I wasn't desperate. I drop him to the ground, shaking my head in disgust. You're a coward. Jasper flushes, but he doesn't argue. I'll turn things around, I will. Just please back me up here. I turn my back on Jasper and face Dominic, who looks like he'd love nothing more than to chuck Jasper over the wall and let his enemies have their way with him. He might as well have a giant "I told you so" sticker plastered on his forehead. Dominic, keep an eye on him. Dom nods as Jasper croaks, where are you going? I'm going to go fix your mess. I keep walking, not bothering to look back, as per fucking usual. 56. ARCN. We're just gonna roll up with no backup. You are the backup, Dom. Well, gee, I'm flattered you chose me to die by your side, he grumbles. The Skulldraggers may be small-time nobodies, but they do have a reputation for being sneaky little fucks. How do we know this isn't a setup? Because the dealers who were chasing Jasper were so green, they didn't even recognize me until I gave them my full name last night. I trust, in the day since we last spoke, they've done their research. They won't risk moving against me and compromising their entire operation. For the sake of Dom's nerves, I stick with the facts. Because they wanted this 25 grand enough that they went back home and waited for me to show up with it today. They're broke and desperate. Not unlike the asshole who got us into this mess. Dominic can't help but take shots at Jasper, and I don't blame him. He was right about him from the start. I'm gonna be hearing "I told you so" for the rest of our natural lives. I park the car on the corner and kill the engine. Come on, I want to be in and out of here in under 10 minutes. Dominic retrieves the suitcase of cash from the backseat, and we walk together to the seedy pub that serves as the Skulldragger Motorcycle Club's headquarters. The windows are blacked out, so I have to squint into the gloom when we step inside. Slowly, the ambience takes shape, and I decide I might not mind being blinded after all. The walls are murky red, the air is stale, and cigarette butts litter the stained floor. A man stands at the bar, bearded and skeletally thin. I recognize Cranium, whose name makes me roll my eyes. No one will ever accuse the Skulldraggers of being clever, by the dim glow of the cigarette hanging between his yellowed teeth. When he sees me, he spits the cigarette on the bar top and crushes it with his palm, then jumps to his feet and dips his head. Mr. Adamov. I see you did your research. I tip my head towards the suitcase. I've got your debt right here. Let me show you to a private room. Our boss wants a word. Suppressing a sigh, I follow Cranium Dominic close at my heels. He takes us through a door behind the bar. The room is small. Mildewing boxes are stacked against the walls, and a bear bulb hangs over a rusted metal table. You sure we aren't being murdered? Dominic mutters under his breath. Cranium waves an arm towards a rickety chair like it's a throne. Have a seat. My boss will be out in a moment. I only have a moment, so tell Bones to hurry the fuck up, I bark. Cranium hurries out of the room and Dom leans on the table, the metal squealing under the weight of his elbows. Why was it so important that you showed up in person? Dominic asks. These guys are not fit to be in the same room with you. I need to send them a message. They need to know that if they continue to come after Jasper, they'll be coming after me, too. Dominic's jaw drops. After everything, you're still protecting that stupid bastard. I know you don't understand. You bet your ass I don't understand, Dominic snaps. Whatever debt you think you owe him, you've paid it 10 times over. You don't owe Jasper anything. I know he's right, but every time I come close to closing the door on Jasper, I hear Layla's words in the back of my head. Sometimes loyalty pays off. He's hit rock bottom, Dom. I can't turn my back on him now. Even if he drags you down there with him. I won't let that happen. He huffs out a frustrated breath. You can't control everything, Arson. That's never stopped me from trying. Hissing in wordless disgust, Dom flops the briefcase on the table and leans back to pout in his chair. If Bones doesn't show up in 5 minutes, we're out of here. I shrug. I was only going to give him 3. My phone buzzes. Layla texted me a picture of Nina, and my heart clenches like it's been days since I've seen her instead of just a couple hours. My daughter is wrapped in a fluffy towel, wearing a goofy, toothless smile on her face as she reaches for the camera. LAILA, Nina missed her papa today. ARSCN, I'm sorry I wasn't there for bedtime. I had some business to take care of. There are voices in the hallway. Dominic stands to go answer the door, but the 3 dots appear as Layla texts me back, so I decide to let him handle it. LAILA, does this business have anything to do with why you were holed up all day with Jedian and Dom? ARSCN, I'm handling it. Dominic mutters something to me, but I miss it as Layla's next text comes in. LAILA, did it have anything to do with Charles? I don't exactly want to tell her I haven't even thought about Charles since Jasper scaled the fence last night. Or that Jasper scaled the fence last night, if we're keeping track of my omissions. ARSCN, I don't want you to worry about it. I've got it all under control, just go to bed. I'll be home in an hour. I barely get my phone in my pocket and look up before there's a deafening crack and Dominic is hurled backwards. Arson, he turns towards me like he wants to shield me from fuck only knows what, but blood is blooming across his chest. He falls to the floor, and I follow him, ducking under the table as more shots explode through the wooden door. Blyat. Dominic is lying several feet away from me, the pool of blood around him growing fast. I want to go to him, but shots are still ringing out. I pull out my gun and position myself behind the tables, waiting for the moment the door opens. And it does. The skulldraggers charge in like a horde of rats, mindless and with no cover. I send bullets raining down on them. One after the other, they fold like cheap paper until there's a heap of bodies lying in the threshold. Gun smoke is thick in the air. I cough as I grab my phone and punch in Jedian's number. My ears are ringing, so I don't even hear him answer. I just start shouting, Dominic is down. Get here now, Dominic is down. I toss my phone to the side and rip off my shirt. I press it to Dominic's chest, trying to ignore the way he looks like he's already halfway gone, pale white and barely breathing. I've managed to staunch the blood flow, as well as I can, when I notice one of the bodies in the doorway stir. Satisfied that my makeshift bandage will hold until the ambulance gets here, I grab the still-breathing, soon-to-be dead body and press him face down into the pool of Dominic's blood. Please, he splutters, don't kill me. I wrench his head out of the sopping crimson liquid. Tell me why, and I won't. His own blood bursts from between his lips as he tries to speak. The bounty, $10 million, is a lot of money. On me? It's the first I'm hearing of it, though it wouldn't be the first time there's been a price on my head. He shakes his head, coughing up more blood. And no, not you, the girl, the wife, Layla Adamov. Everything in my body tenses at my wife's name on this man's lips. I tighten my hold on his throat until he's red and then purple. He can't speak, but I can see the accusation in his eyes. You said you wouldn't kill me. Well, I spit as the light fades from his eyes. I lied. 57. ARCN. My hands are almost black in the dim light, like I dipped them in tar. It's been half an hour since the medical team wheeled Dominic away for emergency surgery, and I haven't bothered walking the 10 steps to the sink. I haven't moved an inch, actually. A shadow falls over me. I don't bother looking up. I know it's Jedian. He keeps coming back to check on me, but I'm not the one with a hole in my chest. That's Dominic. Because of me. Jedian stands there, waiting for me to acknowledge him, but there's nothing to acknowledge. I said I wouldn't leave until I heard news about Dominic, and I still haven't heard anything. He sighs and drops down next to me, his knees bent like mine. He clasps his clean hands together as if he's praying. It hasn't even occurred to me to pray. I tried once when Mom was really sick, but it didn't make a bit of difference. Even if there is such a thing as a higher power, he isn't about to waste his miracles on the likes of me. He's going to be okay, Arson. There's a hard edge in Jedian's voice that I recognize as the same desperation I feel. He unclasps his hands long enough to squeeze my shoulder once. We need to inform Kira, though. We don't know anything yet. There's nothing to tell her. I don't even recognize my voice. She's his wife. She deserves to know. I shake my head, too exhausted for more of an argument. Kira can't hear this right now. I can't tell her. This makes twice now. Jedian turns to me. What? Dominic has landed in the hospital twice because of Jasper. A bitter laugh sputters out of me. No, that's not the truth. I can't even blame Jasper for this. Dominic has been in the hospital twice because of me. This isn't your fault. I keep giving Jasper second chances. Dominic knew from the start that Jasper was trouble, but I wouldn't see it. I refused to see it. I stuck my head in the sand out of blind, dumb loyalty rather than listen to my best friend. Your mercy is something Dom and I would both appreciate if we were ever on the other side of it. And you never have been, because the two of you are loyal, dependable. I clench my teeth so hard it feels like they might shatter. Dominic has always been loyal. And what did it get him? I should have listened to him. Arson, this wasn't even about Jasper. This is about the bounty. He runs a hand over his neck. I looked into it, and it's legit. There's $10 million hanging over Layla's head, dead or alive. Those last 3 words feel like an ice bath. Who did this? Jedian's jaw tightens. The Italians made the call. That can't be right. Even Alessandro Calcagno is that stupid. Enzo definitely is. Apparently they are. I have damn good sources, and they're all saying the same thing. Someone put a bounty on my wife's head, and I had no idea. The same way I didn't know I walked myself and Dom into a trap until Dom was bleeding on the floor. My phone feels like a brick in my pocket. It was vibrating earlier, again and again and again, but it's gone quiet now. $10 million fucking dollars, I whisper in disbelief. The skulldraggers were just trying to cash in, idiots that they are. And they were stupid enough or desperate enough, probably both, to think they could swap your head for Layla's. The moment you told them who you were, they were ready to try it. Other people will be coming after her now. No one is coming near my wife, or my daughter. No, we won't let that happen, Jedian agrees. We just have to be careful from now on. Extra careful, I murmur. more careful than I was with Dom. I should have been watching the door with him, one hand on my gun. We should have scouted the bar out and looked into the moronic motorcycle club. If I hadn't been so eager to pay off Jasper's debts, we might have found out about the bounty before I walked my best friend to his execution. If I'd ignored my phone the way I was trained to during a job, maybe Dom wouldn't be in surgery right now. I hear Alessandro's voice in the back of my mind. That girl is going to get you killed. Not me, not this time at least. But the same can't be said for Dom. Alessandro thinks Layla is the problem, but I'm at the helm of the Bratva, of my marriage, all of it. I can't keep my men safe, and Layla's connection to me alone is enough to have people on the hunt for her. They all deserve better. I shove to my feet, ignoring the pins and needles in my legs. Call Valentin and Matvey, have them bring Kira here. You're right, she should be with Dominic. Jedian scrambles up after me. Okay, but... And make sure the two of them stay with Kira. I don't want any more bloodshed on my watch. Protect her. Of course, he agrees. But where are you going? You said you'd stay until... It's out of our hands now. I swallow as I make my way to the sink, finally rinsing the dark, dried blood from my skin. Leaving now won't change the outcome, but we can still make a difference elsewhere. What's the plan? 5 minutes ago, I didn't have one. But a plan is forming in my mind, solidifying as Dominic's blood swirls down the drain. I have something important to do, and you're coming with me. 58. LA. I stop pacing when the door opens, ready to rant and yell, and say everything I would have texted to Arson if he'd bothered to answer his phone at any point in the last few hours. But the second I see the blood congealed on his hands, all of my anger drains away. Arson. I rush over to him, but he holds himself back. His voice is low and cold. I'm fine. It's not my blood. It's the same thing he said to me the night he showed up at the house. That night, it was Natasha's blood on his hands. I don't want to know whose blood it is now. I glance over to the crib to make sure Nina is sleeping through this. Miraculously, she is. I can only hope she sleeps through nights like these for as long as they continue to happen. I was expecting you back hours ago, I whisper, inching towards him. What happened? We were attacked. I look over his shoulder, but it's just him here. He flinches, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. I need to get cleaned up. Ignoring the pain shooting up and down my hip, a direct result of the hours of pacing I did before he walked in, I reach for him. I'm right here. Let me help you. He doesn't brush me off like I expect. Instead, he allows me to lead him into the bathroom. He watches with a blank expression as I fill a bowl with warm water and find a hand towel. The blood around his wrists is dark and flaky, hours old at least, and it disappears under the cuff of his shirt. So I start undoing the buttons and checking to make sure he's whole. He was right. The blood isn't his, but he's not unscathed. There are fresh scrapes and bruises all over his chest and arms. Discarding his bloody clothes, I run the wet towel over his chest, massaging until his skin is clean. I try to meet his eyes, but he looks away pointedly. It seems the only time he can look at me is when I'm not looking back. Finally, when I'm sure my imagination has to be worse than the truth, I ask, Arson, what happened? A mistake, he says brusquely. One I might not be able to take back, but one I can ensure I never make it again. Fear closes my throat and keeps me from asking the rest of my questions. Arson doesn't move as I drop the bloody towel into the bowl and wash my hands. I've never seen him so still, so distant. I can't take it. I cup his face, forcing his eyes to mine. Please, I whisper, come back to me. His green eyes are dim. They flicker to mine for only a second before they drop away. Dominic was shot tonight. My hands fall away. I stumble back, my elbow knocking the bowl of red water on the counter. Looking at it now makes my stomach churn. What? He's in emergency surgery. Kira's probably at the hospital by now. He says it with a resigned sigh I don't understand. Dominic is one of his best friends. Arson loves him, loves Kira, I know it. We need to be there. I'm already running through a list in my head of what I need to do. Get dressed, have Polina watch Nina, find Arson a new shirt. She needs someone with her. Oh, God. There's no point looking to God, Arson interrupts harshly. He can't hear us. Suddenly, Arson's strange behavior, his coldness and detachment, makes perfect sense to me. I grab his hand, kiss it, hold it against my beating heart. I'm not going anywhere, Arson. I'm gonna be right here with you, okay? We're not going to lose Dominic. His eyes snap to me. It's the most focused he's looked since he walked into our room. Will you get ready? Of course, give me 10 minutes. I'll put on some clothes and we can go to the hospital. I'll have Polina look after Nina while we're... No, he pulls his hand away, his eyes once again trained on the floor. Nina can come with you. I'm not sure we should be taking Nina to the hospital, especially under the circumstances. I'd feel much better leaving her here with Polina and my mom, but I decide not to argue with Arson now. If he feels more secure with us all together, I want to give him that. Okay, we'll bring her with us. He nods once and walks out of the bathroom, shutting the door firmly behind him. My heart is thundering in my chest, and I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. It's Dominic. Dominic is hurt. That's what's wrong. While I shower and change, I tell myself that's what this is. But when I walk back into our bathroom and find Arson bent over a large duffel bag, I can't lie to myself anymore. What are you doing? He doesn't answer as he grabs Bugsy from Nina's crib and tucks it in the duffel along with an unorganized wad of clothes. We're just going to the hospital, I say weakly. You've packed enough for a month. It's not going to be a month. He zips the duffel. Okay. The panic is rising in my throat, and I have to speak around it. Then, we don't need to take 15 changes of clothes to the hospital. We are going to the hospital, aren't we? He slings the bag over his shoulder. Get Nina. I don't understand. What's... I told you to get Nina. He doesn't raise his voice, but his words might as well be weapons the way they slice into my skin. Trembling, I walk to the crib and scoop our sleeping baby into my arms. Her weight settles against my chest, along with another heavy realization. We're not going to the hospital, are we? At least he's man enough to meet my eyes as he says, no. I fight back nausea. Where are we going? We aren't going anywhere. You and Nina are. Why, for how long? The more the silence stretches, the thicker my panic becomes. Arson. For as long as it takes. To do what? I cry. Is this about Charles or Dominic? What happened to him? Why is he in the hospital? Because of me. His jaw is granite, and you have to go before you get hurt too. He blurs behind my tears. I blink them away furiously, trying to make sense of what he's saying. But what about us? Our family? I'm your wife. A mistake I should never have made. I stumble back like he struck me. He might as well have. You don't mean that. I do, he answers with no hesitation. I let myself get distracted with you, with playing house and being your husband, and I put everyone at risk. I shake my head. Don't say that, you didn't. Dominic is dying. He could be fucking dead now, for all I know. Don't put that on me, I shriek, causing Nina to stir in my arms. Don't you dare put that on me. I'm not. He runs a hand over the back of his neck, his shoulders tense. This is on no one but me. Now, let's go. Arson. But he doesn't stop. He walks through the door and disappears. Nina has settled again, and I look down at my sleeping baby, wondering how we got here. How we can get out. With no idea what else to do, I follow Arson through the house and down the stairs. My hip is aching by the time I reach the entryway and find my bags by the door along with Jedian. Yet another person who won't meet my eyes. An engine purrs from the driveway. Arson appears in the door. Are you ready? Where's Mom? We came here together. We should leave together. If Arson is done with me, he won't want her around. A shadow passes across his eyes. She's sick, Layla. The pain in my heart eclipses the pain in my hip. What are you telling me, Arson? You have 10 minutes. Go say your goodbyes. 59. LA. Arson leaves the room, and Jedian is still staring at his feet. Did you help him plan this? I demand. He shakes his head. I'm sorry, Layla. There's nothing I can do. The resignation in his voice almost brings me to my knees. I don't understand. Why do I have to leave? What did I do wrong? Nothing you didn't do. Finally, he looks at me. You're in danger. Arson wants to get you as far from here as possible. He's doing this to protect you. And Nina, too. I can't bite back the bitter laugh that bursts out of me. Maybe you missed the part where he blamed me for Dominic getting shot. He doesn't blame you. He blames himself. Then explain all this. I fling my hands around to encompass the bomb that just dropped on my life. Where am I going? When are we coming back? The sunken look in his eyes is all the answer I need. I'll be with you. I'll be your security, so you won't be all alone. But Arson... Jedian's eyes darken as he turns for the door. You've only got a few minutes to say goodbye to your mother, Layla. Don't waste them. The walk to my mother's room feels endless. Nina is heavy in my arms, asleep again, thankfully. That's about the only thing to go right tonight. I have to knock on her door for a long time before Evelyn finally answers, her eyes puffy with sleep. Layla, is everything all right? She takes one look at my face and hers drains of color. What's wrong? I swallow back tears. I need to see my mom. Do you want me to take Nina? Silently, I slip Nina into Evelyn's arms and move to my mother's bedside. She looks so small in her massive bed, the covers drawn up to her chin. The windows are open and moonlight streams through them, turning her pale cheeks a blue-tinged silver. Mom, I whisper, my voice trembling. Mom. It takes a couple more nudges to wake her up. When she does, it's all at once, her eyes flying open, her body jerking upright as though I screamed. Layla, what's wrong? What's going on? I grab her too thin hand and hold it to my chest. I have to leave tonight. Nina and me, I'm not sure when we'll be coming back. Mom frowns, squinting at my face as though she can't quite understand what I'm saying. That makes two of us. Where are you going? I don't know yet. She pulls the covers off her legs. I'll come with you. One look at her frail arms sticking out of her night shirt, and I know Arson was right. It hurts more than I know how to put into words. Mom, you're sick. You need to stay right here. But why do you have to go? She glances out the window. It's the middle of the night. You can't just take Nina and go. What does Arson say? He says that this is necessary. He'll explain everything to you tomorrow. Because fuck knows I can't do it. Not if I'm going to maintain any kind of composure. There are voices just outside the door. My time's running out. The problem is that Mom's time is running out too, permanently, and he's still forcing me to leave her. Nina and I will be all right. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. The moment the words are out of my mouth, they feel like a lie. Thick, ugly sobs collect in my throat. I have to get out now or I'll completely lose my shit. I can't allow her to see me like that. I just wanted to say goodbye. Mom is shaking her head, her eyes teary. Why does it feel like I won't see you again? I love you, Mom. You're the best mother a girl could ever ask for. A traitorous tear slides down my cheek. I kiss her forehead quickly and run out of the room. Evelyn is standing on the other side, rocking Nina in her arms. She pulls back when she sees me, eyes narrowed. Layla, what's going on? I take Nina from her, ignoring her gaze. I'm sorry for leaving like this, Please take care of my mom for me. Of course I will, but… I'm sorry, I choke out around a sob. I have to go. My footsteps echo through the empty house. In the driveway, Jedian sits behind the wheel of the SUV, and Arson is standing by the open back door. He leans close, and I catch my breath, but he just presses a kiss to Nina's forehead. Then he plucks her gently from my arms and straps her into her car seat. His hands are careful, as tender as ever, and yet, somehow, lifeless. Robotic. Cold. You don't have to do this, I whisper, knowing already that it won't make any difference. I know you're going through something, but we're a team now. Let me help. Let me be here for you. Don't push me away again. We don't have time for this. You'll miss your plane. I guess I should be grateful it's not a rocket ship, I mutter. How far away do you plan to send me? Jedian will be with you. He says that like it matters, like there's anyone else I'd rather be with. I'm needed here. What about us? I croak. We need you too, Arson. There is no changing this, Layla. Plans have been made. You will be on that flight tonight. I glance over his shoulder towards the house. My mother. We'll be safe and comfortable. I promise you that. Screw you and your promises, I scream, pounding my fists against his chest. It feels good. It feels damn good. You're a liar, a goddamn liar. He lets me hit him, over and over again. He doesn't stop me. He doesn't even try to avoid the blows. He just stands there and takes it. I don't stop until my knuckles are throbbing, and my throat is raw and hoarse. If you're done, he murmurs, Jedian is waiting. Don't you care at all? My mother is dying. You know how much she means to me. If I leave and she dies, I lose my words to another wrenching sob. I won't be there to say goodbye. You said goodbye tonight. Tears pour unchecked down my cheeks. If you do this, Arson, I swear to you, I will never forgive you, not for as long as I live. The muscle in his jaw twitches. His eyes meet mine, but there's nothing in them. Not an ounce of life or compassion or humanity. Lifeless. Robotic. Cold. If I get my way, that will be a long, long time. Then he pushes me into the back of the vehicle. As the car rolls down the drive, Arson doesn't even wait to watch us go. He's already gone. 60. ARCN. GDON, we're on the plane. 5 minutes to take off. Succinct and clinical. I make a note to compliment Jedian on sticking to the need-to-know details. As far as Layla and Nina are concerned, it's exactly what I'm looking for going forward. I respond in similar fashion. ARSCN, Dominic's out of surgery. He's going to make it. I pocket my phone and walk into Dominic's hospital room. Kira is sitting by his bedside, clutching his hand and whispering to him, even though the doctors have told us repeatedly that he can't hear a word. Kira. She keeps hold of Dominic's hand as she looks at me, her eyes narrow. Arson. How's he doing? Well, let's see, she snaps. He lost 3 liters of blood and had to have 2 transfusions. According to the doctor, he barely escaped complete paralysis. But I suppose he's breathing. That's something. I ignore the sarcasm, my gaze dropping instead to her protruding belly. He's a strong man. You don't have to tell me. I take her anger like I took Layla's punches as the punishment I deserve. I never meant for this to happen. And yet it did. She squeezes Dom's hand tighter. I'm not sure if it's for her sake or his. Dominic is 2 months away from meeting his son, and you decided this was the best time to take him out on a mission. He could've, I run a hand down my neck. Defending myself while my second is unconscious in a hospital bed is a bad look, even for me. Does he know you're having a boy? Of course he knows. He was at every single one of my appointments. I hear what she doesn't say, unlike another father in this room. I collapse into the seat on the opposite side of Dominic's bed. He never mentioned that, either. Maybe he didn't think he could. She's got a white-knuckled hold on Dom's hand. That grip could wake a corpse from its grave, but Dominic doesn't so much as stir. It's not like you leave a lot of room for anyone else in your world. I tilt my head to regard her carefully. You still don't like me, do you? Her eyes drift to me, the anger in them softening. That was true up until recently. My opinion of you changed when Layla came into the picture. She made you better, softer. Do you know what that will do to you in this world, Kira? Being soft. My lips curl around the word. Will send you and the people around you to an early grave. Kira looks down at Dominic like she can't bear to look at me another second. Silence descends, broken only by the regular blips of the heart rate monitor. Beep. Stillness. Beep. Silence. Beep. The unforgivable gap of things that cannot be said aloud. If Dominic was awake, she murmurs, he'd tell me to stop being so angry. He'd tell me that this is the life he signed up for, and that, by marrying him, I signed up for it too. She closes her eyes. But he's not awake, and he can't tell me that, so I just... Blame me if you want, I tell her. I deserve it. She shakes her head and laces her fingers across her belly, like she's trying to shield her child from me. I'll cover all the medical expenses, I tell her robotically. You won't have to worry about anything. I can't stay here any longer. I push myself to my feet, even though every bone in my body is begging me to sit the fuck back down. Kira says nothing as I rise, as I start to leave. It's only when my fingers close around the doorknob that she speaks. Where's Layla? I thought she'd want to be here. She and Dominic are close. My hands ball into fists. She's busy. Busy doing what? Getting on a plane. Getting the fuck away from me. Before my sins do to her what they did to my best friend. I have work to do, Kira. The men who attacked Dominic are still out there. I need to make them pay. I can tell she knows I'm changing the subject, but she doesn't argue. She just turns away, going back to holding Dominic's hand. Send my love to Layla, then. I don't respond, mostly because I don't want to lie to her any more than I already have. For Layla's sake, I'm not going to send her anything. Polina is waiting on the steps when I arrive home. Her face is a perfectly arranged mask, but I know her well enough to see the simmering anger just beneath. I step out of the car. Polina. She ignores the greeting and stomps into my path. Why is Marie crying and telling me Layla and Nina are gone? It wasn't an oversight keeping my plans from Polina. I knew there'd be hell to pay when she found out. Because they are. Where? That's not your concern. Arsen Adamov. You are not my mother, I snarl with a sudden, violent lash of viciousness she doesn't deserve. You don't get to reprimand me like I'm a child. I did what I had to do for my family, to protect them. Bullshit, she cries out. You did what you did to protect yourself. I brush past her. Believe what you want. One setback, one scare, and you undo all the progress you've made. She screeches at my back. That girl trusted you. She loves you. Then that's her fucking mistake, isn't it? I roar, whirling around. She should have known better. Polina shakes her head at me, a disgusted sneer twisting her lips. This is not how you do things, Arsen. This is not how you protect your family. Layla and Nina need you. Being associated with me is what got a $10 million bounty on their heads. Or did you miss that part? I miss nothing. She's safer with you than anywhere else. And I think she'd be the first to tell you that. What do either of you know about it? Neither one of you know what it's like to be Paquin. You don't know the kind of decisions I have to make. Her sneer deepens. The moonlight sharpens her teeth into fangs, or maybe that's just my imagination. Maybe I want someone else to look like a monster, even if it's just for a moment, so I can pretend like I'm not the only beast out on the prowl tonight. You sound like your grandfather. Maybe you're more like him than I thought. I don't even flinch. At this point, I'm used to taking hits. It seems every woman in my life is armed and dangerous. Maybe I am. Except for one little thing, you love her. Gotta admit, I need some quiet. Some peace. I'm getting neither. I don't love her, I lie. I just needed to make her believe I did. It was the easiest way of controlling her. Arson. She was nothing more than a warm place to stick my. I don't see her hand coming before her palm slaps across my face. For an old lady, she can pack a punch. I welcome the sting. The slap rings out, then dies. The night is so fucking still on all sides of us. I shake my head and drag my eyes back up to hers. Feel better. Polina's face is red with anger. I've never seen her so out of control. Your mother would be ashamed of you. If you say so. My jaw works back and forth. You knew her better than I did. Consider this my last day, Arson. She straightens up to her full height, and even standing a full head taller than her, I've never felt smaller. I'll be gone in the morning. May your house be all the poorer for the people you've driven out of it. 61. ARSCNA, month later. When I walk into my office, I'm glad I stopped to wash the blood from my hands. Because the moment Dominic turns to me, his eyes go looking for it. Where have you been? He asks coldly. Cleaning up another mess. Dominic sighs as I take a seat. You've hunted the skulldraggers into extinction, Arson. Don't you think it's time you stopped with this vendetta? They're the reason you were in the hospital for a month. Actually, the Italians are the reason I was in the hospital for a month, he reminds me. They're the ones who put a bounty on Layla's head. I was collateral damage. I ignore his point. Mostly because it's only been a few weeks, and he's still healing. I don't want to fight. Between combing the streets to find any person even quasi-connected to that idiotic motorcycle club, so I can give them the agonizing execution they deserve, Marie's tears and pleas every time I go to visit her, and the stony silence of Layla refusing to answer any of my texts and calls, I've done more than enough fighting the last few weeks. I have a plan for the Italians, I tell him when he won't stop looking at me, waiting for a response. It'll take time. A war, he summarizes quietly. That's what you've decided then. It's what the Italians decided the moment they put that fucking bounty on my wife's head. You really think I can let that go unanswered? They're calling you the butcher. Are you aware of that? I am, actually. I finally cornered Cranium last week. He'd evaded capture by hiding out in an old brothel, literally quivering under the skirts of the madam. I left him in her room, holding his own bowels in his hands. Then I killed her for protecting him. The butcher is fitting. Let's hope Alessandro Calcagno is aware of it, I grit out. He should know what's coming for him. Dom shakes his head. This isn't you, Arson. You don't go on murder sprees across the city. You're being sloppy. You aren't thinking clearly. I arch a brow. You gonna accuse me of behaving like Urami, too? If the shoe fucking fits. I am the pack-hen, and I'll do as I please. I don't need you to agree, but I do need you to follow. Or did that bullet make you forget the oath you took? Dominic's jaw tightens. It's easy to forget, since you don't demand the same obedience of all your vori. I shuffle things around on my desk, trying to hide the shaking in my hands. Rage is bubbling so close to my surface these days that I can barely control it. One wrong word, and it's liable to come erupting out of me. I haven't dealt with Jasper yet, but I will. Sure you will, Dominic scoffs. The man has been holed up at the Berkeley safe house for weeks now. He's getting clean. Matvey has been with him 24/7, making sure he stays sober. And what happens when you let him off his leash? Or do you plan to keep him your little pet for life? I rise from my chair. Bitterness doesn't suit you. Dominic leans back with a wince, reminding me why I can't hurl him across the room. What are your plans for the Italians? The fewer people who know, the better. You think I'd leak anything. I'm your closest four, your right-hand man. This has nothing to do with not trusting you. Then tell me the plan, he explodes. I'm healing, I can be of use. I'm not questioning your abilities. Then, your wife is days away from having your baby, I bark. She suffered enough while you were in the hospital. I'm not going to add any more stress right now. If I didn't know my wife any better, I'd think maybe you have a heart, after all. Dominic sighs and his chin droops to his chest. But I know the truth. She scared the shit out of you. For the first time in weeks, I almost smile. I believe our last conversation ended with her calling me an arrogant asshole and flipping me off. She's a strong woman. He not so casually cleans his nails before adding, not unlike your wife. I drop my gaze and pretend again to sift through the files on my desk. Which is why I know Layla is fine. How would you know? You haven't spoken to her since she left. Oh, apparently, I'm not the only one Jedian's sending updates to. Jedian's not the one giving me updates. Layla is. So she hasn't forgotten how to use her phone, I respond coldly. Good to know. After I visit Marie every day, I send Layla an update. Nothing extensive, just enough to let her know her mother is fine. Layla never responds, but I can hear her furious thoughts in every unanswered message. It doesn't take a genius to imagine all the things she isn't saying. Nina can hold her head up on her own now, Dom informs me, lobbing the emotional grenade with precision. Did you know that? I clench my teeth until they groan in protest. I know they're safe. That's all I need to know. Arson, he breathes, bring her back. Layla belongs here. She belongs where I say she belongs, I snap. If you'll excuse me, I have business to attend to. Dominic follows me outside and all the way to my car. Where are you going? I'm heading over to Hotel Calcagno. There's a fireworks display there that I'm just dying to see. Dominic stops short. You're not really Jesus Arson. I told you it would be worth the wait. That hotel is Alessandro's pride and joy. It's newly renovated, and I'm sure you don't need me to remind you, heavily populated. Casualties are expected in war, Dominic. It's the price of the game we play. He grabs my car door before I can close it. I'm coming with you. No, you're not. He scowls. I'm healthy enough to watch a building be torn down. Either I come with you or I follow you. Your choice. There is no choice. Either I keep Dominic close so I can look after him, or I risk him being collateral damage to my bullshit once again. Get in, I growl. As soon as we clear the gates and turn onto the main road, I see a black SUV tearing down the road towards us. The second I realize it's in our lane, Dominic braces himself against the dash. Arson, he's not slowing. I turn, but they smash into the tail end of my Bugatti, sending us into the tailspin of our lives. The world melts and implodes into a million mismatched shards. Hold on, I roar above the screech of the engine, struggling to get the car back under my control. Before I can, we ram into a light post, deploying the airbags. There are stars in my eyes, but I glance over my shoulder and spot the car turning around in the road, preparing to finish the job it started. Dom, can you move? He beats back the airbag with his fist. Yes. Then get out, I order, now. We roll out of the car and into the grass seconds before the SUV plows into my Bugatti, leaving behind nothing more than twisted, blue shrapnel. I pull out my gun and rise from the grass. The driver of the SUV and I make eye contact for the briefest of seconds before I put a bullet in his forehead. He deflates like a balloon, blood drenching the headrest behind. I put 2 more bullets into the front tires, then a 4th into the shoulder of the passenger. Charging around, I rip open the door and drag the Mudak to the dirt. I drive my heel into his wound, pinning him to the asphalt as he grimaces in pain. You good, Dom? I call over my shoulder. I'm good, he yells back, the smoldering body of the Bugatti still between us. Blood spurts out of my captive's arm. He's bellowing, begging for his life. I aim my gun at his face, maxed out on long, drawn-out murders for one day. Fuck you, asshole. Then I pull the trigger. Dominic jogs over to me as the man's body goes limp. Did you question him? What did he say? He pants. I wasn't interested in what he had to say. I snarl, sheathing my gun and walking around the car to make sure the driver is dead. One quick examination is all it takes. The man is worm food. I'm busy searching the car for evidence when Dominic interrupts. Arson, his voice is laced with panic. I found something in his jacket pocket. You're going to want to see this. When I make it back around the car, Dominic is kneeling next to the passenger, something pinched between his fingers. As I approach, he holds it up to the light. It's a photograph, a black-and-white candid that I took myself. Of my wife. To be continued. Arson and Layla's story continues in Book 2 of the Adamov Bratva duet, Scarred Queen.